With newfound resolve, Hourlong decided he would live for himself. School, cram school, graduate school, the endless cycle continued. He refused to go to any place of learning ever again, or so Hourlong had resolved. The older servant pointed out something to Lian, drawing his attention. Lian mused that they seemed to have almost arrived. Before them stood the Empire's best magic school. Einrogard. Hourlong was touched, thinking he was useless as an old knight. He thought to himself that he would be able to assist Lian. The old servant reflected on having watched Lian grow into a fine young man, now entering Einrogard. In the end, Lian was unable to break off his connection to school. Even in this life, the cycle continues. The title card appears, Magic Academy Survival Guide. The scene shifts to a building with a sign that reads Graduation. Amidst the cheerful atmosphere, two graduates stand together, one holding a diploma and the other a bouquet of roses. The graduate with glasses remarks happily that they're finally done being slaves and can't believe they survived under those professors. An older man suggests that the graduate with glasses should start attending the faculty hiking club every weekend, but he replies that he doesn't think he's worthy of participating. The graduate with glasses is told that the work is easy to finish by tonight, and he replies that he can get it done. He thinks to himself that he guesses he's not sleeping tonight either, and that they've been eating nothing but kimbap for weeks now, and he's sick of it. The graduate with glasses is seen eating kimbap. Someone tells the graduate with glasses that what he did is for every grad student, but he was especially amazing, to which he asks if they think so. He thinks to himself that he just did his best as he could in his position. Someone tells the graduate with glasses that they think he's very suited for this life, and asks why he doesn't repeat grad school, to which he thinks it's going a bit too far. The graduate, standing outside, declared that he didn't care what it seemed like. He had done his part. He now refused to be a part of any place of learning. He resolved to live a life for himself. So, he wouldn't have to be in another place like grad school. Meanwhile, the driver of a vehicle nearby exclaimed in shock as his brakes failed. The graduate, still in the street, shouted for the vehicle to move out of the way. Time seemed to slow as the vehicle hurtled towards him. The impact was sudden and violent. Both his education and his degree ended up being nothing but a useless piece of paper. But his resolution stayed firm even after reincarnation. A kaleidoscope of light and color filled the space. Then, with a gasp, tiny hands reached out. He thought to himself, he needed to remember everything. Born as the third son of House Wardenaz, the leading magic house of the Empire, he wondered if this was for real. He had been reincarnated into another world, as a noble, and not to mention being the third. He mused on being the son of a rich and powerful family. The child smiled. He realized he was being rewarded for attending grad school in his past life. He thought this was his chance to take it easy. But he was sorely mistaken. Rule 1 of House Wardenaz. The first son inherits everything. The child wondered what about the rest of them, and, excluding the first son, all children. It couldn't be. Were to figure out their own path in life. 2 swords lay crossed in the training hall. The older man held out the swords to Hourlong, remarking that he thought they'd come in handy. Hourlong considered his options, thinking that he had nothing better to do. He was thankful that his family provided support for anything he wanted to learn. The older man suggested that Hourlong take this chance to walk the path of the sword, urging him to come on. Hourlong internally declared that he was going to become a magician, as that seemed to be the most stable path. The older man questioned Hourlong's definition of stable, causing Hourlong to internally panic. Hourlong, touched by his young master's cleverness, burst into tears. The older man wondered aloud if the majority of noble children were delusional. He thought Hourlong was incredibly ambitious at a young age. The older man noted that Hourlong was already planning a reasonable future. Hourlong thought that once a person experiences grad school, they can't help but become a realist. The narrative voice stated that this applied to even the Imperial family and the Adventurer Guild. The sign declared that a skilled magician was always welcome. And this was the institution that produced those talented people, the Empire's greatest magic academy. The academy was called Einrogard. Hourlong paused, considering his options. He thought to himself that they should just try, and he recalled being told that he would do fine, and that even the Patriarch complimented his talent. Hourlong scoffed, thinking that he wouldn't believe those words, especially since they wouldn't even let him practice magic because it was dangerous for kids. He thanked them for their empty words, though. The older man's servant insisted that he was being truthful. Hourlong stated that neither attendants nor horses were allowed from here, as he looked toward the academy's entrance. A carriage approached, its driver urging the horse forward. A voice shouted for everyone to move aside, announcing the arrival of the daughter of a duke. Hourlong realized this was it for him, as someone exclaimed that the imperial prince was here, demanding that everyone move. But they wondered if this wasn't excessive. 2 guards acknowledged that they knew they were nobles, but questioned if this wasn't a bit excessive. The arrival of the nobles was already causing a stir. The academy's rules, it seemed, were about to be tested. The imperial prince's attendant declared that Einrogard was a place one was supposed to enter alone. The imperial prince found this to be wrong. He stammered, seemingly upset by the idea of being separated from his attendants. He questioned what was wrong and if he was okay without his servants and feet. Hour-long couldn't sleep. He thought about the concept of equality and how the academy even accepted slaves as students. The imperial prince continued to argue that servants were like his hands and feet. One of the nobles agreed, stating that separating him from his servants was like asking him to cut off his own hands and feet, which he found logical. Hour-long sighed, thinking about the nobles. He resolved to file a complaint using his family name, given the academy's supposed commitment to equality. He wondered how they would respond to his complaint. The imperial prince and his attendant walked forward. Hour-long continued to mutter to himself, repeating that he repented. He observed that they didn't hesitate to use such magic, even on noble children, and wondered if the rumors he'd heard were true. The rumors spoke of a place full of monsters, and that they would bury you in the mountains out back if you died. Suddenly, a voice boomed, welcoming them to Einrogard. The voice called out, referring to the students as stupid ironheads. Hour-long felt a tremendous magical pressure. He realized that this was the rumored headmaster. The headmaster noted that everyone was frozen from the pressure. Hour-long thought to himself that he could have sworn he had said to come in alone. The headmaster stated that it was whatever. The headmaster continued, stating that even if you don't want to, you must abide by the rules. A voice declared its intention to force others to follow. Elsewhere, a woman protested, upset that her servants were being sent away and wondering who would do her bidding, while also lamenting the loss of her clothes. Meanwhile, a voice questioned why the students were standing around like they were stupid. The voice commanded them to move their asses and enter. The students began to move forward, entering the academy. The command to enter echoed again. The command to enter was repeated a final time, with greater emphasis. A spectral, green skull-like entity appeared, seemingly overseeing the entrance. The students continued to move forward. A voice reflected that it was their first day at Einrogard, the greatest magic academy in the Empire. The voice admitted to having a bad feeling about this. Amidst the bustling crowd, whispers followed Hour-long as he walked. He overheard someone calling him an ironhead and referring to him as the successor to an earldom. Suddenly, a voice called out, confirming his identity. Leon of the Wardenaz house, right? Leon turned, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. A young woman with vibrant red hair introduced herself as Yoner Makin. She explained that, like the Wardenaz house, the Makin house was also known as a house of magicians. Yoner greeted Leon warmly, then revealed that His Imperial Highness wished to see him. Leon's eyes narrowed slightly as he processed this information, wondering why the Imperial Prince would want to see him. He maintained his composure, though. Elsewhere, the Imperial Prince stood surrounded by his entourage in Einrogard, a place of development and socialization. The Imperial Prince smiled, seemingly pleased with the unfolding events. It was clear that many were already fiercely trying to build connections on their first day. The title card appears, Magic Academy, Survival. Calling him His Imperial Highness, the Imperial Prince is seen with a red-haired woman. It was said that even within the Imperial family, only the firstborn was of interest, especially when the Emperor had over 100 children. The Imperial Prince is seen with an older man wearing a crown. It was said that the Emperor didn't support his children at all, so it could be said it was worse for them. The Imperial family was in places teeming with children of great houses. Of lower standing than even Yoner's Makin house, the red-haired woman was acting like this. She asked if he would come with her. Two men wondered why she was helping some no-name prince, as the Imperial Prince looked on. It was better than making enemies, he thought, as a handshake sealed the deal. Surely, there was nothing bad that could come about from making friends. She thanked him, seemingly happy. It was a relief that he agreed, the Imperial Prince thought, as he was the first one to accept his request. The Imperial Prince stood with a woman with red hair, his face beaming with a wide smile. Elsewhere, a title card appeared, identifying the Imperial Prince as Gainando, the 97th in line. There had been talk that he could be the 101st, but he strongly objected. It was clear that he didn't want to be in the 100s. Gainando muttered to himself that the other person had denied his proposal, finding him to be really immature. Hour-long wondered what Gainando was talking about, as Gainando thought to himself that Hour-long must not know how regal of an existence he was. Gainando internally debated whether he was immature, deciding that he was an immature idiot. Hour-long explained that regal means someone who is invaluable and of high and prestigious class. Gainando thought that it was a word that suited him. Gainando exclaimed that they refused his proposal. He was now talking with Aidenart, which he found humiliating. Aidenart, the 44th Imperial Princess, possessed an elegance that naturally drew people to her. In contrast, Hour-long was seen as someone else entirely. He was asked what he should do. Gainando was told to take care of her later, being tall and well-built. He was reminded that regal people don't harass others. Hour-long was told that he wasn't being asked to harass her, but to punish her, but regal people don't do that either, and he should think about it. Hour-long asked what he should do, and was told to generously forgive them. If Hourlong didn't want to do that, he could also directly challenge them to a duel, which caused them to question the suggestion. Hourlong laughed, stating that since he's a regal prince, he'll forgive them. He declared that he'll forgive them. Gainando was told that he's amazing. Gainando was told that he was able to curb his stubbornness when even his relative couldn't do it, but he thought that amazing was too much. Before anything else, a woman questioned why they were going so far to care for him, even though she understood they were relatives. She wondered what the real reason was. Energy crackled in the air. The mysterious green skull entity asked if they had enjoyed chatting. One of the students realized it was the lich they had seen at the gate. The entity was indeed a lich. The narration explained that a lich is the result of a great magician willingly becoming undead to overcome death. One of the students was shocked to think the headmaster would be a lich. The skull entity asked to pose a question to everyone. The entity questioned why it was calling them Ironheads, explaining that it was because the symbol for this year's freshman class was steel. The entity praised them, awarding 10 points to their dorm. One of the students wondered if there was a point system for dormitories. The entity stated that of course there was not, and that if they wanted to become a magician, they should first learn how to tell lies apart from the truth. The skull entity declared that the symbol for this year's freshman class was steel, showing various items made of the material. It explained that steel was a material that changed depending on how it was crafted, and that it was a valuable material with a variety of uses. The entity continued, stating that steel was genuinely a material that suited the freshman class. The skull entity laughed, revealing that the students had fallen for its trick again. It mocked them, saying the reason their symbol was steel was because they had nothing in their heads. The students could only listen silently as the skull entity continued to mock them. The skull entity paused, as if gathering its thoughts. The entity then observed that it was more than just difficult to move in a place this dense with magic energy. Hourlong thought that it was a bit better now since he had gotten used to it. The skull entity stated that it seemed like it was being too harsh to all of them who had traveled a long way. It continued, saying that they had come here. The skull entity wondered how Hourlong was able to move in this density. The skull entity instructed everyone to look to the door on the left. A grand hall stretched out before them, a long table laden with food extending into the distance. A magical message appeared, inviting them to enjoy the feast and relieve the fatigue built up during their journeys. The students, eager to eat, exclaimed that this was it and that they were starving. White bread was smothered in thick slices of cheese and butter. A well-fed chicken, coated in oils, butter, spices, and flour, was then boiled off in wine for a delicious chicken dish. A gratin was covered in bechamel sauce. A fresh fish was grilled over charcoal in the Eastern style. Hourlong thanked everyone for the meal. The feast, moments before, had seemed so inviting, but now the food and the table beneath it shimmered with an eerie green glow. Suddenly, the food vanished. A disembodied voice cackled, mocking those who had fallen for the trick once again, wondering when they would ever learn. Hourlong stood with a look of mild annoyance, while the student beside him looked on in shock. He recalled hearing that one loses certain things upon becoming a lich. The student thought to himself that the skeleton headmaster must have lost quite a few things. A voice echoed, declaring that the academy was a birthplace for magicians, and the biggest impetus behind a developing magician was the mysterious green skull entity appeared, demanding thirst. The students cried out in alarm as the food and tableware vanished. One student exclaimed, wondering what was happening. The voice declared that the uniforms and meals were now gone. The student beside Hourlong held up a piece of bread and a small portion of food, exclaiming that this was too much. The mysterious green skull entity responded that this was exactly the reaction it wanted. The voice questioned if the food was absolutely revolting, and commanded them to learn magic and acquire delicious food for themselves. Hourlong looked down at the student beside him, wondering if those clothes and wands looked like trash. The mysterious green skull entity's voice echoed, declaring that the students must use magic to acquire new clothes and wands. The entity's skull form then expanded, filling the space with its eerie green glow. The entity's voice boomed, proclaiming that these were the laws of the academy. The latest chapter opens, proudly presented by. The text declares that this academy serves as a birthplace for magicians, and that the biggest impetus behind a developing magician is a glowing green skull, surrounded by shattered debris, floats ominously. The skull's disembodied voice echoes with a single, demanding word: thirst. A student, recoiling in shock, stammers, questioning what is happening. The mysterious green skull entity declares that these are their uniforms. The entity continues, adding that these are also their meals. Another student cries out that this is too much. The skull responds, stating that this is exactly the reaction it wanted. The entity asks if the food is absolutely revolting, and then commands them to learn magic and acquire delicious food for themselves. The entity asks if the clothes and wands look like trash. The entity commands them to use magic to acquire new clothes and wands. The entity declares that these are the laws of this academy. The title card for Magic Academy Survival Guide is displayed. The student considered his options, thinking he could simply ask for things from outside the academy. The mysterious green skull entity seemed to anticipate this, stating that it also wanted that response. A message appeared, informing the students that freshmen were not allowed to go out. Another message appeared, clarifying that they were not allowed to ask a senior either. The green skull entity then declared that they were dismissed. The entity wished them good luck, hoping they would become great magicians. One of the students sighed, wondering if every place had a crazy professor. He was fully aware of those kinds of people, recalling that before his reincarnation, the professor in the next laboratory had the same glint in his eyes. He remembered those eyes that were filled with madness. The classmate mumbled, wondering if that lich was better than the food they were being given. The student wondered how they were supposed to live with such awful food. Lian seemed pleased with the academy's offerings, noting that it provided not only food but also clothing. He thought to himself that this place was definitely better than what he was used to. Meanwhile, little was known about House Wardenaz in noble society. This was because they only focused on studying magic and never participated in any social activities. Due to that, misunderstandings about the house only grew. The other student wondered how Lian could be so calm, considering that not even his servants lived with that kind of food and clothes, and questioned what kind of life he lived. The other student suggested that Lian should visit his house when he got the chance. Lian, surprised, simply thanked him. Gainando asked if they should head towards the dorms. Einrogard accepted students regardless of their status, so long as they had talent. However, in order to prevent disputes among these sensitive teenagers, certain measures were taken. The dormitory was divided into 4 towers according to their status. The first was the Tower of the Arrogant Blue Dragon, where only the honorable lineage of the dragon may enter. Renowned nobles, such as the imperial family and Lian, went here. Lian and the other student were seen together. The last was the Tower of the Eternally Burning Phoenix, where only those who have dedicated everything to the holy flame may enter. The Tower of Priests stood as a solemn and honest place, open only to those from various religious orders. Elsewhere, figures cloaked in shadow stood in wait. The Tower of the Lightning-Rending White Tiger was reserved for those with the ferocity to strike down anything. Bloodlines from the House of Knights entered this tower. These people were prepared to walk 2 paths, as a knight and a wizard. The Tower of the Past and Future-Seeing Black Turtle was a place only those with endless patience could enter. Various people went to a different place, including civilians, servants, slaves, clowns, beggars, merchants, and emerging low-class nobles. The tower was a place for the commoners. Compared to the other dorms, they were easily ignored because of their low status. As such, the freshmen were mostly intimidated. However, there was always an exception. To Lian's eyes, they were the perfect business partners. He considered that perhaps the others were mistaken, and Lian wasn't looking down on them. Lian grinned, thinking that the best way to earn money was by doing business, and to be good at it, one needed field experience. Meanwhile, another student wondered why they had to accept such lowly people. A student asked what the others were staring at, questioning if they were wrong to do so. Someone stomped their foot, thinking how dare they mock their future business partners. Another student retorted that if they were talking about a lowlife, then it was the stomper. Another student reminded them that they had all set everything aside before coming in there. Lian thought to himself that it was audacious of them to forget that and show such cockiness. Someone exclaimed, questioning how dare they mock their future partners. The surrounding students whispered that he was from House Wardenaz, as expected from a great house, while another reacted with disgust. Lian thought the atmosphere was pleasant. He was ready to move forward. Meanwhile, 2 students reacted strongly to the mention of Wardenaz. One warned the other not to make eye contact, claiming they were a dangerous house. Another student overheard the conversation. He added that the Wardenaz family was known as the house where the patriarch was a dragon and that they were the bloodline of an ancient spirit. Lian wondered why everyone was reacting so strongly. Yoner, standing beside him, stated that he was undoubtedly a member of the great houses. Lian turned to Yoner, asking if he looked scary. The idea that he was a noble began to dawn on Lian. Lian was unaware of his family's notoriety at the time. As the pair spoke, another student bumped into them, apologizing quickly. Lian asked Yoner to continue what she was saying. Yoner responded that it was because of Gainando's mother. Lian asked if she meant Gainando's mother. The grandeur of the Imperial Banquet Hall was undeniable, but decorum was expected. A stern voice echoed through the hall, scolding someone named Yoner for running. Ignoring the scolding, the young lady Yoner stuck her tongue out, seemingly unconcerned as she spilled her drink. Suddenly, a gasp broke the relative quiet. The reason for the gasp became clear. Yoner had collided with someone, staining their dress. The young lady, now tearful, realized the gravity of the situation. It seemed that this accident could spell the end for House Meikin, given that it was the Empress's dress that had been stained. Even though she's young, there's no excuse for it. But a hand gently intervened, brushing off the dress. It's all right, a voice assured. The woman holding Yoner declared that mistakes happen, asking if Lady Yoner was all right. Yoner's eyes widened, as if remembering something. Was their story like? Someone off-panel interjected, stating that Yoner was very rich, implying that the damage could easily be compensated. Elsewhere, a young man was shocked to learn that she gave him an allowance if he was friendly with her, and that it was a lot of money. He dismissed it as his imagination. Upon hearing this, the young man's eyes narrowed. If that's so, he realized that he should also be friends with her. Hourlong was struck by the sheer size of the academy. It was so large that it encompassed a lake, a forest, and even mountains. He realized that the Imperial Prince wasn't kidding when he said they had to get to the dormitories on their own. Hourlong was confused, as he could have sworn that the Tower of the Blue Dragon would be here if they had gone this way. One of the students asked what was wrong. Hourlong wondered why everyone was. Suddenly, Hourlong exclaimed, wondering what was happening. The tower loomed in the distance, its stone structure a stark contrast to the bright blue sky. The Imperial Prince and his entourage approached the building, their expressions a mix of curiosity and disdain. The Imperial Prince questioned the quality of the building. The Imperial Prince scoffed at the size of the quarters, comparing them unfavorably to his servants' accommodations, and another student agreed that it looked like a tight fit. The Imperial Prince, along with his attendant and another student, stood before the building. The Imperial Prince continued to express his disappointment. Suddenly, a surge of magical energy enveloped the Imperial Prince. The magic intensified, obscuring everything. The Imperial Prince was shocked to find that everyone had disappeared, and he wondered what had happened. The Imperial Prince, now alone, questioned where he was when a voice welcomed him, addressing him as a small magician. The voice echoed, posing a question, "Where will you go?" He found himself in a dark space, the only light source emanating from his own body. Looking down, Hourlong realized he was no longer in the building he had been in moments before. Hourlong observed his surroundings, understanding that the dorm was a magic tower, as expected of a magic academy. A voice echoed, complimenting Hourlong's quick adaptation to the situation. He wondered where he could go from here. The voice explained that, for now, the only places he could go were his personal room and the steel break room, both exclusive to first-year students. The voice confirmed that his personal room and the steel break room were indeed exclusive to first years. Hourlong wondered if that meant there were other places he could go in the future. The voice responded that some places only required knowing the name, while others required knowing something extra. However, the voice stated that for now, the headmaster prohibited it. Hourlong asked to be taken to his personal room, understanding the current limitations. The voice welcomed Hourlong to the academy, addressing him as a young magician. The magic began to take effect. He was transported. The book in Hourlong's hands was titled about Einrogard. As Hourlong read, he learned that, except for core subjects, the remaining classes could be freely picked, and that students could decide their classes after trying them out for a month. The book quoted the headmaster, OSU Gun Adults, as saying, "Magicians are people that seek the principle of the world. Even if others offer to help, one should decide and walk their own path." Hourlong thought that the academy didn't seem as strict as he was expecting, and that this was much easier. He mused that going to the academy was easier than going to grad school, and that his room had almost everything he needed. Lian was the only one who thought this. Suddenly, Hourlong noticed a girl in a green dress kneeling on the floor. He wondered what she was doing there. The girl shouted that there was nothing there. Hourlong realized that he understood the rules. He wondered why he didn't see what classes the others were signing up for. There was a sign that read break room. Hourlong was sitting on a lounge chair with the girl in the green dress. The girl exclaimed that she would learn alchemy. Hourlong listened as the girl in the green dress explained that she had always been interested in alchemy. Her dream was to set up her own workshop and provide products to the Imperial family. Finding that idea profitable, the girl asked Hourlong if he wanted to work with her, stating that alchemy wasn't easy. He considered her offer, thinking that the Empire's alchemy industry was highly competitive. The World's Chronicler noted that countless guilds brawled over market share, from spreading bad rumors about competitors to monopolizing potion ingredients. Something stable might be the best. Hourlong asked what subjects she was interested in. She turned the question back on him, explaining that she wanted to take subjects that were less competitive. She added that she wanted something easy to get good grades in. The World's Chronicler explained that the goal was to become an Imperial officer, in other words, a civil servant. Regardless of field of focus, what mattered most were grades and qualifications. Hourlong thought that a passionate girl like her would feel let down if he said that. She explained that she was planning on deciding after trying out various things over the next month. Hourlong cautioned her not to rush important decisions. Just then, a student in a green uniform burst into the room, exclaiming that there was a problem. The student exclaimed that he thought there was a thief in his room. The student's frantic search yielded nothing. The space was utterly bare. The container was, in fact, completely empty. Meanwhile, Hourlong stood with a distressed female student, listening to her report. From the tower, a student called out, insisting that there was a thief. The next day, a book lay open, displaying complex magical script. Xiao noted that it was a core subject for first-year students, and the lecture times differed for every dorm. But Someone wondered what was up with everyone. The students appeared to be in distress. One student complained that they were hungry and the beds were so uncomfortable that they didn't sleep well, not to mention the prickly clothes were annoying. Someone wondered if it was really that hard. Compared to his past life, Hourlong found this new existence to be a significant improvement. The next thing he noticed was a clock on the wall. He wondered if he was seeing things correctly, as he knew he had to eat the same thing as everyone else. One student pointed out that he didn't see mealtime on the schedule. Another student offered him an energy bar, telling him that it was his rations for the day and to eat it when he could. The student with pink hair told Hourlong not to look at him like that. Hourlong replied that a feast was waiting for him when they finished. One student threatened to kill another if it was ramen. The other student thanked God that it wasn't ramen, but cup ramen, and offered him a triangle kimbap. Hourlong thought to himself that this life was definitely far better. He wondered if this was their lecture hall. Another student expressed that they were just glad it was on the first floor. Two students looked on with shocked expressions. The students burst into what they believed was their lecture hall, only to stop short. But inside, the scene was unexpected. There was something. A troll stood before them. Trolls. They were ferocious and dangerous monsters, infamous even to the most sheltered nobles. There were trolls in their lecture hall, and this one was wearing proper clothing. The troll welcomed everyone, asking them to take a seat. The students steeled themselves. The troll stood at the front of the lecture hall. Introducing himself, Garcia Kim announced that he was a half-troll. Garcia understood why they were all scared, but assured them there was no need to be afraid. Garcia Kim continued to address the class, his expression remaining friendly and reassuring. The half-troll paused, a glint in his eye as he licked his lips. Garcia Kim clarified that there was no need to be afraid, that is, he finished his thought, adding a caveat, unless he got very hungry. With the formalities concluded, Garcia Kim addressed the assembled students. Garcia Kim introduced himself, stating that he was a half-troll. He understood why they were scared, but assured them there was no need to be afraid. The half-troll professor smiled, his tongue darting out to lick his lips. That is, Garcia Kim clarified that there was no need to be afraid, unless he got very hungry. The students reacted with shock and fear, one blurting out if he would eat them if he got hungry. Garcia Kim admitted that the joke was a mistake and that he already regretted it. Garcia Kim, attempting to recover, asked if they should start the lecture. It was explained that the majority of the students present had likely never used magic before, as a glowing orb of energy materialized in a student's hand. That was because magic was extremely dangerous, and, as such, only adults were permitted to use it. However, everyone present were magician seeds who had received the title of Steel. The students were reminded that the magician's path was a rough and rigorous journey. Meanwhile, the mysterious green skull entity wished to become their compass, as it was realized that the professors here weren't all like the headmaster. So the class would start with the basics, beginning with the question of what exactly magic was. It was the undertaking of a magician to change the world with their will, a student answered. It was explained that magic used magic energy, mana, as the fundamental force to change the world. Those who had enrolled in this academy were talented enough to feel this magic energy and recognize it. But to use magic, they had to go beyond that. They had to call magic energy with their own will. Magic, it was said, required a delicate weaving together of elements. It was commonly believed that magic required a chant or emotion to cast it, but what was truly important was one's own will. The instructor emphasized that they must not forget this. It seemed Garcia Kim had been lecturing for quite a while, and he suggested that everyone try it themselves, asking them to stand up. The students were instructed to take out their wands and gather magic energy, finally putting their lessons into practice. A student focused, a blue light emanating from the tip of their wand. Garcia Kim instructed them to maintain that magic energy and to create the image of light in their heads. One student found it difficult. The student likened controlling magic energy to pulling on the reins of a wildly charging horse, and that if they lost concentration for even a second, it would disperse. The instructor told them to concentrate to prevent the magic energy from dispersing as they chanted their spell. One student exclaimed that they had achieved light. The student's magic began to take form. The room was filled with the golden light of successful magic manifestation. The students were told that their chants could be whatever they wanted. Garcia Kim advised them to keep in mind that a short chant might be easier for keeping focus. One student thought he got the gist of it, as the instructions were to gather magic energy, transform it with their will, and chant a spell. The magic began to swirl. One student was determined that the magic would work, not just because he understood it, but because he would make it so. Other students began to struggle with their magic. One student wondered why his magic was acting on its own. The magic began to spiral out of control. Another student was surrounded by blue aura. The student was warned that if they failed to control it, the magic could go wild and hurt someone. But since it was the professor's role to stop that from happening, the students were told to let themselves practice in peace. Garcia Kim encouraged the students to try again if they had any magic energy left. The second attempt proved fruitless, with 1/3 of the students giving up, leaving 2/3 still trying to succeed. One student wondered aloud why it wasn't working. Garcia Kim mused that it normally took over a month of practice to learn the skill. He knew this was something the students had to overcome themselves, so he wouldn't tell them the answer. Someone shouted to try again. By the third attempt, half the students had given up, leaving only half remaining. The fourth attempt saw the majority quit, with only 3 students continuing. The fifth attempt left only 1 student remaining. The sixth attempt saw even that student fail. By the seventh attempt, only 1 student remained. That student excused himself. The student raised his hand. The student apologized for interrupting, but asked if he could continue. It seemed like he was the only one left. The student realized they were already at the 7th attempt. Even if a freshman possessed a lot of magic energy, they should normally hit their limit on the 5th attempt. Magic energy, by any other name, is the source of a magician's strength. In the East, a certain tribe called it Ki. A scholar who liked to show off might call it ether. And some stubborn priests called it divine energy. This power, with a variety of names, was the source of a magician's strength, as they had to use the magic energy within them each time they cast a spell. It was a matter of course that young, novice magicians often faced magic energy deficiency. But his complexion was fine despite it being the 7th attempt. The professor asked, "What is your name?" And the fact that he said his name first, not his house's, earned favor from the professor, who saw a student put equality in action. The professor asked, "Would you please step forward?" So he was Lian. The professor asked, "Could you please give me your hand?" Lian extended his hand. The professor's eyes widened as he felt a surge of energy. The sensation was startling. He realized what was happening. The energy continued to build. The surge intensified. The professor was sent flying backwards through the water. He thought to himself that it was nothing. The professor called out in surprise. Back in the classroom, Garcia Kim asked if there was an issue. The professor smiled, reassuring himself. He thought to himself that it was nothing and that they should get back to class. 2 students whispered to each other, with one telling the other to be quiet. The blue-skinned instructor requested that Lian see them after the lecture. The instructor cautioned her student not to grow impatient, explaining that with practice, the amount of magic energy they possessed would increase, and they would use less time. It was noted that occasionally, a student with a lot of motivation loses control while practicing and gets hurt. One student remarked that they should be careful, asking if Gainando agreed. The blue-skinned instructor reassured the students that they did not eat students, apologizing for the misunderstanding. The class was dismissed, with the instructor thanking everyone for their hard work. A student asked to be excused, addressing the professor. Someone questioned what was going on and why they had been called out separately. The professor walked towards his desk. The blue-skinned instructor began to speak, stating, "In truth." Lian stated that he had heard about the instructor prior to the lecture from the headmaster. Someone exclaimed in shock, realizing the instructor was from that psycho lich. As the instructor's words echoed in his mind, Hourlong found himself facing a colossal, spectral skull. The air crackled with ominous energy as the entity loomed over him, its glowing eyes piercing through the gloom. Lian had heard about himself from the headmaster prior to the lecture. The mysterious green skull entity spoke of Lian, calling him a crazy lich. The entity's words conjured an image of Lian, surrounded by green magical energy. Garcia Kim assured someone not to worry. The blue-skinned woman insisted that he was a kind person. Despite the warnings, the woman believed Lian was a kind person. The students weren't aware of it, but the headmaster had a sharp eye for people. Every year, the headmaster gave the professors explanations of the new students. The headmaster warned them to be careful of that beast man, saying he was more than capable of burning down the dorm multiple times over. He also cautioned that the half-demon should be kept away from holy magic. The mysterious green skull entity revealed what the headmaster said about Lian. The entity stated that Lian has the qualities of a massive fool, but then clarified that this could be taken at face value. However, there's a saying in the East, according to the entity. The entity continued, saying that Lian can also be a massive genius, and what may seem greatly foolish might be connected to great wisdom. The entity admitted that what it really wanted to say was that Lian has the qualities of someone who will greatly succeed. The headmaster wondered what kind of student Lian is. The headmaster stated that he has great expectations. The focus shifted to Lian Wardeness. The professor looked up, seemingly surprised. The headmaster told Garcia Kim that he couldn't tell him all of it, as that was the reason he called him. The headmaster explained that Lian has a lot of magic energy. Lian seemed to understand, realizing that it was something he needed to see. The headmaster continued, stating that Lian doesn't have just a little more magic energy, and that he can't even fathom the limits of it. Lian stood bathed in light as a hand reached out to him. Lian seemed surprised by the headmaster's assessment. The narrator explained that the amount of magic energy one possessed was a key factor in determining a magician's capabilities. Those who lacked it often had to resort to convoluted methods to draw out more. Therefore, having a lot of magic energy meant one was free from such restrictions. In other words, it signified great talent, Garcia thought with a smile. Leon realized that if what the professor was saying was true, then there was nothing but a rosy path ahead of him. The woman with the blue skin thought it was a shame. Her expression was one of concern. Elsewhere, Leon asked the woman what she meant. She responded that while it was good to have a lot of magic energy, he had too much. She suggested comparing magic energy to the water in a cup, stating that the amount in the cup was easy to control. She continued, saying that if he needed to control an amount as large as the sea, it would be difficult. That meant the difficulty of controlling magic energy was, in fact, the core principle behind magic itself. That difficulty was at an unreasonably high level. Leon seemed to be having a hard time as Garcia Kim looked on. Garcia Kim offered him a bracelet, but Leon wondered what it was. The professor explained that it was a bracelet that absorbed magic energy and should help him out for now. Leon realized that as long as he had it, there would be no problem. Leon thanked Garcia Kim, wondering why he had been called. Garcia Kim asked if it was such a simple problem. The professor asked if he had any other words of advice, and Garcia Kim suggested that it would help a bit if he used a lot of spells to deplete his magic energy. Garcia Kim told Leon that he was allowed to practice on his own, since there wouldn't be any accidents due to magic energy depletion. Leon thanked him. Leon thought to himself that he didn't need such special privileges. Another student sighed, thinking that his future was now looking bleak. Leon resolved to make sure to keep his grades up, starting now, wondering if he should take classes where he didn't have to use magic. Leon's classmate asked if they had any classes in mind. The student, with red hair, seemed eager to take alchemy. Enthusiastically, the red-haired student asked if they wanted to take it with her, wondering what they were saying. Another student scoffed, declaring that alchemy was meant for servants. He questioned what principles there were to learn, calling the red-haired student silly. The dark-haired student asked Wardenaz to step aside for a moment. The dark-haired student grabbed the other student by the collar. Gainando was left wondering what was happening. The red-haired student warned them to never ask for a potion again if they didn't want to end up in the hospital. The red-haired student delivered a swift kick. In the red-haired student's eyes, that was a 10 out of 10 punch. They were on their way to basic alchemic. Someone wondered if the red-haired student had hit the other student too hard. She thought to herself that it was fine as long as she apologized tomorrow. The student with dark hair thought that it must not have been the first time she had hit him. He noticed that their gazes bothered her. Another student agreed, noting that there were especially a lot of students from the Tower of the Black Turtle. One of the students admitted that they didn't really care that they were there, but it was said that peasants normally had one of two reactions when they encountered noble. Or they showed hostility. One student told another to stop starting trouble, pointing out that Wardenaz was there too. The other student retorted that even the Wardenaz house couldn't do anything inside. The academy. Leon thought to himself that if he acted overly friendly, it might just backfire. Leon wondered if everyone was there and if it was the professor. The academy was known to have a lich headmaster and a half-troll professor. It wouldn't be strange to see some other bizarre professor. It would be strange to see some other bizarre professor. But he's just a normal dwarf? But he's just a normal dwarf? It wouldn't be Jumdar. But he can just be called Professor. He was sure they were all thinking the same thing. They had such a majestic building. His name was Yurgolm, yet why were they gathered in a field without a single desk? The students stood in the field to feel natures. Yurgolm wondered what they were thinking. One student declares that the current location is not the reason for their gathering. The student with dark hair asks what the others think. The red-haired student suggests that they're gathered there to collect materials, but Yurgolm dismisses this idea. The dark-haired student exclaims that he is correct. Yurgolm remarks that the student is quite the smart ironhead. The dark-haired student thinks to himself that setting aside the fact that a shot in the dark was the correct answer, he hopes the red-haired student doesn't. He announces that he feels a rivalry towards him over this and demands everyone's attention. Yurgolm states that the real reason they've gathered is so he can teach them the most vital requirement for alchemy. Yurgolm looks directly forward, his expression serious. The red-haired student thinks that's far from reality. The most important ability for alchemists. He declared that it was material collection. They were left speechless. The professor's words hung in the air, prompting him to assure everyone that he knew what they were thinking. He elaborated that alchemy demanded exceptional intelligence and precise magical control. The most important ability for alchemists, she mused, was material collection. The professor emphasized the importance of gathering the necessary components. The female student looked surprised. Professor Yurgolm suggested that they could cultivate the materials themselves or request them from others, stating that the most important skill was. One of the students agreed that Her Imperial Highness was right, questioning why they should acquire the materials. The professor's frustration reached a boiling point as he exclaimed that they couldn't even cultivate 10% of the materials they needed themselves. Adding insult to injury, the professor pointed out that the materials they did manage to purchase were all unusable. The professor continued his tirade, explaining that the reason they traveled with adventurers was because the students were terrible at digging up herbs, half-assing the job, and ruining valuable ingredients. Clearing his throat, Uragolm declared that if they couldn't acquire their own materials, they couldn't become a great alchemist. The professor's words echoed in the students' minds. To become a great alchemist, they needed to master material acquisition. The professor stated that this should be enough as an explanation. It was said that Einrogard, with all of its prestige, also had plenty of unsavory rumors. One student read from a document that the material was corrupted grassy used when making antidotes. Yoner was asked if he had worked with it before, and he confirmed he had used it before enrolling. One of those rumors was that people died while learning magic. Obviously, magic is dangerous, and accidents can happen, but it's just a lack of preparation. Someone questions why they are sending students to such a dangerous place. It would be dangerous with just 2 people, and they need at least 3. Someone asks if there is anyone else from their tower. Another wonders about Her Imperial Highness. 2 students discuss the strict princess, wondering if others find her difficult. One admits they are only looking as well, but she avoids him. But it seems like they're already late. She looks like she's finished forming her team. Someone realizes that there were people from the Tower of the Black Turtle. The student laments that they avoided him, but that's because Her Imperial Highness was famous even before she enrolled. She was famous even amongst the other members of the imperial family for her remarkable intelligence and talent. She has a star power that the public loves, and because of that, people follow her regardless of status. Meanwhile, students from the Tower of the Black Turtle remained after teams had already been formed. The Imperial Prince felt it was too dangerous for just the 2 of them. He believed they needed someone who could cover their weak points. Suddenly, a figure was spotted. It was her, Nilia of the Tower of the Black Turtle. Nilia was a dark elf and a member of the Shadow Patrol, a patrol force in the northern parts of the Empire. The Shadow Patrol was a group of skilled hunters and scouts who were active in the northern mountain range and knew the mountain range like the back of their hands. Nilia read a note about corrupted grass, thinking it wouldn't be hard at all. She declared that the forest was basically her playground. Nilia was surprised because there were a lot of skilled freshmen, but it was her stage now. Nilia's eyes glowed with determination. Lian introduced himself to the other student, a young woman with red hair. Meanwhile, Nilia wondered who Lian was and why he was with a noble. From a distance, the Imperial Prince and his attendant watched Lian and his companion. The Imperial Prince asked if they would traverse the mountain with him. Nilia, visibly annoyed, demanded to know what Lian's real plan was. She thought to herself that all nobles were the same. Nilia recalled how nobles insulted them by calling them savages, and even when they showed them the best hospitality, they complained about being treated badly. She wondered how these guys were going to be any different. Lian warned Nilia that it was dangerous to go around alone, asking what she would do if a monster came out. Nilia scoffed, stating that she didn't want Lian's help, and wondered why he would offer it. She thought that Lian was probably thinking of using her as bait or throwing her away, and wondered how he knew that. Lian stated that Nilia just wanted to go by herself, but then asked if she was going into the forest by herself. Nilia responded that she was positive that wouldn't be the reason, as a monster loomed behind Lian. Nilia thought that Lian also had to collect the material and transport it, and that he wasn't an idiot who thought he could do it by himself. Nilia claimed she didn't know, but Lian told her to shut up and that she was going with them. Someone remarked that they knew she was smart. One of the students laughed, wondering what they taught at House Wardenaz. Someone declared that they should go. The group moved through the forest. She continued to swing through the forest. One of the students was impressed, noting that she was an experienced hunter. The other asked how they noticed it. It was also noted that she had calluses on her palm, indicating she often used a bow. This was evidence that could only be found on experienced hunters. Nilia wondered if those clues were enough. Someone thought that Lian had a strange air about him. It was said as a joke, but the others had noticed something about Nilia. She wore a Shadow Patrol insignia. As Nilia slipped on a tree branch, the others continued to observe her. Gainando asked if anyone was listening to him, but Nilia denied it. The Imperial Prince suggested they all go together, matching their pace with hers. Nilia wondered why she should. Nilia continued to struggle with the terrain. It was stated that Yoner was the only one who could differentiate herbs in this area, and if she collapsed, the other 2 would have to take over. The Imperial Prince asked what Yoner's role was, and she responded that she could find the herbs, and he was the guide, but he retorted that she wasn't doing anything. The Imperial Prince thought to himself that Yoner would be mad if he said he was taking a free ride, but outwardly stated that his role was to protect them both. Yoner observed that the Imperial Prince was well-built, and probably from House of Knights, asking why he was in the blue. The Imperial Prince declared that he was not from a House of Knights, but from House Wardenaz. Nilia realized it was an opportunity to get close, but was shocked by the revelation. Nilia exclaimed the name Wardenaz in shock. Hourlong's expression is one of shock and disbelief, a single tear rolling down his cheek as he reaches out with a trembling hand. Hourlong perched in a tree, musing that his companion would be upset if she knew he was giving her a free ride. He reminded himself that his role was to protect. The student clarified that he was not from a House of Knights, but rather from House Wardenaz. Elsewhere, Nilia saw this as an opportunity to get closer. Suddenly, the name Wardenaz echoed. Lian looked concerned. Lian wondered what was going on. Lian wondered if something was wrong with his house. It was said that most noble houses had some false rumors attached to them, but the Wardenaz house tended to be an extreme case. Lian wondered what the rumor was. The rumor was that the Wardenaz house was a dragon, and during the undead frenzy incident, the head of the house used his breath to burn all of the undead to a crisp. The Wardenaz bloodline, it was said, had made a pact with an ancient spirit. Because of this pact, they received incredible magical abilities, but at the cost of losing their emotions. The Wardenaz were known to have no mercy. The Wardenaz magicians, who showed up to quell riots, were rumored to have made a city disappear. Lian remarked how scary that was. He wondered if the rumors of them becoming monsters who sweep everything away if something happened were true. Another student complained that it was unfair that magicians always had to show up whenever a big incident happened, and questioned why it was always the Wardenaz house. Another student told him that he was right, and that he shouldn't give it too much thought. Nilia admitted that she didn't know anything else, but the rumor about them losing their emotions definitely seemed fake. Someone told them to stop whining, and that they were going to be off now. Lian agreed. The title card for Magic Academy Survival Guide appeared. Lian watched as a figure descended rapidly through the forest canopy, landing gracefully on the path ahead. Two other figures followed at a more sedate pace, walking along the trail. Suddenly, one of the figures stopped, seemingly surprised by something. Because of this, the figure knelt to examine the ground more closely, while the other two students looked on. The kneeling figure pointed to something on the ground, drawing the attention of the others. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that a large creature had passed through the area, leaving shallow footprints behind. The figure mused that the creature must have been controlling its strength to conceal its passage. She found it quite interesting. The red-haired student, trying to be supportive, remarked that she saw. The other figure realized she had gone off on a rant again. The figure decided that she needed to get used to this. She thought that no one other than the villagers was interested in things like this. The figure exclaimed that it was interesting. The figure asked if there was anything else. The figure suggested that they could learn from these tracks. The figure was surprised. The tracks in the ground seemed to pique Hourlong's interest, as he wondered aloud if they were interesting. The other student, however, seemed less impressed, questioning why Hourlong found them so fascinating. The student admitted that the tracks were something, but not quite what he expected. He then added that Hourlong was from a great house. The student continued, stating that the situation was wild. He then changed the subject. The student then stated that it was best to be careful. The tracks showed that the creature not only had large claws, but it was difficult to predict what kind of animal would come out of here. The student mentioned that he had heard that all sorts of monsters roamed about the Magic Academy. Another student chimed in, saying that they had also heard that story. It was said that since Einrogard was on land rich in magic energy, many monsters were bound to show up, having become influenced by it. Of course, there were also monsters created from experiments, and monsters that formed from thrown-away potions, such as oddly shaped slimes. The student thought that it was definitely a lack of safety awareness. Another student suggested that they change their plans and move as they followed these tracks. Hourlong wondered if he would also be able to learn how to read tracks. One of the students remarks that it won't be easy, suggesting that the other will probably give up later on. Someone replies, their feet moving forward. Someone says. Another student retorts, telling the other to try it then. Someone announces that they finally found it. Corrupted grass. The student with red hair holds the corrupted grass. She thinks it's a bit unfortunate that they only found two, but believes they should be able to find the rest quickly, since she can't see any nearby. She suggests that they keep moving. One of the students asks if the other two aren't going to say anything. The student with red hair looks up in alarm, as the ground trembles from the approach of something large. The source of the disturbance becomes clear. A massive, enraged boar charges through the forest. The boar tramples the very spot where the students had been standing only moments before, the force of its charge evident. The boar continues its relentless advance, its tusks gleaming menacingly. Lian realizes the creature is no ordinary boar, sensing the magical energy emanating from it. The boar continues its charge, undeterred. Lian recognizes the danger, lamenting their lack of weapons. He reaches inside his jacket, grasping his magic staff. Lian resolves to use his magic staff. It is explained that the size of a magic staff can change to fit the user's wish. The staff extends, becoming a long polearm that Lian grips firmly. Nilia realizes that Lian is from a house of magicians. The Wardenaz house was known as the Empire's great house of archmages. It was said that he may have learned a few spells before enrolling. Meanwhile, the others watched the scene unfold, wondering. Nilia told him to grab the redhead and run if he failed, stating that she would act as a distraction. She was annoyed that they were thinking about her so much. The boar thanked Lian, who retorted that it was because he was the only one who could do it. Lian asked the boar to take care of him on the off chance everything went horribly wrong. Nilia muttered Lian Wardenaz's name. She wondered exactly what kind of magic he would be using to defeat the boar. Lian gripped his staff tightly. The narrator stated that this was around when Lian was 10 years old. The narrator continued, stating that the sword may be the king of all weapons, but one must not rely on it alone, and that one must learn to wield a variety of weapons so that they can be prepared for any situation. The path to power was clear. Only those who truly understood the process could infuse mana into their weapons. That state was known as aura, but the path to understanding was fraught with disappointment. Only a small fraction of the gifted could ever hope to reach such a state. Young Hourlong wondered if he truly had to go so far to master aura. He dreamed of becoming a magician and living a simple life. His mentor believed that there was meaning in training oneself to protect one's own body. The older man called out to the young master. The old servant believed that their young master was different from the other nobles who chased impossible dreams. He knew that Hourlong would drag the young master to the end to teach him aura no matter what. Suddenly, the training motions began. Someone was surprised and asked to wait a minute. Hourlong's eyes glowed with determination. He moved with incredible speed. He added another 100 stabs. Nilia and Gainando watched in shock. As Hourlong continued his training, a large beast suddenly appeared before him. It was a boar, but unlike any he'd seen before, this one was massive and radiated a strange energy. The boar charged, its tusks aimed directly at Hourlong. The force of the impact sent the young man flying backwards, leaving a crater in the ground where he had stood moments before. Nilia and Gainando watched in horror as Hourlong was sent flying. They were both stunned by the boar's sudden appearance and the sheer power it possessed. Gainando, desperate, wondered why Hourlong wasn't using magic. The Einrogard staff, it was said, was sturdy enough to be used as a club. Despite its strength, it was generally considered impossible to defeat a monsterized pig with it. The reason Hourlong had succeeded was because he had subconsciously used mana. He realized that he was still far from the aura stage. But Hourlong had begun adapting in order to survive. In the aftermath of the battle, the students gathered around the fallen beast. One of the students told Hourlong that he had defeated it. Another student, still on the ground, wondered if the class really had to go this far, lamenting that she couldn't get up and couldn't believe they would throw them into this situation. The students continued to express their shock and disbelief at the situation. Hourlong's classmates watch him with concern. One of them wonders if she should just drop the class. The student wonders aloud if she should just drop the class. Another student overhears her and tells her not to. The first student tells the other to stop. Meanwhile, other students are being attacked by a monster. Someone points out that there are students over there. Two other students watch from a cliff. One of them wonders if they should watch, while the other says that the students will be able to handle it. Someone declares that they will take care of it. The person seems determined. The person is holding a wooden bat. Another student wonders if that is. The narrator reflects on the identity of the person who will take care of the monster, wondering if they are from House Dalcad, a house known for its excellent and accurate work. It is said that House Wardenaz has served as an advisor beside the Emperor for generations. The student with glasses confidently declares that he is able to read 100% of his opponent's movements, calling them a pig. He continues, stating that his opponent will never be able to break away from his predictions. From the perspective of the boar-like monster, is about to be struck. The student with glasses strikes the monster with his wooden bat, yelling as he does so. The monster is confused, wondering how his calculations could have been wrong. The wooden bat connects with the monster, creating a loud, crashing sound. The monster is sent flying. The boar-like monster stomped through the forest, its hooves crushing the undergrowth. Startled, the two students reacted in fear as someone reached out to protect them. Her Imperial Highness stepped forward, a determined look on her face. The air crackled with magical energy. Behind her, one of the students asked Lian what they should do. Lian remained silent, lost in thought. The monster charged towards the Imperial Princess. She steeled herself, thinking that it had to be perfect. She thought to herself that she would do it just like she always did, reading its flow and advancing. The monster squealed as it charged. The Imperial Princess stood her ground. With a determined look, she prepared to strike. The Imperial Princess stood her ground against the charging boar, ready to execute her plan. The ground trembled as the boar continued its charge. Meanwhile, someone was relieved to have avoided being caught. The individual remained unseen. Elsewhere, the Imperial Prince requested that Nilia continue to give him good advice. Suddenly, Lian's name was called out. Lian was thanked by someone, but he insisted it was nothing, Your Highness. Two students wondered why they were being so formal, noting that there was a rule to drop formalities between classmates, but they admitted they got carried away. The Imperial Prince stated that he would make sure to repay today's debt, then asked Nilia if he could ask a favor. Nilia wondered what he would request. The request was of her. The Imperial Prince asked Nilia to please recommend him. The Imperial Prince's attendant remarks that Nilia has many connections. Nilia wonders if the Imperial Prince is asking her for a class that's easy to receive good grades in. She questions what the Imperial Prince means and if he is testing her. The Imperial Prince asks if Nilia knows of such a class. She thinks to herself that she knows that better than anyone. Lian feels an ominous presence. Before him, Lian recalls a past encounter and recognizes the familiar atmosphere. Lian realizes this is... Lian's name is called out. Lian recognizes the tremor he had felt before, realizing that it's the alchemy class. Lian recalls the feeling when he met his graduate school professor in his previous life. Lian tried to calm himself, reminding himself that he wasn't the same immature student he used to be. It seemed to him that this class would be good, provided there was enough passion and affection for it. Lian's tie was slightly askew. He remarked that that was what Nilia thought. Lian declared that he would make that passion and affection for her. He admitted that he still hadn't taken a look at the other classes yet. Other students observed that, as expected of House Warden as, the professor was already on him, while another cautioned not to be jealous over something like this. Yurgolm harumphed. The dwarf professor stated that he thought that was all for today's class. Another student asked if Yurgolm was telling them that he purposely led them to them. Yurgolm told them not to tell him. Yurgolm stated that one would think he would really have them all just dig around for herbs, but today's goal was to let them face various situations as they search for herbs. From behind, the back of a student is seen, their hair tied back in a low ponytail. The students were told that whether they caught it, avoided it, ran away, or hid from it, it was all part of the lesson. In the forest, the students are seen facing a large boar. Yurgolm stated that it was an alchemist's skill to take action against these kinds of unexpected events, asking if they finally understood. The other students, looking roughed up, called him an asshole. One of the students questioned if they didn't need the corrupted grass. The students were told that they really went through a lot to get them, and that the three of them found it together. Yurgolm looked surprised. He exclaimed that he didn't expect them to really find it. The students were told that it was a pass for the three of them, and that it seemed like Yurgolm thought that all of Lian's talents were given to him for this class, and that he must attend this class. Lian looked nervous. Lian realized that he was screwed. With the class roster finalized, the instructor announced that all three had passed. The students around them seemed to agree, marveling at how all of their talents seemed perfectly suited for the class. Just as Lian thought, the professor insisted that he attend the class. Lian could only manage a week. He realized he was screwed. Alchemy, Lian thought, was already a dream of his. The professor, accepting reality, noted that there was something mature about him. He mused that kids his age tended to be rebellious, but not Lian. The professor explained that since Lian defeated the boar and procured some corrupted grass, he would give him a special privilege. Lian wondered what that privilege could be. The professor revealed that he had a cabin near the forest, and Lian was welcome to come and go as he pleased this semester. Lian asked the professor to pardon him, wondering what kind of miscellaneous labor he was planning on giving him. The professor chuckled, stating that it seemed his explanation was needed. A student wondered aloud what the new students desired most. Right now, the students just looked a bit sullen. But within a week, they'll be rioting. It was true that there was a limit to how long they could last with such food, especially since everyone in the tower was from nobility. The professor's cabin was full of fresh, cooking ingredients, not to mention spices and vegetables that he handpicked. Then is this, a pass for an unlimited buffet? Alchemy truly is the best, professor. Yurgolm exclaimed, "Oh ho ho, you rascal, I'm taking a real liking to you." The students grumbled, complaining about the crazy professor who unleashed a boar on them. They vowed never to take his class again, thinking they were going to die. Meanwhile, Hourlong wanted to complain about what a wacky school this was, but he wasn't even shocked anymore. His priority right now was securing rations. Elsewhere, Hourlong and the others managed to subdue the boar. He wiped his brow, exhausted from the ordeal. Hourlong realized he had learned how to prepare an animal to eat from Hourlong, but it would be tough doing it alone. Just then, Lian called out to him. A student with red hair offered to help as well. Lian asked if she was all right, noting that she didn't look well. She insisted she was fine, but asked if she could share a bit of the boar. Another student with white hair wondered if they should dismantle it. She remarked that the others were nobles and probably had no experience with such things. A loud exclamation echoes through the training grounds. Hourlong looks on with a surprised expression. Nearby, Garcia Kim asks if they do not want meat. Nilia is shocked by something. The force of the blow sends the boar flying. The white-dressed student is speechless. Nilia declares that she will show them the skills of a huntress. It is said that Nilia is a literal pro at this. It is noted that while Yoner is from a house familiar with handling materials, it should be doable with these guys. Yurgolm states that here are some tools. Someone says that now they should begin. Nilia prepares to begin. He thought to himself that Lian was better than he expected, wondering if they even taught this kind of thing in the Wardenaz house. Now that they had skinned the boar, Nilia explained that they would cut the meat into parts and hang it on a branch. She instructed them not to throw away the intestines, as they could make sausages with them. Lian thought to himself that he didn't know how long this hellish life would go on, so he would have to take long-term storage into account. One of the students commented that Lian was smoking the meat, and that it was impressive. Yurgolm explained that no matter how good the weather was, meat could easily spoil, and that smoking it was an excellent choice. Lian received Yurgolm's compliment, while Yurgolm thought to himself that he was impressed that Lian was already at this point when it was only his third day at the academy, and that he was even able to smoke meat so proficiently. Yurgolm thought to himself that Lian kept surpassing his expectations. Lian asked Yurgolm if he was hungry, to which Yurgolm replied that he was a bit peckish. Lian asked if he could have some bread and butter, and Yurgolm responded that he was trying to get his fill. Lian prepared the food over the fire as Yurgolm watched. Lian watched as Yurgolm brought in the ingredients for their meal. The professors seemed pleased with the progress they were making. Meanwhile, Nilia watched as Garcia Kim prepared something at a nearby table. Soon, the food was ready, and Garcia Kim announced that it was time to dine. Yurgolm had also provided a special bonus, his own homemade jam. The students eagerly sampled the food, including Yurgolm's jam. One student complimented Yurgolm on the delicious jam, and the professor encouraged them to eat as much as they could. The students were impressed by the meal, especially the meat, which seemed to have been prepared with some kind of wizardry. The combination of well-cooked meat, sweet jam, and rich, buttery bread made for a delightful meal. The narrator reflected on the harmonious setting, noting the gentle creak and the new friendships being forged. Everyone ate, drank, and laughed to their fill. Even after smoking the meat, Lian and Yoner still had a large amount of unprocessed meat left. They wondered what they should do with it. Yoner considered the problem. Yoner suggested that they share it with friends at their tower. The idea seemed to strike Lian. Lian realized that Yoner was suggesting they sell the meat. He thought it was a great idea. Nilia overheard them, surprised. She thought most students at the Blue Dragon Tower had a lot of money, so it shouldn't be a problem. She also noted that they were nobles, so they wouldn't want anything for free. Nilia wondered if all nobles were like this. Nilia thought that Lian, with the motto of work like a dog to live in prosperity, and Yoner, with the motto of save every coin for the workshop, were outliers. Nilia had no way of knowing that. Nilia asked if they were really planning on selling the food for money. Yoner asked Nilia if she wanted to join in, but she declined, saying she was just going to gift it to her friends. Lian told Nilia to go ahead, but she might regret it. Yoner agreed, stating that friendship is temporary, but gold is forever. Yurgolm silenced the bickering students, reminding them that coins were forever. Meanwhile, elsewhere, it was observed that Lian and Gainando seemed to be potential troublemakers. Elsewhere, Yurgolm sat beneath a large tree. It was believed that they would cause quite a headache. The tower of the arrogant blue dragon stood tall. This building, located far from the main building, always welcomed the students with the scent of fresh leaves. Today, however, something was different. A faint sizzling sound could be heard. The sound of meat sizzling filled the air. Someone called out, greeting the students. Garcia Kim stood with a plate of grilled meat, smiling as he greeted the students. The students looked on in shock and disbelief. One of the students asked what they were doing, adding that it couldn't be what they thought it was. Garcia Kim told them to come and sit down, explaining that they had prepared it for them. One of the students asked if he was serious. But two students stood together, their expressions a mix of surprise and anticipation. The vendor smiled, holding up a finger as he declared the price, 1 silver coin per person. One student wondered aloud how long it had been since they last had meat. He then marveled at the taste, unable to believe they were being given something so precious. The students cheered, gathering around a table laden with food. Someone commented that he hadn't expected their business to go so well, especially since they were charging 3 times more than what it would cost outside the academy. Meanwhile, another student mused that only they would be able to get meat. The vendor grinned, thinking it was a win-win situation. Another student, seemingly elsewhere, felt like he was going to starve to death. Suddenly, a feast of meat appeared before him, leaving him utterly bewildered. Lian Wardenaz greeted Gainando, who had just arrived. Gainando urged him to come and eat already, his face flushed with anticipation. Gainando declared that he wouldn't hold himself back. He thanked Lian for the meal. Lian smiled, accepting a silver coin. Gainando questioned if Lian was taking money, arguing that a noble's honor wouldn't permit free things, but then admitted he didn't have any money. Lian assured him that wouldn't be an issue. A credit agreement lay on the table. Lian explained that Gainando just had to sign the amount and his name there, adding that it was easy. Lian watched as Gainando trembled. Gainando gripped the pen tightly, wondering how he was. He exclaimed that it was nice as he signed the credit agreement. Gainando, cheeks puffed, thought about how he had become friends with someone so nice, believing he truly had an eye for people. He considered this to be true friendship. And just like that, it was a happy day for everyone. The sun shone brightly over the academy. Inside the academy, students bustled about. A student held a book titled Basic Magic Character Education. Nearby, one student wondered what others thought of them, while another scoffed, questioning if nobles like them needed such classes. Another student declared that they were already perfect. Elsewhere, a student stood in a room filled with swirling green energy. Suddenly, a voice boomed, "Good morning, everyone." The student wondered whose voice it was. The student exclaimed, Don't tell me. The mysterious green skull entity greeted Hourlong and the others, calling them Ironheads. The skull entity revealed that the professor in charge of character education was the headmaster. Meanwhile, the skull entity observed the students, noting that they seemed to have already eaten something. The skull entity expressed surprise, saying that it thought it would take the students a month to acquire food. One of the students questioned if they really had to find food for themselves. Another student, seemingly annoyed, stated that they shouldn't bother with such trivial things. The skull entity expressed that it was happy that the Ironheads learned so quickly. The narration noted that new students entered every year, but the students of the Tower of the Blue Dragon were always the slowest. The narration continued, stating that the fastest was the Tower of the Black Turtle, followed by the Tower of the White Tiger. Compared to them, the Tower of the Blue Dragon, which is filled with high-ranking nobles, was always the slowest. The narration stated that the students of the Blue Dragon had never done anything difficult in their lives and were always the slowest to adapt, but they've adapted this much already. The narration concluded that the skull entity was obviously at the center of it all. The skull entity observed that Hourlong was the one. The entity recalled knowing that Hourlong was different from the moment it saw him. The headmaster stood framed by an ornate backdrop, thinking that someone so free came from that rigid house. It was said that the headmaster believed that a free mind was the core of a magician. The skull entity pushed its students to the extreme because of it, and enjoyed it too, of course. A student asked the headmaster to explain the significance of the class. Another student thought it was a good question and wondered what the significance was. The skull entity was unsure what it was. The entity explained that it was because when graduates from here caused trouble outside the academy, that damned emperor blamed it for it. The students were shocked. The skull entity asked if they had any idea how many problems their seniors caused. The skull entity rationalized that this character education lecture would serve as his excuse. He then began to write a report, noting that the academy had an envoy. The entity continued would arrive later to complain about the seniors being shitty people. This was all so that he wouldn't get punished for it. Meanwhile, Hourlong, seemingly in response to the skull entity, affirmed that he understood. He acknowledged the instructions, addressing someone as Ironhead. Hourlong affirmed, stating that magicians were an erratic bunch. The skull entity continued, warning someone not to claim they weren't one of those people, because that would only anger him further. The entity then urged someone to hurry up and open their book to page 1. Students in a classroom were shown repeating, "I will not harm civilians with magic." The skull entity demanded that they say it louder. The students continued to repeat, "I will not harm civilians with magic." Hourlong wondered if this was effective. He questioned whether it was effective in any way. The student, looking determined, declared that he would not harm civilians with magic. The declaration echoed, prompting the question of whether it would be effective. In any way. Effective? Magic Academy Survival Guide. Now, the mysterious green skull entity hoped that today's lecture had grounded everyone with a kind heart, and that 2 volunteers were still needed to help with the lecture. Looking away, the student acknowledged that it was an annoying task, but the skull entity warned that it would be more painful if no one volunteered. Raising his hand, the student declared that he would do it, certain that it would be rewarding. Hourlong watched as the green skull entity seemed to observe him. The skull entity remarked that Hourlong must like standing out. Meanwhile, Garcia Kim smiled widely. The skull entity stated that Hourlong's empty compliments ticked him off, but that it was fine, as Hourlong thought it would be an honor to assist a professor he respected. The skull entity exclaimed in frustration. The entity stated that opportunity only comes to those willing to go out of their way to grab it, as Garcia Kim knew that Hourlong volunteered for the benefits. Another student asked Garcia Kim if he was insane. The student wondered what that crazy headmaster would make Garcia Kim do. Another student exclaimed that Wardenaz didn't go insane. The student realized that Garcia Kim sacrificed himself for them, and questioned if it was true. In that case, the student thought that he should also rise up for his friend. The student commanded his legs to move. Hourlong seemed surprised by the turn of events. Another student declared that they, too, would like to volunteer. The skull entity remarked that the student was the Ironhead from the Dalcat house, adding that their family had always been proficient at paperwork. Garcia Kim thanked the entity for the compliment. Another student wondered if that was Asen. Asen wondered if Hourlong was aiming for the same thing that he was. Garcia Kim adjusted his glasses, seemingly contemplating something. Garcia Kim offered to repay the student for helping him before. Another student told Garcia Kim that he didn't have to go that far. Garcia Kim replied that the Dalcat family always made sure things were even. The skull entity stated that it was nice seeing them getting along, but they had work to do now. The entity instructed them to take the safety rules by the next lecture. The entity also instructed them to make copies by hand according to the number of students. Garcia Kim seemed shocked by the request. The academy stood tall against the backdrop of a vibrant sunset. Below, someone was diligently writing, the quill scratching across the parchment. Garcia Kim, frustrated, couldn't believe the task he'd been assigned. He muttered that he just couldn't do it. Kim felt that the headmaster was making them do something so unnecessary, especially when he could do it himself. The professor thought the headmaster could do this in the blink of an eye with his magic. He wondered if he was going to pass out. Meanwhile, the mysterious green skull entity seemed to understand the headmaster's intentions. The entity was sure Kim was thinking something like, use magic if it makes you mad so much. The professor thought that they couldn't even use create light, the most basic of magics, so how were they supposed to use writing magic? He wondered if the headmaster even had an ounce of conscience. Kim was sure the headmaster left a hint somewhere. Elsewhere, Hourlong was asked what he was doing. He explained that he was looking for a hint to solve this situation and maybe pocket anything that might be useful, wondering if that was okay. Hourlong reasoned that there was no rule that said they couldn't. They were in the headmaster's lecture hall. Hourlong looked around, taking in the surroundings. Meanwhile, Nilia adjusted her glasses, a glint in her eye. She mused that thievery was fine every once in a while. Nilia suggested that they split up and search together. Hourlong stated that he didn't see anything of note, and Nilia agreed, adding that she thought there would be something. Gainando seemed to be thinking about something. A cabinet glowed with a strange, green energy. Gainando called for Asen to come over, stating that he felt a strange magical energy there. Nilia asked if he was serious. Nilia stated, well then, someone declared that they should open it. As the cabinet was opened, a spectral green skull appeared. Gainando wondered if it was an illusion. The spectral green skull seemed to be asking if it was an illusion spell. The orb of dark energy stated that the fact they opened the drawer meant they stopped doing meaningless labor. The orb continued, stating that they actually used their heads to think. The orb hoped that it happened sooner rather than later, or they would look really pathetic for doing it for so long. Gainando chuckled. The orb then presented a first circle spell called low-level manipulation. The orb commanded them to learn it quickly. The orb bid them farewell. Nilia realized that this was the headmaster's hidden intention. Garcia Kim, however, thought it was a stupid method. Garcia Kim didn't understand why the headmaster wanted to teach like this. Garcia Kim suggested that they put in a complaint together, stating that if both of them went together, even the headmaster. Gainando mumbled to himself. Garcia Kim was shocked by Gainando's reaction. Garcia Kim apologized, unable to contain his reaction. He then suggested that they should just practice instead, wondering if complaining would even work on the headmaster. Meanwhile, the mysterious green skull entity declared that those were the rules of Einrogard. The entity then stated that there was a 95% chance it would fail, while Hourlong expressed surprise that there was even a 5% chance of succeeding. The instructions for low-level manipulation detailed that the important components in casting magic were will, chance, and gestures. The instructions continued, listing chance for low-level manipulation, such as move, go, manipulate. Hourlong, looking exhausted, took a break. It was clear that magic really wasn't easy. It looked like a simple motion, but magic energy gathered differently every time. It felt like trying to juggle while riding a unicycle. The disembodied voice urged Lian to focus. He was told to think of this as his last chance. The disembodied voice echoed in Lian's mind, a stark reminder of the pressure he faced. It was like having only 1 minute left until the assignment was due. The voice continued, now describing the necessary action, straight as a tranquil bamboo tree, but gentle as a feather. As the voice spoke, a hand appeared, wielding a wand and conjuring feathers. Suddenly, the wand wielder shouted for someone to move. The wand emitted a bright light as the feathers began to float. The feathers danced in the air, seemingly weightless. The scene shifted to show Lian, wand in hand, with another student watching him intently. The feather, now glowing with a blue aura, floated in the air as Hourlong pointed his finger towards it. The student with glasses watched in astonishment, exclaiming that it was floating. The student, Hourlong, tried to calm himself, thinking he needed to calmly move it towards the paper. The feather continued to float, now closer to the paper. Hourlong's eyes widened as the feather moved. The feather streaked through the air, leaving a trail of blue light. The feather continued its flight. Hourlong, looking pleased, muttered to himself as the student with glasses watched him. The student with glasses questioned what Hourlong had done, wondering if he had sent a quill flying out the window. Hourlong thought he had. The title of the series was displayed, Magic Academy Survival Guide. The narrator explained that this magic had 2 points of difficulty. After completing the incantation, Hourlong maintained his focus, attempting to control the floating feather. He knew he had to concentrate and control the object. Hourlong thought that since he had finished the most difficult part in chanting, the controlling part shouldn't be as difficult. Then again, he realized. The feather glowed with magical energy as Hourlong focused. He reminded himself to go slowly and not rush. Suddenly, the mysterious green skull entity appeared, asking if he had reached his quotas yet. The entity declared that it would write the rest using its magic. Hourlong gasped, startled by the entity's sudden appearance. The mysterious green skull entity moved closer to Hourlong, hoping he would come to realize its kind. The entity's words caused Hourlong to scream in terror. The feather flew out of the window and towards the school. To think that a newly admitted student could cause such a disturbance. Meanwhile, another student complimented Hourlong, calling him cool. The compliment was quickly silenced. The feather, now imbued with chaotic magic, floated in the air. The mysterious green skull entity remarked that Hourlong had progressed faster than expected. The entity acknowledged that Hourlong was slightly better than an ironhead. Hourlong's instructor wondered if they were simply going to ignore the entity's presence. The mysterious green skull entity seemed to be in a good mood, or so it appeared. Hourlong addressed someone as Honorable Headmaster. He then asked for tips on how to better control the magic. The mysterious green skull entity noted that Hourlong had succeeded with the chanting but was having difficulty with control. The instructor confirmed that this was correct, adding that Hourlong was impressive. The entity stated that many freshmen were like that, so there was no need to worry. Hourlong thought it was because of the magic energy, but he was wrong. The mysterious green skull entity revealed that it had been lying all along. The mysterious green skull entity observed that the chanting was the difficult part, but controlling it would become easier after a couple of tries. The entity remarked that Hourlong was an unusual one, sending it flying like an arrow, but what could it do? He needed to figure out on his own. A dark orb floated in the air. Hourlong realized something and thanked the entity. The mysterious green skull entity scoffed, finding no fun in teasing this overly mature kid, as Hourlong bowed, resolving to improve further. The entity commented that Hourlong was more expressive in his reactions, wondering how that advice was. The entity stated that the thing about magic was that the more one used it, the more one improved. Therefore, there was no need to be afraid. The entity told Hourlong to go and enjoy lunch. Suddenly, Hourlong was teleported away. Hourlong exclaimed in surprise at being teleported. He landed roughly. Hourlong thought that Garcia Kim didn't do anything when it was absolutely necessary, but he used teleportation magic to send him to the cafeteria. It was explained that he had been sent to the infirmary to recover his magic energy. Someone wondered if Asen had been sent somewhere else, but dismissed it as unlikely to be an issue. With no one else around, it was well past lunchtime. The same meal was being served again. It was still all right, he thought, as he still had some. Someone approached. Nilia realized that Leon Wardenaz was there. Nilia wondered if Her Imperial Highness needed something. She asked Imperial Prince if he needed her for something. Nilia presented the documents that the Imperial Prince had requested. The Imperial Prince thanked Nilia for the documents. Leon was confused. Leon was confused by the list of popular lectures. Hourlong was confused. The list Nilia had given the Imperial Prince wasn't the easy-to-get good grades list he had requested, but rather a list of popular lectures. More importantly, Hourlong noted that alchemic comprehension was popular. He thought to himself that it was good either way. Meanwhile, the Imperial Prince held the list and told Nilia that he believed there was a misunderstanding. What he had requested was a list of lectures that were easy to get good grades. Nilia responded that the list she provided was the exact opposite of what he asked for. Elsewhere, Garcia Kim explained that popular lectures meant many impressive people join, making it difficult to get good grades, while unpopular lectures meant less competition, making it easier to get good grades. This was what he meant. The realization dawned on Nilia. The Imperial Prince realized that Nilia was really looking for easier lectures. He amused himself that Hourlong was the son of House Wardenaz. Nilia thought back to when she believed Hourlong was behaving the most like a nobility should. It seemed she saw incorrectly. Nilia explained that while she was organizing the list of popular lectures, she had also written down the lectures to avoid. Hourlong was excited, stating that he could already smell the unpopularity. It was rare to see people come all the way to the Magic Academy to learn swordsmanship, as well as basic magic combat with a spaced repetition approach. For those students who sought truth at the academy, combat held little appeal. The Imperial Prince's attendant wondered why he should care about the list of unpopular lectures, thinking it would be better to learn more methods to protect his own life. He thanked Nilia for the list. Nilia thanked the Imperial Prince. Nilia decided she would be on her way. The next morning, someone off-panel told Hourlong that he would take unpopular classes on. Hourlong's friend asked if that was some sort of regal thing to do. Someone apologized. Someone with red hair stated that they already had classes scheduled for those times, and asked why Hourlong was trying to throw his time away into the garbage bin. Someone told Hourlong that originally, no matter what, Hourlong would take unpopular classes on. At the school, the concept of consideration for the students didn't exist. They knew that students attended other lectures as well, but professors were people who genuinely didn't care. The disembodied voice declared that Hourlong needed lectures where he didn't have to do anything, stating that this was the proper choice and distribution of focus. But anyway, the student wondered why basic magic combat, a spaced repetition approach, was being held in the lecture room in the basement. Although the stairs looked plain, Hourlong couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. There was a saying that every imperial citizen knew. That saying was, "You must never thoughtlessly enter a magician's tower." Even if it looked ordinary from the outside, There were stories about being trapped in the tower forever after entering it. The siblings in one such story were able to exit the tower after only a week. The young master was told that the stories were a bit exaggerated. As expected from fairy tale, people who entered a tower could never escape. If it were realistic, they would be dead. Leon Wardenaz was surprised. And since one could say that Einrogard was the manifestation of a magic tower, even the most curious freshman rarely ever explored the academy. Leon reasoned that since it was still an academy, everything should be fine. After all, nothing had happened to him on the first floor of the main building or the dormitory. Suddenly, a voice echoed, questioning if he was going to the first basement level. Startled, Leon wondered why the headmaster was there. He realized this was an opportunity. Leon greeted the headmaster, stating it was an honor to see him. Leon explained that he was on his way to the first basement level and asked if the headmaster could perhaps impart some of his teachings to him. The headmaster declared that what he had to teach was nothing. The headmaster ominously stated that he would bring a flower when they found Leon's corpse tomorrow. Leon internally cursed, calling the headmaster a bitch. It was revealed that the headmaster was the graduate student. The title card displays the name of the series, Magic Academy Survival Guide. The hallway was lit by flickering torches, casting long shadows along the stone walls. Even though the headmaster had startled him, Hourlong tried to remain calm. Still, he couldn't shake the ominous feeling emanating from behind the door to this class. Hourlong wished he could dismiss his unease as just a feeling as he stared at the door. A sign read, Basic Magic Combat, a spaced repetition approach. Suddenly, Hourlong heard voices nearby. He overheard someone saying they knew people were taking the class. He paused, realizing they were at the wrong place for Basic Magic Combat, a spaced repetition approach. Hourlong exclaimed that this was bad. Someone suggested they quickly go back, wondering if people were taking this lecture. Another voice said that even the guys from their tower got scared and quit. Hourlong placed his hand on the door, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. The door creaked open. The classroom was arranged in tiered rows, each desk adorned with a glowing orb. At the front, 3 students remained, seemingly unbothered by the room's unsettling atmosphere. The students speculated that Hourlong had simply wandered into the wrong lecture by accident, unaware of the true nature of the class. Lost in thought, Hourlong wondered about the purpose of the orbs. He couldn't help but question what the orbs were for. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the room, announcing that it was time to sit down. Hourlong hadn't noticed the speaker at all and was surprised to realize there was another person in the room. The speaker had pale skin and a melancholic gaze. He also had long canines, leading Hourlong to wonder if he was a vampire. The man introduced himself as Vladi Vagrek, the professor in charge of basic magic combat, a spaced repetition. Vladi asked everyone to take care of him. Hourlong observed that the Star Spirit Stone was an ore sensitive to magic energy. At a certain spot, it released a holy energy. The Star Spirit Stone was an ore that transformed from absorbing that energy. He recalled the professor's instructions to stand up from their seats and pour magic energy into the orb in front of them, wondering if he would be able to do it. When a constellation was, he realized he had failed at even the basic Luminate spell. The other students watched in awe. Hourlong wondered if he was able to succeed this easily. He thought to himself that these weren't just ordinary Star Spirit Stones. They were artifacts. Looking at those initials, he was sure that the professor made them himself. Someone mentioned they heard that a well-made artifact goes for a lot of money. Yuwa! Someone shouted to look over there, as it was going to pierce the ceiling. The orb pulsed with energy, responding to the will of its user. A voice echoed, explaining that the orb was connected to their will, allowing them to control it. However, the speaker also revealed a restriction placed on the orb, designed to prevent it from destroying the lecture hall. The students seemed relieved by this revelation. The orb continued to surge with power, straining against its limits. The student lost control, and the orb exploded with a burst of energy. The student collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Vladi Vagrek, observing the scene, noted that the restrictions were still difficult to manage. The student, lying on the floor, was told that the restrictions weren't placed on the professors. He was then instructed to take care not to break the orb. Vladi instructed the student to make the orb float again, seemingly ignoring the student's previous struggles. Another student observed that this professor was proving to be difficult as well. The student was then told to draw a circle. Another student struggled with the orb, thinking to himself that it was not moving how he wanted it to. Another student excitedly exclaimed that he had drawn a circle. Vladi, unimpressed, simply told him to do it again. Another student, after some effort, managed to draw a circle and acknowledged the instruction. An hourglass sits on a desk, a visual representation of the time the students must endure. Meanwhile, one student questioned how long they would have to draw circles. Vladi simply stated that they would continue until they could draw one perfectly. Vladi's words hung in the air. Another student asked if he could use the restroom, to which the professor replied that he didn't need to ask. As the student left with a companion, Hour-Long continued to practice drawing his circle. Suddenly, the orb began to pull a student with pink hair toward it. The student was pulled into the orb. Hour-Long watched, surprised, as Vladi asked if he was going that far with his acting. The students questioned the nature of the class as Vladi Vagrek watched them. One student suggested they leave. The student with purple hair looked distressed, begging someone to take her with them. Suddenly, she collapsed. One of the students wondered if she was really going that far with her acting, while another thought she was pretty good. The student with purple hair collapsed on top of the other student. The student with purple hair was shocked, realizing she was using up her mana. The other student realized that she wasn't acting and that she had collapsed from using up her mana. The professor told them to continue drawing circles when they recover. Vladi Vagrek told them to recover. The other student was shocked. It seemed that only one student was interested in attending the lecture. Elsewhere, Vladi Vagrek sat in a chair as he watched a student. Vladi explained that following the basic rules, scores were given in order, starting from first place, regardless of how many students were in the class. He wondered how the professor graded their scores in this lecture. The student realized that he understood. He thought that this class was a jackpot. Vladi presented this lecture. The student thought that if he held out until the end, he would get a high grade without a doubt. He realized that this was the ultimate class he had been looking for. He thought that this simple repetition was more than welcome, as it was a magic ball that got you grades. Elsewhere, Hour-Long continued to observe. Hour-Long found it interesting that Vladi would still be here. Every year, freshmen entered the class like a rising tide, eager to learn and prove themselves. But they all escaped like a low tide, unable to withstand the rigors of Vladi Vagrek's class. The attendance sheet showed that there were 0 students last year. The sheet was empty. However, Vladi didn't mind one bit. After all, the contract with the principal was to give lectures every year and not to gather a lot of students. Vladi only went back when class time was over. However, a unique freshman appeared and broke that routine. A mature and handsome boy who, based on his behavior and accent, seemed promising. He looked like he was from a great house. Vladi didn't know of Leon's magic energy capacity, but he didn't have difficulty seeing how special he was. Vladi thought it would be nice if he continues to stay. Vladi realized he'd be able to go on to the next chapter for the first time. The academy stood tall, its architecture a blend of the ancient and the modern, a testament to the enduring pursuit of knowledge and magic. Inside the break room, students gathered, their conversations a low hum of anticipation and speculation. Elsewhere, more students sat, their discussions a mix of casual chatter and serious debate. An unseen figure insisted that they were giving out valuable information. Someone declared that it was a lecture no one should miss. Another student claimed that one's grades would be assured simply by attending. One of the students asked for more details. The unseen professor instructed them to let their mana flow into the star spirit stone and to keep practicing drawing a circle before one of the students asked what came next. One student admitted that they hadn't heard anything else. 2 students looked on, confused. One of the students wondered if the professor was a scammer, questioning what was so important about the lecture. Another student declared that what was really important was getting good grades. The red-haired student was visibly shaken by the revelation. Leon, she thought, was truly out of the ordinary. She knew she wasn't one to talk, but Leon was crazy for any profit, according to the blue-haired student. Another student, seemingly annoyed, declared that if they were going to act that way, he had no choice but to leave for class. Someone wondered aloud what class was next. The words basic swordsmanship appeared above an image of 2 armored figures dueling, followed by the question, at a magic academy. The students below looked shocked. The scene shifted to the yard at the south entrance of the main building. From above, Hour-Long looked down at the training ground for basic swordsmanship, questioning if this was the place. Hour-Long was surprised to see so many people taking the class. Hour-Long observed that the students were from the White Tiger Tower, which meant they were mostly from knight houses and skilled in swordsmanship. There was a serious attitude toward it. The Imperial Prince thought to himself that this was fine, as he had steadily learned swordsmanship. Whispers spread among the students, some wondering if he was from the Blue Dragon Tower. The Imperial Prince wondered if they were implying he was there because he had learned a bit of cultural swordsmanship from a tutor, thinking they were underestimating swordsmanship. It was all way too much, or so he had heard. The Imperial Prince thought that they all had great pride in their swordsmanship, but they were more hostile than he had thought. But it didn't matter, they were teenagers at best. The Orcish professor looked on. The Orcish professor stated that he had heard that the Imperial Prince was from House Wardenaz and also a member of the Tower of the Blue Dragon. The Imperial Prince asked if that was so, while the students whispered that he was an orc. The Orcish professor stated that the Imperial Prince had come to the wrong place, and that this was a serious swordsmanship lecture. The Orcish professor's words hung in the air, a challenge to the Imperial Prince's understanding of swordsmanship. He made it clear that this class would not be a gentle introduction. In response, Leon acknowledged the information, though the professor questioned if he truly understood the implication. The professor elaborated, stating that the swordsmanship taught here was unlike the noble's usual practice. He warned that getting into a spar could result in serious injury. He further cautioned that the other students would not hold back. Lian responded, stating that he would be cautious not to injure his opponent too much when he fought. The professor seemed taken aback by Lian's confidence. The professor's anger began to rise. Someone watched the exchange with a keen eye. The Imperial Prince and the Orcish professor stood face to face. Lian's eyes widened. A figure's eye and leg were shown. The figure introduced himself as Professor in Girdle. The student is informed that he will be taught swordsmanship this semester. Elsewhere, someone questions whether an elf can be a swordsmanship professor. The elf addresses the students, saying that he is sure they have all learned swordsmanship, and that they are here to either improve their skills or to keep them from rusting. One of the students thinks to himself that he actually came for grades. Someone taps another person's hand. The elf states that instead of teaching from the very basics, they will be training the swordsmanship they each have learned. A hand taps gently on another's. The tapping gets the attention of Hourlong, who turns to see Giselle from House Morati. Giselle asks if Hourlong is Lian from House Wardenas. Giselle explains that he was curious as to why someone from a house famous for magic would learn swordsmanship. Hourlong thinks it's obvious why he would. Hourlong figures that there won't be many people attending the class, so it will be easy for him to get good grades. Giselle seems surprised by this reasoning. Hourlong thinks that rather than causing misunderstandings by speaking frankly, it will be easier for both of them if he. Giselle introduces himself as Giselle from House Morati. Giselle tells Hourlong that he can call him Morati. Hourlong thinks that he looks soft, but he has calluses. He says it's nice to meet him. The two shake hands. As expected, the House of Morati was known for its strict rules and for protecting the North in a harsh environment. It was also a place that would use any means to achieve its purpose. That was the type of house Hourlong had thought it was. But Giselle was completely different from what he was expecting. The student tilted their head, a question mark appearing above them. Well, it wasn't like the rumors would always be true. Perhaps he might even be able to forge good relations with him. Bluestone swordsmanship was the swordsmanship that Hourlong taught him. As one could infer from its name, Bluestone swordsmanship was sturdy and simple. The training process was so difficult that the nobles were reluctant to learn it. However, Lian was able to overcome it, and the reason for that was, with the mindset that you'll overcome it, you'll be bound to do so. If he's using Bluestone swordsmanship, then his basics were solid. Which house was he from? The student declared that he was from House Wardenas, causing the professor to react with surprise. Wardenaz's name clearly carried some weight, as the professor repeated it in disbelief. The professor thought to himself that the student's foundation was surprisingly good, especially considering he was from that house. The scene shifts to a view of the academy walls as the student explains that he believes swordsmanship is a vital skill for a noble, answering the professor's question about why he was learning swordsmanship. The professor realized that the student's expression was the signature expression for professors. He knew that if he said something wrong, he could wave his grade goodbye. The student was guessing that the answer the professor wanted to hear was. The professor thought that was what he thought at first, but the profundity that he discovered about swordsmanship as he progressed was that. The student declared that he couldn't stand not reaching this place. The professor thought the student's answer was perfect, but he was still confused. The elaborate robed man chuckled, dismissing his earlier thoughts. He admitted to himself that he had carelessly let out what he was thinking. Meanwhile, Garcia Kim reflected on Lian's swordsmanship. He thought that, background and magic aside, he had become such an earnest swordsman. He considered that Lian's attitude was better than some of the students from the tower. The words of the tiger appeared in a speech bubble. The words to you, I was able to realize something, appeared in a speech bubble as a hand gripped a sword hilt. The elaborate robed man looked down, hearing someone ask him to repeat himself. Garcia Kim declared that he would take Lian on seriously, urging him to take up his wooden sword. Lian, looking down at his hands, wondered why something wasn't right. Lian wondered why this was happening. The sky was bright blue. Lian fell to the ground. Lian looked up, his face showing shock and pain. The words bluestone swordsmanship is a boulder-like swordsmanship appeared in a speech bubble as a swordsman stood in front of Stonewall. The professor, Hourlong, declared that his swordsmanship's strength lay in its unwavering nature, regardless of the opponent. He emphasized that this was the essence of bluestone swordsmanship. Hourlong instructed the student to keep the lesson close to his heart, announcing that the session would end there for the day. He then called for the next student to step forward. Meanwhile, the student who had just finished was feeling the effects of the training. He wondered how many times he had been struck, his whole body stiff and numb. The student realized that Hourlong was adept at targeting the gaps in his defense, acknowledging that he had been hit. The scene shifts back to Hourlong, who is calling for the next student. The student from before thought to himself that this was no joke. It was said that the students from the Tower of the White Tiger were the ones who would become knights in the future. The student thought that Hourlong dealt with them so easily. The narrator states that if Hourlong is a swordsman who's like an immovable rock, then in Girdle is like flowing water. Despite having a prosthetic arm and leg, Hourlong's expression hardens as he calls for the next student. Meanwhile, the professor with the prosthetic arm and leg continues to instruct, emphasizing the need for change when using the purple cloud swordsmanship. He elaborates on the difficulty and complexity of the twin swords, urging his student to be more thoughtful when wielding them, and that the Summit Moon swordsmanship is faster and sharper. The professor encourages the student to throw their whole body into the technique. Elsewhere, one of the students reflects on the professor's personalized advice. The student acknowledges that the professor gives one-on-one, personalized advice to know each student's swordsmanship. Another student, observing the scene, wonders if they are imagining things. The student questions why they feel like they've been hit way more times. Girdle notes that it seems like it's already time. Hour-Long calls out to Lian of House Wardenaz, asking him to step forward, to which Lian confirms. Lian grows anxious, wondering why he was called out, as Durjiu of House Choi is also called. Hour-Long calls for Durjiu of House Choi to come forward. Hour-Long declared that Lian and Durjiu would now duel. Meanwhile, Durjiu wondered if Hour-Long was the one who had picked a fight. It was revealed that his name was Durjiu. Two students watched as Hour-Long stood before Lian and Durjiu, one of them wondering if it would be a fair fight. Lian listened intently. The students watched with anticipation. Two students wondered why those two of all people were chosen. The air crackled with tension. Durjiu acknowledged that he understood. Hour-Long explained that they would be using wooden training swords. Lian thought it was obvious that Durjiu was looking forward to this, but also that he had been going easy on them. Durjiu resolved that now that it had come to this, he had no intention of stepping down. Hour-Long reflected that he could have spent his time playing around. However, the reason he spent his time getting beat and learning swordsmanship was just for moments like this. The Imperial Prince's face is shown. Girdle had chosen those two students for a reason. The professor stood before Hour-Long and the orc student, his back to the setting sun. The professor's lesson continued, explaining that one could not achieve swordsmanship through theory alone. Swordsmanship, he emphasized, required thousands of hours of practice and real combat experience. He asked if they could begin to see the path of swordsmanship. For example, he said, there's a skill that aimed for the opponent's neck, but if one only had that skill, their opponent wouldn't easily fall for it. Theory, he explained, was used as the base. Understanding and application served as the supporting factors. All of this was to bring out the full strength of swordsmanship. Not only were those two students able to reach that stage, but they were also able to put it into practice. Those able to put faint traces of magic energy into their swords were considered to have exceptional talent as knights. Elsewhere, a knight instructed his students to take their positions. Meanwhile, Nilia glanced back at a student. Elsewhere, Garcia Kim thought to himself that the level of swordsmanship displayed was impressive, especially considering the student didn't come from a house of knights. The amount of pressure the student received from his house must have been tremendous, but Garcia Kim noted how serious he was about it. The knight thought to himself what a praiseworthy student he was. Vladi Vagrek declared that he would guide their path of swordsmanship by any means necessary. Vladi Vagrek announced that they would begin the duel. Someone thought to themselves that they were looking forward to their duel. Choi House's Summit Moon swordsmanship was said to be quick and fierce, but others thought differently. Bluestone swordsmanship, on the other hand, was heavy and strong. Since the two styles were complete opposites, they had much to learn from each other. That was what a rival was for, after all. The duel was about to begin. The green-skinned swordsman taunted, asking if Hour-Long wasn't going to come at him. Hour-Long remained silent, his expression unreadable. The green-skinned swordsman declared that he would go first. He lunged forward, his footfalls kicking up dust. Hour-Long stood his ground, watching his opponent approach. He remained calm, his eyes focused. The green-skinned swordsman's foot landed heavily, cracking the ground. The two swordsmen clashed, their wooden weapons meeting with a resounding crack. With a roar, the green-skinned swordsman unleashed a cloud of sand. The sudden, unexpected move shocked the onlookers. One of the professors watched with a keen eye. The students were amazed by the swordsman's unorthodox tactics, questioning if it was even allowed. One student looked on in disbelief. The green-skinned swordsman didn't mind the means or methods, believing there was only life or death in battle. Lian knew exactly what those words meant. The sand cleared to reveal Lian's sword meeting the green-skinned swordsman's blade. The older man's servant thought it would be hard for the students to understand the fight right now, since they were born in houses that... The students watching the fight discussed the swordsman's mindset of ignoring what others have to say for the sake of victory, and how he said, "How amazing despite Lian cheating." The students watching the fight realized that the green-skinned swordsman was a true swordsman. The green-skinned swordsman was shocked. The clash of steel echoed as Hour-Long parried the green-skinned swordsman's attack. The green-skinned swordsman admitted to himself that he had lowered his guard, distracted by thoughts of Hour-Long's house. Meanwhile, Hour-Long thought that his opponent was still unable to think straight. Hour-Long knew he had to seize the offensive. The green-skinned swordsman recalled seeing Hour-Long's movements earlier. He realized that Hour-Long was skilled. The swordsman continued his assault. The swordsman's foot moved. The green-skinned swordsman knew he needed to create a scenario where he could win. The swordsman's blade cut through the air. The green-skinned swordsman wondered if Hourlong was going to go this far, and at this rate, Hourlong moved to strike. The green-skinned swordsman fell to the ground, defeated. Lian's eyes widened in shock. The swordsman questioned if Lian was going that far, frustrated by how he ended up in this situation. He thought to himself that he shouldn't be worrying about his face right now. Vladi Vagrek watched the fight with amazement. The swordsman vowed that he wouldn't forgive Lian. Lian continued his assault. The swordsman was struck again. Lian pressed his advantage. The two continued to clash, their movements a blur of speed and skill. Vladi Vagrek gulped, realizing that they were more skilled than he had anticipated. The swordsman couldn't believe that Lian was able to display Summit Moon's swordsmanship at this level. The green-skinned swordsman's attacks grew fiercer, but with each strike, his stamina visibly waned. Meanwhile, Lian remained calm, responding only to his opponent's movements, conserving his energy. The intensity of the battle was reflected in Lian's eyes. The green-skinned swordsman's overzealous attacks were noted. But the swordsman's attack intensified, the blade glowing with power. The swordsman felt an immense pressure. The swordsman's perspective shifted, looking up at Lian. The clash of steel echoed as the green mana blade met its target. The force of the blow was immense, causing the green-skinned warrior to exclaim in surprise at the sudden pressure. The warrior's stance faltered under the unexpected assault. Lian's eyes narrowed, a flicker of determination crossing his face. He focused, steeling himself for the fight ahead. He knew he couldn't afford to show any weakness. He had to seize the opportunity and win. Lian steeled his resolve, his decision made. The green-skinned warrior had been caught off guard, his movements becoming sloppy as a result of the unexpected situation. The warrior struggled to regain his footing as Lian pressed his attack. Judging by the mana in his sword, the green-skinned warrior realized something. It was clear that Lian was approaching his physical limit, but he wasn't getting tired from just using a bit of mana. Hourlong stood, his sword radiating a vibrant blue glow, ready for the next exchange. Below, the green-skinned warrior stood his ground, the arena floor reflecting the magical light. The warrior was confident that the fight was just a matter of time. The green-skinned warrior, frustrated, cursed under his breath as he continued to struggle. His frustration grew as he realized his attacks were not having the desired effect. He wondered if he wasn't putting enough strength into his attacks. From his vantage point, Hourlong wondered why his opponent wasn't getting tired, realizing that he was just maintaining his poker face. The green-skinned warrior thought that trying to stab Hourlong was like trying to stab a boulder with a needle. The warrior wondered if he was just playing into Hourlong's hands. Hourlong stood, a miniature version of the green-skinned warrior in the palm of his hand, a slight smile playing on his lips. Hourlong roars, his green skin contrasting sharply with his white shirt and brown jacket. Meanwhile, Lian flinches, his expression a mix of concern and determination. The sound of a powerful strike echoes through the air. The force of the blow sends Hourlong staggering back, his cloak billowing behind him. The sword cleaves through the ground, sending dust and debris flying as Hourlong and Lian continue their battle in the background. The blade comes down with tremendous force, narrowly missing Hourlong. Hourlong, now holding his sword, looks down at Lian with a grim expression. The camera focuses on Hourlong's feet as he stands over Lian. Hourlong grits his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead as he prepares to strike. Lian looks up, his eyes wide with fear and determination. The Imperial Prince orders both Lian and Hourlong to come to the front. The older elf lamented that it was a shame. It was observed that if the student had been calmer, the results might have been different. However, he crumbled under the pressure. It must have been difficult, considering his young age. The pressure weighed heavily on him. It was noted that since Lian was already, the student was exhibiting an aura unique to a high-ranked noble. It was declared that the two students had shown truly amazing swordsmanship. It was stated that victory wasn't absolute. The older elf hoped for the victor to stay humble, and for the loser to stay devoted, for both of them to grow. The older elf proposed that they shake hands. Judging by his personality, it was thought that he's not the type to stay still. The green-skinned student thought that if he comes at him, he'll immediately. The green-skinned student admitted that it was a good fight and apologized for his earlier rudeness. The blue-haired student responded that he was more than qualified to take the lecture. The green-skinned student thought that it didn't look like he was. As they shook hands, the blue-haired student thought that he was probably only saying that because he was worried too, while the green-skinned student thought that he was trying to lower his guard for an attack. The older elf clapped his hands, asking what the others were doing and why they weren't clapping. The older elf turned to the other students, repeating his question about why they weren't clapping. Under the light of the moon, the academy stood tall. The students walked along the path. Durjiu of House Choi was among them. One of the students stated that, as a student of the White Tiger Tower, Hourlong stood with his back to the others. The blonde student is asked if he intends to simply leave hour-long alone after his humiliation. He dismisses the question, stating that it's not what's important. Meanwhile, Durjiu reflects on his loss, admitting that he was lacking. His companions insist that he lost because hour-long kicked dirt at him. They claim that he was trampled on because of Durjiu. Durjiu's companion insists that it wasn't his fault, but Durjiu insists that he was lacking. The blonde student scoffs, dismissing their concerns. He believes what is important is the tower's honor and pride. A voice from the shadows commands Durjiu to take responsibility, stating that he was trampled on because of him. The blonde student's eyes glow as he mentions House Choi. Durjiu is asked how he wants to take responsibility, as it is revealed that House Moradi is the center of influence in the night houses. A hand gestures, stating that it's simple. The voice continues, stating that if Durjiu lost on his own, he'll just have to face hour-long with numbers. Durjiu is asked if he doesn't find this embarrassing as a knight. The blonde student dismisses the question, stating that it's just the nonsense of losers. The elaborate robed man's words seemed to cause a stir among the students. Whispers rippled through the crowd as they absorbed the implications of what he had said. Some admitted they hadn't heard anything about the situation. The blonde student questioned why they were going so far, noting that some seemed to disagree with the plan. He then suggested that those who disagreed should voice their concerns directly. Meanwhile, a hush fell over another group as they observed the unfolding events. Among them, the repentant student declared that he was against it and would not seek revenge. The blonde student scoffed, suggesting that the repentant student was backing out. Another student, Garcia Kim, realized that he would need to find someone to take Durjiu's place and asked Murata for a chance. Elsewhere, the group continued to watch, their expressions a mix of concern and determination. The repentant student considered that even if he had faith in Wardenaz's skill, a 1v3 was too disadvantageous, especially considering that they were members of night houses who trained every day. He couldn't just sit still. He thought that this wasn't how a knight should act, and that no matter what his decision now might influence the future, he would act. The call to stand by Wardenaz's side echoed in the air. Under the light of the full moon, the forest remained silent. Suddenly, a figure crashed through the undergrowth, landing heavily on the forest floor. The figure continued to slide, kicking up leaves and dirt as they came to a halt. The figure, revealed to be one of the green-skinned students, struggled to his feet, shouting Wardenaz's name in disbelief. Another figure shot through the trees, following the same trajectory. They, too, landed hard, sliding to a stop near their comrade. The first student lay motionless, a question mark hanging over his head. The second student, equally green-skinned, glared at the prone figure, demanding to know how he dared. Nearby, a hand pointed a finger as a voice declared, "You guys." The Imperial Prince stood amidst swirling blue flames, warning that if they wanted to die, they were free to come closer. The green-skinned student looked on, sweat dripping down his face. From the ground, the first student wondered what the hell had happened. A hand points down, singling out its targets. Lian stands amidst a swirling blue aura, issuing a chilling invitation. He dares anyone seeking death to approach. Below, one of the students trembles, sweat beading on his brow as he witnesses Lian's display of power. The student wonders aloud what has just occurred. The title card appears, Magic Academy Survival Guide. The scene shifts to a little while ago. A staff is planted firmly into the ground. The Imperial Prince, flanked by two students, is confronted by another student. The Imperial Prince declares that they will make sure Lian won't ever be able to come back to that lecture, questioning if the student thought nothing would happen after he tarnished an honorable duel. One of the students wonders if they are seriously doing this because of what happened in class. Lian, looking annoyed, considers simply scaring them off or something. He wondered if they were doing this despite knowing it was his house. The students questioned if he thought that would scare them. Judging by their reactions, someone noted that they must have something they were trusting in, and that there must be someone behind the scenes. The students wondered if they really thought they'd be looked after if something were to happen. Lian pensou consigo mesmo que, se eles tivessem metade de cérebro, não estariam fazendo algo assim para começar. Someone asked who ordered it, wondering if it was some great house that's hard to ignore. Someone shouted for them to shut up and not listen to him. The students were ordered to surround him. Lian realized that 3 versus 1 was too much and that they shouldn't give him a chance to escape. Hourlong had told him to just run if something like this happened. The older man's servant had told him that the best thing to do when enemies outnumber you is to just run away. Lian realized his escape route was blocked. He wondered how he was going to get out. Lian paused, considering his options. He focused on the magical energy gathering around his feet. He wondered if he could use the gathered energy. The sizes, he thought, weren't too different from the quills. Channeling the energy, Lian commanded them to move. The energy surged forward, creating a visible force. The brown vest student watched in disbelief. He wondered if Lian already knew how to use this kind of magic, and if the Wardenaz were really that different. Lian felt a wave of relief wash over him, glad that his attempt had succeeded. He thought that this should be enough to scare them. Lian resolved to maintain this mood and get out of here. He warned them to get out of his way, or else. The magical energy twitched menacingly. The students were sent flying backwards by the force. The students crashed to the ground. Lian looked on, surprised by the result. He realized he hadn't planned on doing that. The green uniform student cursed Lian, while the brown vest student exclaimed in disbelief at what had just happened. He was throwing stones so fast that the others couldn't even react. One student couldn't believe that even if he was a warden as, he already knew such powerful magic. Lian stood amidst a swirl of blue energy, his expression unreadable. The student's face was filled with shock. It was different from what he intended, but Lian knew he just had to go with it. Lian warned that if they wanted to die, they were free to come closer, maintaining a poker face. One of the students cursed, declaring that Lian wouldn't get away with this. Another student wondered what he had just witnessed. Another student asked if Lian was also there to fight him, but he denied it. The student couldn't believe a gazelle threatened him like that. He corrected himself, stating that it was Giselle who threatened him. Elsewhere, it was noted that the White Tiger Tower was quite different from theirs. The houses within the tower were powerful, making gatherings feel more like social events. It was hard to believe that the White Tiger Tower had already established a pecking order. Above, spectral tigers seemed to guard the tower's secrets. Someone remarked that she looked like this. Suddenly, someone realized that the person they were discussing was the same guy from before. One of the figures admitted that he had thought he was a nice guy, but it seemed he was wrong. Another observed that he looked different from his appearance, noting that faces and personalities weren't related. The first figure wondered if the other was even listening to him, adding that good-looking guys were true. The second figure asked if he was calling her a guy, questioning if he thought Giselle was a guy. He wondered if that was why he had approached him. It was strange that they were doing this because of a single duel. The duel was just a pretext, as there were a variety of real reasons. Someone declared that first, he was from House Wardenass. It was also noted that if he was able to defeat someone from a great house, Giselle's authority amongst the first years became that much stronger, so he thought of him as a trophy to increase his own. Hourlong's advisor felt a sense of unease, sensing that something was amiss. He worried about what was to come. Meanwhile, Hourlong was warned that he would likely continue to show off his swordsmanship skills. It was explained to him that if he continued to do so, students from the White Tiger Tower would harbor animosity towards him. It was also noted that Giselle knew how to incite those emotions. The warning came from a student with sharp teeth and a sinister smile. He cautioned that if Hourlong were to continue taking the swordsmanship lectures, he should be careful. Under the moonlight, a lone figure walked toward tower. The advisor reiterated that Hourlong should try to avoid classes that students from the White Tiger Tower take, because then Giselle wouldn't be able to do anything either. Another individual remarked that the proposition wasn't a bad one. However, he didn't plan on taking it. The first reason was that it was hard to find a good lecture by Lian's standards like this. He then considered the second reason. Pride fueled the speaker's anger, seeing Hourlong's actions as a deliberate political maneuver. In the break room, a student slammed his hands on the table, exclaiming that the others were out of their minds. Another student wobbled slightly, recounting that he had been attacked by students. Tears streamed down the student's face as he declared that the sole reason for the attack was because he was a student of the Tower of the Blue Dragon. Elsewhere, Garcia Kim watched the unfolding events, wondering what kind of response they would give. The student who had been attacked insisted that the others must not be thinking straight. The student slammed his fist, declaring that now was not the time to sit around and that they should call everyone upstairs. Another student questioned why they were bringing Gainando into this, suggesting it would be different if Gainando had been attacked, but they had laid their hands on a Wardenass. Hourlong looked surprised, wondering what was happening. One of the students urged the others to contact the others, suggesting they find weapons, but another student told them to hold up, saying they didn't need to go that far. The student who had been attacked declared that they all owed Hourlong something. Another student exclaimed that there wasn't a single one of them who didn't eat the meat Hourlong brought, thinking to himself that Hourlong was a damned headmaster. The students reminded Hourlong that if it weren't for him, they would have starved. He insisted that he was only trying to overcharge them, but his conscience was stabbing him. The students were instructed to gather up in columns of 2. The students rallied, declaring that they would slay those White Tiger Tower bastards. Meanwhile, the conflict between the White Tiger and Blue Dragon intensified, and someone admitted that their judgment was off. Lian realized he had misjudged how much the Blue Tower hated the White Tiger Tower. One student stated that it was natural to hate someone the more you consider them your peer. The students were told to grab things that could be used as weapons and come out because they were going to the White Tiger Tower. Suddenly, a voice boomed, telling everyone to wait. The students paused, turning to see who had spoken. Before they went over there, someone wanted to be heard. A student demanded that everyone listen to what she had to say. The students, eager to prove themselves, were ready to charge into the White Tiger Tower, believing they could use their weapons to overcome any obstacle. But a voice suddenly called out, demanding that they wait. The sudden interruption caused the students to pause. The student with glasses insisted that they listen to what he had to say before rushing into action. He argued that they couldn't act rashly, as everyone in the tower was from knight households, and they couldn't win by simply fighting them head-on. Asen's rational approach was met with agreement from another student, who remarked that it was exactly what he expected from him. Another student, however, was not convinced, believing that they should ambush their opponents. Another student expressed his belief in the group, urging everyone to get ready, as it was what he expected from House Daocad. Asen, frustrated by the conflicting opinions, lamented that he was an idiot for trusting them. The title card displays the name of the series, Magic Academy Survival Guide. The credits for the series are displayed. Aurelong waves his hands, insisting that he wasn't planning on asking the others to get revenge for him. The Imperial Prince declares that this involves his honor and that he has to deal with it. But Wudinaz interjects, stating that it won't be easy considering how deceptive, evil, cheap, and dirty their opponents are. Someone thinks that the Imperial Prince barely even breathed between his insults. The Imperial Prince says that it would be embarrassing for them to stoop to the level of noble houses. Another student remarks that if he puts it that way, it worked, and that he'll now bring up what he wanted to bring up from the start. The students look on with anticipation. Since they instigate, the Imperial Prince suggests that they should cooperate when responding to it. Another student agrees, saying that they should group up when they retaliate. The Imperial Prince thinks that now he won't have to worry about them lynching someone. The students began to disperse after being dismissed. As they walked, one student suggested that they shouldn't share the next lecture with the others, seeing it as an opportunity to show off their true powers. Another student confidently declared that it was time to use the Create Light spell, betting that none of the others had learned it yet. One of the students looked on, confused. One of the students wondered if he was the only one who hadn't learned the spell. The question echoed in his mind. Who hadn't learned that spell yet? The students were seen walking along a cliffside. The next day, a student stretched in the doorway. Another student greeted Yoner with a good morning, but was shocked by what he saw. Yoner, rubbing his eye, was asked what was wrong with his face. Hourlong explained his lack of sleep, stating he had been practicing magic. The other student questioned if he had received permission last time, to which Hourlong confirmed. Meanwhile, another student overheard the conversation and mentioned that others could already successfully cast the Create Light spell. Another student, overhearing this, was confused, saying it was the first time he had heard of it. Elsewhere, Genando descended a staircase, and someone wondered what he was doing. Genando looked around, seemingly searching for something. He reached into his jacket. Genando grinned, holding up a skewer of sausages. Someone watched Genando from a distance, remaining silent. Genando held the sausages over a fire, his expression mischievous. Another student told Genando to relax, assuring him that they wouldn't try to steal it, causing Genando to exclaim in surprise. Genando reacted with shock, his mouth agape. Genando's sudden appearance startled the others. One of the students questioned when he had arrived, to which he responded that he had been there since Genando carefully pulled out his sausages. He denied doing anything. The sausages in hand, Genando gasped. The Imperial Prince watched Genando with a slight smile. Meanwhile, the other students discussed the seriousness of their situation. Two students lamented that everyone was starving and that it was only this bad because they had sold their food. Another student remarked that if they hadn't sold the food, things would have been worse. The Imperial Prince considered that they should prepare. One of the students noted that they didn't have much left in their reserves, adding that Professor Yurgolm was quite stingy. Another student stated that whenever they tried to take some food from the cabin, Yurgolm interrupted, telling them to hold it, as he had prepared that bread for himself. Yurgolm then questioned when they had put that jam in their pockets, adding that they had just eaten their fill. Yurgolm declared that he was stingy and questioned why they were trying to take more. The students considered their options. One wondered if they could find a way to steal what they needed, but the other pointed out that they didn't have a way to do so. Meanwhile, down the hall, a sign read Basic Magic above a doorway. Inside the classroom, Vladi Vagrek greeted the students as they entered. Vladi was quite interested in her students, and she was able to easily notice the subtle changes between them. Firstly, it had been a week since the students enrolled. They were all starving. Secondly, she could feel the pressure building between the members of the different towers. The students stood together. It was obvious that they would have a strong sense of rivalry against each other with their different backgrounds, but the Blue Dragon and White Tigers had the worst relationship. Vladi told two students to go sit down in their seats. The mysterious green skull entity was one of the headmaster's pet theories. The blue-skinned woman exhaled slowly, admitting to herself that she didn't fully agree with the current situation. Despite her reservations, she thought it would be nice if everyone could get along. Meanwhile, in a classroom, a disembodied voice requested that everyone be seated, reminding them that last time, they had learned the Create Light spell. One of the students, stifling a yawn, raised his hand, seemingly to answer the question of whether anyone had successfully cast the spell. The student thought to himself that he was barely able to succeed after staying up all night and that he was exhausted, but he couldn't be the only one behind. The students sat at their desks, listening to the lecture. Another student looked surprised, exclaiming, "What? and muttering that it was as expected from Wooden-ass. The student who had raised his hand was confronted by another, who asked if he hadn't already learned it. The student scratched his cheek, admitting that he got the general idea of how to do it, but he wasn't. Another student leaned in, suggesting that it probably wouldn't take long since they were nobles. The first student looked shocked, realizing he had fallen for it. The blue-skinned woman thought to herself that these nobles liked to brag way too much and that she suffered for nothing. To think there, the students sat at their desks. It was Her Imperial Highness. Genando thought he might have another opportunity to get closer. The Imperial Princess glared. Lian wondered if he had done something wrong. Someone tapped their finger on the desk. Wooden-as believed the Imperial Highness believed in those strange rumors about Lian. The students continued to sit at their desks. Wooden-as wondered what strange rumors they were. The rumors were malicious and unpleasant. That Lian was not after the truth, but Genando thought they were completely ridiculous rumors. They were exactly right, though. The students discussed the strange rumors circulating. They agreed that the rumors were malicious and unpleasant. One student believed that the rumors suggested they weren't after the truth, but were desperate for grades. The rumors were described as completely ridiculous, yet also exactly right. One of the students questioned if that was right, though. Another student admitted there was nothing to say when the rumors weren't wrong. But Asen looked furious. Asen expressed disappointment with Her Imperial Highness. The student next to Asen believed that the bastard who spread the rumor was the biggest issue, but they couldn't believe she. Another student believed that Asen was believing nonsense. They wondered if she could do as she wanted. Asen looked shocked. Wooden-as was really. A student openly questioned the true extent of another's generosity, while a second student sobbed, seemingly overwhelmed by emotion. The scene shifted to highlight the tower's reputation for housing children from great houses, emphasizing its connection to the nobility. The narrative voice declared that none had ever perfectly displayed how a noble should act as well as he had, further emphasizing the subject's exceptional qualities. Meanwhile, a student with glasses shed a tear, believing their house had sent them here with the intent to meet people like him, apologizing for insulting him. Below, another student expressed their amazement, while the professor looked on. The question hung in the air. What was wrong with him? A student exclaimed, "Oh, light." Another student declared, "Illuminate." A student prepared to cast a spell. The students stood together. Hour-long success with the spell was met with enthusiasm. The instructor expressed how rare it was to see a student successfully cast a spell in their first week. The instructor continued, stating that she was delighted. She was pleased to meet such talented students. The instructor reassured the students that there was no reason for any of them to worry. She explained that Illuminate was the most basic spell, and it was only a beginner-level spell. The instructor told the students not to worry so much, as the spell was intended to help them get a feel for magic. One of the students wondered if anyone was even listening. It was clear that no one would listen when the mood was like this. The other students continued to cast spells. The instructor told everyone to calm down and return to their seats. One of the students scoffed, saying that none of the others could do it. The instructor smiled, thinking that they would see. Two students tried to keep their spirits up, reminding each other that they would be learning elemental magic this semester. The announcement was met with excitement by other students, who were thrilled at the prospect of learning elemental magic. The instructor explained that when they were learning to create light spell, they should have also subconsciously learned the trick for elemental magic. Elemental magic, she continued, had simple attributes such as water, fire, earth, and wind, but also had more difficult attributes such as darkness and gravity. Elemental magic, it was said, had the property of becoming the foundation for other magics, such as summoning spirits, the narration continued, or imbuing attributes into artifacts. To compare, it was like transitioning from the 4 fundamental arithmetic operations to high school level math. Furthermore, just by learning basic elemental magic, one was able to be treated as a high-level talent no matter where they went. Two students expressed that they were really looking forward to this lecture. The instructor announced that they were going to now test the various types of basic elemental magic, and that each of them would have a different element that suited them. Students discussed the elements, with one stating they only wanted to learn the fire element. Another student responded that it made sense, as there was no need to learn all of the elements. A third student added that one could only learn an element if it suited them. Now, the instructor prepared to guide them through the process. The student focused, and the magic began to manifest. The intensity of the magic surprised the students. Another student watched in awe as the magic took form. The instructor reminded them that this time, they would be creating fire, not light. Another student cautioned that they had to be careful, since, unlike light, fire could burn them. The fire magic erupted. One of the students nervously gulped. The instructor instructed them to use the chant that came from their heart. The instructor began to chant, "Ablaze." The fire magic intensified. The fire magic swirled around the students, a chaotic dance of heat and light. One student marveled at the pillar of fire, while another tried to maintain composure. Despite his best efforts, the intensity of the magic made one student gulp nervously. Another student, overwhelmed, could only think honestly. The display of power prompted one observer to think that magic really is wonderful. The entity seemed pleased with the student's progress. Nearby, one student asked if they should try it now, and another eagerly agreed. Two students began to chant, urging the fire to burn. Vladi Vagrek watched the students, a thoughtful expression on his face. One student was sure that the professor gave him a candle for a reason. The candle sat between the student's hands, its flame flickering. It was most likely that having the candle close would make it easier to create an image. The student with the brown vest continued to focus on the candle, attempting to create an image. Nearby, Lian thought that he should also try. Suddenly, a surge of magical energy emanated from Lian's hands. The dark elf, Nilia, warned Lian we should. She told him to hold off on casting ignition magic, prompting Lian to question her warning. Lian began to say something. He thought it was an awesome path of magic. Nilia interrupted, telling him it was dangerous. Lian realized something. Another student cried out that he suffered because the light was too strong. Lian grunted, thinking that if he lost control of the fire, he didn't even want to imagine it. A voice suggested that they should try fire magic when they were more in tune with their senses. So before then, the voice continued, why not try water magic? It was not as dangerous, the voice assured. Water was also one of the first elements that people thought of, just like fire, but it was not to use. It was not that, but fire magic and lightning magic were better for offense, while earth magic and metal magic were better for defense. Water magic's quite ambiguous to use. If he had to choose its upside, he guessed you could create drinkable water wherever you wanted. The Imperial Prince was writing with a quill. But what could he do? This was for safety, after all. Another student was jealous, unable to believe that he was getting special lessons from the professor. The student, visibly enraged, demands that someone shut their mouth. The image of Lian Wardenaz is reflected in a golden bowl. A hand holding a chopstick hovers over the bowl, as a voice declares, surge. Lian, within the reflection, exclaims that he also... Lian's reflection declares that he wanted to learn the create fire spell. The word surge appears again as blue energy gathers around the bowl. The blue energy swirls and intensifies. The energy continues to surge, filling the bowl. Meanwhile, Garcia Kim adjusts his glasses, looking surprised by the surge of energy. The blue energy continues to bubble and churn. The energy intensifies further. Finally, the energy coalesces, and Lian is once again visible within the bowl. The blue energy swirled around the room as Lian focused on the spell. It was working. The voice of someone nearby exclaimed that it only took him 3 tries. The academy loomed in the background. Its towers stretched high into the sky. A nearby instructor congratulated Lian, noting that he seemed to have an affinity for water. Everyone agreed that Lian had an affinity for water. They exclaimed that he had successfully cast elemental magic. Another student remarked that it was to be expected from Wudenas. 2 students observed the size of the magic, finding it amazing. The blue-skinned woman cautioned against impatience simply because of a lack of initial success. She explained that everyone has an elemental affinity. A student raised in a smithy would have an affinity for fire, while one raised near a river would have an affinity for water. Those who lived in windy areas would have an affinity for wind. Windmills turned in the distance. The blue-skinned woman stated that Lian was an example, adding that the easier time you'll have creating an image. Lian stared at the water orb he had created, finding it strange. He thought to himself that he wasn't close to any water. The closest thing, he mused, would be his professors drowning him with work at Lake Graduate School. Elsewhere, a woman with long white hair stood in a courtroom. Lian felt a gaze that stung. He glanced down the hall to see the white-haired woman. Lian was sure it felt like she was looking at him. Water magic surged, a raw display of elemental power. The force of the magic caused Hourlong to cry out, struggling to maintain control. Garcia Kim explained that it was easy for a spell to lose its form if one lost concentration. Kim encouraged him to try to maintain the spell's shape for his next attempt. Hourlong focused, a surge of determination crossing his face. Professor Kim was considered the light of the school. The student understood what Kim was saying. He wondered how long he should try to maintain its form. Kim responded that normally it would be until his magic energy was all expended. But that would never happen for Hourlong. Kim placed a hand on Hourlong's shoulder. Hourlong was shocked, wondering if this was a punishment. He called out to Professor Kim for help, but Kim simply responded with a yes. Hourlong walks through the academy, the sounds of the school echoing around him. He realizes he had almost forgotten something important. Meanwhile, the mysterious green skull observes Garcia Kim, noting that he works at this insane academy as a professor. The skull thinks that everyone at the academy seems to have a screw or 2 loose. It's mentally difficult to maintain magic for an extended period of time, since it's practically the same as narrowly maintaining a tightrope act. It is a necessary lesson for Lian. The fact that he was able to create such a large glob of water in only 3 attempts is impressive. This means that his talent can't simply be explained by affinity. Furthermore, the amount of magic energy he has could be compared to the greatest magicians in all of history. As such, Garcia Kim thinks he should refine this gem even more. Garcia Kim was confident that Hourlong would perform well. Their misunderstandings, however, only grew deeper with each passing day. The lecture concluded with polite thanks. A voice boomed from the heavens, demanding attention. One student questioned if the professor had gone too far. Yurgolm seemed lost in thought. The Imperial Highness had succeeded in creating fire, and Yoner was pleased to discover her affinity for wind. Gainando's demonstration of fire magic went awry, leaving one of his staff members burned. It was noted that Gainando had ended up burning his staff. Another student lamented that all they did during the entire lecture was stare at water. Yurgolm mused that this was likely the reason she had them do that. Hourlong had an epiphany. The dwarf professor sat in his chair, explaining that maintaining the fields was his duty on this particular Friday. Elsewhere, a student approached, ready to assist with cabin maintenance. Yurgolm complained about the task. The student reminded him that he was the one who had asked for help. Not long prior, the student, Garcia Kim, had approached Yurgolm, offering his assistance with the cabin maintenance. The dwarf thanked him. Yurgolm told Garcia to go ahead, saying he could give him something. Garcia then asked if he could eat and take some food as well, suggesting that his initiative should count as bonus points. Yurgolm told him to put the food down. Yurgolm thought to himself that he couldn't lower his guard around Garcia for even a second. The sound of something falling could be heard. Yurgolm, pouring a drink, wondered how a guy like Garcia liked him, considering he was just an ordinary student. A voice demanded that someone come out of House Woodeness. The student's tie hangs loosely as he stands in the training grounds. Meanwhile, Yurgolm, seated with a large mug, inquired if anything else had happened recently, specifically asking about any tension with the White Tiger Tower. The student replied, honestly. He continued, stating that things were the same this year, adding, seems like it happens. Yurgolm acknowledged that the relationship between their houses wasn't good. Elsewhere, a student was told that they were already busy enough learning magic. Yurgolm, with a stern expression, told someone that at least they had a brain, adding that if they tried to pick a fight, they should just ignore them. The student thought to himself that he had already fought them, though. Yurgolm looked surprised, exclaiming, huh? The student seemed confused, wondering aloud if he hadn't already fought these creatures. The dwarf, overhearing, could only respond with a confused, huh? The student insisted that he hadn't wanted to fight. The dwarf, taking a swig from his tankard, found the situation strange, noting that fights don't normally happen in the first week. He asked what had happened. Suddenly, the student and the dwarf were sent flying. The student, now on the ground, asked if the dwarf was all right. The dwarf, enraged, demanded to know why the student had taken that lecture, accusing him of trespassing on their territory. A pro tip appeared, stating that tigers are territorial creatures. The student looked back at the dwarf, who was being tended to by Nilia. Yurgolm sat back in his chair, acknowledging that the damage had already been done. The student, however, seemed unfazed. He remarked that Yurgolm looked fine despite the fight, adding that while he didn't know about their magic skills, they were quite skilled with blades. The student continued, suggesting that Yurgolm could stop for the day, offering to make him some food. He admitted that he had a hard time when they fought him 3-on-1. The dwarf, still recovering, spat out some saliva. The student offered to make Yurgolm some food, to which the dwarf responded with a surprised, oh, really? Yurgolm responded that he should be nice to the student, thinking to himself, of course. The student smiled, thinking that the professor's groove was really funny and that he might come back to see him one day. Yurgolm, in his thoughts, exclaimed, not my beard. The student thought about becoming the greatest swordsman in the Empire. The student and Yurgolm sat at a table outside. The student enjoyed the food, while Yurgolm watched him. The student, now that he thought about it, continued to eat. The small cabin stood nestled amongst the trees, a testament to someone's hard work. A question hung in the air. Had someone been managing this place before? The dwarf cleared his throat, suggesting that the previous caretakers must have been lazy and untalented, leading them to abandon the place. Lian seemed surprised that such tasks were considered basic for an alchemist. A list detailed what Lian had accomplished, dusting the cabin, clearing the brazier, managing the fields, and checking the fish trap. Lian wondered if Yurgolm thought the tasks were too simple. Lian admitted that Yurgolm was right. Lian reflected that after his time in graduate school, he considered chores like these to be things that students should obviously do. Lian realized that things weren't right and that he couldn't leave it like this. Lian noticed that there was a lot of room left in the fields and wondered if he could grow something, too. Yurgolm asked what Lian wanted to grow. Lian wondered if he should plant things like Napa cabbages and leeks, though he admitted that didn't sound too impressive. Yurgolm paused, questioning if Lian was planning to sell those crops as well. Lian was surprised that Yurgolm knew his intentions. Lian watches as Yurgolm clutches his head in frustration. Suddenly, Yurgolm declares that Lian is the first to do this. With a TCH, Yurgolm tells Lian to do whatever he wants. Lian thinks Yurgolm is weird. Lian considers that eating the vegetables by themselves would not be good. He wonders if there's a dish he can make from them. Yurgolm asks if Lian knows any dishes that could be made from napa cabbages and leeks. Lian realizes that if it's for those two, a jjigae would be good. The text explains that jjigae is the Korean word for stew. The text explains that the empire, with its massive size, has a variety of food cultures depending on the location. If the Woodenaz house is located in the west, it has a Western-style diet with breads and cheeses. The text explains that the east has rice, noodles, gochujang, and doenjang, and that it is a familiar. Gochujang, a red chili paste, is a savory, sweet, and spicy fermented condiment popular in Korean cooking. Doenjang is a soybean paste, a type of fermented bean paste made entirely of soybean and brine. Lian asked Yurgolm if he liked jjigaes. Yurgolm confirmed that he did. However, Yurgolm admitted that he tried to avoid them. Lian tilted his head, confused by Yurgolm's statement. Yurgolm explained that some of his relatives lived in the east. Yurgolm thought to himself that he hated the dwarves from the east and their dishes. Lian seemed to have done something. Yurgolm continued, stating that Lian had no idea. Lian murmured that regeneration potions were pretty expensive these days and wondered why Yurgolm didn't try to sell those. He continued, wondering why Yurgolm didn't visit them often and called him a young and acting full of himself and using the long pipe. Lian stated that he had heard that the east was more strict, but he didn't know it was that bad. Yurgolm asked what Lian was going to do this weekend. Lian asked if he had to come to work and if he looked like someone that would work for Yurgolm on the weekend. The question of weekend work lingered in Hourlong's mind, a common graduate student's bewilderment at the prospect of free time. Meanwhile, Yurgolm declared that they wouldn't even have the time. He insisted that they think about it, questioning what starved students are going to do. One student suggested they burn the school down. Yurgolm thought that was a bit too extreme. Yurgolm stated that the cornered students were going to look for a way to eat and survive. It was said that the black turtles look for fruits and berries, and the white tigers hunt. It was said that they were always a step behind, but there were always skilled students amongst them, and they would eventually find a good method too. Yurgolm watched on. As Yurgolm spoke of survival, Hourlong considered his own path. He knew this year would be different from those before. He adjusted the bracelet on his wrist, a subtle gesture of contemplation. Meanwhile, Yurgolm continued, questioning the Tower of the Phoenix. The tower was a separate category entirely, a place of unique challenges. It was a place where apprentice priests resided, individuals who wouldn't waver from hunger. They had always practiced asceticism in the temples, praying even in the most awful conditions. Hourlong watched Yurgolm, thinking their devotion was amazing, though he didn't necessarily want to follow the same path. He recalled his friends, thinking of the weekend he spent with them. Hourlong knew that if anyone tried to pick a fight again, this time, they would be the ones pushing back with numbers. Then, Hourlong decided he would also go hunting. He planned to spend the weekend with his friends. And if they tried to pick a fight again, this time, they would be the ones pushing them back with numbers. TSK. Hourlong realized that he didn't have the option to avoid them, but he probably wouldn't run into them. It was possible that they'd also take another path. The older manservant asked what other path. The older manservant thought to himself, HM. The older manservant's expression hardened. Escape. The Magic Academy's campus stood tall, a beacon of arcane knowledge and rigorous training. Despite being an iron fortress surrounded by enchanted walls, students attempted to escape the academy every year. One such student leaped from the walls, hoping to find freedom beyond the academy's confines. Another student mused that if one considered the potential rewards of escaping, it was obvious why people would try. The academy staff, however, remained vigilant, ensuring the students' safety and adherence to the rules. One student enjoyed a snack of bread and butter, cheese and jam, and other daily necessities. Indeed, there were many reasons to escape. Yurgolm's companion noticed his strange expression, suspecting he was thinking about doing something weird again. He urged Yurgolm to snap out of it. The reason the tigers were the first to attempt an escape every year, he explained, was because they were the most simple. As the companion walked away, Yurgolm flinched, thinking there were a few reasons, but Yurgolm realized it had all gone wrong, and his companion was not going to listen. The figure, facing away, seemed unconcerned. They told the other party to try whatever they wanted. Meanwhile, a student insisted that now was not the time for adversity, addressing someone as professor. Elsewhere, a disembodied head demanded that someone say something with a straight face. The flickering light of a candle illuminated a dark room. Yurgolm stood before three figures cloaked in black, the scene lit by candlelight. One of the figures told Choi to focus up. Another figure, shrouded in a dark cloak, warned that if they wanted to get back in one piece, they should listen. The cloaked figure continued, stating that it would be best to comply with them. Yurgolm told someone named Lian that they didn't need to go this far. The figure under the cloak stared intently. The cloaked figure asked if it wasn't very effective, as another figure looked on in shock. Gainando's companion demanded to know if he knew Lian, reminding him that they were told to threaten him. Yurigolm dismissed Ganondo's companion, stating that if a squirrel like him threatened him, he would only think of it as nonsense. Ganondo, clearly agitated, stammered, questioning who Yurigolm was. Ganondo continued to call Yurigolm a squirrel. Ganondo's companion told him to calm down. Meanwhile, Hourlong walked through a room. Back in the room with Yurigolm, Ganondo continued to fume. Ganondo's companion looked on, holding a candle. Hourlong wondered why they had to go so far. Hourlong thought that the other tigers might misunderstand if Durjiu was friendly with them, and that Durjiu was already treated as an outcast by them. Yurigolm asked if Ganondo thought that he would go that far for him. Yurigolm added that he guessed they could have misunderstood. Silence hung in the air. The sound of footsteps broke the silence as someone approached, but they dismissed it as nothing. The Imperial Prince's attendant declared that the student was going to become his mole. The student questioned what the attendant meant by mole. The student took issue with the dishonorable title. The attendant reminded the student that he was supposed to inform him if Moradi was planning something suspicious, and then asked if he didn't have a more elegant and honorable word for it. The attendant asked if mole wasn't perfect. The student seemed to reconsider, realizing something. The student admitted that he thought about it and was wrong, since it's for honor. The student stated that a word like mole is unsuitable. The Imperial Prince's attendant declared that from this point on, the student will be a whistleblower. The attendant's words hung in the air, a lonely role that faces injustice. Lian's eyes widened, processing the weight of the title. The Imperial Prince's attendant pressed the point, clarifying the role, a whistleblower. Lian considered the idea. It sounded cool. And with that, Lian declared himself a whistleblower. The Imperial Prince looked forward to the future with this new whistleblower. Meanwhile, Durjiu wondered what Lian had learned from his house to agree to such a thing. The Imperial Prince prepared to get to the main point, explaining that the reason they had gathered so early on a weekend was the Imperial Prince intended to plot how they could escape from the academy. The gathered students reacted with surprise and excitement. Lian, however, looked shocked. He asked if the Imperial Prince was serious. The Imperial Prince knew Lian would be against it, which is why he had already prepared 10 ways to convince him. He began with Durjiu. The green-skinned student expressed his disbelief that someone would even consider escaping. Meanwhile, Hourlong remained silent, his expression unreadable. Even though they were from night houses, nobles were still nobles, and the student from the Tiger Tower never once had an empty stomach. That was why their hunger was even more relentless. Someone declared that they couldn't go on like this. Another student exclaimed that they had a hunt. If those guys at the Blue Dragon Tower could do it, they could do it too, another student declared. One of the students declared that they had been acting like they were all that just because of a few spells, and that they should knock those bastards down a peg. Another student agreed, saying, all right. Someone told them to settle down. The students seemed to be in agreement. Hourlong suggested that hunting would be good, but they should think about it. Someone wondered if hunting would be easy there, while another mentioned what Wudinaz had caught. It was revealed that the beast Wudinaz caught was one that the alchemy professor had purposefully released. The students discussed that if they wanted to catch something like that beast, they would have to go deeper into the forest, asking if everyone was okay with that. It was pointed out that they weren't familiar with the terrain at all, prompting the question of whether there was another method. Hourlong smirked and affirmed that there was. The group decided they were going to escape the academy. Hourlong declared that he would make it so. He warned that they wouldn't even think about eating meat from those beasts. With a confident smirk, Hourlong affirmed his intentions. He declared that they would escape the academy. Hourlong vowed to make it happen. He warned them not to even think about eating meat from beasts. One of the students, with purple hair, questioned if Hourlong was serious. Another student wondered if it was even possible. Hourlong, adjusting his hair, stated that he had already planned out a way. He welcomed them to follow him, stating he didn't plan on going alone. As Hourlong walked away, the students expressed that this was to be expected from him. The students seemed surprised, but determined to follow. Hourlong, with a stern expression, thought that they had to follow his orders, or the plan would fail because of their foolish disobedience. Hourlong's eye twitched with fury as he vowed to never forgive. The tension hung heavy in the air as the students departed for the night. With a final farewell, one of the students wished everyone a good night. Meanwhile, Moradi peered from behind a doorway, his expression a mix of concern and suspicion. Elsewhere, the Grand Academy stood tall against the skyline as someone questioned the seriousness of a situation. The student was then told to look at Lian. Moradi, visibly frustrated, questioned how someone could. The student from before doubted anyone would be bothered by something like that, but then guessed that they would be. The situation had become complicated. Originally, the plan had been to find an escape route. However, judging by the professor's personalities, escaping would not be easy, but Moradi claimed to have a plan. He didn't seem like someone so simple. Ganando wondered why he was being stared at. He was someone clever and cold enough to use the students in his tower. From the moment the semester started, he was sure Hourlong had something he was confident in. The others looked on. He guessed there was no other way. One of the students declared that they would just follow Hourlong and find out what it was. Murata stood before Hourlong. One of the students asked if he was serious, while Hourlong asked if they had a better idea. Murata questioned if Hourlong didn't think that was a bit much. Durjiu was asked to reconsider his statement about something being dishonorable. Murata was told that he and Hourlong were now in opposition to each other, which he confirmed. Hourlong quoted a famous saying, "Know your enemy and know yourself." Murata agreed with Hourlong's statement. Hourlong thought to himself that this was just a strategy. The scene shifted, focusing on Hourlong's uniform. Murata wondered if it was because of Hourlong's face that he found him so convincing, though he didn't know why. Murata considered that it could be a strategy. Hourlong told someone to monitor Murata and to find out about his escape plan. Hourlong told Murata that he wanted him to come to him. The door, intricately designed and imposing, stood as a testament to the power it guarded, but also, according to some, to the honor of those who might reveal its secrets. Murata, bracing himself, pushed open the heavy door. Emerging from behind the door, Garcia Kim declared that Murata's mission was now beginning. Elsewhere, a man with dark hair and a confident smile encouraged someone named Durjiu, telling him that he could do it. Murata's expression hardened as he prepared for what was to come. Two students, startled, expressed their fear to the person who had opened the door. A young woman with red hair and a concerned expression looked at a young man with blonde hair, seemingly questioning him about something. The young woman asked if he had learned brainwashing magic before enrolling in the academy, to which the young man responded, wondering how he would even be able to do that. The academy stood tall against the backdrop of a vibrant sunset. The academy loomed in the distance, its walls bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the halls. Murata stood alongside the blonde student, addressing him as his friend. Elsewhere, a student thanked those who attended the first meeting regarding their escape. The announcement of an escape caused a stir among the students. Nilia, visibly upset, questioned if they were insane to try and escape the academy, believing they were only going hunting. Gainando reassured Nilia, telling her not to worry, as he had a plan. Another student remarked that Gainando was different. Nilia asked what the plan was. Gainando revealed that a student from the White Tiger Tower knew how to escape. Gainando's words caused Nilia to question if this was supposed to be a plan. Lian seemed to agree with Nilia's sentiment. Another student seemed to have an idea. From below, Nilia's voice echoed as she stated that the plan would be impossible without Nilia. Another student seemed to agree with Nilia. The student stated that it was obvious and questioned how they would do anything without Nilia. Nilia explained that the core of their strategy relied on their ability to trail someone and their hunter's instincts, and that the only person who could do both of those things was Nilia. Nilia blushed. The other student noted that it wasn't like they could force Nilia to join, and that it was sad. Nilia relented, stating that if she was the only one who could do it, then fine. Nilia decided that if she could do it, then she guessed she had no choice. Under the moonlight, the academy stood silent. The silence was broken as someone declared that tonight, they would escape. A figure stood tall, their back to the viewer, as if ready to lead the charge. Inside, a student addressed his assembled compatriots, those who had gathered there. He also addressed the knights who had vowed to follow his orders. Nilia stood beside him, listening intently. Elsewhere, the group finalized their plans, determined that tonight they would escape the academy. Murata's confidence was unwavering, as one of the students expressed their belief in him, eager to get out of this hell. With a determined look, Gainando declared that it was time to go. He gripped a map tightly, confident that as long as he had it, they would succeed. He was certain that there was no way this would fail. The cover of a book titled Magic Academy Survival Guide is displayed. The title page of the book reads, Introduction to Magic for Beginners. The book opens to a page that asks, what is magic, before answering with Einrogard's legends. The pages rustle as the book is flipped through. A student asks if the book is everything they need. Two students apologize to Ms. Giselle. 1 month before admissions to Murata House, Gainando sits in a chair, looking thoughtful. Gainando thinks to himself that he needs something more useful and questions if the book will really help him. A foot stomps down on the book. The students apologize again. Gainando wonders what is happening. Someone picks up a cloth, and Gainando is surprised. Gainando peruses a book. The book contains a map for escaping Einrogard, along with a message stating that the path shown is the only way to escape, and a prayer that his underclassmen will escape the academy through the path he and his friends prepared. A hand rests on the map. Back then, he thought this would only be needed by losers, but he is glad he brought it with him. He knows now that he is here and wonders why something like this had to be made. The mysterious green skull entity appears, stating that they are giving him nothing. The mountains loom in the distance. The group approaches the mountains. The group, holding lanterns, makes their way through the forest. Someone states that they think they can move now. Seeing how they are going into the mountains, someone thinks they're not taking an ordinary path and asks if everyone is ready. Someone wonders why they are going into the mountains, and states that climbing the mountain is hard. Gainando noticed a door near the castle gates. Durjiu told Gainando to take care of him, but the orc-like figure assured them that he would take care of it and that they should leave it to him. Gainando was confused by the exchange, wondering what they meant by take care of what. Nilia's ability to navigate the mountains was apparently well known. Durjiu stated that he and Yoner were confident in their stamina, and Yoner was comfortable with the mountains. Someone noted that Nilia gathers herbs. A few moments later, Gainando gasped for breath. He asked for water, and someone told him that he was not used to it. Durjiu and Yoner continued on. As expected, it was not easy to trek through an unfamiliar mountain path. Hourlong considered that if it weren't for Nilia, they wouldn't have been able to track them at all. Meanwhile, Garcia Kim lamented that there was nothing he could do about it. Elsewhere, the friendly grad student thought he should record all of this, a memo-taking habit tempered by graduate school. Suddenly, Nilia flinched. She called for everyone to stop, prompting one of the students to ask what was wrong. Whispers spread among a group of cloaked figures, noting that the tigers were acting strange and wondering why they stopped all of a sudden. Gainando remarked that he was pretty sure they had just arrived at their destination, and that it was easier than he thought. The friendly grad student wondered if they had already arrived. Hourlong doubted it would be this easy. The forest seemed to be watching them. The air crackled with unseen energy. The forest was silent, but alive. Hourlong's eyes widened as he felt a strange presence. He wondered if it was a monster. The sensation intensified, leaving him bewildered. He paused, tried to identify the source of the creepy feeling. The feeling grew stronger. Gainando dismissed the idea of monsters, stating that he had already checked. Then, he thought to himself, "Don't tell me." Hourlong's eyes widened in fear. Huh! A sinister laughter echoed through the forest. The forest pulsed with an eerie, green energy. The students cried out, wondering what was happening. Murata looked on in disbelief. The students found themselves trapped in a circle of green energy. The energy intensified. A spectral hand manifested, pointing directly at them. The mysterious green skull entity declared that they had fallen for it. The entity gloated that they had fallen for it on the first week. The students screamed in terror. The mysterious green skull entity revealed that they had brought one of the fake maps that had scattered around. Gainando was shocked and questioned what was happening. Gainando realized that it was the headmaster, but he had gotten the map before arriving at the academy. Gainando was shocked by the sudden turn of events, questioning how this could be happening. A disembodied voice echoed, declaring that everyone had learned an important lesson. The voice continued, warning them not to trust maps of unknown origin. It explained that they could never know if a map led to treasure or if it was a trap set by an evil lich, followed by maniacal laughter. Hourlong looked up, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Nearby, Nilia sat on the ground, observing the situation with a wary expression. Lian wondered what kind of crazy person was behind all of this. Another student scoffed, dismissing the situation as nothing more than the tormentor having fun at their expense. The mysterious green skull entity declared that they would now begin to return. The entity stated that the rules were simple. They were to return while avoiding their pursuers. Suddenly, skeletal figures emerged, ready to hunt them down. Emerging from the darkness, a skeletal figure with glowing eyes offered a chilling proposition. The entity declared that the students could bring down their pursuers. A skull materialized. The skull warned that they would be guilty if caught. The skeletal figure continued to speak. It stated that they would be innocent if they were not caught. The skeletal figure faded away, leaving the students to contemplate their options. A mysterious, hooded figure with a skull-like face and glowing eyes declared that any method was acceptable. The figure continued, stating that they could even take down their pursuers. The entity warned that they would be guilty if caught. The entity's mouth opened, revealing rows of sharp teeth. The skull-faced figure declared that they were innocent if not caught. The entity's hand reached down. Someone screamed in terror. Two students reacted in shock. The hooded figure stood with two skull-like creatures. The figure stood silently, his back turned as he seemed to listen to something in the distance. Suddenly, Gainando grabbed Nilia's arm, urging her to run. He pulled her along. The Imperial Prince put a finger to his lips, telling Nilia to calm down. Nilia, clearly distressed, wondered how she was supposed to calm down, fearing they might die if caught. The Imperial Prince assured her that everything would be fine, believing they hadn't been noticed, and even if they were caught, it wouldn't be so bad. He explained that the worst they could do is drag them into a room and give them corporal punishment. Nilia's eyes widened as she imagined a room filled with torture devices from which there was no escape, and she exclaimed in horror at the thought of corporal punishment. The Imperial Prince remarked that she really had a great imagination. The group continued to sneak through the forest. Two spectral figures loomed in the distance, and Gainando wondered how they should get out of there. One of the spectral figures declared that they would line up and take them down if they were chased. Lian paused, a flicker of doubt crossing his face as he considered their predicament. The spectral figures loomed, their forms radiating an eerie green glow. One declared that running away would only prolong the inevitable. Above, one of the figures proclaimed that they should face them, citing honor and chivalry as their motivation. The imperial prince, overhearing the exchange, wondered why they were so concerned with honor and chivalry at a time like this. Lian's name was called out, and he realized there was only one way out of this situation. He knew that they had to put their houses up. Differences aside, the group prepared to work together. They would need to work together if they wanted to escape. Lian nodded, agreeing with the plan. He declared that they would work together with those guys by running away while they bought them time. The group seemed to agree with Lian's plan. Alkian agreed that it was an excellent point. The group knew they would have to find the weakest point in the spectral figure's formation to break through. They were grateful the tigers were buying them time, but the situation remained dire. Lian wondered why there weren't any openings in the encirclement. Suddenly, Lian told the others to wait and not tell him anything. It seemed their pursuer was still summoning more spectral figures. The spectral figures continued their advance. Lian recalled that he had been told they would be innocent if they made it out, so he thought it was a test. But he realized that the summoner never planned on letting them go in the first place, which angered him. Lian denied the situation. One of the students wondered if their pursuer thought this was an appropriate difficulty for them and suggested they just surrender, judging by how those who scattered had already been captured. The spectral figures had captured others like this. Lian paused, realizing something was off. The pursuers weren't interested in their direction at all. The student wondered why, questioning if their pursuer didn't know they were there. A glowing green skull hovered in the air, a large white circle beneath it displaying the words, "The headmaster of Einro Guard." Meanwhile, Hourlong considered the possibility that it might be a clone or an illusion. Perhaps the headmaster wasn't actually present. The skull floated below Hourlong as he walked away. The skull reminded someone of the past. The thought lingered that it could be a clone or an illusion of the headmaster. The group realized that all they had to do was run in the opposite direction of the white tigers. Someone had thought of a way to escape. The others looked on, surprised. Hourlong declared that all they had to do was go up, urging them to move. The group looked up, ready to move. 30 minutes later, the group continued their ascent. Having finished checking their surroundings, Gainando declared that everything was fine. Nilia, using her magic, announced that she didn't see any traces of monsters. Light began to filter in from above. The group gathered in a cavern, the light from above illuminating their faces. Nilia wondered aloud if the skeletons could have made it all the way up to their location. Gainando reassured her that they would be fine, as he hadn't seen any signs of them chasing after them. The real problem, someone thought, was how long those summons were going to last. Nilia sat on the ground, looking thoughtful. Moradi considered that perhaps the correct choice would have been for him to break through them. Hourlong thought to himself that there was no way they could have broken through those numbers. It was a problem that Nilia had an answer for. But for now, Hourlong suggested they eat, and Gainando agreed. Nilia announced that she was out of water. She then began to pour the last drops from her flask. Meanwhile, Gainando prepared to use his magic, shouting for it to surge. Nilia watched in awe, realizing it was water magic. She thought that she had only heard rumors about it, but it was as amazing as she thought. It would be nice and convenient for her on hunts if she knew it too. Another student asked if anyone could make a fire, complaining that it was so cold. Nilia then cast her fire magic, shouting for it to blaze. The student was amazed, thanking God that it worked on the first try. Nilia thought to herself that it was super unstable last time. She admitted to herself that she wanted the water attribute more than the fire one, wondering if the other student was jealous of her. Gainando, covered in soot, wondered if she had water magic. Nilia was told that she should be thankful for the magic she possessed, and she meekly agreed. Meanwhile, the pair walked through a forest, a strange green glow emanating from the trees. Nilia realized that the area was still crawling with skeletons, and wondered if Garcia Kim was actually a psychopath. Nilia thought that Garcia Kim's behavior was wrong, and questioned if it was okay to insult him like that. Garcia Kim stated that magic stemmed from a free mind. Garcia Kim continued, saying that Nilia should never suppress herself in the way she expressed herself. Nilia wondered if that was so. Nilia found it kind of convincing, especially with Garcia Kim being the one saying it. Nilia called Garcia Kim a meanie headmaster, and hoped that wolves would come and take him tonight, calling him a crazy skeleton. As Garcia Kim walked through the brush, he apologized profusely. Garcia Kim hugged Nilia tightly. Garcia Kim began to say something. Suddenly, a voice cut through the quiet of the forest, demanding to know what they were doing there. The question seemed to startle the group. The group turned to face the source of the voice. The student sobbed, repeatedly apologizing as he clung to Hourlong. Hourlong looked on with a concerned expression. Suddenly, a voice called out, questioning what they were doing there. The speaker remained unseen. The group of students stood together, looking towards the unseen speaker. A voice invited them to come in. The students were told to come and get some rest. One student questioned why they should rest when they didn't even have anything to eat, but he was quickly hushed. Lian had every right to ignore them. considering what they did to him. He instead treated them with kindness. The Imperial Prince and Garcia Kim sat together, sharing a drink. It was respectable, the Imperial Prince thought. Lian was someone that truly knew honor. Elsewhere, the blonde-haired man sat with Cook and another orc, drinking. The blonde-haired man wondered how the blue dragon bastards had gotten there. He then wondered if those guys had also found a map. She couldn't imagine a world where they would tail her. Now that they've... What do they do now? Don't forget. Forget, Giselle. The Murata House's motto is, do not forget any grudges. But there's a hidden meaning behind it. That was his intention. The blonde student continued, stating that kindness is only repaid when one can remember it. A smirk crept across his face as he spoke. Meanwhile, Lian sat with a green-skinned student, who began to ask what was happening. Suddenly, the horned student collapsed. The blonde student exclaimed in confusion. The green-skinned student wondered why he had suddenly fallen over. Lian watched as the horned student slumped to the ground. The horned student appeared dazed, along with the green-skinned student. The blonde student fell to the ground. He wondered what was going on. The green-skinned student gasped in shock. From below, a voice cried out, refusing to be told what to do. With a sinister smile, Lian watched as his plan unfolded. Holding a cup of water, Lian remarked that it was unfortunate, but they were too late. Meanwhile, the blonde student was already feeling the effects of the water, staggering. The blonde student, clearly distressed, vowed that Lian Wardenaz wouldn't get away with this. With a determined look, Lian stood his ground. The blonde student collapsed to the ground. Looking down, Lian declared that one thing was settled. With a satisfied expression, Lian clasped his hands together. He considered that it might be too far, but if someone hated him for no reason, then he should just give them a reason. Someone shouted, questioning what that was Lian. The green-skinned student accused Lian of drugging the water, exclaiming that he drank that too. The group denied drugging the water, standing together in solidarity. One of the students questioned how the others knew about the plan, suggesting their expressions gave them away. Meanwhile, the blonde student lay unconscious, as one of the students thought to themselves that this was all necessary and they wouldn't have gone this far if it was just because of their personal matters. Another student urged everyone to calm down, stating that they would have to leave the unconscious students near their pursuers. One of the students questioned if they were really going to go that far. Another student pointed out that they knew about Murata's personality. The red-haired student wondered where the others had even found the drugs, before remembering something. The red-haired student and another student walked through the forest when the red-haired student noticed something. It was sleep grass. The red-haired student explained that sleep grass makes people drowsy when ground up and mixed with water, and the other student suggested they take some, as it would probably be useful later. The red-haired student thought to herself that she didn't think they'd be using it like this, though. Above, the sky fades from a deep blue to a lighter hue, hinting at the passage of time. Under the light of the full moon, owls hoot in the distance. Elsewhere, the students who drank the drugged water lie unconscious. The students remain still, unaware of the events unfolding around them. Figures approach the sleeping students. The figures, cloaked and moving with purpose, carry the unconscious students away. Nearby, one of the students remarks that they should disperse soon. Another student asks if they should get to the rest of the work, and the first student questions what work they are referring to. The red-haired student thinks to themselves that they can't just go back after coming this far. The student resolves to investigate the nearby area, adding that they have to check how far the academy's wall extends. The student wonders if there really is a way to escape. The student thinks that anything is possible. The group continued their trek through the forest. One of the students called out, suggesting they stick together. The students pressed on, the forest growing denser around them. A footstep echoed on the stone path. Gainando cried out as he stumbled, another student reaching out to steady him. Another student asked if Gainando was all right. The orc-like student, Morade, admitted he was hungry and hurt, and that Durgiu was also feeling the strain. Another student confessed to being tired. Nilia observed that everyone was tiring faster than usual because of the darkness. The group continued to move forward. Then, Woodenaz prepared to cast a spell. Woodenaz cast a light spell, illuminating the path ahead. With a sigh of relief, Hourlong expressed that they should continue. The rustling of leaves echoed through the forest as he walked deeper into the woods. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the trees, pleading with the students to extinguish their lights, as they were making it difficult to sleep. Startled, Hourlong paused, a look of concern washing over his face as he wondered where the voice came from. The voice continued to echo, repeating its request. Hourlong, now visibly alarmed, questioned who was speaking. Nearby, Morada questioned where the voice was coming from, while Yurgolm wondered what it was. Silence fell over the forest. A booming voice declared that it would be the one asking the questions. Hourlong continued forward, seemingly undeterred by the ominous pronouncement. Suddenly, Hourlong stopped, looking around in confusion. He wondered where he was and what was happening. Silence fell as Moradi and the others paused, awaiting further instructions. With a whoosh, a voice echoed, declaring that it would be the one asking the questions. The voice continued, stating that it would be the one asking the questions. The voice declared that if they answered the riddle correctly, they would be welcomed as guests. However, the voice warned that if they answered incorrectly, they would be treated as intruders. Now, the voice announced it was time for the riddle. The riddle began. A dwarf lit up 5 candles at night. But 2 of the candles blew out from a strong gust of wind. The dwarf, in a fit of anger, sealed all the windows in the room. Now, the mysterious voice posed another question. How many candles remained lit? The imperial prince considered that this was a trick question. The answer, he thought, should be 3, but candles would eventually burn out. Gainando realized that once morning came, the candles would no longer be lit. He confidently shouted, 3. Gainando's answer was correct. The imperial prince was confused. Gainando realized that the candles would eventually go out. The mysterious voice stated that the answer to the riddle was obvious. The dwarf would use magic to prevent the candles from going out. The imperial prince thought to himself that this was a damned magical world. The voice declared that it would treat them all as guests now, but the voice continued, stating that it would be a shame to end it like this, and asked what they would say to answering another riddle, promising a present to the student who got it correct. Now, the mysterious voice presented the second riddle to the students. The riddle spoke of a man who is big in the morning, becomes smaller in the afternoon, grows bigger again at sunset, and disappears at night. The riddle continued, describing the man's changing size throughout the day and his eventual disappearance. The students wondered who the riddle was referring to. The students struggled to figure out the answer. Gainando admitted he didn't know the answer. Leon considered the riddle, wondering if the answer was a shadow. Leon realized he knew the answer. The mysterious voice declared Leon's answer correct. Leon thought to himself that it was a popular riddle in his previous life. The riddle was revealed to be the Sphinx's riddle, answered by Oedipus, the king of Thebes. The voice noted that while it was a bit different from that riddle, the answer didn't stray too far from human. The mysterious voice complimented the students on their cleverness, wondering if such a thing was a cliché. Suddenly, Hourlong noticed something. The group continued to walk down the path. A voice echoed, welcoming them all. The voice seemed to be everywhere. The students continued to walk through the forest. One of the students exclaimed that there were spirits present. The voice repeated that it was everywhere. Hourlong was offered a drink. The voice stated that they must be tired from coming all this way and offered them a drink. He thanked the voice. Hourlong thought that it smelled like vegetable juice, but this feeling, it was as if all of his muscle aches were fading away. It felt like a glass of cool, ice water on a hot day. The drink was reminiscent of something one might enjoy after a run on a hot summer's day. Nearby, one of the students commented that it smelled strange, while another questioned whether they should even drink it. The voice explained that it was tree sap, inquiring if it suited Hourlong's tastes. Hourlong, clearly enjoying the drink, asked if he could have some more. The voice then questioned why Hourlong didn't identify himself before asking for more, adding that they still had yet to hear his name. In response, Hourlong introduced himself, stating that his name was Leon. The voice then inquired about Leon and his house. The tree announced itself as House Woodenaz, startling Leon. Leon apologized, explaining that it was because of the rumors. The tree branch tapped Leon on the head. Hourlong's statement about his own name preceding his houses in his introduction led to a comment about his potential as a great magician. The compliment hung in the air. But the tree, House Woodenaz, questioned what brought the students out in the middle of the night, adding that it hadn't even been a week since they were admitted. The tree's words hung heavy. Hourlong claimed that they were simply enjoying a midnight stroll, though a nearby student thought to themselves how easily he could lie. House Woodenaz wondered if they were perhaps searching for a way to escape from the academy. The tree continued, suggesting that they shouldn't be trying to leave already, and Hourlong cleared his throat. Another student asked the spirit if it could perhaps give them some advice. The tree responded that there was a method to leave, but it was merely impossible for the freshmen to do. Hourlong remained silent. Another student then asked how far these walls stretched, but the tree stated that was also something impossible for the freshmen to find out. Furthermore, the tree warned that the wall was enchanted, and they would regret it if they carelessly placed their hands on it. The tree's warning hung heavy in the air, a stark reminder of the academy's dangers. The weight of the information seemed to solidify the impossibility of escape. The tree cautioned them against recklessly attempting to leave the campus for now, suggesting a more measured approach. For now, the forest remained calm, but the tree's words hinted at a looming threat. The tree warned that in a few weeks, the slumbering monsters would awaken, changing the landscape of the academy. Having received the information, Hourlong bowed his head in thanks. Nearby, someone observed Hourlong. His eyes, however, showed no signs of wavering. Rather, he seemed eager to act. Hourlong declared that he would give them a present. Hourlong stood firm, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The air crackled with anticipation as Hourlong prepared to act. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted. Hourlong's eyes widened in surprise. He wondered what this could be. The staff pulsed with energy. It was said that artifacts were practically a magician's hands and feet, and amongst those artifacts, the magic staff was the most vital. It was also said that the current freshmen were unsatisfied with the ones they received from school. On this very day, Hourlong realized he had become the first freshman to get a new staff. Artifacts, it was said, were practically a magician's hands and feet, extensions of their will and power. Amongst those artifacts, the magic staff was considered the most vital. The current freshmen were unsatisfied with the ones they received from school. On this day, everything was about to change. Liam became the first freshman to obtain a new staff. He held the staff firmly in his hands. Nearby, students watched as Hourlong held the staff. When asked how it felt, Hourlong found that it had a comforting and refreshing feeling. The others were shocked. It became clear that Hourlong was not an ordinary boy, as expected. Spirits dwelled within the staff, making it difficult for a child of his age to detect. That was the nature of the staff. He would learn more about the powers dwelling within the staff as he used it more, but Hourlong wanted to know right now. He would naturally learn with time. It was his talent and nature. Someone mused that Hourlong reminded them of the lunatic of House Woodenaz they met a century ago. It was as expected of House Woodenaz blood. Now, it was time for all of them to return. Well then, farewell. Someone screamed. Hourlong is warned not to use magic around the premises, as it is too powerful. He wonders how they are supposed to escape. The magic, it is said, would wake the surrounding trees. Suddenly, the group is struck by a powerful force. The force sent them flying. One of the students groans in pain. Hourlong is told to remember the riddle he has been asked. That, it is said, shall be his answer. A figure kneels in the forest. By the time they left the spirit's domain, all of the undead had already disappeared. It felt like a dream. They descended the mountain when the sun was up and dragged their weary bodies to bed. Footsteps echo. The sound of someone calling out echoes through the halls. The force of a shout causes a door to slam open. Hourlong is startled awake by the noise, wondering what is happening. Garcia Kim apologizes for his rudeness, explaining that something woke him up. The mysterious green skull entity states that something urgent has come up and that the headmaster is outside holding an event. Garcia Kim stands before the skull, listening intently. Hourlong is shocked by this information. The skull entity explains that the headmaster is trying to track down the students who are plotting to escape. Hourlong realizes he should act more normal than usual in these situations. Garcia Kim states that he will wake everyone up and then go outside. Outside, colorful flags and decorations adorn the area. Confetti rained down as a group of students looked on, confused by the sudden festive atmosphere. Amidst the celebration, one student wondered what was going on. Another student remarked that it felt more like a festival than an investigation. It didn't seem like much of an effort to track down the one behind the escape. Someone wondered what the headmaster was plotting. A floating, green skull-like entity announced that it was time for everyone's attention. Students turned to face the front of the academy. The green skull clapped its hands, drawing everyone's focus. It was announced that priests from the Empire had come to visit the academy this weekend. The priests were greeted with applause. The headmaster began. Someone wondered why the headmaster was welcoming them so warmly. Headmaster OSU Gonadaltz was thanked for making time for the esteemed priests, despite his busy schedule. The mysterious green skull entity chuckled, stating that it brought him great joy that they esteemed the priests, before asking them to understand his predicament. The entity requested that they relay a message to His Majesty, the Emperor, explaining that they needed funding to uncover new ancient magics. The headmaster laughed, remarking that it wasn't their jurisdiction. Leon realized that was the situation, as the headmaster spoke with another man. Leon thought that no matter what world one was in, everyone was bound to act like that when trying to secure a budget. The headmaster stated that it was an honor to meet all the students. A priest stated that they were but humble servants representing various religious organizations and were extremely happy to have the opportunity to be there. The headmaster announced that he would introduce their religions today. Leon observed that they all had a tremendous amount of mana. Leon thought that it had a different feeling to the mana of other magicians. The mysterious green skull entity remarked that it was intriguing, wasn't it? The green skull entity suddenly appeared next to Hourlong, startling him. Meanwhile, Hourlong seemed to understand something. The entity explained that a priest's mana was unique enough to be called divine power. Hourlong realized that was why it felt the way it did. The entity stated that it knew Hourlong could sense mana. Hourlong was taken aback, realizing he had been trying to hide his talents. The entity questioned why Hourlong was trying to hide his talents, pointing out that there weren't even a handful of students in the academy who could sense mana like he could. Hourlong still thought he was very lacking, but the entity insisted that he was not. The entity told Hourlong that it wanted him to start confidently showing off his talents, leaving Hourlong wondering what the entity was talking about. Someone wondered what Hourlong was saying. Regardless, someone remarked that it was their first time seeing priests. The entity mused that Hourlong had probably had less experience with priests than normal, considering he was from House Woodenaz, and then questioned why. The green skull entity observed that, like itself, Hourlong had no interest in faith, believing they were too intelligent to believe in gods. Hourlong recalled that his father considered divine power to be the result of fanatical beliefs. He knew there were strange rumors about his house, and he was sure there were even rumors about his house ostracizing priests. Hourlong thought he should hide his house from those priests. The Green Skull entity found them pathetic. The entity wondered what use students who would fall for food would have. Hourlong's eyes widened as he thought of food. Headmaster. Hourlong smiled. The Green Skull entity asked if Hourlong was not listening to what they had been saying. The entity paused, realizing Hourlong had just said something. Hourlong questioned the meaning of religion. The Green Skull entity inquired if Hourlong was planning on joining multiple religious organizations. Hourlong smiled. The Green Skull entity admitted that it had been a long time since it was impressed. It was obvious what Hourlong's intentions were, the entity thought. The entity realized that he was planning on joining multiple organizations to extort from them all. The entity thought it was ridiculous, but the Green Skull entity exclaimed that it liked it. The Green Skull entity stated that it was very good. A disembodied voice remarked that it had been a long time since it was impressed. The same voice declared that the intentions of Imperial Prince were obvious. The voice elaborated that he was planning on joining multiple organizations to extort from them all. The voice admitted that it was ridiculous, but the voice then declared that it liked it. The voice concluded that it was very good. A dark orb floated near a festive scene, and the mysterious Green Skull entity mused to itself. The mysterious Green Skull entity recommended the Church of Frizinga. The entity explained that the doctrine of the Church of Frizinga teaches its followers self-sacrifice, ensuring a warm welcome. Next, the Skull entity suggested the Church of Kaleso. The entity elaborated that because they worship a god who loves chaos and change, they wouldn't care if one believed in other gods. Finally, the entity mentioned the Church of Capolio. They worship the god of swordsmen and swordsmanship, the entity added. The entity stated that they would welcome someone odd like Hourlong. Meanwhile, Hourlong flinched as he wrote, surprised that Garcia Kim even knew he was taking notes. Garcia Kim told Hourlong that he liked him and invited him to visit his office. Hourlong felt a sense of unease. Hourlong thought that he had never gotten attention from a professor in a good way. He told the headmaster that he should go and thanked him for his advice. Hourlong stated that he had to go check up on the kids in the punishment room and wished Woodenaz good luck before saying goodbye. Hourlong walked away, a look of concern on his face. The mysterious Green Skull entity's eyes glowed. The mysterious Green Skull entity's jaw opened wide. Hourlong stood amidst the bustling crowd, the green energy swirling around him, a stark contrast to the festive atmosphere. He watched as others milled about, seemingly oblivious to the subtle dangers he sensed. Lost in thought, Hourlong wondered what Garcia Kim was talking about. Suddenly, Lian's voice cut through the air, causing Hourlong to pause. Lian thought to himself that he should really be careful. Lian's voice echoed in Hourlong's mind, stating that he was there. A student with red hair approached, asking where he was going. Yune. Lian called out to Hourlong, explaining that he was going to visit the Church of Frizinga, then the Church of Kaleso. Yoner admitted that she didn't know he was interested in that. Yoner seemed to understand, realizing that Lian was going to the Church of Capolio. Yoner questioned what was in the basket, and Lian responded that it was right. Lian told Yoner to take something. Yoner wondered where Lian had gotten something. Yoner revealed that it was from the Church of Freemang, where they worship the god of alchemy. A woman happily shares that her house donates a lot to them, implying a sense of generosity and support. Suddenly, a voice echoes in someone's mind, surprised that they were recognized. The young man is shocked, realizing that something was an option. He coughs, wondering what his house has been doing. The woman beside him wonders why he's acting that way. Yoner says that he is a bit busy today, so he'll be going first. The woman happily agrees to see him later. Meanwhile, two figures in cloaks stand face to face. Elsewhere, the young man declares that he has come to learn the teachings of Lord Frizinga. The cloaked figure welcomes him, stating that it is nice to meet him. The young man thinks that it is surprising that they would come speak to him first. He confirms that he has. The cloaked figure asks him to come over there. The cloaked figure asks Tai Ziling for help, and she says that she will be right there. Hourlong looks on with a surprised expression. The focus shifts to a half-demon girl with horns and golden eyes. The half-demon girl walks with a cloaked figure. He notes her appearance, realizing she is definitely a half-demon. Half-demons are known as the rarest of the half-races. It is said that if one's ancestors had made a pact with a demon, there was a chance that they could be influenced by it. Because of their appearances, people often ostracize them. This results in the vast majority of them being reserved. The cloaked figure gestures to the half-demon girl, introducing her. She is a freshman in the Phoenix Tower. Coming to this religion is natural if you know what nobility really is. The two most important things when becoming a member of a new religion are the scales of fate seem to weigh the balance between what one could receive and what one had to do. In actuality, the church was filled with artifacts radiating mana. The church was filled with artifacts radiating mana. Someone wondered if the Church of Frizinga had ties with artifact creation. Someone seemed to be thinking. Meanwhile, Miss Merritt was leading someone down the hall, noting that there was someone who wished to become a new disciple. Footsteps echoed. The footsteps continued. The person seemed to be startled. Footsteps approached as someone said they would introduce themselves. The older man greeted the new disciple. He seemed pleased to finally meet him. The disciple returned the greeting, though he couldn't help but notice the ground shaking slightly. He wondered if it was normal. The older man explained that the tremors were due to an artifact he had equipped. He clarified that he was using a cursed artifact to multiply his weight multiple times over. The disciple questioned why he would wear something like that. The older man responded that it was for Lord Frizinga, of course. The disciple was left confused by the answer. The older man elaborated, explaining that Lord Frizinga carried the pain of the world by himself. He continued, stating that they shared some of that pain with him. The older man clarified that they did this by wearing these cursed artifacts. The disciple admitted that he had momentarily lost his mind, thinking the headmaster had recommended this to him. He then stated that the path was exceedingly difficult, and he would understand if the disciple didn't wish to walk it with them. Then, a voice echoed in Lian's mind, urging him not to hesitate and to simply leave. Meanwhile, the older man's servant presented a wooden chest, admitting he couldn't help but feel it was a shame, but he had prepared an artifact to welcome Lian. Elsewhere, Hourlong paused, wondering who would ever want to. He then realized that he was being asked to equip something and told himself to wait. Back in a room, Lian asked what curse the artifact had. Hourlong realized that the weakness he had was that he had way too much mana. He then realized that the curse was actually helpful to him. Lian, surprised, asked what it had other than the curse. The older man's servant stated that he was sure it had other effects too, since it was cursed. The older man's servant then said that its original effect was elsewhere. Hourlong considered his situation. His weakness, he realized, was that he had too much mana. That curse, he thought, was actually helpful to him. Meanwhile, Garcia Kim wondered if the artifact had other curses besides the weight. He was sure it had other effects too, since it was cursed. The woman holding the chest looked on. Its original effect, the text box explained, was just like how every action has a reaction. Artifacts often have a more powerful effect the more powerful the curse is. Her artifact, the text box continued, had the curse of increased weight. The woman holding the chest simply said, The artifact also had increased divine energy, and it had invisibility magic imbued into it. Garcia Kim was shocked. Garcia Kim dismissed the weight and divine energy as secondary concerns. The professor believed the real problem was the curse that drained the wearer's mana, understanding Roth's feelings. As Roth placed the chest on the table, Garcia Kim questioned what he was saying. Roth declared that he was more than prepared for it. Roth opened the chest. Garcia Kim was surprised that Roth didn't turn away. Roth felt ashamed of himself, wondering how he couldn't recognize his brother's sincere faith. Roth swallowed nervously. Roth was pleased to see that the belt had invisibility. Garcia Kim asked Roth to take the belt, welcoming him to their church. It was a belt that honored Lord Frizinga, and it had the invisibility effect. Roth, now wearing the belt, was escorted by members of the church. New believers, it seemed, always suffered from the artifact side effects. One of the cloaked figures was sure it would happen this time, too, so they had to be careful. All right then, Roth prepared to activate the belt. He fastened the belt around his waist. Roth asked how to activate the invisibility magic. One of the cloaked figures exclaimed that there was no way, while another asked if they didn't feel anything. Roth's mentor asked if there was a problem. The mentor waved it off, saying it was nothing. He explained that the chant was written on the guide inside of the book. The mentor thought that Lord Frizinga had sent them an amazing disciple. Roth held up a piece of paper with the chant written on it. Roth realized this was the chant from the guide and began to recite it, "For I conceal myself into the night." As he recited the chant, Roth was surrounded by a magical aura. Roth disappeared, seemingly having activated the belt's magic. Roth's feet became visible as the invisibility wore off. He observed his reflection in a mirror, marveling at the full invisibility the belt provided. It was powerful, just as expected from such a strong curse. Roth prepared to release the invisibility. He reappeared between two figures cloaked in dark robes. A hand reached out, holding what appeared to be a belt buckle. Elsewhere, Sister Merid told her brother that if he didn't feel the effects of the curse, he would have to equip more artifacts. She insisted that he had to shoulder more of Lord Frizinga's burdens. Touched by her words, he found her concern commendable. One of the cloaked figures warned him not to overexert himself so early, but he insisted that he had to. Sister Merid declared that she would shoulder more of his weight. The belt buckle glowed with a soft, pink light. Hourlong sat alone, reflecting on his situation. He lamented that he hadn't been able to acquire more of something. He considered that even the little he had managed to get would be a great help when he tried to escape. Elsewhere, someone stated that this marked the beginning of the Church of Frizinga. Sister Merid was thanked for her lessons. Someone mused that to summarize the doctrines, anything goes, but the core of it revolved around the fact that one had to equip cursed items. Suddenly, Hour-Long was stopped by someone who told him to hold on before he left. He was asked to take a basket filled with food. The person offering the basket explained that they thought he would need it, so they prepared it for him. Hour-Long recognized the speaker as Sister Merit. Hour-Long thought to himself that it really was a good idea to come. Someone tapped Hour-Long on the shoulder. He was asked to take another basket as well. Hour-Long was confused and asked why they were giving him what he thought was their share. A voice declared that they served Lord Frizinga, and that luxuries such as the food were too much. The speaker, Nilia, stood with her hands raised, seemingly refusing the offering. Meanwhile, Genando called out to Taiziling, who was walking away with another individual. The other individual wondered if this was to be expected from the Sedinix Tower, noting that they were completely different from herself and harsh on herself. A thought bubble showed other students who were hungry and wanted the food. Genando asked if he could request one thing. Nilia asked Genando to please take care of Taiziling, noting that the child was quiet. The other individual wondered why, but then realized that they were in a different tower. A close-up revealed the contents of the basket: tomatoes, cheese, and various jars. Genando wondered what that matter was, laughing. Nilia declared that she shall, brother. The other individual wondered if they should call Nilia Sister Taiziling. Genando and the new half-demon girl walked together, each carrying a basket filled with bread. Genando tells her that she can call him whatever she wants. Meanwhile, Leon asks what the Tower of the Phoenix is like, adding that the towers don't really interact with each other. The new half-demon girl responds that all the towers are curious about what the others do during their free time. She explains that they pray in their rooms, in the morning, in the afternoon, and even at night, maintaining a specific position. The new half-demon girl continues, saying that some of them even go into the forest or mountains to pray all night. Leon is surprised, wondering if they're allowed to do that all night, given that Einrogar's dormitory has a curfew during the weekdays. The new half-demon girl nods, explaining that their tower received permission due to their unique. Leon gulps, seemingly nervous. Leon thinks to himself that priests don't have to stick to a curfew, and wonders if he can just get a priest's robes. The mysterious green skull entity thinks that it can be active for longer. Leon wonders aloud if he can get a priest's robes. The new half-demon girl seems to be thinking about something. A voice declared that the curse would not weaken. The new half-demon girl and Leon were walking together when she stated that just because he wore a priest's robes, it wouldn't change anything. Leon responded that of course it wouldn't. The new half-demon girl explained that she just wanted to understand more of Lord Frizinga's will. Leon told Taiziling that he would prepare a set for her by the next time they met, to which she thanked him. Leon stated that with this, the foundations to escape were building up brick by brick. Leon stood before a tower, holding what appeared to be a coffin. The student clarified that he simply wanted to understand. Taiziling responded that, of course, he did not. Taiziling stated that it was more of Lord Frizinga's will, adding that if he was going that far. The student thanked Taiziling, saying, all right then, with this, until the next time they meet. The foundations to escape were building up brick by brick. The student stood before a large tower. The student and Taiziling walked together, carrying baskets. The student asked what she had been eating these days, wondering if something was lacking. Taiziling shook her head, stating that she was completely satisfied with what she was getting right now. The student told Taiziling that her sister Merid was worried about her. Taiziling, with a darkened expression, thought to herself that Merid wanted her to look after her. The half-demon girl stood beside the young man, who suggested they do things a certain way. He added that they would eat together. As they walked together, he asked if they should. Someone else noted that she had fallen for it. He thought to himself that there was no way he'd ever let down someone who gave him such valuable presents. The young man smiled, thinking about the moment they shared a meal. The half-demon girl looked at him with a questioning expression. He imagined that he would feed her like a grandmother feeds their grandchildren on Thanksgiving. Meanwhile, in the distance, a large castle loomed. Elsewhere, it was time for the professor's meeting. Urgulm enjoyed his tea, noting that the tea had been tasting better ever since Leon enrolled. The mysterious green skull entity floated nearby. The professors sat around a table. One of them asked why they were gathered there today. One professor wondered if it was for the basic writing training course. Another professor wondered if the instructor for that course had been invited, thinking it was Professor Bendazal. The blue-skinned woman expressed her surprise that the dwarf hadn't heard the news. Professor Bendazal, it turned out, had gone missing while attempting to find a unicorn. Judging by the fact that they still hadn't heard from him, the woman at the table told Urgulm not to worry. A professor who could substitute for that course, the skull entity declared, had already been prepared. The news came as a shock. In moments like these, the skull entity's words echoed. The blue-skinned woman exclaimed that the elf was really the academy's headmaster. Urgulm wondered who the new professor was. They would need to be someone capable, the skull entity thought, if they were going to be taking over one of the core courses. It told him not to worry. The skull entity's finger pointed towards the silhouette of a figure. One of the figures agreed that if it was her, they could trust her. The other figure remained silent, considering the implications. The first figure elaborated, stating that she was an extremely famous explorer, renowned for exploring both inside and outside the empire, no matter how remote. Suddenly, a hand slammed down. Yurgulm questioned why it had to be her. The blue-skinned figure seemed surprised by Yurgulm's outburst, questioning who he was referring to. Yurgulm exclaimed that the person in question was his aunt. He complained that her nagging was unbearable, describing it as a boomer nagging attack. Yurgulm continued, stating that even the dwarves in the east didn't like her. The skull entity responded, stating that, ignoring how she is as a dwarf, the only thing it had done was hire an excellent professor. The skull entity told Yurgulm to be aware of that fact, dismissing him. A small bird landed on a hand. A small bird perched on Nilia's shoulder. Meanwhile, Hourlong stood ready, a bird flying toward him. He declared that it was time. The announcement echoed. It was time for class. From above, the students could be seen gathering outside a large building. Hourlong, now in uniform, expressed his excitement for the class. He added that he had no idea how badly he had been looking forward to it. The class was basic riding training. 2 students looked up at the rider on the horse with excitement. 2 students agreed that riding a horse was the basics for nobles. The students all looked excited. One student thought to himself that it made sense and wondered how anything could go wrong, noting that all of the students were. Suddenly, a large bird swooped down. It dove toward the ground. The students wondered what the strange sound was, and one of them urged everyone to look up. Above, the imperial prince and his attendants also noticed the approaching danger. They realized it was coming their way and shouted for everyone to run. The source of the commotion was revealed to be a massive bird, diving down towards the students. One of the students looked up in alarm, questioning what was happening. The massive bird emitted a deafening screech as it descended. Another student screamed in terror, overwhelmed by the approaching threat. The bird's massive claws snatched Gainando, carrying him away. The other students watched in horror as the bird flew away with Gainando. Gainando screamed for help as he was carried away. A student noticed that Gainando had been taken away. Someone shouted for everyone to calm down and get low to the ground. It was warned that catching the bird's eyes was dangerous, and everyone should stay still. The students scattered, attempting to evade the mysterious force that had suddenly descended upon them. Hourlong's expression shifted to one of concern. He thought to himself that things like this no longer surprised him. Suddenly, the giant bird swooped down, catching Hourlong's attention. He wondered where the bird had come from. Hourlong demanded to know where the headmaster was. He thought to himself that this was supposed to be the greatest academy, so why was the security like this? Nilia struggled against the bird's grasp, demanding to be let go and complaining about the school. The bird's massive form loomed over Nilia. The wind howled as the bird continued its ascent. Nilia screamed for someone to save her, apologizing as she was carried away. Hourlong watched as Nilia was carried away, wondering what was happening. As the bird flew away, a voice echoed, reminding someone that they were told to stay still. Meanwhile, someone commented that it was strange the bird left the one who was actually making noise alone. The student's eyes widened as he realized something. He exclaimed for them to wait and not tell him. The area around another student began to sparkle. Another student was also surrounded by sparkles. The student realized that it was hair color. An announcement was made for everyone to cover their heads with their robes, as the bird was going for people with shiny hair colors. The student with the golden hair was in distress. Another student, this one with white hair, seemed to be in a similar state. Suddenly, a voice declared that it was the hair color that was the problem. A student with dark blue hair urged everyone to cover their heads with their robes. The voice declared that the phenomenon was targeting people with shiny hair colors. A student complimented Wudinaz, saying that his judgment and commands were exceptionally quick. The student flinched. The student looked up, concern etched on his face. 2 students, cloaked and hooded, knelt on the ground. The area around them was blurred. The title Magic Academy Survival Guide was displayed. Hourlong adjusted his hood, a thoughtful expression on his face. Suddenly, 2 students exclaimed in surprise, drawing attention to themselves. They urged others to look over. One of the students, kneeling on the ground, cursed, realizing that someone was trying to mess with Wudinaz again. The other student encouraged their honorable friends not to cower, insisting that they should all group up, and Hourlong interjected, denying any connection to Moradi and claiming there had been a misunderstanding. Hourlong declared that he would take responsibility for him. He reached out to help one of the kneeling students. Whispers spread among the students, wondering if Her Imperial Highness had stepped in. One student asked if the 2 knew each other, but the student with blue hair shook their head, denying it. Hourlong announced that he was Her Imperial Highness's knight, Rowena. Elsewhere, Lian looked surprised, questioning if Hourlong was her knight. The disembodied voice mused that every rule has its exceptions, and that Lian might not be allowed to do something. The voice continued, stating that while one might not be allowed to bring an attendant, they couldn't be prevented from enrolling as a student. Therefore, it was possible to bend the rules this way. Suddenly, the voice admitted to feeling bad for Gainando. Lian, looking up at the sky, realized that Hourlong and Rowena were both members of the imperial family. Sir Woodenaz was told that someone had something to request of him. It might have cooled down a bit, but one never knew when it could choose to strike again. Therefore, something had to be done. Sir Woodenaz was asked to lead the students to take it down, referring to leadership. The students questioned who they were supposed to lead. One of the students was startled by something. One of the students told Lian that they would leave it to him, expressing their belief in him and looking forward to his honorable leadership. Lian told someone not to do that. Lian lamented that being the leader of a group project for school was never a good thing. His classmates, covered by a sheet, were ready to follow his orders. The sheet was lifted off of Lian, who seemed to be sweating. He was visibly nervous. Lian told them to first take the lead. Lian's expression was serious. A few days prior, a man wondered what was happening at the Tower of the Blue Dragon. He realized that the person leading the Tower of the Blue Dragon was someone he knew. He wondered how it was possible that Her Imperial Highness was Woodenaz. He recalled that Her Imperial Highness had always been an outstanding leader, even before they enrolled. He was confused. He thought there must be a reason. The man decided he would have to confirm it for himself. And now, all right, their next plan is... Rowena couldn't have imagined it. That feeding them was all it took for Lian to earn their trust. The students, now covered in cloaks, wait for Lian's instructions. Lian wonders if his assumptions are correct and asks if anyone has it. Someone replies that they do, and Lian says that if they have this... Nilia nods. Lian calls out for the bird to come over, saying it's one of those shiny things it loves so much. The bird responds. The bird flies towards them. Lian looks up. The command was given for everyone to get ready, forming a single file line to create a wall. As the students braced themselves, Lian crouched low to the ground. The light grew brighter as the bird drew closer. Just a little bit further, the voice urged, and then the command, now. The students braced themselves as a wave of light washed over them. Lian raised his staff, channeling the light's energy. The light intensified as the bird flew directly into the trap. The students watched as the bird approached. The light erupted in a blinding flash. The bird was caught in the surge of light. Lian gripped his staff tightly. Lian thought that if it was just a big bird, the best thing to do was... As expected, the students praised Hourlong for his success in trapping the bird. The other students admitted they hadn't expected him to succeed so spectacularly. Clearing his throat, Hourlong shifted the conversation to the matter of Gainando. Suddenly, a loud screech echoed through the air. The sound grew closer. The bird cried out in distress. Gainando and another student were sent flying through the air. Gainando's companion identified him and the student from Tiger Tower. The large bird flew overhead, screeching. The mysterious green skull entity praised the bird. The entity noted that Gainando must have been shocked and decided to go to him. The air crackled with residual energy. Suddenly, a figure landed with a heavy thud, kicking up dust and scattering leaves. The force of the landing created a gust of wind. The figure, revealed to be Nilia, greeted them with a sly grin, calling them brats. A tense silence hung in the air. Nearby students whispered about Nilia's sudden appearance, noting that she had jumped from a tree. Velati mused that this strange commotion was all as he expected. He realized that the commotion was caused by a professor, but wondered why Nilia looked so familiar and if she was related to Professor Yurgolm. Nilia stood with Yurgolm looming behind her. Yurgolm dismissed the idea that Nilia was related to him, stating that he was just stereotyping. Velati clenched his fist. Nilia, her eyes gleaming with malice, complimented someone on being quite talented. The image of the menacing figure with the long beard and Hourlong flickered in his mind, accompanied by a sense of déjà vu. The sensation startled Lian, his eyes widening slightly as he felt a strange familiarity wash over him. Elsewhere, a student wondered why the woman looked so familiar and if she was related to Professor Yurgolm. Dismissing the thought, he decided there was no way. He told himself he was just stereotyping. A voice echoed, declaring that someone was quite talented. The sinister face of Yurgolm appeared, his expression menacing. A sense of déjà vu washed over someone. Lian looked surprised. Amidst the crowd of students, someone wondered aloud if she was a professor. Another student asked if Lian was perhaps close with Professor Yurgolm. Lian looks surprised as the woman with braided blonde hair smiles at him. The woman laughs, revealing that she is his aunt, leaving Lian even more surprised. As the woman's words sink in, someone places a hand on Lian's shoulder, interrupting his thoughts about the professors. The other students congratulate Lian, saying that Professor Yurgolm likes him so much that he even invites him to his cabin, which makes Lian uncomfortable. Lian's aunt tries to stop the students from revealing too much information about him. The aunt seems to be thinking about something. Lian realizes that it is already too late to stop the information from spreading. Lian thinks that if things have gotten to this point, he should try to give her a good image of himself. The aunt claps her hands together. The aunt calls for everyone's attention. She introduces herself as Thunderstep Koidar. The students are surprised to learn that Professor Bendazal was originally supposed to teach the course, but they disappeared while searching for a unicorn. The student exclaimed in excitement, recognizing Thunderstep Koidar as a renowned explorer. Another student chimed in, impressed that Thunderstep was the one who subdued a behemoth and the first to explore the Spirit's Crater. Meanwhile, another student wondered why no one seemed concerned about the missing Professor Bendazal. Elsewhere, Thunderstep Koidar asked if anyone could guess why she had brought a Thunderbird to class. The Thunderbird possessed a massive body and performed violent maneuvers atypical of normal birds. These Thunderbirds even had the special ability to control lightning, thunder, and whirlwinds, making them fearsome monsters. The students were shocked. One student remarked that the Empire should seriously inspect the school, while another muttered that he was kidnapped by a Thunderbird. A student wondered if their objective for the semester was to ride that Thunderbird. Another student responded that he was sure it had to be something like that. Thunderstep Koidar laughed, declaring that they were wrong. One student thought that even a decade wouldn't be enough for them to ride a Thunderbird. Woodenaz is asked why he doesn't try giving an answer. Woodenaz explains that he wanted to see how they would react when faced with danger, to know what they'll face while traveling. Another student interjects, saying there's no way, and that this isn't a monster survival class. The professor, Thunderstep Koidar, says that the student is correct, and that she guesses there was a reason why her nephew liked Woodenaz so much. Thunderstep Koidar explains that this is why she brought the Thunderbird. She tells them that they have to train, but not to worry too much. Another student exclaims in awe, while Woodenaz sighs in relief. Thunderstep Koidar tells Woodenaz that she'll be heading to the horse stables, and that he can lead the students there. As the Thunderbird flies away, Woodenaz wonders why it always has to be him. The students follow Woodenaz as they head to the horse stables. The importance of the horse in riding was emphasized, stating that if one couldn't ride a horse, they likely couldn't ride anything else. The student acknowledged that if they wanted to ride something more difficult, they needed to master the basics with the horse first. It made sense to one of the students that everyone there was probably used to riding horses. The student wondered what was going on. Thunderstep Koidar smiled knowingly. Yoner felt a strange sensation. The feeling was ominous, a warning to be careful. The other students looked on with concern. It was emphasized that this lesson wouldn't be as simple as just riding horses. The doors to the stables loomed ahead. Yoner approached the entrance to the stables. The students were now inside Einrogard's horse stables and were in awe. Inside the stables, a majestic horse with a white mane and coat stands calmly. Nearby, a student remarks that all the horses are from good breeds, expressing disbelief that they will be able to ride horses like these. An instructor carries a green bag. The instructor holds out a cup filled with wooden sticks, telling the students that they need skill to get a good horse, and that he wants them to come. The instructor instructs the students to come out one by one to get their picking order. The results of the drawing are about to be revealed. Gainando is announced as first, and he celebrates his good fortune. Another student wonders why it had to be Gainando, remarking that he doesn't even know how to tell the wheat from the chaff. Nearby, another student scoffs, remarking that he can't hear the chaff. Someone notes that the losers are already complaining, as Gainando confidently declares the horse that he'll pick. Gainando steps forward. Gainando declares that he wants this one. As the students watched, one of them wondered why Gainando would pick that particular horse. Another student observed that the horse was clearly super temperamental. Gainando declared that horses had to be big and bulky. The horse bowed its head towards Gainando, who remarked that it was already bowing to him. Suddenly, the horse lashed out. Someone shouted that Gainando got hit. Gainando lay on the ground, and another student asked if he was all right. Gainando, Days, could only manage a confused W. Another student hovered over Gainando, calling him an idiot. The other student told Gainando that he got what he deserved for picking a horse that clearly looked violent. Another student mused that it had always been the case that the best horses weren't big ones, but gentle. The chosen horse grinned menacingly. The force of the blow sent Gainando sprawling. The horse loomed over him, teeth bared as Gainando screamed in terror. Meanwhile, Moradi, having witnessed the spectacle, scoffed at Gainando's plight, remarking that the Blue Dragon students were all talk. The horse, ignoring Moradi's comment, continued to pummel Gainando with a headbutt. Nearby, another student watched the scene unfold, exclaiming in shock at the sudden violence. Hourlong, also witnessing the event, wondered why all the horses were acting this way. He began to consider the nature of the horses. The scene focused on the legs of the horses. Elsewhere, another student was being menaced by a horse. Hourlong continued to wonder why they were all so violent. The students were surrounded by menacing horses. The horses continued their violent rampage. The Imperial Prince laughed, his amusement echoing through the training grounds. He reminded the others that they were there to learn how to ride horses. Elsewhere, Thunderstep Koidar announced that she would be giving them their first assignment. Hourlong declared that he wanted everyone to become close with all of the horses there. The instructor declared that they would be learning how to ride horses. The students looked on, unsure what to expect. The instructor announced that she would be giving them their first assignment. The instructor wanted them to become close with all of the horses there. With arms outstretched, the instructor welcomed the students to the stables. The students were shocked by the instructor's words. The instructor thought that maybe the horses would open up to them if they looked after them with the utmost care. The instructor declared that this would be their objective. The instructors emphasized the importance of forming a bond with at least one of the horses. The students observed the horses, realizing they were far from ordinary. One student was sure of it. Someone suspected that the professor had something planned if she was making this their goal. They decided to pick the most docile-looking horse first. Thunderstep Koidar instructed Leon Wardenaz to follow her. Garcia Kim agreed with the professor. The professor led Leon through the stables. Leon was surprised. A white horse stood before them. Thunderstep Koidar stated that she would never give just any horse to her nephew's brightest student, telling Leon that she wanted him to take care of this child. Another student wondered why Leon only got an easy horse, noting that the professor picked one out for him specially, as expected from Wardenaz. Another student told them to shut up. Someone thought they must be fools. It was true that he was a good horse, but he was also the most wild and temperamental. The professor suggested it might be easier for Hourlong to tame a monster than the wild horse. The professor knew that this was obviously a difficult task to ask of a freshman. But if it was Hourlong, someone who was able to expertly handle a thunderbird, this should be a piece of cake, the professor thought. Hourlong cursed, realizing this was why he shouldn't stand out. Thunderstep Koidar stated that Urgulm should be saying his greetings first, and asked if he had forgotten that. Urgulm greeted them, saying it had been a long time, and asked how they had been. Urgulm suggested that they check out his nephew's house and asked them to come in. Urgulm stared intently. Hourlong wondered what this was as the professor stated that Professor Koidar asked him to bring her here. Someone coughed. Hourlong is met with a scolding about the state of his living quarters, being told that the dust and mess are the reason he is still single. There she goes again, he thinks to himself. It was about time he found a nice girl, and he should stop living like this. Now that he thinks about it, it's time for lunch. Meanwhile, Wardenaz is asked if he has eaten yet. Urgulm asks Wardenaz if he didn't eat yet. Garcia Kim says that he is hungry, professor. Urgulm tells them to sit down there, adding that they shouldn't skip meals while they're still. Urgulm tells them to relax, saying that he will treat them to some Eastern-style food. Thunderstep Koidar says nothing, as a knife shines in her hand. Hourlong sighs, thinking that his worries came to. Urgulm asks how they have been. Urgulm tells them to wait. Hourlong is asked what the object on his chest is. He responds, asking if they're talking about the same object. Hourlong holds up the staff, which glows with green energy. The staff continues to glow. Urgulm exclaims that Hourlong already got a new staff, adding that he can feel the energy of the forest. Someone asks Hourlong where he got the staff. Hourlong pauses, considering how to answer. Urgulm recalls that Hourlong just happened to enter the forest, meet an oak tree spirit, and receive the staff. Hourlong thinks to himself that the spirit definitely tried to escape. He then says that if you think about it, life is all just a series of coincidences. The scene shifts to a view of a large tree. Someone asks how Urgulm knew. Urgulm responds that it's because it's a famous spirit. The staff, it seemed, had a mind of its own, possessing a troublesome personality. Despite this, its vision and knowledge were undeniable. Urgulm held the staff, examining it closely. He noted that there was definitely something hidden within it. The staff could make one invincible as long as they held onto it, or perhaps it could be used for spirit magic. It could even be a cheat ability that would absorb a bunch of mana. Thunderstep Koidar remarked that, of course, there was something hidden within the staff. Hourlong asked if that was really the case, and Thunderstep Koidar confirmed that it was great for farming. It was like one would expect from something from a tree. Thunderstep Koidar explained that since a spirit gave it to him, it was good for when he was growing something. Hourlong is told that the news of the staff is good, since he was planning to grow things anyway. That was true, Hourlong admits, as Thunderstep Koidar wonders what he was trying to grow. He had been planning to try growing everything that's edible. Hearing this, Urgulm offers to help. Koidar, surprised, asks if that's really the case, and then tells Hourlong to come with her after lunch. They told him it would help when he farmed. The most important things to grow are things like potatoes and yams. Koidar explains that it will take a while before he can harvest them, but when he does, he'll be thankful for them. Hourlong agrees. Leon Wardenaz says that they should try to be positive as he plants a seedling. Leon is told that it'll help when he farms, and then Urgulm calls for Leon to come over, and Leon acknowledges him. High above, the academy's central tower stood tall, its ancient stones bathed in the soft glow of the afternoon sun. Below the tower, the academy grounds stretched out, a mix of manicured gardens and imposing stone structures. Inside one of the academy's many chambers, a student groaned, his stomach audibly rumbling. He lamented his hunger. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted nearby, catching his attention. He wondered what it could be. Leon emerged from the light, carrying a basket overflowing with food. The basket contained a variety of fresh produce, including carrots, tomatoes, and cheese. The student who had been complaining about being hungry looked on in shock, recognizing Lian and the food. Servants nearby welcomed him. It was revealed that Lian was able to acquire the food thanks to Professor Thunderstep. Another student remarked that it was expected of Lian, whom he called his honorable friend, to bring such a bounty to the best house in the empire. The bird, carrying a basket, couldn't believe how much the chicks had changed in just a week. Above them, the nest was filled with twigs. Meanwhile, Lian assured everyone that he was sure they were all hungry and asked them to wait a second. He declared that he would make soup. Lian rolled up his sleeves, preparing to cook. He began to prepare the ingredients. As he chopped a carrot, Nolia and Gainando watched him. He then began to cook the ingredients in a pan. The scene shifted to a memory where a woman with red hair watched a man cooking over a fire, thinking it was just like. The memory showed Lian as an experienced alchemist in the middle of an experiment. Back in the present, Lian tasted the soup. He thought to himself that it was good. Lian announces that the soup is ready, inviting everyone to bring their bowls. With the soup prepared, the students gather around the table, ready to eat. Meanwhile, one of the students calls out to Velati. Velati appears surprised by the sudden attention. Elsewhere, Gainando approaches a closed door, wanting to ask something. He knocks on the door. Nilia turns towards the door, a surprised expression on her face. Lian asks why Gainando is there. Gainando offers Nilia the soup he cooked. He encourages her to have some. Nilia flinches, but Gainando assures her that everyone else got some too, so there's nothing to feel sorry about. Nilia is offered the soup, the spoon filled with chunks of meat and vegetables. Meanwhile, Gainando urges someone to hurry. She takes a tentative sip of the soup. Suddenly, Nilia's eyes widen as she realizes something. The scene shifts to a bright, almost dreamlike image of Nilia surrounded by floating food. The image continues, showing Nilia holding a plate, surrounded by vegetables and a winged pig. It was Gainando's intention that she should eat. Elsewhere, Garcia Kim watches Nilia and another student, realizing that she must have been really hungry. Nilia, standing in a doorway, quietly thanks someone, stating that she will return the favor. She vows to return the favor someday, as the door closes. The scene changes to someone walking up a set of stairs. Finally, Garcia Kim is seen walking down the stairs, sighing. The students expressed relief that Nilia seemed to enjoy the soup. One wondered what the Imperial Highness thought of it. Another student exclaimed how amazing it was. He asked if he could request this in the future as well, offering to pay double the amount of silver. The first student confirmed that they would keep giving him double. He stated that it should be an honor for nobles to devote themselves to the imperial family. The students were relieved that they cared for Her Imperial Highness this much. The students believed that the imperial family must be amazing. One student thought that Gainando was an exception. Meanwhile, it was afternoon class. Velati Vagrek stood before his students. Velati paused, considering something. He tapped his finger on the desk, thinking that his contract only required him to teach the class at the stated time. He did not have any obligation to gather students. Velati observed the immense quantity of mana. He thought that he would regret it if he lost. Velati recognized a talent like that. Clearing his throat, Garcia Kim prompted the students to ask any questions they might have regarding the lesson. A blue orb of mana floated between them, a silent invitation to inquire. One student, brown vest student, stammered, wondering if Garcia realized he was taking advantage of the class. He then asked what the purpose of the training was. The blue orb pulsed softly as the students waited for an answer. Garcia Kim responded by asking if the student had read the name of the course. The student, repenting student, pointed out that Garcia had told him to ask a question. Garcia considered the question. He wanted to know what relation spinning this orb has with combat in a general sense. Silence filled the room as Garcia Kim remained quiet, causing the student to worry. After a moment, Garcia Kim decided to give an example. Garcia admitted he was troubled by how he should explain something so obvious, and then stated that he understood. Garcia Kim declared that he would give an example. Garcia Kim stated that he could kill them with just a feather. Garcia Kim held up a feather, a sinister red aura surrounding him. Garcia Kim's statement hung in the air, a bizarre challenge to the students. He seemed to relish the shock on their faces as he presented what he called a freaky example. The lesson continued, emphasizing that the most crucial aspect of combat wasn't the tier of a spell, but rather its effectiveness. All that truly mattered was having the minimum power needed to end a life. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a figure walked purposefully across a stone floor, their footsteps echoing in the space. The explanation continued, revealing that the purpose of spinning the Star Spirit Stone was to amplify the destructive force of projectile spells. It was explained that even a simple first circle spell like Magic Missile could drastically change depending on the caster's skill. The lesson emphasized that a magician who hadn't mastered the basics would struggle to demonstrate their abilities in actual combat. Elsewhere, the sounds and fires of the battlefield raged. The monstrous figures before them seemed frozen, paralyzed by the bloodlust they faced. But a magician who had repeatedly trained and focused on the basics could overcome even the most dire circumstances. Even under extreme circumstances, The force of the impact reverberated through the structure. Hourlong stood his ground, bracing himself against the magical shockwave. The magical energy exploded outwards. The room was filled with blinding light and raw power. The magical collision continued to intensify. He remained steadfast, his expression grim. The force of the blast was immense. As the dust settled, Hourlong surveyed the scene. He noted that nothing was broken, realizing the explosion must have been from magic colliding with other magic. He took a deep breath. Elsewhere, two figures observed the events, one commenting on the desire to become capable of such feats. The other noted the display of magic, and how Hourlong didn't even seem to break a sweat. Hourlong wondered if his response had been too obvious, questioning whether it was a suitable answer. The other party confirmed his statement and thanked him. The professor stated that he could become capable of doing things like this. The student seemed surprised by the display of magic. Meanwhile, Vladi didn't even seem to break a sweat. The student felt like he had said something too obvious, wondering if that was a suitable answer. He thanked the professor. Elsewhere, Vladi walked through the halls, excluding the contents of his class. The student realized he was seeing Professor Vladi differently now. He had thought he was just someone half-assing his course, but there was meaning behind everything he'd done so far. Then, that meant he could also receive something other than just grades from him. The student asked the professor if he could ask another thing. Vladi simply responded with what? Vladi had mentioned that he was able to successfully activate low-level manipulation recently. However, he admitted that he wasn't able to control it. Someone commented that his mana pool must be quite large. Vladi responded that he gets that a lot, as someone else noted that he was able to find the issue right away. Another student was sure that Vladi had some thoughts about this. That student wondered what method Vladi would teach him, thinking that he might even give him a reasonable solution for it. Vladi's hand glowed. He grabbed the student's hand. A mana drain was activated. The student looked shocked. It was a powerful mana drain. It was a powerful and wicked high circle spell. The spell was designed to absorb the target's mana. Someone shouted for the professor to stop, but it was too late. Vladi commanded the student to hold still. The mana drain continued. The student realized what was happening. The student's mana was being forcefully extracted. The student collapsed to the ground. Another student rushed to his side, asking if Vladi was all right. The student looked on with concern. Vladi stared down at the student. Vladi explained that he was trying to reduce the amount of mana the student had to make it easier for him to control, but he had failed, admitting that the student had more mana than he thought. It was explained that normally, when one has more mana than their capacity, those who cannot control their strength risk collapse, just as Vladi did. It was said that he, a professor of Einrogard, wouldn't know his limit. If he had enough mana to make a professor collapse, how much did Hourlong really have? To think an extreme method like this didn't work either, Hourlong thought. But there was no way. No, there's one. There is. Has the object he tried to control with low-level manipulation ever flown toward him? It hasn't. The key is instinct. It might look uncontrollable, but as long as the magician's will and the object are connected, it becomes controlled by instinct. Hourlong wondered if the stone he threw at the others' heads was also an extension of his will. He decided to ignore that thought. The professor explained that Hourlong's ability allowed him to manipulate objects. The professor thought that it was worth looking forward to Hourlong's response, as expected from an expert. He considered slowly building up methods like this. The professor asked Hourlong if he was ready. The professor prepared to attack. The professor warned that he would be aiming for Hourlong's chin and that he should try his best to use low-level manipulation to defend himself. The professor prepared his attack. Hourlong wondered if he could wait. He thought this was ridiculous and screamed in frustration. Hourlong cursed. He yelled for himself to move. The academy loomed, a symbol of both promise and peril. Darkness seemed to permeate everything. Mana orbs pulsed with an eerie glow. Hourlong lay defeated, the training proving more brutal than he anticipated. An attendant stood nearby as Hourlong thanked him for the training. Hourlong lamented his naivete, realizing he had been foolish to trust the professors of the school. Professor Vladi Vagrek extended a hand to help Hourlong up. Vladi dismissed Hourlong's gratitude, stating that his progress was the result of his own efforts, though Hourlong thought to himself that he almost died. Hourlong seemed surprised by the professor's words. Vladi told Hourlong that he thought too highly of him. Vladi instructed Hourlong to try moving an iron ball with low-level manipulation. Hourlong watched as the iron ball floated before him, wondering why. Hourlong is instructed to make the ball move. He is then told to try making it move as he is told. Up, down, clockwise, counterclockwise, the professor instructs. Vladi nods, observing Hourlong's progress. It was announced that from now on, their lessons would be with the iron ball instead of the Star Spirit Stone. Hourlong thinks to himself that he still hasn't been able to draw a circle with the Star Spirit Stone, wondering if that's all right. Vladi tells him to try doing it with the Star Spirit Stone then. Hourlong recalls that he wasn't able to do it a while ago. He finds that it's so much easier than before. It is said that magicians grow from intense experiences. Volati explains that the Star Spirit Stone is a tool to help inexperienced magicians, and that Hourlong doesn't need it anymore. Volati looks on. Volati tells Hourlong to try drawing a circle again, but with the iron ball, adding that once his skills grow further, he'll give him the same test he just did. Hourlong's eyes widened, a visible shock rippling across his face. He was clearly taken aback by something. The world, it was said, was divided into two distinct types of people. Hourlong stammered, trying to collect himself. Those who froze in the face of life-threatening situations, and those who reacted fiercely and shrewdly. It was declared that Hourlong was the latter. He was the one. He possessed the qualifications to become a combat magician. Volati considered the situation. If that was the case, Volati resolved to teach the class in a more effective manner. The academy stood proudly amidst the landscape. Meanwhile, Nilia was approached by a student who asked if she had waited long. She shook her head, stating that she hadn't. Before that, however, there was another matter at hand. On his way back from Professor Volati Vagrek's class, Gainando reassured himself that he was fine. Another student brought Gainando the priest robes. Gainando thanked the student, stating that this was his. He gave his thanks again. Gainando reached out to receive the robes. The half-demon girl reflects on the suffering of Lord Frizinga. It would be unreasonable for her to enjoy such gourmet food. Meanwhile, Woodenaz seems to be struggling with the task at hand, thinking that Sister Merid's task isn't looking easy. The half-demon girl insists that she is fine and that the food should be given to someone who needs it more. She walks away from the table. She states that she is more than satisfied with just tea. Woodenaz smiles. He then offers to prepare the tea for her. The half-demon girl questions if Woodenaz is going to prepare tea, to which he responds that he has an interest in it. An image shows tea leaves and coffee beans falling into a cup. The text mentions drinks, such as green tea or coffee, as the half-demon girl and Woodenaz look on. Someone is preparing a drink over a fire, and the text suggests that Tai Ziling is probably under the assumption that he is making a drink like that. Someone was preparing a drink, but Garcia Kim declared there was no way he would do that. Garcia Kim proclaimed that he would wake up her taste buds. Suddenly, the Imperial Prince attendant questioned what Garcia Kim was doing. Garcia Kim asked what was wrong, questioning if they were saying that the way his house prepared tea was too extravagant. Garcia Kim looked on, seemingly unbothered. The half-demon girl insisted that there was nothing wrong with the drink. She thought to herself that it was just too much sugar. The Imperial Prince attendant asked how she could say that. The half-demon girl laughed. She slumped over the table, deciding that she would drink it. The drink was poured into a cup, a good choice. The half-demon girl sat at the table, ready to drink. It was a special milk tea, and she was invited to have a taste. The half-demon girl held the cup, a thoughtful expression on her face as she considered the offering. She took a sip, her eyes narrowing slightly as the flavors hit her tongue. The girl's expression shifted, a mixture of surprise and curiosity evident on her face. She noticed a faint sweetness spreading across her tongue, followed by a spicy, yet refreshing taste. The ingredients for the tea were being prepared. It was like a tsunami of new, wonderful flavors. Elsewhere, Volati Vagrek declared that he had her. He prepared the next tea. He would add sugar, nuts, and cocoa powder to boiling water. Then, he would add milk before stirring it evenly. Now, he would prepare a tea with corn flour in it. Woodenaz special cocoa tea. The tea sat in the cup. The half-demon girl paused, considering the taste. The student with the dark hair questioned if she thought it was too close to soup. She retorted, asking how he could say that about her house's traditional drink. The student asked him to stop. The half-demon girl exclaimed that it was tasty. Garcia Kim stated that it must be a brand new world for her. Garcia Kim smiled, saying he would do it like this. He continued to add more and more Schrodinger's tea. The tea was being stirred. A spoon rested on the saucer next to the cup of tea. The half-demon girl stated that it was a very delicious tea. The tea was finished. Now that she had a taste, Garcia Kim told the half-demon girl that she wouldn't refuse to eat again. He then told her that he wanted her to come at their promised time from now on. The half-demon girl responded that Garcia Kim didn't need to talk like a villain. The half-demon girl thanked Garcia Kim for the tea, and he told her that he would see her tomorrow. The night sky was dark. In the distance, a tower stood tall. Letting his head hang low, Leon hoped tomorrow's classes would go smoothly as he and Nilia walked back. Everyone was back in their towers now. It was curfew, so all students had to return to their dorms. But today, Leon would be. Someone goes out to pray, even in the middle of the night. Leon walked through the night. Just an ordinary devout, young priest. Leon knew that unknown traps could be lurking, so he remained on guard. Thankfully, the first floor was clear, just as he expected. Now that he thought about it, it was the first time Hourlong had been in these large halls since the entrance ceremony. First, Leon needed to scout out the places he hadn't been before. Suddenly, he paused, confused. He wondered if that was a professor. Leon paused, telling himself to wait a second. The figure identified himself as a student of the Black Turtle. The Black Turtle Tower. Elsewhere, Hourlong paused on the stairs, confused by what he had just witnessed. He wondered if the figure he saw was a professor. Suddenly, Hour-Long stopped, realizing something. He realized that they were a student from the Black Turtle Tower. The student was moving without a sound. Hour-Long noted that the footsteps indicated the student was definitely trained. Indeed, the student's movements were silent and precise. He recalled that rat folk typically weren't welcomed by the Empire, and there was a strong stigma against them, often labeling them as thieves and vagrants. Hour-Long wanted to believe it was simply his prejudice, but it was obvious what the student's intentions were with that key. The rat folk student, holding the key, proposed that if their intentions aligned, they should cooperate. Suddenly, a voice threatened him to stay silent or be killed. The rat folk student was startled by the sudden threat. The hooded figure smiled. The rat folk student considered that it might be a good idea to cooperate. The hooded figure apologized for scaring him, admitting he thought the rat folk student was a professor but realized he was also a student. The hooded figure apologized again if he had scared him and suggested they introduce themselves, asking for the rat folk student's name. The rat folk student began to state his name. The rat folk student looked surprised. His name was Ratford. Ratford's skills as a thief were well honed, having been affiliated with the White Crow. Despite the lack of bullying, Ratford still felt a sense of alienation from the other students. Because of this, he craved recognition from his peers within the tower, leading him to search for the location where the daily necessities were kept. After a thorough investigation, he discovered a door that seemed promising. He even used his talents to craft a key for the door. The key gleamed, ready to unlock whatever secrets lay beyond. A voice complimented Ratford, saying he was amazingly talented. He responded that it was because he spent all his free time working on it. The voice then questioned who Ratford was. Based on Ratford's build and actions, the voice asked if he was from the White Tiger Tower. The figure responded, beginning to answer the question. The figure revealed himself to be Lian Woodenaz of the Blue Dragon Tower. Ratford was shocked to hear the name Woodenaz. Ratford is taken aback by Lian's revelation, struggling to process the implications of his connection to such a notorious, high-ranking noble family. Lian, however, dismisses his surprise, suggesting that he should be used to it by now. Lian continues, suggesting that they should work together, arguing that it would be better than working alone. Ratford, still reeling from the earlier revelation, stammers in disbelief. The hooded figure stands silently as Ratford attempts to break the magical seal on the door, but his efforts prove futile. Lian, with a confident smile, believes he is doing well. Ratford, still skeptical, questions Lian's seriousness. Lian urges him to move quickly, reminding him that they don't have much time. Ratford wonders if the door opened, but Lian confirms that it did not. Lian explains that the door is protected by magic. Ratford sighs, realizing that an ordinary method wasn't enough. Suddenly, Lian pauses, noticing something. Lian realizes that it's a symbol. Lian asks Ratford to move aside for a moment. Ratford, confused, questions what Lian is trying to do as he prepares to act. A golden key, intricately designed, slides into the lock. With the key in hand, Lian moves to unlock the door as Ratford watches with anticipation. The key turns, and a click echoes through the chamber. The lock worked. Ratford is surprised. Ratford asks where Lian got the key. Lian casually admits he stole it from the headmaster's drawers. Lian reflects that he didn't tell Asen about it back then. He recalls finding the key at the same time he found the headmaster's message. The golden key rests on a wooden surface. Lian explains that he held onto the key just in case, never expecting to use it here. Ratford wonders what kind of person he is. Lian thinks that, more importantly, they have to be careful, as he can practically smell the traps. The door creaks open. A way down is opened. Lian and Ratford stood at the top of the newly revealed staircase. Lian asked if they should proceed. Ratford's ears perked up, sensing something. Suddenly, Lian stopped Ratford, halting their descent. Ratford strained to listen, realizing someone was downstairs. Lian seemed to understand the situation. He realized that the underground passage was how outside supplies were being moved. It was clear that the supplies were being moved after curfew, which was why the students were unaware. Lian was confident that the daily necessities were down there, and he urged Ratford to continue. Ratford wondered about something. The pair continued down the staircase. The darkness grew thicker as they descended. Ratford noted how dark it was, even though they hadn't gone that deep yet. He suggested that he should light something. Ratford's hand trembled as he reached for his jacket, his expression a mix of fear and disbelief. Meanwhile, Lian cautioned him against recklessness, reminding him that whatever they were about to face was something the headmaster had deliberately concealed. He added that it wouldn't be easy. Ratford agreed, admitting he hadn't thought far enough ahead. Elsewhere, the question of Lian's identity lingered in the minds of others. One observer noted that Lian seemed almost accustomed to such extraordinary situations, a fact that unsettled them. Lian's reputation preceded him, so much so that some dared not even speak his name. The imperial prince and princess held their breaths in his presence, a testament to his power. It was said that Lian had subjugated a thunderbird with a single spell. Ratford, visibly shaken, wondered if all the rumors about Lian were true. Lian, already inside the storage area, asked Ratford what was taking so long, confirming they had arrived. Ratford responded with a nervous yes. Leon surmised that the entire floor was dedicated to storage. As Leon and Ratford prepared to enter, Leon cautioned that they needed to be careful. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from within the storage area. The force of the blast sent Leon and Ratford reeling. The energy continued to surge, filling the space with intense light and heat. The source of the energy remained unseen, leaving the outcome uncertain. As they approached the entrance, Hourlong cautioned Ratford to be careful. Suddenly, all the lamps in the area lit up. A magical surge emanated from the lamps. The magical energy spread rapidly. Hourlong wondered why the lamps had suddenly activated. Footsteps echoed nearby. Hourlong flinched, realizing someone was coming. Ratford wondered if they were the storage keeper. The figure confirmed the presence of 8 wheels of cheese. The figure also confirmed 5 bottles of maple syrup and 3 bottles of undiluted red potions, stating that they were confirming the inventory. Hourlong realized they were taking inventory, something he had not anticipated. Hourlong hushed his companion, cautioning him to be thorough. First, who are? The question hung in the air as Hourlong and Ratford were discovered. Ratford cursed under his breath, realizing they'd been caught. He urged himself to remain calm. Hourlong considered his options, thinking to himself that he would use light to blind them. The figure before them caused Ratford to pause. He noticed their eyes. The figure, wrapped in bandages, held a document. There are stories. It was a lesson often learned, that the loss of one sense heightened the others to compensate. But even considering this, Ratford questioned how they had been found. They hadn't made any noise, and they shouldn't have been discernible by scent with so many miscellaneous objects around. The figure wrapped in bandages wondered how they had managed to find them. Suddenly, the figure sensed something. The silhouettes of Hourlong and Ratford were revealed. A surge of energy emanated from the figure. The energy intensified. The surge of energy continued to grow. The figure remained silent. The figure struck Hourlong. The figure noted the overwhelming volume of mana. The figure wrapped in bandages apologized to the headmaster for the rudeness. The headmaster stated that he would return to his work. Meanwhile, Ratford and Hourlong continued to move through the halls, with Ratford commenting on how the headmaster was acting. Hourlong wondered what the headmaster was, and if he thought Hourlong was the headmaster. Ratford noted that they had also said something about the volume of mana, and that it looked like they were detecting them by their mana. Ratford knew it wouldn't be easy. Hourlong stated that they were in the clear for now, and that they should keep moving. Hourlong thought it was a shame, but they couldn't take the items in the room. If their quantities were being checked, it was better to leave them alone. Hourlong told Ratford that they should look for the passageway these things were coming from. Ratford agreed, stating passageway. Hourlong and Ratford continued to move through the halls. The voice directed them to turn right, guiding them through the labyrinthine passageways. Following the instructions, they were then told to turn left. The cloaked figure expressed their admiration for Ratford's ability to navigate the area despite never having been there before. Ratford thanked them for the compliment. The cloaked figure wondered why Ratford had suddenly started speaking so formally. Ratford brushed it off, telling them not to mind it. Ratford paused, believing they were almost at their destination. They continued forward, but they soon discovered that the passageway led to a dead end. The two stood before the solid wall, the passageway ending abruptly. Ratford was confused, questioning how this could be, as they were sure the passageway was supposed to be there. The cloaked figure looked on, seemingly unfazed by the discovery. The cloaked figure stated that they knew why the passageway was not there. The narration explained that unlike Ratford, who grew up as a petty thief in a small town, Leon grew up reading countless stories on Earth. Thanks to his upbringing, Hourlong was more imaginative, even when he was a thief. A hand presses against a hidden mechanism. Before them, a surge of magical energy erupts, illuminating the passageway. Ratford, standing beside the cloaked figure, eyed the passageway. The passageway stretched into the distance. The tunnel was lit by an unseen light source. The passageway continued, promising an escape. Ratford thought that based on the width and lighting, it was definitely the passageway out. Ratford wondered how the cloaked figure knew about the passageway, and if it was because they were a member of House Woodenass. The cloaked figure chuckled. The cloaked figure thought that they could finally escape. The cloaked figure reached out. The cloaked figure, hidden in shadow, trembled with anticipation, thinking about how much they had worked for this moment. Meanwhile, Hourlong urged Ratford to move, and Ratford affirmed his agreement. The sound of a horse-drawn cart echoed through the passageway. The cart driver adjusted a barrel. The employees of Einrogard were bound by 3 strict rules. They could not talk about what they saw, initiate a conversation, or be curious. Because of this, a man lay injured on the ground, unnoticed. Even though a strange priest and student appeared from the opposite side of the passageway, they did not utter a word. Hourlong thought that the way they were being ignored was almost too strange, and Ratford agreed, believing they were pretending not to have seen them. The cloaked figure thought that they would be able to avoid unnecessary suspicion. The cloaked figure considered the situation. Hourlong approached an old servant and asked to speak with him. Hourlong's companion wondered if it would be possible for them to leave through the carriage as well. The other man agreed, of course. Meanwhile, an announcement was made that their work would finish soon, and they should wait inside the carriage. The carriage wheel creaked. Radford told himself to stay calm, as there still weren't any problems yet. It was just. Radford thought that the way Hourlong was looking at him was quite overbearing, but he was amazed that he was able to get on the carriage with just a few words. Still, no one was talking. It made sense the world wasn't easy. Einrogard symbolized both the Empire and magicians, and, as such, it had a lot of enemies. Not only were political forces out for them, but because valuable items came and went from here, the risk from that was huge as well. This tension might be an obvious byproduct. It still didn't make sense to prevent the freshmen from leaving, though. The carriage rumbled along the darkened path. Suddenly, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. Radford wondered why the carriage had stopped. The sudden stop caused him to gasp. He was left wondering how this could be. The caravan continued its journey through the night, the creaking of the wheels a constant rhythm. Suddenly, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. Leon wondered why they had stopped. Leon was shocked by the sudden stop. He couldn't believe what was happening. Outside the carriage, the blue-skinned woman stood guard, a package clutched in her hands. Leon wondered why there was a professor present. The blue-skinned woman held the package close. Leon wondered if they had been caught, but based on the mood, he didn't think they were. Radford urgently whispered to Sir Woodenaz that there was a professor outside. Woodenaz hushed him, believing the professor didn't yet know they were there. Inside the carriage, one of the students suggests they quietly observe the situation. Meanwhile, outside, Garcia Kim seems to be aware of something. Someone questions Garcia Kim's presence, demanding to know why exactly he is there. The blue-skinned woman holds a wrapped package. She carefully handles the package, which seems to be glowing with a faint purple light. A disembodied voice explains that people from the imperial family's inner circle will be waiting outside the academy, and asks her to deliver the package to them. The woman sighs, finding it inconvenient to deliver artifacts every month. Elsewhere, two men stand together. The blue-skinned woman remarks that they get terrified just by her smile. The rabbit-eared man looks shocked. A hand grips the hilt of a sword, preparing to draw it. The rabbit-eared man and another man look on in alarm as the sword is drawn. A sudden, amplified warning pierced the air, commanding everyone to prepare their weapons. Startled, Nolia questioned if they were going that far simply because she smiled. Gainando retorted that it wasn't because of her, adding that the lead was sounding off. Another voice declared that their alarm indicated an emergency. A final warning echoed through the night. The demand to reveal their identities rang out as Hourlong and his companion faced cloaked figures. One of the cloaked figures questioned what the other was saying. The cloaked figure insisted that they were merely merchants passing by. Someone questioned if they were truly merchants. The cloaked figure scoffed at the idea that they wouldn't notice the weapons on their backs. It seemed Hourlong was preparing to act. The cloaked figure considered the situation, realizing that even the porters at this school were not ordinary. He wondered if they were all former mercenaries or soldiers. Suddenly, one of the men shouted for everyone to line up, and the others responded with a Roger. Immediately, the men readied their crossbows, preparing to fire. With a shout of fire, the crossbowmen released their bolts. The bolts flew through the air, aimed at their target. The crossbow bolts were met with a shimmering blue barrier. A voice echoed, calling the attack foolish. Hourlong stood, protected by the barrier, and questioned if they thought he would come unprepared. One of the men exclaimed that they weren't just simple thieves and demanded that they reveal themselves. The air crackled with anticipation. The cloaked figure stated that right now they were. A voice booms, accusing those who aid magicians of undermining the Empire. The speaker demands that they drop their weapons and surrender, claiming they're saving the Empire from a path of corruption. One of the men exclaims in disbelief at the situation. Elsewhere, one of the cloaked figures reveals that their enemies are anti-magics. Another voice declares that these are terrorists who reject magic. A figure warns that this is their last warning. The cloaked figures leap into action. They declare that they will kill in the name of Team Twilight Dawn. A magical barrier begins to form. It is the curtain of order. The cloaked figures are trapped within the barrier. One of the figures exclaims in surprise. Inside the barrier, one of the cloaked figures laughed, confident in their abilities. Meanwhile, Hourlong called out to the professor. He grimaced, realizing that he had managed to block them off with the barrier, but it was taking a toll. The situation was not good, as his opponents were from Team Twilight Dawn, a group that had killed countless magicians. Inside the barrier, one of the cloaked figures admitted that it would be difficult for them, not being a combat magician, to hold them back for long. Hourlong considered what he could do. The magical barrier shimmered with light. Hourlong focused his energy. The barrier surrounded the academy. He decided to send a request for backup and hold off. Hourlong knew he had to hold out until the headmaster could get there. One of the cloaked figures held a glowing orb. The cloaked figure held the glowing orb, its light illuminating their masked face. The magical energy continued to disperse. The barrier weakened further. The professor felt the shift in the magical field. He realized his mana was dispersing. The professor began to suspect what was happening. A student asked the professor what was happening, but the professor simply stated that magic wasn't omnipotent. The professor explained that there were many ways to destroy a spell, especially with objects like the one team Twilight Dawn possessed. The student realized that objects capable of absorbing mana in a large area were few and far between, and questioned what the orb could be. Another professor speculated that it was probably an ancient relic. An ancient relic was the source of the problem. The treasures in question, it was said, rarely appeared outside of ruins and dungeons. Meanwhile, the cloaked woman and her companion wondered how their opponents had acquired such an item. The relic was interfering with the professor's ability to maintain his spells, as his mana was being constantly absorbed. Nilia wondered what she should do. The sound of rushing wind filled the air. A voice boomed, declaring that the wicked magician would face divine retribution. Nilia was caught off guard. She wondered when they had gotten behind her. The attacker was masked. The masked figure struck Nilia. Nilia coughed, reeling from the blow. The blue-skinned woman and the red-haired man looked on in shock, unsure of what had just transpired. The red-haired man wondered aloud what had happened. The blue-skinned woman responded that the attacker had simply fallen unconscious on their own. She was fairly certain of that fact. Meanwhile, Leon stood tall, holding a staff. He thought to himself that there was nothing around. 10 minutes had passed. In the name of Team Twilight Dawn, a figure declared. Ratford, looking up at Vladi Vagrek, stammered, asking what they should do. Vladi told Ratford that he wanted him to hide there. And Vladi whispered something to Ratford. Vladi assured Ratford that he had a way, so he shouldn't worry. It seemed Team Twilight Dawn was an anti-magics group. Vladi realized that the problem would likely get worse if he didn't get in their way. Vladi declared that he would conceal himself into the night. Vladi began to conceal himself. The ground crumbled beneath someone's feet. The professor and another figure knocked off their feet. Someone wonders where they are, noting that there was nothing around them. Leon Wardenaz calls out to the professor. The professor is surprised to see Leon, wondering how a student got there. More importantly, he recalls sending a request for help to the academy, expecting people to arrive soon. The professor asks where Leon is, but tells him to just know for now that. Leon urges the professor to give orders first. The professor declares that now is not the time, and orders everyone to get their weapons ready. Before then, the professor thinks to himself, Leon. Someone shouts for others to stay hidden so they don't get hurt. The professor and another figure are attacked. A figure moves with incredible speed, their movements nearly imperceptible. The attacks continue, while elsewhere, Leon's eyes narrow as he senses the danger. The professor observes the attackers, realizing their movements are insane and that they are all experts in martial arts. The professor is asked why he isn't using magic. He explains that it's because of the ancient relic that absorbs mana. The professor is asked how he is able to maintain invisibility. The professor seems to realize something. Meanwhile, Leon is seen with his hand outstretched. The professor exclaims that there's an endless ocean of mana and asks Leon to lend him his mana. The professor acknowledges the request. A hand is seen reaching out to another hand, both surrounded by blue energy. The professor is surrounded by blue energy. The mana is being transferred. In a vision, Auralong is shown a memory of a powerful spell, the Unbreakable Spear. The spell's caster is impressed by its power. Elsewhere, the spell manifests as a large, crystalline structure. Those nearby are shocked by its sudden appearance. Suddenly, a beam of energy shoots towards them. Someone shouts a warning to dodge the incoming attack. The energy is focused into a sphere. The sphere explodes, sending people flying. The force of the blast is immense. The impact creates a shockwave. The energy surges outward. The scene is awash in a blurry, ethereal light. Emerging from the light, Garcia Kim and Nilia stand side by side, observing the unfolding events. Nilia notes that her mana is returning. Elsewhere, an unseen figure declares their intention to eliminate those on the other side. A monstrous, flesh-rending thunder wolf materializes, crackling with energy. The wolf's power surges, bolts of energy arcing around it. A cloaked figure is told to dodge. Auralong looks on with a surprised expression. Auralong realizes that only a small amount of mana is being siphoned from the professor. A complex magical sphere is shown. Auralong sees the sphere and shouts to the professor. Nilia declares that the sphere is operational. The command to charge echoed through the battlefield as the hooded figures surged forward, weapons drawn and ready. Amidst the chaos, a desperate plea rang out. The magician must not be allowed to attack. The urgency was clear on Nilia's face as she cursed under her breath, realizing she didn't have time to deal with the relic. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in shadows struck, their movements swift and precise. The attack landed, causing one of the hooded figures to cry out in confusion. One of the hooded figures collapsed, leaving his comrade bewildered and exclaiming that there was nothing there. Amidst the confusion, one of the figures urged everyone to calm down, stating the obvious: someone was invisible. Hourlong prepared to strike. His eyes narrowed as he focused on the unseen threat. The invisible assailant struck again, their presence marked only by the impact of their blows. Hourlong's expression hardened, disbelief etched on his face. The cloaked figure mused over their opponent's reactions, wondering how they could react so quickly to an enemy they couldn't even see. The cloaked figure continued their assault, their movements shrouded in mystery. The figure wrapped in bandages emanated an aura that felt distinctly different from the others present. Determined, one of the figures resolved that they couldn't allow the bandaged figure to reach the professor. The figures continued their pursuit. Elsewhere, a figure declared that they would reveal themselves in the day. The bandaged figure was surrounded. One of the figures scoffed, admitting they hadn't expected the person playing tricks on them to be such a young child. Another figure vowed to make them pay for getting in their way. One of the figures questioned if they thought he was stupid. One of the figures wondered why they would face them. The figures realized that the bandaged figure was heading towards the relic, and they urged each other to stop him from reaching it. The hooded figure considered that it would be dangerous to face them head-on, resolving to conceal themselves into the night. The figure declared that they would deal with him. The bandaged figure commanded their allies to pursue the troll magician. Calmly, Hourlong focused his energy. Suddenly, he commanded the energy to move. The energy surged forward. The bandaged figure was surprised by the sudden burst of power. One of the figures warned the others to be careful, noting that Hourlong was using some kind of hidden weapon. Another figure realized that he was used to combat and was not just a little kid. Hourlong's eyes narrowed. He realized that what he was experiencing was completely different from what he felt during the lessons, and it felt like his brain was on fire. Despite the pain, Hourlong knew he had to concentrate, because if he showed even the slightest opening, he could die. He steeled himself, reminding himself to shoot the iron ball, grab it, and spin it. As Hourlong focused, he repeated the instructions in his mind. Shoot the iron ball, grab it, spin it. The bandaged figure grunted, clearly feeling the impact of Hourlong's attack. Nearby, drops of blood splattered onto the ground. A close-up revealed a cut on the bandaged figure's face. The bandaged figure, now bleeding from the face, stared intently. The bandaged figure's hand glowed with power as they prepared to retaliate. The force of the magic surged around Hourlong, crackling with raw power. The strain was evident as he grunted in pain. Blood dripped onto the ground. Hourlong's eyes widened in alarm as he realized something was wrong. Meanwhile, the hunter continued his pursuit of the cloaked figure, his weapon at the ready. Hourlong wiped at his nose, surprised to find blood. He wondered if he was running out of mana. He realized he wasn't. Hourlong wondered if he had concentrated too hard. Despite his condition, Hourlong knew he couldn't delay any longer. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted around him. The relic had been activated once more. He realized he needed to stop them from moving first. With renewed resolve, Hourlong moved with purpose. He dashed forward. The young man continued his advance. His face was partially obscured by a mask. He grimaced, his expression determined. A voice echoed, instructing them to follow the smell of blood toward the relic. His subordinates responded affirmatively, acknowledging how close they were. He thought to himself that if it was like this, the two figures continued their pursuit, unaware of the danger that awaited them. Suddenly, one of the figures declared that he would strike first. A swift, brutal attack followed, leaving a trail of blood. Examining the wounds, one of the figures realized they were inflicted by a sword, wondering if their opponents had changed weapons. One of the figures insisted that their target was nearby and ordered the other to spread luminous dust around the relic. The other figure was struck. The figure collapsed to the ground, defeated. One of the figures exclaimed that they could see the blood illuminated by the dust. The injured figure cursed, wondering if he had to give up on destroying the relic, but then urged his companion to wait. The remaining pursuers huddled together, trying to formulate a plan. They knew they had to remain calm if they wanted to catch their prey. One of them suggested following the scent of blood, but the scent was all mixed up, making it difficult to track Hourlong. One of the pursuers cursed, warning the others not to let Hourlong surprise them. He believed Hourlong was still nearby. One of the pursuers coughed up blood. The pursuer who coughed up blood was surprised. Hourlong, cloaked and masked, thought to himself that he understood. He complimented the pursuer's decision-making. Hourlong thought that the pursuer would choose to hide amongst the injured. Hourlong thought it had been a while since he had met someone like the pursuer. Hourlong complimented the pursuer's decision-making. Garax announces his name as he prepares to fight. Garax declares that he will now be playing seriously. The sound of footsteps echoes through the area. The pursuer thinks that Hourlong believes he is perfectly hidden with his spell. Garax moves with incredible speed, his sword a blur of motion. The Imperial Prince is shocked that Garax caught up to him so easily. Garax reveals that now that Hourlong has hidden his scent, he can hear his shaking breath loud and clear. Garax mocks the Imperial Prince, asking if he thought scent was the only way to find him. Garax states that thanks to Hourlong reducing their numbers, he can hear him even clearer. Garax declares that he will end this. The sound of magic fills the air. Hourlong is surrounded by a magical aura. A strange energy permeates the air. Focusing his gaze, Hourlong stands ready. A surge of energy erupts. Hourlong moves to intercept. The force of the impact is immense. He realizes that he would have been in serious trouble if he had been any closer. He acknowledges that his opponent's swordsmanship is far superior to his own. Garax advances, his sword gleaming. Hourlong is shocked that all he can do against an opponent who can't see him is block. Garax's blade cuts through the air. The clash of their swords echoes. The sword emanated a powerful aura. The force of the blow reverberated through Hourlong. The impact left him reeling. He cried out in pain. The force of the attack sent Hourlong crashing to the ground. As he struggled to rise, Hourlong wondered if he was truly in danger. Garax wondered if his opponent had reached the aura stage that Hourlong had mentioned before. Garax noted that Hourlong's breaths betrayed his fear. The tip of Garax's sword was pointed at Hourlong's face. Garax mused about what kind of terrified face Hourlong would make. Hourlong thought to himself that he couldn't die like this. He prepared to defend himself. It was said that trained swordsmen could imbue their swords with mana. Meanwhile, Hourlong gripped his sword tightly, realizing that he was trained in magic. The mana began to swirl around him. The energy intensified, enveloping him. The mana surged violently. The surge of power left the hooded figure in shock, wondering what was happening. The hooded figure couldn't believe it, realizing that it had worked. Hourlong stood tall, now surrounded by a vibrant blue aura, his sword ready. He realized he already had more mana than he knew what to do with. Hourlong resolved to pour it all into his sword. The air crackled with energy as Hourlong stood ready, his sword glowing with an intense blue light. He mused that he already had more mana than he knew what to do with. Hourlong resolved to pour it all into his sword. The surge of power was palpable. The force of the impact sent someone crashing through the trees. The figure slammed into the ground. Coughing, the mystery figure struggled to rise. The figure wondered if they'd been hurt this badly just from their swords clashing. The figure questioned what the damn brat had done. The figure realized they couldn't just fall like this. Hourlong's voice echoed with murderous intent, declaring that his opponent must die immediately. Bathed in a blue aura, Hourlong remained kneeling, his power evident. Meanwhile, the bandaged figure gasped, struggling for breath. The figure wondered why their body refused to move. From Hourlong's perspective, he could see the figure struggling to remain upright. Hourlong wondered if the forced injection of mana was the cause of his opponent's paralysis. The bandaged figure began to rise, but Hourlong knew he had to act quickly. Hourlong's foot slammed into the ground. The bandaged figure screamed in defiance. Hourlong was shocked. The bandaged figure cursed. Hourlong grimaced, realizing the situation was dire. Hourlong coughed up blood, the force of the blow evident. The sound of something collapsing echoed in the air. The bandaged figure fell backwards, seemingly defeated. The figure lay motionless on the ground as Hourlong stood over them, sword in hand. The bandaged figure remained prone, blood pooling around their head. Hourlong, breathing heavily, lowered his sword, believing the battle was over. The figure thought that Hourlong had vomited blood and died, and that his attack infused with mana had worked. Hourlong stood, catching his breath. The figure thought that they had survived. As Hourlong gasped for air, he realized he needed to deal with the professor first. Suddenly, a voice called out, shouting Hourlong's name. The voice belonged to a woman with braided hair, who asked if Hourlong was all right, wondering how the attack had failed. Hourlong seemed to be in disbelief, thinking to himself that the professor must have been surrounded by enemies. Suddenly, Leon's head popped up, seemingly surprised by something. The scene shifted to show several figures lying on the ground, seemingly defeated. Meanwhile, Garcia Kim was checking to see if anyone was injured, chuckling to himself as he wondered who he was worried about. Hourlong was being held by the professor, who mused that she might have even been able to take care of everything on her own. The professor reassured him that he didn't have to worry anymore. It was declared that the most reliable backup was on their way. The skull pulsed with power. Garcia Kim smiled, admitting that he never thought he'd be happy to see that skeleton. Leon thought to himself that it was probably fine if he rested now. Leon lay unconscious, his face serene despite the recent turmoil. Nearby, a horse-drawn carriage stood ready, its presence a stark contrast to the fallen figure. From a dark void, a voice echoed, apologizing to Garcia Kim. The voice continued, lamenting that it had put him in danger and should have predicted this outcome. Nilia reassured the voice that it was fine, addressing it as headmaster. The skeletal figure mused on who would have thought that the notorious team Twilight Dawn would arrive. Vladi Vagrek declared that it was not fine. As headmaster of the academy, Volody believed they should have considered every last possibility. Nilia urged the skeletal figure to be quiet, clearly annoyed. Elsewhere, a man groaned, muttering the name Garax. It was revealed that Garax held a significant position within Team Twilight Dawn. He was known as the Magician Slayer for a reason. His skill in combat was undeniable. Despite the odds, he was still breathing. Someone resolved to take care of him. But anyway, the battlefield was littered with bodies, but the ghostly skull floated on, seemingly unconcerned. A mercenary gripped his sword, ready to fight. He thought to himself that this wasn't how mercenaries typically fought. Someone wondered if it was because of him. Leon Wardenaz lay unconscious. Someone wondered what the Woodenaz family had raised. The ghostly skull thought that it would have been extremely dangerous if Leon hadn't helped. So this time, the ghostly skull considered that a freshman was even able to use magic in a battle like this. It was clear that he was definitely skilled in combat magic. Below, Leon lay still. According to the mercenaries, it was more than just magic. He hadn't taken him down with just magic alone. The ghostly skull found Leon very interesting. The skull continued to observe Leon. He was very desirable. The ghostly skull grinned. One master, one disciple. It was a special method of teaching that focused on a master passing down everything to their lone disciple. The ghostly skull wanted to raise him through this ancient, traditional way of teaching. Leon grimaced, the ghostly skull's words echoing in his mind, a warning that Imperial Majesty would come after him if he dared to defy the skull's wishes. The skull, shrouded in an ominous aura, conceded that it had no choice. After all, the skull had been the one to decide to teach all students equally. The skull smiled, deciding that there would be plenty of opportunities to teach Leon anyway, so it would simply bide its time. That night, Leon had a nightmare. Elsewhere, the ghostly skull prepared to act. The skull summoned several skeletal figures. The skull ordered them to clean the area. The skeletons acknowledged the order, promising to give sufficient compensation to the mercenaries for what had happened. The skull nodded, satisfied with their response. The skull reminded them not to forget to take that ancient relic as well. From within a dark, swirling portal, two skeletal figures emerged, receiving instructions to clean the area. The voice from the portal continued, ensuring sufficient compensation would be given to the mercenaries for what had occurred. The disembodied voice then commanded them not to forget to take that ancient relic. A relic was indeed present, glowing with an inner light. Meanwhile, Volody Vagrek stood before the portal, his back to the viewer. A spectral skull asked Volody what he was doing. Volody explained that he was investigating some of the ambushers' peculiar situations. Elsewhere, Leon Wardenaz knelt before a similar portal, remarking that it definitely wasn't normal. The spectral skull exclaimed, questioning if this was also Woodenaz doing. The skull then wondered what spell this was and if he had already reached this level. Volody observed that it was. A woman sits on a chair, recounting a past event. Elsewhere, a voice urges others to punch someone. The title of the series is displayed, Academy Survival Guide. The academy looms in the distance. The next morning, Hourlong lay in bed. He thought to himself that the bed was soft and warm, and wondered if the situation had settled. Still in bed, Hourlong remained lost in thought. Suddenly, a voice declared that he was awake. Hourlong shot up in alarm. He questioned why the headmaster was present. Hourlong, sitting up in bed, wondered where he was, but reassured himself that he was fine. The voice stated that Hourlong must have been shocked by the ambush. The blue-skinned woman acknowledged that he had been through a lot. Elsewhere, a glowing skull floated near Hourlong as he lay in bed, prompting him to say, "Ah." The skull recalled that the headmaster had arrived before Hourlong lost consciousness. The skull complimented someone for doing something amazing. That someone thanked them. The blue-skinned woman wondered if she could just let the matter slide. She admitted that she had helped out the headmaster. The skull stated that, of course, it was excluding the fact that they were trying to escape the academy. The skull cursed, realizing that it knew it. The blue-skinned woman apologized to Leon, explaining that if it weren't for them, she would be. She acknowledged that Leon was trying to help her, and then asked how he passed through the underground storage. Leon sat on the bed. Leon realized he could understand how someone could get there by picking up some of the keys he spread around, but still, he knew it was a trap. It would have been impossible to slip past the warehouse keeper. Leon denied knowing what the skull was talking about. The skull told him that he didn't need to act coy, and that it was a shame since he wouldn't be able to use that passageway again. Leon cursed under his breath. The skull was now visible through the window. The skull continued to watch Leon through the window. The skull told him to listen well. The skull declared that Leon was of House Woodenaz. The skull genuinely thanked him. The skull thanked him for having the courage to face Team Twilight Dawn and to protect the workers and his professor. The skull's jaw dropped open. The skull stated that it was to show its thanks. The skull's words echoed in the air. "I shall give you." The light coalesced into the famed sword, Dawnstar. The sword descended. The sword landed in Leon's hands. Leon, still in bed, examined the blade. He thanked the skull. Suddenly, Leon's eyes widened in realization. He wondered if this wasn't one of their swords. The skull, floating beside him, wondered if he was allowed to give a student this. The skull offered something else as well. The skull told him to take this as well. An exit pass appeared. Leon reached out to grab the exit pass. Leon stared at the pass in disbelief, questioning if it was truly an exit pass. Elsewhere, a student questioned where someone was going, as Leon asked them to step aside, showing them the exit pass. Leon walked past the knight, musing that this must be what the outside air felt like. Meanwhile, someone thanked the skull, swearing their loyalty. The skull inquired about their injuries, and the person responded that they were all right. The skull stated that it was time for their punishment. Leon looked surprised. The skull told the person not to look at them like that, as if they wanted this either. The skull clarified that they weren't being punished for leaving the premises without permission. The skull explained that it was because they got caught while doing it. The person asked if the skull was saying they should have just sat on their hands and watched. Leon's companion berated the headmaster, while Leon apologized for the outburst. The skull painting hung silently on the wall. Meanwhile, the sun was beginning to rise. Elsewhere, a voice echoed, indicating that something was in there. The camera panned up the side of a building. The bandaged figure considered another way to escape. He realized he had been locked in. Someone commented on how strange he was. The bandaged figure realized that this was the punishment room. The room wasn't that different from their dorms. The figure thought that it was less than he expected, and, compared his time as a graduate student, this was heaven. He collapsed onto the bed. The sound of footsteps echoed through the corridor. Meanwhile, inside the punishment room, Leon of House Woodenaz heard a knock at the door. The door opened, and a figure told him to take what they were offering. Leon looked up, confused by the sudden appearance of food. Inside the basket was an assortment of breads, fruits, and a wrapped gift. Leon wondered what this was all about. He then pondered why the meals in the punishment room were so nice. Leon looked on, utterly confused. Before him sat a basket filled with bread, fruit, and other treats. Leon wondered what it all was. He questioned why the meals in the punishment room were so nice. Leon dismissed the idea that this was the case. The blue-skinned being explained that it was a gift from Professor Garcia, apologizing as they spoke. Leon thought to himself that he should let Heck know that he was thankful. Suddenly, even more food came flying at Leon. He told them to wait a second. Leon was now completely buried under the food. The title card for Magic Academy Survival Guide appeared. Leon took a sip of his drink. He sat at the table, a peaceful moment after the chaos. The memory of the recent battle flashed through his mind. It had been a fierce one. Now that he thought about it, he barely managed to survive, and he knew that if he hadn't taken the combat class, he wouldn't have made it. He didn't even want to think about it. Also, he could now draw a perfect circle with the iron ball. He realized he was now able to draw a perfect circle with the iron ball. Leon thought to himself that he definitely got better. He guessed that Professor Vladi Vagrek's words were true. Being put into extreme situations was the shortcut to growth. Even though he would probably die faster if he grew a few more times, he resolved to never force mana into things ever again. Leon acknowledged that his survival was due to luck. He didn't want to end up on the Imperial newspaper under the heading Stupidest Deaths of the Year. After doing something rash, he paused. He thought that this was enough introspection. Leon figured the only thing left to do was glance at the book. He reached for the book. The book sat on the table. Moments before entering the punishment room, a voice told him to take the book with him. The voice continued, saying that they were giving him the book so he wouldn't get too bored in the punishment room. The voice told him to try reading it. Leon looked at the book. He wondered if it was a trap or a treasure. He considered that it was probably a treasure, reasoning that the headmaster was human and surely felt sorry for him. But then, a different thought occurred to Leon. It was a trap. He also remembered that the headmaster was a floating skull, not a human. Leon realized he knew it all along. It was a trap. Suddenly, the book began to move on its own. Indeed, it was moving on its own. The pages flipped rapidly. Leon noticed that the words were. He groaned in pain. Knowledge was pouring into his head. Leon wondered what this was and what he was trying to be taught. He looked overwhelmed by the influx of information. The skull pulsed with an eerie light, its presence dominating the space. Above, a figure stood amidst swirling energies, seemingly the source of the oppressive aura. The figure was none other than Headmaster Vladi Vagrek, and Leon wondered what he was doing. The skull demanded that Leon tell it something, but Leon was confused. The skull pressed him, demanding the name of the spell in his head. The skull loomed, its glowing eyes fixed on Leon. The pressure mounted, and Leon questioned what was happening. Leon realized he didn't know the spell. He had never learned it or even heard of it. Yet, something stirred within his mind. He felt a strange sensation, a stirring of knowledge deep within. Suddenly, the name of the spell surfaced in his mind, Gonadalt's Deceptive Steps. The skull seemed to smile, its expression almost gleeful. A voice echoed, confirming the answer. Correct, Ironhead. He stood, surrounded by a faint, ethereal glow. Nearby, the book on the desk pulsed with a similar light. The chair, knocked over moments before, lay on the floor. The book sat closed on the desk. Leon sat up, catching his breath. He looked around, bewildered by what had just occurred. He wondered what had just happened and if he had cast a spell on the book. Lian lay on the floor, seemingly unconscious. He realized he could no longer predict anything. But the knowledge of a spell called Gonadalt's deceptive steps remained clear in his mind. Lian thought that he obviously wouldn't be able to use it right away, but it was still possible to teach a spell like this. He thought that it was just what he would expect from that insane skeleton. He muttered to himself, convinced that there was no good reason for the recent events. Lian, however, remained unaware of the full picture. The headmaster had desperately wanted to teach someone one-on-one, but he had been holding himself back. This was due to the opposition from the other professors. Suddenly, a loud banging echoed nearby. Lian sat up abruptly, startled by the noise. He wondered if he had misheard something. More banging resonated through the walls. Lian realized someone was hitting the wall and questioned if there was someone next door. He swallowed nervously. The banging continued. A voice called out, asking what year he was in. Lian thought that they were quite straightforward. Someone responded that they were a freshman, implying that Lian was also a freshman. The voice then stated that they were gold. Gold bars and coins floated in the air. The gold shimmered brightly. The title given to the seniors of this school was revealed. Gold coins and other golden objects continued to float around. Lian realized that this meant they were a senior and was pleased to. Lian wondered why a senior was in the punishment room. It was stated that freshmen aren't allowed to leave the campus, but it was stated that this shouldn't be the case for the seniors. Hourlong considered the implications of his current predicament. He realized that if he was in the punishment room, then the other person must be his senior, and he was pleased to meet them. But then, Hourlong paused, a new question arising in his mind. Why was a senior even in the punishment room to begin with? The rules of the academy were clear. Freshmen weren't allowed to leave the campus. But that shouldn't be the case for the seniors. The air crackled with anticipation. Hourlong thought that he shouldn't be the one to talk, though. It was written that he got caught while fighting a group of bandits. Hourlong asked what the other person did to get in here. The other person remarked that the freshmen this year were really fast. Then, they asked Hourlong why he was here. The other person said that he didn't have to add a title like that, and just talked to him casually, since they'll all be magicians after graduation anyway. The figure agreed, then asked Hourlong what he did to get in here. The figure wrapped in bandages remained silent as Hourlong considered him. He wondered what kind of person he was, noting that he had not hesitated to come to the punishment room. He had come because he had failed to get the materials in time. Hourlong then recalled his own reason for being there, his experiment. The senior seemed surprised. He questioned if Hourlong had been sent to the punishment room simply for failing an experiment, finding it too harsh. Hourlong explained that there were certain materials they needed for the experiment, and it was not surprising to be in the punishment room. In fact, it was pretty common. Hourlong continued, explaining that he had gone to the headmaster's secret warehouse to steal a reagent. He admitted that he had been caught in a trap. The senior summarized that Hourlong was in the punishment room for stealing something. Hourlong thought to himself that it was much easier to just give up on common sense in here, deciding not to call them out, though. More importantly, Hourlong hoped he would never have to come back here again. Hourlong inquired if the other person knew of any other escape routes. The other person considered that, since the underground tunnel was going to be difficult to use, they would need other escape routes. The other person questioned if Hourlong wasn't asking for too much, and why they should tell him that information. Hourlong realized that he knew. He shouted for the guard. The other person wondered what Hourlong was trying to do. The other person remained silent. A figure walked down the hallway. Hourlong shouted no. He thought that if his punishment room time was extended, the figure continued to approach. The figure stated that the person next door sent this to him and told him to eat it. The figure in bandages watched as Hourlong sat alone in his cell, a cup of tea in hand. Outside, the rain continued to fall, obscuring the view and adding to the sense of mystery. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. Hourlong, still holding his tea, looked up surprised. He questioned how the other person got the tea while in the punishment room. Hourlong seemed pleased to have tea, even in the punishment room. He explained that he had been given a gift. The figure in bandages, still hidden in shadow, couldn't believe that Hourlong was able to get food like this in the punishment room. The figure wondered who Hourlong was. The sound of someone gulping could be heard. Hourlong said that he would tell the other person, attributing it to the power of gifts. He wanted to clear something up first. Hourlong recalled that he had only heard of this method through his seniors and had never tested it himself. However, the information was uncertain. He realized he wasn't in a situation to pick and choose. He decided he would judge for himself after he heard it. The next day, Yoner, having roughly heard what happened, walked with another student. Yoner, who roughly heard what happened, walked with another student. The other student thought to himself that he couldn't believe that after going through something so amazing, Yoner was off to do his homework. The student admitted that sometimes Yoner scared him. The pair continued to walk. Yoner remarked that he ended up coming here today, too. They arrived at the stables. Rumors had spread about the main building's tallest spire, whispers suggesting it contained something special. Apparently, it was a special stable unknown to most. It was supposedly a stable for winged beasts. It was also a place for the Empire's carrier eagles to rest, and where professors went to ride them. Those beasts received special blessings. Blessings which allowed them to freely cross the academy walls. Even if they were right, there was no way he'd be able to ride them. Kind of place. But there was still a slim chance of it working. The doors to the stables opened. Hourlong was determined, believing that anything was worth trying as long as it wasn't impossible. The details of his uniform came into focus. Inside the stables, the sound of footsteps echoed as Vladi Vagrek walked deeper into the building, followed by Nilia and Gainando. Gainando paused, recognizing someone. He wondered if that wasn't Wudinaz, and Nilia questioned who he was referring to. Nilia exclaimed that she knew it, as a black horse stood behind them. Wudinaz wondered why he was there. Vladi Vagrek continued walking, unaware of the commotion behind him. Elsewhere, Garcia Kim and another student were discussing the rumors surrounding someone. The student was the subject of the rumors. Vladi Vagrek sighed and excused himself as he approached the pair. Ratford was surprised to see him. Ratford bows deeply, greeting Wudinaz with a respectful good morning. Elsewhere, an unknown person wonders why someone is. Someone encourages Ratford to speak freely, just as he did before. Ratford insists that he could never be discourteous to Wudinaz, explaining that his free will compels him. Meanwhile, someone laments that everything has gone wrong, with misunderstandings piling up. Two figures are seen whispering. Ratford is told to raise his head, as he has something to say. He explains that, as requested, he hid and watched the battle. Ratford continues, saying that not long after he left, the headmaster and another professor arrived to handle the situation. He adds that the workers were also out and about, so he took the opportunity to dig through the chests in the carriage. Someone is seen. Ratford announced that he had brought some things that might be of use. Nearby, a figure approached a wooden chest. With a flourish, the chest was opened, revealing an array of potions. A voice declared that they had brought some things that might be of use. Ratford explained that he was only able to bring the smaller potions, as he had to hide them on himself. The others seemed surprised. One of the students couldn't believe Ratford was able to take such expensive items in a situation like that. The chest lid was then closed. One of the students complimented Ratford, calling him amazing. Ratford, flustered, responded with a thank you, while wondering if that was meant to be a compliment. One of the students wondered what kind of potions they were. The group sat around the chest, ready to examine the potions. One of the students sniffed at one of the potions, deducing that it was likely alcohol, possibly wine. The discovery was met with surprise. The professor assured them that not all of the potions contained alcohol, so there was no need to worry. He explained that if they wanted to identify the potions precisely, they would need to find something. He wanted to find out a little more about them. Ratford, kneeling on the ground, was thanked for his efforts. He replied that it was his honor to present them with the potions, adding that the new friend from the Turtle Tower was quite useful. Just then, Gainando announced his return. Gainando suggested that they take care of the horses together. One of the students remarked that their new friend from the Turtle Tower was quite useful, adding that he was much more talented than Nilia. Ratford thought to himself that he was probably the only friend they would need from the Turtle Tower. Gainando seemed shocked by something. Morade turned towards Gainando, a puzzled expression on his face. Someone questioned Nilia's sudden appearance and her changed demeanor. The figure lamented that Nilia had made a new friend, implying they were no longer needed. Driven by a sense of abandonment, the figure ran away. Lian called out to Nilia in surprise and concern. Nilia laughed, stating that someone had misunderstood the situation. Lian insisted that Nilia could not possibly be friends with a bandaged figure, while Ratford corrected him, stating that Nilia was not his friend, but his servant. Gainando interjected, urging everyone to focus on caring for the horses. Gainando approached a white horse, observing it with a thoughtful expression. The horse appeared calm on the surface. However, the horse was merely pretending to be calm. Based on how the others were acting, Gainando realized the horse was also putting on an act. A sudden movement broke the silence. Gainando held the horse's leg. The horse reacted with surprise. Gainando smirked, revealing that he had anticipated the horse wouldn't be easy to handle, and that's why he had prepared something. He held up a brush. Gainando reassured the horse, calling him a good boy as he began to brush him. The horse seemed to enjoy the attention. Suddenly, a tremor shook the area. Nilia looked around, confused by the disturbance. She realized it was just an all-out war happening over there. The all-out war raged on. The stable was quiet, the only sound the gentle creaking of the wooden structure. The sound of a body collapsing echoed through the stable. The exhausted horse lay sprawled on the floor, Lian sitting nearby, equally spent. Lian continued to brush the horse, his movements slow but steady. Lian thought to himself that the horse was completely exhausted. Lian reflected on the ordeal, thinking he couldn't believe he went through all this just so he could brush the horse. Lian wondered if the other horses were like this too. Nearby, the red-haired girl exclaimed that the horse had finally started to listen to her. The mouse-eared boy thought he got quite a bit closer as well. The red-haired girl was shocked. The red-haired girl asked Leon about his experience. Leon continued to brush the horse. Nilia thought it was strange, noting that normally they should start to open up by now. She remarked that it was her first time seeing a horse like that. Leon considered the horse's strange behavior. Maybe it was something else entirely. Perhaps, instead of a normal animal, it was actually a monster, especially considering the professor's nasty temperaments. The thought conjured an image of a professor gleefully experimenting. The horse stood in its stall, a symbol of terror under the guise of academic pursuit. It really was possible, for example. The horse's face seemed to hold a deep sadness. Its blood could be mixed with monster blood. Nearby, Garcia thought to himself that there was no way they would go that far. The professors sat together, discussing the students. Yurgolm observed that the freshmen seemed to be visiting the stables quite frequently. Thundering Koidar, taking a sip from her mug, explained that she had selected horses with particularly difficult temperaments. However, she believed that if the students made a sincere effort, the horses would eventually warm up to them. Still, she thought to herself. She continued to muse that if they tried something like whipping them, they would really regret it. Yurgolm burst into laughter, then sighed. Thundering Koidar wondered aloud if Wudinaz was doing well. Yurgolm responded that he was a good kid and would do well, he believed. Yurgolm paused, admitting that even a griffin might be hard to handle. He continued, thinking that if he was diligent, clever, and had just a little bit of luck, he should be able to get close to it. The horse seemed to wonder what was going on. The horse drank from a mug. Aurelong recoiled, exclaiming that something was hot and demanding that the other person get their head out of the clouds. Startled, Nilia questioned if she had just heard correctly, wondering if Aurelong had said griffin. Meanwhile, Aurelong denied saying such a thing, insisting that Nilia must have misheard. Suddenly, Vladi Vagrek demanded to know the truth. Nilia questioned if Vladi Vagrek really meant what he said. It was revealed that the plan was to transform a griffin into a horse. Suddenly, a voice boomed, demanding to know the truth. The dwarf, Yurgolm, looked on in disbelief, questioning if he had really heard correctly. The question hung in the air. Could someone truly transform a griffin into a horse? Elsewhere, Aurelong walked alongside a griffin that had been transformed into a horse. The creature was, indeed, a griffin. Griffins were described as monsters with the head and wings of an eagle and the body of a lion. They were known to be arrogant and picky, not accepting just anyone as their master. There were slight regional differences in temperament and habits, but one thing remained true for all of them. The dwarf professor bellowed that they were not suitable for a freshman to tame. He continued, questioning if the other professor was out of his mind, since his disciple had already taken a day off because of injuries. Why was he making him do something so crazy? The other professor asked if Yurgolm had gone mad, and how he dared yell at a senior. The professor insisted that there were still certain lines that had to be kept, questioning how he could transform a griffin into a horse. The discussion continued, with one professor stating that he limited the griffin's strength to match a horse's, ensuring it would be safe. Another questioned if he thought griffins were as unintelligent as slimes. The narrator noted that the average family quarrel for dwarves often involved broken windows. The griffin-horse hybrid walked alongside Aurelong and another figure. Aurelong told the creature that it was finally obedient. The griffin-horse did not seem to enjoy the pointless fights either. Someone laughed. Aurelong thought that, judging by how the griffin-horse was still fine after wearing all of that, it must have a lot more mana than he thought. He also considered that it might have monster blood mixed in with it. It was also possible that the mana absorption rate could be slow. Aurelong considered that he should look for a way to increase that absorption rate. Suddenly, someone yelled for them to stop. Aurelong stood beside the griffin-horse hybrid, the creature exhaling softly. He asked if it wanted to take a break, reflecting on how their relationship had evolved. He never imagined he'd be able to talk with it like this, especially considering their initial encounter involved the creature trying to tear him apart. Aurelong smiled softly. He offered the creature some sugar. The white horse hated to admit it, but it could feel itself becoming more subservient to the boy. The sugar tasted sweet, a flavor unlike anything it had tasted in the wild. The horse's ancient wild blood reminded it of its pride, and it thought to itself that it couldn't allow this. The horse internally vowed that it could not fall so easily. Aurelong was still thinking about how, even though he got closer to it, he was still thinking about how to increase the rate the items absorb mana. The horse made a strange expression. Aurelong walked alongside the griffin-horse hybrid, noticing its strange behavior. He asked if something was wrong or if the walk was too difficult. The scene shifted to a large, castle-like building, identified as the location for the morning's basic alchemic comprehension class. Someone nearby seemed confused by this. The question lingered, why weren't they? Meanwhile, a group of students, identifiable by their uniforms, stood together, seemingly waiting to enter a room. It was explained that they were in the Sleepy Horn building, which was separate from the main building. A student peeked out from behind a door, looking concerned. The student admitted that the situation made them uncomfortable because of what was actually happening. The interior of the building was described as warm and cozy. Another student warned not to be fooled, suggesting that someone could have easily hidden monsters in the classroom. The students were told to group up and prepare for when a monster came out, with assurances that the Imperial Highness would be protected. One of the students chuckled, observing that everyone was on edge. Someone reassured them not to worry. The students were told to not lose to the others. Elsewhere, a student stated that he didn't need it. Meanwhile, a professor demanded to know what everyone was doing and ordered them to get to their seats. Someone excused themselves to the professor. Another student wondered why they weren't having class outside. Someone recalled that the last time Yurgom said it was important to gather ingredients out in the field. Yurgom planned on creating medicine outside as well, stating that he knew what he was doing. He added that they were all thinking it, but shouldn't worry. He continued, saying that unlike the outdoor classes, Yurgom declared that the indoor classes were very safe and easy. However, another student thought that he was lying and that it was a lie. Another student thought that one would be an idiot to believe that. With the class about to begin, Yurgom instructed everyone to pour water into a large pot. Yurgom explained that alchemy is a comprehensive art and that there's not a single unnecessary step. He continued, stating that someone who neglects even a single step will never become an excellent alchemist. Yurgom then instructed the students to open their books. The class will be making a low-grade mana recovery potion. The pages of the book rustled. The book contained detailed diagrams and instructions. The text explained that alchemy looks a lot easier than other magics at first glance, and most people think that all they have to do is follow the written recipe, but it was going to be difficult. The text stated that one would never be able to say that after trying it. The book described alchemy as being like cooking various extremely difficult dishes within a short time and all at once. He knew that preparing fresh ingredients from various locations and memorizing the preparation and cooking orders were just the basics for allocating time accurately. Lastly, it was also important to be capable of making delicate movements. It would be weird if they didn't struggle to juggle everything. Meanwhile, Yurgom laughed, enjoying the students' struggles. Yurgom thought to himself that this was to be expected from freshmen. However, Yurgom wondered if it wasn't going to be easy. Elsewhere, Garcia Kim stood at his desk, ready to begin. He seemed confident in his abilities. Garcia began to prepare the ingredients, carefully slicing them. He then stirred the ingredients in a pot. Meanwhile, Yurgom watched Garcia. Yurgom wondered why Garcia was so good at this. Yurgom thought that Garcia Kim looked like an alchemist who had been in a workshop for a decade. Garcia Kim held a blue potion in his hand. Someone thought that they couldn't believe they really existed. The dwarf thought they were geniuses. Meanwhile, Garcia Kim continued to stir the cauldron. Someone thought that was probably what Garcia Kim was thinking. Garcia Kim looked pensive as he stirred the cauldron. Someone thought that wasn't exactly it, Professor. Someone thought that they just did the same thing in their previous life. Garcia Kim continued to stir the cauldron, a small vision of a crying child with glasses appearing above him. That was likely what he was thinking. Garcia Kim stirred the potion with a thoughtful expression. But that wasn't exactly it, Garcia Kim thought to himself. He realized he had just done the same thing in his previous life. Garcia Kim smiled, a bandage visible on his face. The title of the series was Magic Academy Survival Guide. Someone tested the potion. He could feel his entire body filling with mana. It was very refreshing. Vladi Vagrek observed the potion, stating that it was well made. Yurgom told Garcia Kim that he couldn't believe he wasn't able to tell if his mana recovered or not because he already had so much. Regardless, Yurgom announced to the students that someone had managed to brew a perfect potion. The students murmured, wondering if it was Woodenaz again. The students looked on in amazement. Garcia commented that it was to be expected from Woodenaz, calling him a genius. Garcia added that Sienna, from the Phoenix Tower, had also made a great potion, but it couldn't hold a candle to Woodenaz. One of the students pointed out Woodenaz. Woodenaz continued to work on his potion. It was then realized that she was snake folk and a member of the Church of Freeming. Yona had explained it to him once before. It was a religion that worshipped alchemy, and its members were all skilled alchemists. This was the Church of Freeming. Woodenaz stood at the desk. Lian stood with Woodenaz in what appeared to be his alchemy workshop. The air was thick with the scent of herbs and bubbling concoctions. The white-haired alchemist greeted Lian, stating it was a pleasure to meet him and confirming that he was from House Woodenaz. Lian responded in kind, introducing himself and assuring her that there was no need for formalities. Woodenaz smiled warmly, his expression welcoming. Elsewhere, Garcia Kim pondered if he had created a better potion than Sienna. As Woodenaz shook Lian's hand, he noticed her hand was cold, deducing that she was likely snake folk. Woodenaz admitted that he never thought he would meet a skilled believer like Lian there, asking if he learned from his house. Suddenly, Yurgom interrupted, telling them to stop chatting and sit down, suggesting they talk next time. Yurgom addressed the students, reminding them that while they may have attempted to make the same potion, their individual results were different and they shouldn't get too worked up about it. A voice declared that this was just the beginning. The voice continued, stating that there was still an even more complicated and strange world. The voice concluded that a world of alchemy was coming for them all. Hourlong wondered how the professors managed to extinguish a student's desire to learn so effectively. Urgulm wrote on the board, assigning the Spirit Friendship Potion as homework to be completed by the following week. He added that he would test it himself. He emphasized that they should pay extra attention to it. Urgulm instructed them to take notes on the instructions and gather the basic ingredients from the drawers. Nillia found it strange that Urgulm was still teaching them so much, considering he was a professor. Gainando thought that he would have made them figure out the procedures themselves. The students began to gather their ingredients. Nillia asked what was going on. Gainando realized that the ingredients in his drawer would not be enough to craft the potion. Nillia agreed, stating that she had all but one ingredient. Another student asked Urgulm where they were supposed to get this spirit blossom grass, wondering if it was on the upper level. Urgulm asked what they were talking about. He told them that they had to find that themselves. Nillia and Gainando were confused. Urgulm reiterated that they should go find it. The students were expected to remember what they were told during the professor's first lecture. The students reacted with shock and disbelief. The sounds of birds echoed in the distance. The academy loomed in the background. Elsewhere, Leon Wardenaz sat with another student at a wooden table. Another student enjoyed a cup of tea. Leon asked how the Wardenaz specialty recipe was. The other student responded that it was basically half soup. The student asked what was wrong, but Leon dismissed it as nothing. Leon expressed his surprise at running into Wardenaz there. Sienna and other students approached, stating that they were looking for him. Sienna greeted Leon, and he asked what was the matter. She told him it was about the alchemy. The students discussed the need to make a low-grade spirit friendship potion, and one wondered what the others thought about gathering the ingredients. The girl with the blue hair looks concerned. From the Phoenix Tower student's point of view, a student is seen. The students decide to gather together, reminding each other not to make eye contact, and confirming that they have all heard the rumors. A student is excited that students from another tower have finally reached out to them. Another student notes that there's a group of them. A student asks if the other could gather some students from the Blue Dragon Tower as well, noting that it would be nice if students from both towers worked together. The students are relieved to have survived, with one commenting on the look in the other's eyes, saying they almost had a heart attack. The student asks if the other is close with Sister Sienna, mentioning that they are in the same alchemy. The student is asked what is wrong. The student looks down, seemingly troubled. The student responds that it is nothing. The student with dark hair stated that one shouldn't stop when in the middle of saying something, as that is the textbook way of drawing curiosity. He added that it is inappropriate to talk about someone behind their back. Nearby, Nillia sat at a table. The student thought that it could look like he was speaking ill of her, regardless of his intent, and wondered if he was speaking ill. That made Nillia even more curious. She thanked him for the tea. The student thought that Nillia wasn't the type that would easily spill. Suddenly, Nillia noticed something. The student was kneeling and praying. Nillia asked what he was doing and wondered if he was suddenly praying. The student stated that talking behind someone's back is bad, but there's nothing wrong with speaking to yourself while praying. Nillia asked if he was trying to make her turn a blind eye and cover it up. The student responded that he couldn't hear her as he was praying. The student and Nillia stand together, the air thick with unspoken tension. The student wonders if what he has done was not enough and what he should do next. He questions what he should do about the current situation. He recalls almost dying in an ambush from the students of the White Tiger Tower, barely surviving. He prays, thinking that if Sister Sienna was sly enough to do such a thing, it would be when they were to enter the mountains together. Nillia thinks to herself that she doesn't even want to think about it, but she is sure her God will watch over her. Nillia remains silent. The student stands next to Nillia. He prays to Lord Frizinga. The student tells Nillia that he is not saying this to slander anyone or to accuse someone. He finishes his statement. The student smiles and thanks someone. As Hourlong finished his prayer, Nillia remained silent. The view then shifted to the academy. She was upset. Frizinga stood before a monument with another figure, clarifying that she wasn't slandering or accusing anyone. The young man smiled warmly. Elsewhere, a figure with pink hair prayed, stating that they couldn't hear the other person. It seemed she was upset. It was said that everyone in the Phoenix Tower was faithful and good. However, not everyone had thrown away their worldly feelings, despite jealousy and rivalry being unnecessary for faith. The scene shifted to the Phoenix dormitory from the previous week. It was said that one of the freshmen had created an energy recovery potion. A student, smiling warmly, carried a wooden crate filled with small vials. He announced that he had made some for everyone. The potion was well received. One student remarked on how refreshing it was, and another agreed, stating it was a relief. Another student, after taking a sip, exclaimed how well it was made. One student wondered aloud what Sienna thought of the potion, suggesting it might even be better than what she makes. Sienna responded that she was far too inexperienced to compare with him. Nothing happened then, but the next day, Sienna offered some energy recovery potion, asking if they would like some. A student thanked her. One student exclaimed that they could feel their fatigue washing away. It was refreshing, but they dismissed it as nothing at the time. But the day after, and the day after that, Sienna did the exact same thing. Sienna wondered how it was. Nilia sought confirmation every time. By that point, they realized they had messed up, but it didn't end there. They declared that Sienna was the best, and she only stopped once they said that. So, he thought, she had quite the competitive spirit. But it didn't end there. A long while later, Sienna came across the brother who made that potion, and the brother wondered if it really was a fantastic potion. He called out to Sienna. Sienna was surprised. She definitely ignored him on purpose, he realized. He wondered if she held that much of a grudge, then paused, considering something else. He thought that Sienna reacted that way because of a small incident. The scene shifted to a classroom where students were engaged in various activities. Leon wondered what compliments he had received in the classroom again. Leon finished speaking and then asked if there was anything else Nilia wanted to tell him. Nilia responded that she simply prayed and had nothing else to say. Someone stated that they had no idea what the other person was talking about. Leon was on his knees as Nilia walked away. Someone clenched their fist, thinking that if it had come to this, Leon realized that he would have to be extra careful during the alchemy classes. However, Leon had another trial ahead of him. A disembodied voice declared that they would love each other and work in harmony. The voice continued, stating it didn't care about their personal feelings. On that note, Garcia Kim announced he would give them an assignment. Each tower would go to a different designated tower. The objective was to get the flag planted in the freshman lounge, and they should be able to recognize it instantly from the pattern on it. They had to get it by the next lesson. With that, they were dismissed. The students began to murmur amongst themselves. One student questioned how this was supposed to be teaching them character, while another wondered if Garcia Kim was just trying to get them to fight each other. The first student wondered what kind of assignment this was, and why it had to be the White Tiger Tower of all places. Another student realized that their objective was the other tower's flag, and suggested they ask them about it. The student with the light blue hair assured his companions that the others would keep their word, though one of the other students thought that they were barbarians who knew no honor. One of the students sighed, telling the others to forget about it, as it was a waste of time. He resigned himself to the fact that it was just one assignment. The student with the dark blue hair thought to himself that this wasn't good. From a lower vantage point, another student thought that they couldn't be acting like this already. A voice echoed, wondering what kind of homework this insane academy was going to give them. The voice continued, questioning if they were going to give up on this simple assignment. The student with the dark blue hair declared that there was no way he would let his grades drop like this, before calling out to the others. A voice encouraged them not to give up just yet. Garcia Kim looked determined. The student with the light blue hair called out to Leon, asking if he had a way. The student with the light blue hair exclaimed that he knew Leon would have something up his sleeve. The other students were surprised by the sudden change of plans. They wondered aloud what Leon was going to do. Leon raised his hand, stopping the discussion. He told them to hold it. Meanwhile, Vladi Vagrek stood bathed in light, stating that he knew what Leon was going to say. Vladi continued, saying that there was a 95% chance that Leon wanted to sneak. The plan, to sneak into the White Tiger Tower. The students knew it would be something bold like that. One of them asked to participate. The students declared that Leon was the only one who could lead them. They believed that Leon was the one who made the plans. Leon listened intently. Leon understood that the others didn't want to think at all. Leon agreed, and the students cheered. The students yelled for the tiger bastards to wait for them, declaring that they were coming to take everything. As expected, the plan was set in motion. Character education, however, was deemed completely useless. The next day, the sun rose over the mountains. Someone shielded their eyes from the bright light. Meanwhile, Hourlong walked along a path. He noted that the sun was rising that day as well. Due dates were creeping up, including sneaking into the White Tiger Tower and completing Professor Yurgom's homework. He couldn't get a sense for which one was more difficult. Elsewhere, Vladi Vagrek sat in a dimly lit room. He was waiting. The door opened. Vladi informed the person that they were 11 seconds late. The scene fades to black, indicating the story will be continued. The room was quiet, save for the scratching of a pen on paper. The sound of footsteps approached. The door opened, and Vladi Vagrek was informed that he was 11 seconds late. Vladi, holding a book, apologized, explaining that he had been tending to his horse. The other person in the room remained silent. Vladi apologized for his tardiness, but the other person dismissed it, stating that Vladi was the only one losing something. The other person in the room said there was nothing to apologize for. Vladi wondered where professors learned that line from. The other person suggested they start right away by circling the iron ball, to which Vladi agreed. Vladi began the exercise. Vladi watched as the student manipulated the sphere of energy before him. It seemed his previous fight had awakened something within him. The professor noted that the student was controlling the energy much better than he had anticipated. Vladi thought to himself that the student's performance was not bad. He then instructed the student to return to his seat. The student thanked him, thinking that he couldn't believe Volati had said not bad. The professor's praise was rare. Another professor instructed Hourlong to create water and try it. The professor urged him to surge forth. Hourlong thought that he had to thank Professor Garcia's punishment, or lessons, he meant. He realized he had learned how to manage this much, after hearing how to compress it to the size of the orb, and said he would try. Hourlong focused his energy. He found that creating water was proving more difficult than he initially anticipated. The task was proving tricky, especially since he was instructed to compress the water without reducing its overall volume. Meanwhile, Volati wondered why Garcia was grabbing the iron ball. Garcia told himself not to say anything. Garcia focused his energy. The energy surged. The iron ball glowed with a red light. Hourlong cursed the professor. The water began to swirl more intensely. The swirling intensified. Hourlong managed to compress the water. The compressed water pulsed with contained energy. Below, the iron ball began to glow brighter. The water droplets floated, seemingly drawn to the iron ball's power. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted as Garcia Kim released the iron ball. Hourlong gasped, startled by the sudden release of energy. Garcia remained silent, his expression unreadable. Another student, witnessing the scene, called out for Garcia to wait. The student questioned if Garcia was planning on throwing more balls at him, asking what was wrong. The student admitted that he thought it was a bit dangerous. Garcia questioned if it was not efficient. Garcia stared intently. The student was confused, but Garcia assured him that he was sure he experienced it in his battle against the anti-magics too. Moments of crisis sharpen concentration and instinct. These moments also increase control of mana. Hourlong wondered why Garcia was taking the long road when the answer was right in front of him. Garcia seemed to be serious. He recalled almost dying back then. It seemed like Garcia understood his intent, so he suggested they go again. Hourlong thought that arguing was a waste of words. He let out a frustrated sigh. Unlike the Star Spirit Stone or the Iron Ball, water had no fixed shape. Hourlong realized that he had to concentrate more and worry about compressing it. He focused his mana. Suddenly, Garcia threw another iron ball. He suddenly threw one at Hourlong again. As the iron ball hurtled towards him, a voice echoed, filled with anticipation. It seemed his opponent had expected this all along. The impact sent tremors through the training area, the force of the blow evident in the shattered ground. The force of the impact caused Hourlong to cry out. He realized that he was also being attacked from behind. Meanwhile, Garcia Kim watched from a distance, observing Hourlong's progress. Hourlong knew he needed to focus. He was bleeding from his hand. He thought that a class that hands out a lot of homework is much better than this one. Elsewhere, students murmured amongst themselves. The topic of their discussion was basic magic comprehension. One student mentioned that they heard they had to gather herbs in the mountains again for the alchemy homework, this time for Professor and Girdle's class. One of the students realized what that meant. In the classroom, a student wonders aloud if Hourlong is going somewhere with Liam Wardenas. Hourlong's eyes narrow, a glare intensifying his gaze. Nearby, another student remarks that Hourlong just seems tired, while Hourlong insists that he is fine. Another student wonders if they're trying to get close to him. The sound of footsteps echoes through the hallway. Nilia greets the class with a cheerful, "Good morning, everyone." She approaches the front of the classroom. The students respond in unison, greeting Nilia with a "Good morning, Professor." Nilia announces that today's lesson will cover something other than elemental magic, but she won't be the one teaching it. Another professor, who is an expert in the field, is on their way. Two students discuss the possibilities, one hoping it's a spiritualist and that they will learn spirit magic, while the other hopes to learn enchantments. Nilia announces that the professor is here and invites them to come in. A hand pushes open the door. The door swung open, revealing a figure standing in the doorway. As the figure entered, a student wondered why it had suddenly gotten so chilly. Up in the stands, another student commented on how freezing it was. The figure adjusted his mustache. He walked into the room, his cloak billowing behind him. The figure greeted the class, saying it was nice to meet everyone. He introduced himself as Mortem. Mortem declared that he teaches black magic. Nearby, Mortem introduced himself to a group of students. The air crackled with dark energy as Mortem declared that he taught black magic. The professor stood amidst a swirling vortex of purple energy. The title card appeared, Magic Academy Survival Guide. The lesson began with necromancy, illustrated by a voodoo doll lying near a tombstone. Curses, the elements of darkness and poison, were represented by a skull-shaped apple dripping with green slime. Negative energy, and more, swirled within a bubbling cauldron. The lesson continued, stating that most people find black magic uncomfortable. To give an example of how people view black magic, the scene shifted to a dark forest. Deep within the forest, a pair of figures cautiously made their way through the dense trees. Lost and afraid, the woman clung to the man's arm, her voice trembling as she asked what they should do. He admitted that they were lost and that he was scared. Suddenly, a voice called out to them. The woman screamed as the man was grabbed from behind. He demanded to know what the hell was happening. A young man asked if they had lost their way. The woman, still clinging to the man, wondered if the young man was a magician, noting the light spell he was using. The young man asked if they knew how to escape the forest. He stated that he was a bit busy to guide them himself and told them to follow his friend behind him. Behind the young man, a skeleton materialized. The pair lay on the ground, unconscious, as the young man looked down at them, muttering to himself. He thought that it would be something like that, noting that the freshmen bore similar feelings. Two students questioned their decision to attend such a prestigious academy to study black magic. The blue-skinned woman addressed the students, understanding their reactions were rooted in prejudice. The professor added that black magic was a field deep with mysteries and truths. He continued, stating that it was a gem that none of them had polished yet. The professor urged the students to pioneer their own paths after seeing, hearing, and experiencing everything the world had to offer, rather than hesitating out of fear. She hoped they could show her the spirit of a magician who tries their best to explore the truth. The blue-skinned woman looked on with anticipation. Her hands were clasped together, awaiting a response. A student considered the professor's words. The blue-skinned woman then asked if any student would like to be the assistant for today's black magic class. Silence filled the room. Two students looked on with concern. Leon is startled by the sudden question. That wasn't at all, he thought, as he recalled someone saying that he would end up as an undead soldier if he hung out with black magicians. He remembered someone asking if he was really a magician. He also recalled that he had always felt that black magic was a hidden gem. It was easier to get good grades when there was little competition, he thought, as he was asked if he was trying to become a black magician. It might not be bad to be a black magician, he considered, especially since unpopular studies like these were good for a long and easy life. He decided, I'll help. Leon's declaration echoed through the room. Hearing his name, Leon looked up. Leon knew her feelings well. It was the exact same restlessness his professor showed when the students were silent after they were barely able to invite them to lectures. He wondered how nervous they had to be to plan out questions beforehand, thinking, I want you to ask me these specific questions. Someone thanked him and asked him to come forth. Leon confirmed that he would. Leon wondered why the classroom had suddenly become so cold. It was then observed that the professor had been radiating a considerable amount of negative mana. It was explained that mana naturally doesn't have any attributes, but that changes based on the element the magician uses. This cold, bleak mana was described as a characteristic of black magicians. It made sense that it was so unpopular when they radiated this. The professor was then asked to give an example. The professor stated that he had a lot of mana. The professor's mana began to radiate around him. Mortem was thanked for his time. Mortem stated that he would first give an example. Mortem commanded his servants of bone to arise. With a burst of energy, the servants of bone began to rise. With a surge of power, Mortem summons the undead. The newly summoned undead begin to stir. Panic erupts as the students realize what they are facing. The students confirm that the creatures are indeed undead. One of the students urges someone to take action, while another pleads not to be pushed forward. The undead begin to grab at the students. The undead spin in circles, confusing the students, who question why they are doing that. One of the students wonders how this is happening. Mortem reveals that he prepared this demonstration for the students. Another student finds the demonstration quite interesting. One of the students thanks Leon. Mortem declares that enough of the cute tricks have been shown. With a flick of his wrist, Mortem dispelled the undead. The undead vanished in a burst of purple energy. The students watched as the purple smoke dissipated. The students breathed a sigh of relief as the undead disappeared. One student remarked that the demonstration was horrible. Mortem coughed, remarking on how cleanly he cast the spell. Meanwhile, Hourlong wondered why Mortem showed him that. He wondered if Mortem wanted him to do the same thing. Mortem reassured the students that they wouldn't be casting that spell, as it was too difficult for beginners. Hourlong remarked that he understood, wishing Professor Velati could have heard that. Mortem instructed Hourlong to try changing his mana into negative energy, and Hourlong agreed. Hourlong prepared to change his mana into negative energy. Hourlong watched as the other man turned away, his expression unreadable. Moments later, she chuckled softly to herself, a glint of amusement in her eyes. She thought to herself that even if it was Leon, this wouldn't be easy. Nearby, Nilia stood with a slight smile, watching the events unfold. She chuckled softly, amused by the situation. She thought it would be easy. She considered that thinking of what negative energy is requires a lot of trial and error from the magician, as it is a very broad and ambiguous concept. If you think of it as something cold, you get the ice attribute. If you think of it as a pitch-black substance, you get the darkness attribute. Because it is so vague, just getting a sense for it is immensely difficult. While Leon goes through his trial and error, Nilia thought she should work with the other students. Her eyes narrowed slightly. A strange energy suddenly filled the air. Suddenly, a blue-skinned woman appeared before Leon. Lian was shocked by the sudden appearance of the woman, exclaiming that it was impossible. Despite his initial shock, Lian succeeded. The narrator noted that Lian had an advantage from experiencing two worlds. Two students watched Lian, observing that it seemed all he had to do was picture strange, mathematical images like hyperbolic geometry and imaginary numbers. It was clear that he had a broad way of thinking. Mortem watched with interest. Mortem commented that Lian was quite good and asked if he could do a bit more. Lian replied that he would try. Lian focused his energy. Nilia realized that Lian was good, perhaps too good. Nilia appeared concerned, her hand raised to her throat as she considered the implications of Lian's success. She worried that if he decided to major in black magic instead, it would be a professor's primal fear to lose a talented student. Nilia quickly dismissed the thought, assuring herself that Lian would do well. Meanwhile, the purple energy continued to swirl. Vladi Vagrek, along with another professor, observed the scene. The other professor questioned if he should keep this up for much longer. Vladi Vagrek wondered how long he should keep it up for. The other professor questioned if he should keep this up for much longer. Mortem's eyes glowed red as he urged the professor to maintain it as long as he could. Mortem's eyes glowed red as he urged the professor to maintain it as long as he could. The professor appeared concerned, noting that Mortem's eyes had gone crazy. Nilia watched with a surprised expression, admitting that she didn't think Professor Mortem would be this happy. The immense waves of negative energy began to affect the students. Some wondered where the laughter was coming from, while others thought it should be stopped soon. Meanwhile, one of the students asked Mortem what the next lesson would be. Mortem adjusted his sleeve. Nilia remarked that it would be more interesting to see how much Lian was capable of before moving on. Mortem agreed that they could find that out next time as well. But Mortem had other plans. He announced that it was time for the next lesson. One of the students asked Mortem what they should do. Mortem stood beside Lian, who held his staff. Mortem instructed him to move his staff like this, and say. He told Lian to say, petrify. It was a basic black magic spell, a low-level petrification curse. The spell made one feel like their arm or leg was asleep, and petrified them slightly. The other students wondered who would be the target of Lian's curse. One student hoped it wasn't them, while another avoided eye contact. It was explained that unlike other spells, curses required a target. The professor's robes were adjusted. Mortem declared that Lian would obviously be casting the spell on him. The professor's robes were adjusted again. Lian was surprised by this. Another student expressed relief that they wouldn't be the target, while Lian thought to himself that he had been looking forward to casting a spell on a professor. Mortem wondered if it was really all right. Lian confirmed that it was all right and told him to do it. Elsewhere, Hourlong worried about a professor. The chick wondered if it was okay to peck him. Lian prepared to cast the spell. Mortem stood ready to receive the spell. Mortem thought to himself that he wouldn't even feel a petrification curse from freshmen. Mortem believed that once he repelled Lian's magic, he would show him the true depths of black magic. Earlier, Garcia Kim had offered to teach Lian if he wished to learn, praising his skill in petrifying him. Lian confirmed that he would cast the spell in the same way. Meanwhile, Lian wondered if Garcia Kim would come to see him the moment class ended. Lian began to gather his mana. Nilia noticed that he was gathering way too much mana. Lian cast the spell, shouting petrify. The petrification magic surged forward. Mortem was caught off guard. He began to sweat. Mortem was shocked by the power of the spell. Garcia Kim reached out his hand. Garcia Kim rushed to Lian's side. Lian's hand glowed as the petrification spell took hold. The spell caused Mortem to collapse to the floor. He questioned if the professor was all right. Mortem groaned in pain as the spell continued to affect him. Elsewhere, a student watched the scene unfold on a screen, exclaiming that this was so unfair and that Lian was a professor killer. Mortem's hand twitched slightly. Garcia Kim watched with concern as Mortem remained on the floor. Lian looked on, his expression unreadable. Mortem's face was grimaced in pain. From the stands, Yurgolm asked if everyone had seen what had just happened. Garcia Kim observed that this was what a low-level petrification curse looked like. Vladi Vagrek told Lian good work. Lian thought to himself that it was a relief Mortem was just making a show of it. Lian watched as the blue-skinned woman approached, her expression unreadable. Her eyes narrowed slightly, betraying a hint of suspicion. The woman recalled that Professor Mortem was struck by a bunch of mana, and even if he is a professor, it hit him with his defenses down. She asked if Mortem was hurt at all from the fall. From his position on the floor, Mortem insisted that he was fine. The woman was sure of it. She thought to herself that Mortem didn't fall as a show. The woman exclaimed that he really collapsed from a freshman's curse. The woman was sure of it. The professor turned away, dismissing the idea that Hourlong had collapsed due to a curse. He clenched his fist, his expression unreadable. Nearby, the blue-skinned woman seemed certain of her assessment. She insisted that Hourlong's collapse wasn't an act. The woman exclaimed that Hourlong had truly collapsed from a freshman's curse. The professor approached Hourlong, acknowledging his magic. Hourlong seemed surprised and grateful. The professor stated that Hourlong was truly talented. Hourlong repeated the professor's words, a flicker of unease crossing his face as he realized that people only repeated things like that when they were trying to make fun of someone. Hourlong wondered if his performance had been truly awful. Meanwhile, Hourlong's professor addressed the class, telling everyone that as they could see, there was much more to black magic than they had been told. He continued, stating that it was also a low-level magic. The professor explained that it was difficult to learn. He added that it was still quite effective, so learning to use black magic would be a huge help later on. The professor nodded, telling a student that they could go back to their seat now. He clarified that it was not simply a tool to threaten others, but to strengthen one's defense. The professor stated that the best way to know how to face a spell was to learn that spell. He concluded that it was best to learn a variety. As the professor spoke, a student stood up from their desk. Then, the blue-skinned man smiles, while the old man below him closes his eyes. Suddenly, a surge of energy fills the room. The blue-skinned man and the old man stand together, prepared for what is to come. The words mass teleport appear in a speech bubble. The two men stand in the center of a teleportation circle as the students watch. The teleportation spell activates. Meanwhile, Hourlong stands with another student as the teleportation spell washes over them. Hourlong's eyes narrow as he braces himself. The teleportation spell intensifies. The world around them blurs. Everything fades to black. Suddenly, Hourlong finds himself on the ground, disoriented. Hourlong looked around, trying to understand what had just happened. Around him, his classmates were also sprawled on the ground, equally confused by the sudden change in scenery. The students murmured, questioning if they were now at the training grounds. A voice echoed, assuring them that their surprise was understandable. Thunderstep Koidar explained that because they would be using each other's targets, she had brought them to a larger area. She suggested that they practice here, since it would be easier. The students responded enthusiastically. The students were impressed by the teleportation. Someone shouted for them to start practicing right away. Garcia Kim smiled as someone complimented him. Thunderstep Koidar clapped her hands together, suggesting that they all pair up. A few moments later, the sound of wood striking wood echoed through the training grounds. The training was about to begin. Another student wished Hourlong good luck. The rules were simple. Students would take turns attacking each other. The purpose was to get students used to not only casting the curse, but receiving it as well. The student began by changing it to negative energy. The staff crackled with power. The student was surprised by how fast Hourlong was. He had struggled so much with the other attributes. The student wondered if Hourlong had talent in black magic. The staff glowed with dark energy. The student prepared to attack. Hourlong thought that perhaps it was just an easy spell, but he quickly realized that it definitely wasn't. Meanwhile, others watched as Hourlong was attacked. Mortem wondered if the spell would affect him as well. Gainando gasped as the spell took effect. The spell was cast, Petrify. The effects of the spell surrounded Gainando. The magical energy crackled intensely. The energy continued to surge. Lian looked shocked. Gainando cheered, exclaiming that it worked, as someone congratulated him. Lian remarked that Gainando looked completely fine. Gainando, seemingly unaffected, considered the situation. He admitted that he didn't feel any different after the spell was cast. Gainando wondered if he had made a mistake with the gestures. Lian suggested that the problem might be with the chant itself, or that Gainando had been too gentle with his delivery. Lian then asked if Gainando should try saying it more aggressively, but Gainando seemed unsure. From the sidelines, Nilia sarcastically suggested that Gainando should just cast the Petrify spell already. Nilia then told him to hold it. Nilia explained that the spell probably wasn't effective because Lian had so much mana, and then complimented Gainando on doing an excellent job. Gainando seemed surprised by the praise and thanked her. Gainando still couldn't believe that the spell had no effect whatsoever. He then wondered if he was simply not talented in black magic. Gainando laughed, saying that it wasn't like he was going to learn anyway. Gainando then stated that it was now his turn to get hit. Gainando readied himself, stating that he would begin. Meanwhile, Hourlong focused on controlling his strength, thinking he didn't need to gather a lot of mana. The mana gathered, forming the bare minimum needed for the spell. The spell began to take shape. Suddenly, Yurgolm shouted for Hourlong to stop. The mana continued to gather around Gainando. Yurgolm was shocked that Hourlong had changed the spell to something so simple. He knew that normally, the longer the chant, the more it helped to cast the spell. Yurgolm realized that it wasn't easy to reduce the spell by so much, even if it was a simple spell. He was amazed that Hourlong was able to cast the spell he learned today like that. Hourlong looked surprised. The spell continued to take shape. The purple energy crackled around Hourlong as he focused on his target. The energy intensified, swirling ominously. Gainando's eyes widened in terror as the spell approached. The force of the spell sent him flying backwards. He screamed in agony as the energy enveloped him. The impact reverberated through the training grounds. Elsewhere, Nilia watched with concern, while Moradi observed with a stoic expression. Gainando lay prone on the ground, his staff cast aside, as Hourlong's classmates stood over him. The classmate questioned why Gainando had dodged. Gainando explained that it was an instinctive reaction. Mortem watched the scene unfold, his expression one of shock. The professor's eyes widened, his face contorted in disbelief. The display of power was instinctive. The rate at which he converted mana to negative energy was astonishing. Furthermore, he possessed the rare ability to keenly sense negative mana. Someone wondered what Hourlong's name was. His talent was undeniable. Hourlong stood, surrounded by bats, as he held a ball of purple energy. It was the kind of talent that only came once in a decade. To be continued. The student's face flushed with embarrassment. He struggled to recall the name of the person he was supposed to be acknowledging. The student was certain that the individual in question possessed a rare talent. The figure stood tall, radiating an aura of power and mystery. It was a talent that only appeared once in a decade. The class had finished without any major incidents. The students had a fun time casting curses at each other. The students clapped. The instructor asked if everyone enjoyed today's lecture and requested a round of applause for Professor Mortem for assisting them today. The students clapped, expressing their enjoyment of the lesson. One student affirmed that the class was indeed fun. Meanwhile, the blue-skinned woman stood silently. As the class ended, the students began to murmur amongst themselves. The blue-skinned woman coughed, asking Professor Mortem why he wasn't saying a word. Mortem stated that he believed they had all learned about the charms of black magic that day. He added that he already saw a few of them had gained interest in it, as the students murmured. One of the students asked if another was interested in black magic, but the other student denied it. Another student thought that Mortem was a jokester. The student continued, calling Mortem a jokester. The student remarked that the world would be interested in black magic, adding that it was a funny joke, Professor. Mortem hoped that the student, especially the one over there, would drop by his workshop sometime. The student was shocked, thinking that Mortem really was a... Hourlong was left wondering why he was invited. Meanwhile, Gainando was saying his goodbyes to his classmates. As he walked away, someone told him to shut up. The voice continued, referring to Gainando as the student over there. Garcia Kim and Urgolm were walking together. Garcia Kim thought that taking a black magic class might not be a bad idea for his grades. Someone responded, agreeing with Garcia Kim. Gainando was being approached by someone. Woodenaz ended up getting dragged along because of Gainando. Woodenaz was told to hurry up and tell the professor he would visit him, but he was confused. Gainando declared that he would drag them along with him. Gainando was being praised by Nilia, while Mortem stood nearby. Gainando shouted that he didn't want to go back. A voice called out, demanding that they stop. Lian had heard a lot about workshops when he was in the Woodenaz Manor as well. It was said that a magician's workshop could be considered a laboratory of sorts. It was a place where, after a magician found a topic that interested them, they could have their apprentices tirelessly research it within. Nilia thought it might sound a bit strange, but it was exactly like that. Lian recalled that it was a graduate school. He thought that hell must exist in all worlds. He then thought that it was different today, as he was only a freshman. Hourlong was sure that it was going to be nothing more than a simple consultation. They were headed to Professor Mortem's workshop. The workshop was also known as the Black Shadow Building. Even at a glance, Hourlong could tell what kind of research they did. The pair walked through the large stone archway, the silence of the building heavy around them. Hourlong groaned, wondering what he had done to warrant being called out individually like this. Lian suggested that perhaps he was being called for something other than messing up, but Hourlong was sure it was because Mortem was a black magician with a twisted personality. Lian stated that he was going in. A hand knocked on the door, asking to be excused. Lian told Hourlong to calm down. The pair walked through the doorway. The air grew thick with an unnatural fog. Hourlong exclaimed that the door had opened on its own. Lian remained still. Hourlong realized he couldn't see anything through the fog. He wondered where the professor was. The fog hung heavy in the air, obscuring the details of Professor Mortem's workshop. A large table sat in the center of the room, various objects scattered across its surface. Meanwhile, Mortem stood in the fog, a knowing look on his face. He muttered that they had arrived. Mortem instructed Durette to guide the freshmen. However, Durette responded that the headmaster had forbidden them from contacting the freshmen. Durette found this annoying and suggested that Mortem do it behind the headmaster's back. Durette asked Mortem if he was out of his mind, reminding him that it had not been long since he had been released from the punishment room. Mortem understood and told Durette that he could leave. Mortem raised his hand, a magical aura emanating from his fingertips. His eyes narrowed as the magic intensified. The magical energy surged. Suddenly, Lian and Hourlong were teleported into another location. Lian looked around, a mixture of surprise and concern on his face. The pair had been transported to a new location, the architecture of which was ornate and unfamiliar. As they walked deeper into the building, Hourlong looked around, taking in the details of their surroundings. Lian thought to himself that the interior was more normal than he expected. However, he quickly noticed that the furniture was all made out of bones. It was explained that for black magicians who can summon bones, it's a hot commodity to have furniture made of bones. The pair continued to walk through the building. A voice called out, welcoming them. Lian and Hourlong greeted the speaker, addressing him as Professor. The professor gestured for them to come closer. Hourlong realized that Lian hadn't noticed the furniture was made of bones yet. The professor stated that he was sure they already knew why he had called them after class. Hourlong looked surprised. Even though Lian thought about it a lot, he couldn't figure anything out. Garcia Kim explained that it was because both of them had a talent for black magic. Hourlong was shocked by the revelation. Mortem seemed equally surprised. Mortem's mouth curved into a smile. Mortem asked them to repeat what he had just said. Lian gulped, wondering if he had heard correctly. Hourlong was stunned, thinking to himself that he had talent in black magic. Garcia Kim asked Lian if he had heard it too, that Hourlong was extremely talented in black magic. Lian didn't think Garcia Kim had gone that far. He wondered what he should do, as he wasn't interested in black magic. Lian thought to himself that Hourlong was extremely talented in it. Hourlong wondered what he should do. Lian was surprised. Someone thought that Hourlong had fallen for it. The professor offered them skull-shaped lollipops. He told them to have some while they listened, explaining that he had called them there not only because they were talented in black magic. The professor continued, stating that he also wanted to have a deeper conversation. He elaborated, suggesting that black magic was a much more attractive course of study than they might think. One of the students remarked that he felt like he had heard this song and dance before. The professor in the memory noted that the professors for popular majors were always snobby. The professor asked if they wanted to study under him with their skills. After all, he wondered what the professors in unpopular majors were like. The professor in the memory stated that the advantage of their major was that they were already at rock bottom. One of the students wondered if that didn't also mean they had nowhere left to go but up, but the other student disagreed. The situation reminded Hourlong of something. He could feel the pitiful aura of a professor Meanwhile, the professor led the students up the steps to a large, ominous door. One of the students thought to himself that he couldn't believe the professor wanted him so badly, especially since he was such a necessary talent, and wondered what to do. The other student noticed that the professor seemed happy, but more importantly, there was a bigger problem. The professor held out a scroll tied with a gold ribbon. One of the students asked what it was, and the professor asked why they didn't store these in their rooms. The professor said that they were his present to them. One of the students wondered what they were supposed to be and called out to the professor. The other student told Lian to go. The professor's hand glowed with purple energy. One of the students thought that in the end, the professor still didn't tell them what these were and wondered what kind of bone it was. One of the students wondered if it was something like the headmaster's book. Someone wondered if the professor was trying to curry favor using some unknown. The gift was presented with the flourish of a romantic gesture, an analogy that made at least one student uncomfortable. The thought clearly disgusted Lian, who covered his mouth in response. He admitted to himself that he might have been the one who imagined it, but it was still a disgusting analogy. Lian was snapped out of his thoughts when someone called his name. He turned to see Gainando approaching. Gainando seemed to be trying to hide his amusement. Gainando warned him not to say a word of this to Yona Meikin. Lian seemed surprised by Gainando's warning. Gainando recalled that this had happened before. He reminded Lian that alchemy was meant for servants, wondering what principles they were to learn. He chided Lian for being so silly. Gainando knew that Lian was worried he would be the one getting teased this time. He reassured Lian, of course. Gainando stated that that's what friends do. Lian thought that he should tell Yovier, since Yovier was their friend, too. Away from the school, the camera panned across the exterior of the academy. The students were being pushed to their limits, forced to run without stopping. Suddenly, a voice boomed out, ordering them to stop. The professor reminded them to focus on their mana as they breathed. He explained that the objective was to raise their physical ability by continuously circulating mana throughout their bodies. The professor watched the students closely. It was explained that mana could be utilized in an infinite number of ways. The narrator continued, stating that the mana circulating throughout the body definitely helped one avoid fatigue and made them stronger. However, the professor thought that this was still too early for these students. One of the students called out to the professor. The student stated that he had a question, prompting the professor to ask what it was. The student explained that he had to enter the mountains soon for something, and asked if the professor had any advice to give him. The professor seemed surprised by the question. Garcia Kim advised against it, stating that entering the mountains was not a wise decision. Lian wondered if it was really that dangerous. The professor explained that not only were there vicious monsters in the mountains, but even the professors didn't have the full picture of what was there. He added that there were other threats that might be lurking beneath. Garcia Kim continued, saying that those students who insisted on going into the mountains despite the dangers were fools. He clarified that he wasn't going there because he wanted to, but because one of his assignments involved acquiring an ingredient there. Garcia Kim coughed, wondering if it was another professor's assignment. Nilia thought that if it was another professor's assignment, then it might be different. Hour-Long asked if Garcia Kim was just going to suddenly change his tune like that. Garcia Kim stated that Lian didn't look tired at all. Garcia Kim asked Lian if he had successfully learned to circulate mana. Lian thought that it was more like Garcia Kim mused aloud, stating that he was simply exerting mana. Meanwhile, Lian was instructed that, while squeezing out mana at the center of his body, he could try to circulate that mana evenly throughout his body. The key, he was told, was having thorough control. However, Lian went with a different approach. He simply discharged his overwhelming volume of mana all around him. Instead of circulating it, he simply released it. The observer hummed, considering the implications. He realized that Lian apparently did the same thing when he fought against Team Twilight Dawn, suggesting a pattern. The obvious outcome of doing that, he thought, was running out of mana and becoming exhausted. After all, what he was doing was no different from simply burning his energy. However, if someone has an infinite volume of mana, this might simply become their own way of doing things. The professor refused to tell Lian not to use that method. However, the professor had other plans. During class, Garcia Kim told Lian that he wanted him to concentrate on circulating his mana, and Lian confirmed that he understood. Also, the professor had heard that it was harder to establish circulation when someone had a lot of mana. Lian was confused when the other students collapsed around Garcia Kim, but he told Lian to wait. Garcia Kim declared that they would increase Lian's difficulty. Garcia Kim ordered Lian to run 10 more laps. Garcia Kim simulated. Lian was shocked. Lian wondered why professors always did this. Lian thought that professors always did this, but he thanked Garcia Kim anyway. The battle concluded. One figure lay prone on the ground, while another stood triumphantly, fist raised in victory. Suddenly, Lian is struck by a surge of energy. Doubled over, Lian wondered why professors always did this. Lian realized that they always did this. From a distance, Vladi Vagrek expressed his gratitude to the professor. Vladi Vagrek laughed. Vladi Vagrek changed the subject. Vladi Vagrek reminded Lian that he had just said he should be. Lian stated that it was fine because it was an assignment, of course. Vladi Vagrek smiled. Lian looked on. Even though it was likely that nothing would happen, since it was just an assignment, Hour-Long's companion suggested they finish running the laps. It was still true that it was a dangerous place. The Magic Academy stood tall against the sky. Magic Academy. New World Survival Guide. A small house sat nestled in the woods. A note read that Urgolm would be temporarily off to handle some business, and that no one should steal too much. Yoner seemed surprised. Yoner realized that this was why she had been told to come here. After all, there were a lot of alchemy tools here, Toner confirmed. He also wanted to check the effects of the potions they got last time, Toner thought, as he opened chest. Toner admitted that his knowledge on alchemy wasn't nearly as comprehensive as Yoner's. He was also curious about it, he added. Yoner wonders what the effects of the potions will be. Suddenly, she is surprised by something she sees. Turning to the window, Yoner pauses, noticing something outside. She wonders what it is and if it's a field. Toner remarks that she noticed it, and Yoner questions if he is growing them too. Yoner thinks to herself that they are still a long way away and that she heard they were going to take a few months. Yoner states that they all look fully grown to her, and Toner wonders what they are. The two are shocked by what they see. Toner is surprised. He realizes that they are. Someone is sure that those are the ones they planted. Toner wonders when they grew so much, and Yoner asks what is wrong. The student seemed lost in thought. His thoughts drifted to the watering can. The student believed that the professor had used a growth serum of sorts. The other student found him impatient, but clarified that it was just an ordinary watering can. The plants grew so fast all because of Lian's staff, but he didn't realize that. He thought it was great for farming. It all led to them unjustly accusing Urgolm. Since it had become like this, the student thought they should just harvest it today while they were there. The other student told him to leave it to her. The plants grew so well. The student suggested they take this too. With this, that's everything they needed. A note was left behind. Thank you, Professor. I left behind some of the produce we harvested, so please help yourself. Lian Warden asked. Only Urgolm would know if they stole too much or not. The next day, the student asked if that was a Contus potion. The other student confirmed. The students had been so engrossed in their experiments that they hadn't noticed the passage of time. Thanks to their sleepless night, the graduate was able to determine the effects of the potions. One was West Empire wine, described as tasty. The other was Contus potion, which allowed the drinker to sing beautifully like a mermaid for a time. The effects of the two liquids were then demonstrated, with one student briefly transformed into a merman. The graduate apologized. The red-haired student responded that even this was not enough. Just then, Garcia Kim arrived, greeting them with a good morning. He asked if they were ready to acquire their ingredients. Garcia seemed somewhat sorry. Lian had already laid out the plans for the weekend, explaining that he would return from the forest with his friends on Saturday. And on Sunday, Lian planned to use the exit pass to leave the academy. Lian's classmate wondered what kind of traps there could be. Then, Hour-Long remembered and asked what Lian thought about visiting the black market before going in. Lian was surprised by the suggestion. He questioned what market Hour-Long was referring to. The group continued to walk toward the market. Hour-Long clarified that he was talking about the black market, which surprised one of the students, who wondered what kind of academy had a black market. Lian considered the question. Hour-Long explained that it was closer to a farmer's market than a black market. The group arrived at the market. A voice said that a loaf of bread was all it took to win a loaf of bread and to find the emperor. A mouse-like creature sat cross-legged with 3 cards in front of them. The creature stated that all one had to do was find the emperor among the 3 cards. The mouse-like creature offered a deal. Guess correctly, and the reward would be 2 loaves of bread instead of 1. The students reacted with surprise. One of the students called out to Lian. The others wondered why Lian was there. The mouse-like creature pleaded with them not to avoid him, as another student questioned Lian's presence. One of the students asked what he was doing, and Lian replied that he was gathering bread. The student looked confused at the mention of bread. It was then revealed that bread was used as currency in this place. 5 loaves of bread could be exchanged for 1 feather pen, and 10 feather pens could be traded for a sugar cube the size of a matchbox. Thanks to Lian, the students from the Blue Dragon Tower were able to eat. But that wasn't the case for the other towers, who were desperate to survive. Another student confirmed that bread was, indeed, the currency. Lian considered if he should also take a look around. There seemed to be quite a lot of useful things, but food seemed to be lacking. There was quite a considerable amount of daily necessities, but he wondered why there was fake food. But the things that surprised him above all else. Lian walked through the area. He noticed that there were a ton of artifacts. The sight surprised Lian. But something else surprised Hour-Long even more. He reached out, his fingers hovering over a glowing, crystalline object. The scene shifted, showing Hour-Long standing in a brightly lit, seemingly endless hall. He continued to walk down the hall. He realized that there were a ton of artifacts. The hall was filled with chests and other containers. The title card appeared, Magic Academy Survival Guide. This was Einrogard, where students gathered with their various talents. The students had made crude, but somewhat usable items. It would be so much easier to talk casually here. Hour-Long mused that if he were a student from the Black Turtle Tower, things might be different. Meanwhile, Ratford thought to himself if this bastard was really going to step on his business like this, adding that they were all useless. Hour-Long then wondered about a cape. It was explained that the cape could block attacks from sharp objects, but it only worked 50% of the time. Hour-Long was surprised. He questioned if that wasn't still somewhat useful. Even so, Hour-Long seemed to be thinking. It made sense why Ratford said that they're all useless, as Hour-Long couldn't tell what effects the majority of them have. Judging by how the mana was waning on some of them, they also had expiration dates. So in comparison to them, this cape was amazing, and he decided he would buy it. Hour-Long hesitated, wondering if he could. Hour-Long is stopped by another student who tells him not to buy anything else on credit. Then, Hour-Long is seen kneeling on the ground, placing items into a bag. He explains that he brought a few things to trade. The other students wonder if anyone has anything worth trading for the items Hour-Long brought, and suggest he should have brought canned food instead. Hour-Long looks up, surprised. The crowd of students asks if there is anything else he would like. Students try to get Hour-Long to come to their shops, offering extra items, while others argue about who was there first. One student suggests a pickaxe that could have been made by an expert, but another student insists on paying Hour-Long with 2 potatoes first. Someone smirks while holding the potatoes. The student explains that this is why. The student holding the potatoes tells the others that they should have honed their eyes like him. Another student yells at him, saying that he just picked up that cape out of pure luck, while another asks to buy a bite of the potato for a few pieces of bread. As the crowd gathered, one student declared that he wouldn't eat the bread alone. Meanwhile, another student offered to buy it from Hour-Long. The bread, now cooked, was presented to the students. The student who tasted it exclaimed that it was hot. It seemed the bread was fully cooked. The students prepared to eat. The students looked on with anticipation. The student who tasted the bread seemed to enjoy it. Garcia Kim wondered how starved the students were to act so crazy over a couple of potatoes. Now that he thought about it, Garcia realized something about the students. One student offered to sell his glasses for just 2 potatoes. They were all. Hour-Long's actions prompted confusion. Suddenly, a voice called out, asking everyone to make some space as a basket filled with carrots, potatoes, eggs, and canned goods was placed down. The same voice declared that the food would be free, but only for a limited time. The students reacted with shock and disbelief. The students questioned if Hour-Long was going to cook and if they were going to eat real food. Yoner confirmed that it was real food. Another student thought that the students had starved too much. Another student nodded, stating that this was all for attracting customers. The ingredients were prepared. Hour-Long began to cook. The tomato soup was being prepared. The tomato soup was complete. He wiped his mouth, acknowledging that while it felt wasteful to use such ingredients, it was necessary. The students slurped down the soup. From a distance, 2 figures observed the scene, noting how well everyone was eating. The observer remarked that they must have been really hungry. The man thought to himself that this was for the worst-case scenario. He knew they would have to work together in the mountains soon, so improving his relationship with the turtles who feared him was vital. He mused that if he could buy their favor with just this, then it would be well worth it. The man carried a large sack. The observer was impressed, noting that these were all things that the turtles had. The man had given him the sack, and he thought that he had received quite a few things that surpassed his expectations. Displayed are the artifacts that Hourlong acquired: boots, smokescreen chalk, and a bracelet of gaze perception. These items all have effects to hide things or for stealth. Hourlong is seen carrying a sack full of artifacts. But now, Hourlong wonders who made these artifacts. He assumes they were made by those in higher grades. Hourlong continues to ponder why they would make such artifacts. He realizes that if they're making these when they're allowed to leave the academy, that means... Meanwhile, Finch asks Hourlong what is wrong. Finch, along with another student, look at Hourlong. The sound of something moving is heard. A skeletal hand reaches out from the bag. More sounds are heard. Hourlong looks shocked and wonders what is happening. To be continued. Inside the bag, Hourlong thought he felt something moving. The sound of something shifting echoed from within. A skeletal hand emerged from the bag, reaching out. Hourlong's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the hand. He was filled with questions as to what was happening. Suddenly, the bag burst open, sending its contents flying. Ratford and Yoner cried out in alarm, unsure of what was happening. Ratford couldn't believe that they were repaying Hourlong's goodwill with hostility. Hourlong was caught off guard by the sudden attack. Someone shouted Lian's name. In the distance, someone called out to Sir Woodenaz. Hourlong reassured them that everything was fine and asked for a moment. Inside his bag, the skeletal hand continued to wriggle. The hand moved further out of the bag. The skeletal hand was now almost entirely out of the bag. The sound of something tearing could be heard. The skeletal hand fully emerged. From Hourlong's perspective, he could see the hand. The person who called out to Sir Woodenaz seemed surprised by something. Hourlong thought to himself that it was just something Professor Mortem had given him. He felt that something was off. The skeletal hand reached out. Hourlong is shocked by the sudden appearance of the skeletal hand. The skeletal hand reaches out, as if seeking something. The bony fingers close around a small, unseen object. Meanwhile, Lian is surrounded by a swirling vortex of energy, a skeletal hand floating before him. Lian appears confused by the sudden surge of power. A voice echoes, declaring that Lian has been attacked. Someone shouts that they are coming to help Lian Wardenas. Another voice commands them to wait. Lian, still caught in the vortex, looks on in disbelief as a skeletal hand reaches out from below. Hourlong stands in a golden light, the skeletal hand still attached to his bag. Hourlong has a sudden realization. Hourlong stares in disbelief at the skeletal hand, now attached to his arm. From above, a voice commanded someone to stand, turn around, and grab something. Meanwhile, the mouse and the red-haired woman looked on in shock. The mouse questioned if it was black magic, wondering if someone was controlling the bones. Someone exhaled in relief. Hourlong thought that Professor Mortem really did give him something strange. He wondered how the skeletal hand was so clingy. Lian called out to Hourlong. The red-haired woman was shocked, thinking it would be better to throw the skeletal hand away. The red-haired woman screamed. The mouse called out to Sir Woodenaz. Someone thought that there was a saying in their business to not associate with black magicians. Someone else wondered if that thing wasn't too much of an abomination. The sound of something breaking echoed as Hourlong considered the skeletal hand. He seemed lost in thought, contemplating its significance. Focusing on the hand, Hourlong examined it closely. Meanwhile, Nillia thanked Ratford, explaining that they had helped clear her head. Hourlong thought the situation was definitely weird, but he believed there was a reason for it. Nillia wondered if this was behind everything. She then questioned why Mortem would hand Hourlong a bone like that. Toner wondered why Mortem would give Hourlong something that wasn't even whole. Nillia considered that maybe... Ratford speculated that Mortem wanted Hourlong to find all of the scattered bones and combine them. Nillia dismissed the idea, saying there was no way he'd do that. The two students looked at Ratford with concern. Nillia insisted that Ratford's idea couldn't be right and that it was ridiculous. Ratford thought that, strangely enough, it made sense, adding that professors don't think like normal people. Ganando mused about collecting bones, wondering who would want to do something like that, and concluded that it must be how ordinary people think. Mortem mused to himself that his students would surely enjoy searching for bones. He considered this to be the mindset of a professor. Meanwhile, one of the students shivered. His classmate asked if it was because of the bones. He clarified that it was because of the horrors of a professor's mind. Elsewhere, Hourlong decided he should hold onto the skeletal hand for now, as it didn't seem like it would harm him. The announcement was made that the next class was about to begin. The students made their way through the forest. They were led by a man in a brown vest and green pants. One of the students, with white hair, carried a backpack. The students continued to walk through the forest. All four of them walked together. The students were told that the towers were nearby. The man in the brown vest explained that the most important thing was safety, and the second most important thing was also safety. It made sense, he said, as they didn't know what kind of dangers could be in these mountains. Gainando considered that going with the professor was a wonderful opportunity. Meanwhile, one of the students stated that they would periodically check the numbers as they moved. Another student wondered if it was that dangerous. Another student agreed. Mortem stated that they were on alert now, and they should start moving soon. The professor instructed the students to make sure to properly keep up with him. As the group continued on their path, a skeleton with a glowing blue aura appeared in front of them. The group continued to make their way through the mountains. The professor stated that the area looked like a good spot. He then told the students that they could start looking for the materials they needed for their class. Mortem told the students that they could start looking for the materials they needed for their class. Two students stood amongst the foliage, the taller of the two with blue hair, speaking to the other. Meanwhile, Garcia Kim and Morade were also searching the forest. In the distance, other students could be seen. Elsewhere, Hourlong walked with other students, his gaze forward. Hourlong hoped that whatever was keeping them up in the air would stay that way until they got down. Suddenly, Hourlong heard a rustling sound and turned his head, questioning what it could be. A surge of magical energy erupted around Hourlong. The energy intensified, swirling around him. The magical energy coalesced into a towering form. The energy continued to surge and crackle. A branch lay on the ground, seemingly untouched by the surrounding energy. Two students stood nearby, seemingly unaware of the magical event unfolding. In the forest, a stick lies on the ground, surrounded by a faint, glowing energy. Further along the path, the same stick is seen, still emitting the same strange energy. Nearby, two students are in conversation. Suddenly, Nilia turns, intending to ask Garcia Kim something. But as she looks around, Nilia wonders where the professor went. Upon closer inspection, there are no footprints to be found. The stick from before is seen again, now further along the path. Nilia, shocked by the professor's disappearance, tells herself not to say anything. But another student calls out to the group, alerting them to the professor's absence. Nilia exclaims that the professor is gone. Another student is shocked by this revelation. The students were clearly shaken by the sudden disappearance of Garcia Kim. The sky above reflected their turmoil. The distant mountains seemed to watch silently. Meanwhile, the other students gathered, concern etched on their faces as they discussed the situation. One of them sighed, lamenting that their worries had come to this. Two students, visibly distressed, repeatedly asked what they should do. Another student urged everyone to calm down for the time being. Lian stated that there was no need to make such a fuss, suggesting that the professor could simply have. Another student agreed with Lian, urging everyone to calm down, though he thought to himself that there was no way that would happen, but he needed to calm them down. He continued to think that it wasn't as if a monster had appeared and they were lost, so there was no need to be taken aback. The student looked up, his expression troubled. He wished they could just go back to how things were. In the distance, beams of light descend from the sky. The rain continues to fall. Amidst the downpour, Velati stands alone in the forest. His expression is grim as the rain soaks him. A voice echoes in his mind, expressing disbelief. Someone holds a cup of tea. The rain falls upon a group of students gathered beneath a massive tree. Nearby, a student remarks that bringing supplies was a good idea, admitting they never thought Professor Girdle would do this. Lian hears someone call out Wooden ass. Another student thanks Lian for his help, but he dismisses it as nothing. The student then asks Lian if the story about the legendary stew he recently made for the Turtle Tower was true, leaving Lian confused. Hourlong insisted that he was fine, dismissing the question about the legendary stew. He thought to himself that there was no way the tomato stew he made last time could be considered legendary. Nearby, one of the students remarked to the white-haired girl that it seemed the stew was merely a rumor. She responded that she understood. Another student chimed in, stating that Her Imperial Highness also wished to help. He wondered why Nilia wasn't saying it herself, but then agreed that it would be appreciated. Two other students sat nearby, and one wondered if Nilia could make something like a campfire. Nilia was addressed as Your Highness. She then began to manipulate her skirt. Nilia held a staff with a glowing orb at the end. The orb at the end of Nilia's staff glowed brighter. Energy swirled around the base of the staff. The energy intensified. A campfire blazed alive. With a flick of her wrist, Nilia conjured a swirling vortex of red and gold energy. The energy coalesced, igniting the prepared wood into a roaring campfire. The air crackled with heat. Gainando realized that Nilia was using spirits to create the fire. The other students were surprised, noting that they hadn't learned how to summon spirits yet, and wondered if she had learned how to do it herself. One student exclaimed that Nilia was incredible, noting that it was a completely different reaction from when Professor Mortem summoned skeletons. He recalled that Professor Mortem fought 0 times and lost once. A voice declared that now that it was warm, they could proceed. The students sat around the campfire. The fire cast a warm glow into the surrounding forest. The light intensified. The air crackled once more. Yoner, holding a cup, wondered what was happening. The liquid in the bowl rippled, and a student wondered why. Nearby, another student questioned what the sound was. The first student realized something big was moving around. The second student realized the sound was getting closer. The source of the sound was revealed to be a large creature stomping nearby. The stomping grew louder. The students stood together, listening to the approaching sounds. The sounds grew even louder. The source of the sound was getting closer. The students looked on with concern. The sounds continued to grow louder. The phoenixes and tigers were approaching. Deep within the cavern, the source of the approaching tremors remained unseen. Emerging into view, a colossal golem towered over the students. The golem's presence resonated with a familiar energy, one that echoed their own predicament. They were in the exact same boat. A wave of magical energy pulsed through the air. Hour-long watched as the golem lumbered closer. Garcia Kim urged everyone not to move rashly. Vladi Vagrek explained that golems acted according to set rules. As long as they didn't touch them, Toner stated, the golems wouldn't attack. The narrator explained that these entities were born by magicians inserting a magic core into a sculpture made from a material of their choosing. The problem, the narrator continued, was that when their cores were broken in battle or discarded after being destroyed, they could combine with miscellaneous objects. A magical core pulsed with light. The narrator clarified that unlike wild monsters, golems were artificial monsters crafted by magicians. There were cases where a golem didn't listen to orders. Destroyed golems had to abide by their original rules, but of course, the man's expression hardened. The good thing, though, was that even those golems could have a rule like kill all freshmen. But of course, to be continued. The man's expression was tense, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Suddenly, a voice echoed, suggesting a rule like kill all freshmen. The ground trembled as a massive figure began to stir. The earth cracked and groaned. The air vibrated with unseen force as the ground continued to break apart. A dark, ominous presence loomed. The title Magic Academy Survival Guide appeared. The ominous presence continued to grow. A colossal stone hand crashed down, shaking the very foundations of the world. The massive stone golem stood tall, moss clinging to its ancient form. Nearby, Toner and Yoner, along with another student, looked on in shock, with Yoner questioning if it was an A line. Yoner wondered if the golem was warning them not to cross. She couldn't help but be curious about what would happen if they tried. Suddenly, Garcia Kim shouted a warning, telling Leon Wardenaz that it was dangerous. Leon ignored the warning. He held up a scroll. The other students noticed something strange. Leon explained that it was a summon that he ended up getting. It was due to odd circumstances. The scroll commanded them to go forward and back. The golem's skeletal hand moved. The golem's hand moved forward. Its massive claws scraped against the ground. Then the golem's hand moved back. The golem's hand crashes down, shattering the summoning circle. Dust and debris rain down. The golem's massive hand rests on the shattered remains of the circle. Nearby, the students react in terror. One realizes that the golem will attack if they cross the line. One of the students wonders what they should do now. The golem's skeletal hand glows with power. Energy crackles around the golem's hand. Leon calls the golem a good boy, ordering it to come back to him. Another student watches the scene unfold. The student wonders what he just witnessed, questioning if summons normally reform that fast. The student thinks that resummoning must cost a lot of time and mana. A strange energy pulsed in the air. The argument continued, with one student insisting they were right and the other declaring them wrong. Amidst the escalating tension, another student pleaded for everyone to calm down. Someone shouted for them to be quiet. The student who was arguing that they were right was struck, the blow coming from another tower. The others looked on, concerned. Woodenaz was told that they should stop them. Woodenaz paused, lost in thought. Another student questioned Woodenaz, asking why he was thinking so much. The student apologized. Woodenaz realized he might have found a hint for how to get out of the situation. The other students were impressed, commenting that it looked like the Woodenaz wonder had done it again. Well, it seemed that the students were in a bit of a predicament. It seemed that the situation was a trap. This, too, was a trap prepared by the professors. The students were shocked by this realization. They exclaimed in disbelief. Meanwhile, a figure was being held captive. The figure was bound by some sort of magical energy. The captive was suspended by a skeletal contraption. He demanded to be released immediately. The captive questioned how anyone could kidnap a fellow professor and how they could do this. The skeleton responded that it was something that he would understand if they explained it to him, and then asked them to please explain. The skeleton stated that if a reliable swordsman was by the student's side, they would lose an opportunity to grow. The skeleton's words hung in the air, a challenge to the professor's methods. Vladi Vagrek wondered if the skeleton was being serious. The skeleton responded that he was sure Vladi would understand his intent someday, and that he was fine with the current situation. Vladi asked what the skeleton planned to do if an unexpected scenario arose. The skeleton stated that none of them were prepared for such a scenario. Urgulm asked if they were prepared for such a scenario. The skeleton responded that the students would have to overcome it on their own, and that it was something for them to deal with. Logic struck Volati, who was sent flying backwards. Urgulm realized that he had forgotten magicians were like this, and that he understood. The skeleton told Volati that he wanted him to know that he planned on stepping in if matters got too out of hand. Volati stated that was fine. It seemed the skeleton had also learned the joy of watching someone grow. The skeleton requested that Volati be. Meanwhile, the bearded man asked what the elf had prepared for them in the forest. The elf responded that it was nothing much. The bearded man laughed, stating it was little more than a bull slightly strengthened with potions. The skeleton nodded, saying that he was a bit more wild than an ordinary bull, but he wouldn't cause any problems. The bearded man nodded in agreement, stating that after all, a bull was nothing compared to something like a golem. In the forest, a golem stood in the rain. Elsewhere, a student asked what about Professor Ingirtle. Another student responded that he was sure Ingirtle planned on doing this ahead of time with Professor Urgulm. One of the students exclaimed that was so mean, calling the professors fucking professors. The elf asked Hourlong what he planned to do now. The plan, it seemed, hadn't changed too much. Garcia Kim knew that they had to come up with a way to get rid of that. Oh no, he wondered if it was too much for them. Everyone was present. Since this was a prepared trap, Garcia Kim thought there must also be a solution to overcome it. One of the students agreed, before another added that there was no way they deployed a golem without thinking twice about it. There was something that Garcia Kim also wanted to test anyway. Maybe there was a weakness. They wondered what they could use to distract it. Woodenaz was then asked what he thought. Hourlong stood before the golem. Hourlong stared, a question forming in his mind as he gazed at the golem and the outline of person. Suddenly, the student, Toner, looked shocked. He stammered, telling the others that Woodenaz was gone. Someone shouted in alarm. Rain fell as the group camped near a cliff, the golem standing guard nearby. Around the campfire, the students discussed the golem. One wondered if it had a weakness, while another asked what they could use to distract it. The group turned to Woodenaz, asking what he thought, but below, the golem stood silently. Woodenaz was nowhere to be seen. One of the students gasped, realizing Woodenaz was gone too. The remaining students murmured in alarm, realizing Woodenaz had disappeared. One of the students declared that he would try to slip past the golem to find him. Suddenly, one of the students noticed something and pointed out to the others. The group turned to see the golem standing guard. Hourlong was surprised that the golem was still there. The other students called out to Woodenaz, warning him to stay away from the golem. Hourlong watched the golem, wondering why it wasn't reacting. He realized that the golem wasn't doing anything at all. Hourlong wondered how this could be, and how Woodenaz had managed to get past the golem. Then, Hourlong revealed that he had made himself invisible. Leon had done some simple experiments. While the various towers were all in chaos, he tested how the golem would react if he was invisible. Luckily, the golem was unable to detect him, and he was able to cross the line safely. He also learned another thing. Once he crossed the line, the golem would not do anything to him. The golem stood still as Hourlong walked past it. As expected of Woodenaz, his classmates were impressed that he already knew an invisibility spell. Woodenaz dismissed it, saying it was just the artifact's effect, and one of them couldn't believe he had already crafted an artifact. Someone declared that wasn't it either. The students were shocked. One of the students asked about Frizinga and why they would go there, seemingly avoiding the other student. Someone said that wasn't what was important right now. Another student looked surprised. If it was an artifact from the Church of Frizinga, it would be difficult for them to use. That meant they still needed to find their own method. One of the students suggested that Woodenaz could go down the mountain and bring the professor, but another student thought that was probably pointless. Someone doubted they would come to help them when it was their own trap, and on that note, the student's tie was askew. Hourlong declared that they would overcome the golem with another method. Below, a student's hand is seen reaching out. If this was truly a test, it should be something a freshman was capable of overcoming. The student resolved to target the golem's core, its source of energy. Hourlong launched the orb towards the golem. He was sure it would work out if he could do something about its core. The orb hurtled forward. The orb approached the golem's core. The core was struck. The golem began to fall apart. It was as expected from Woodenaz. Lynch exclaimed that he hit it perfectly. A voice called out in confusion. Suddenly, Hourlong heard someone calling his name. The source of the voice was unclear. The speaker remained unseen. Hourlong's expression shifted to one of concern. He realized something was wrong. Just as the iron orb was about to strike the golem, the orb shattered. Hourlong realized he had lost his connection. He cursed, realizing he couldn't use iron orbs anymore. It was explained that golems are monsters that move using the mana in their core. It was obvious that measures would be taken to protect that core. If iron orbs were no longer an option, Hourlong considered his alternatives. He decided he would simply use another method. A surge of energy emanated from him. Meanwhile, in a cozy room, Urgulm sat at a table, a spectral skull floating nearby. Yurgolm wondered if this was really okay, and what would happen if the students got hurt. The spectral skull assured Yurgolm that there was nothing to worry about. The skull claimed that things were much worse back in its day. Yurgolm paused, considering the skull's statement. The skull continued, saying that Yurgolm was talking about when dinosaurs roamed the lands, before adding that regardless, there were a lot of fun freshmen this year. The skull stated that the students should be able to overcome most things that come up. The skull added that Woodenaz was also in that class. The skull told Yurgolm not to sweat it and offered him some drink. In fact, Hourlong had even learned a spell from Mortem's grimoire. The revelation caused Yurgolm to spill his drink. The dark elf, clearly surprised, asked if Yurgolm had just said that Hourlong learned a spell from his grimoire. Mortem retorted that it wasn't like he was the only one who had done it. Meanwhile, the spectral skull added that Professor Vagrek was also giving Hourlong individual lessons. Mortem stated that the same went for Woodenaz too. Yurgolm protested, saying that Professor Vagrek and he hadn't gone any further than the freshman level. The spectral skull countered that wasn't true either, adding that Professor Vagrek passed that level a long time ago. From what the spectral skull had heard last time, Mortem was teaching Woodenaz third circle magic. It was explained that circles are used to measure a spell's difficulty. It was further explained that it also references the number of steps in the casting process. Bringing out an element is first circle, while maintaining that element is second circle. If one includes controlling the element, it becomes third circle magic. To be able to do all three components at once is what's required to become a third circle magician, but even doing them separately is a good start. It meant that Lian wasn't too far off from reaching the third circle. Lian continued to manipulate the water orb. Lian realized that this orb of water was much weaker than the iron orb. Not only that, it was difficult to maintain as well. Lian focused intently. Even if the professors were absolutely heartless, it's not like they're brainless. There had to be a method to it, Lian thought, as Yoner questioned what he was doing. Lian wondered. Lian continued to manipulate the water orb. As Lian continued to spin the orb, Yoner questioned why he kept doing that. Lian admitted that he had been spinning these orbs so much that it had become instinctive. The spinning continued. He continued to spin the orb. The orb spun really quickly. Lian realized that it would probably have more destructive power than if he just threw it normally. He thought to himself, yeah, it's just like a bullet. The orb was shot out like a bullet. To be continued. The rain continued to fall. The young man seemed lost in thought. Perhaps, he mused, he could make it work. He considered that if he could spin the orb really quickly, it would probably have more destructive power than if he just threw it normally. He realized, yeah, it's just like a bullet. Suddenly, Hourlong was standing in a Western-themed town, holding a revolver. The scene faded into darkness. The orb glowed brightly in the night. The orb pulsed with raw magical energy, its form shimmering and indistinct. With a look of relief, Hourlong realized that it had worked. Hundreds of attempts had led to this moment. Nearby, Nilia called out to Lian, who responded with a confirming yeah. Nilia admitted that she didn't know much about magic. She then questioned if the orb was perhaps too large. The two stood before the massive sphere of energy. The orb continued to grow, its power undeniable. Nilia felt that it was about as big as the golem. Nearby, Toner wondered what Woodenaz had been learning, and if it was safe to let him continue. Another student worried about what would happen if Woodenaz messed up and accidentally hit them. Lian told him not to worry, stating that there was no way Woodenaz wouldn't be able to control a simple spell. Nilia exclaimed in disbelief at the mention of Woodenaz's name. Gainando reassured her that Woodenaz could handle it with ease, stating that it would be no problem for him. Meanwhile, Garcia Kim felt the immense pressure building. He thought to himself that the pressure was becoming too much to bear. There is a lesson passed down to young magicians for generations. Magic itself is a complete formula. And in this world, no one knows what may happen if one messes with it recklessly. The spell that Lian was preparing used a process well above his year level. And obviously, Lian never properly learned the techniques for it. But even so, his monstrous mana pool was more than enough for him to ignore such equations. Lian poured mana into the orb. As he poured mana in to keep the orb spinning, the orb was unable to handle his mana and fell apart. So Lian made the orb bigger, but the bigger he made it, the less it spun, so he put in more mana. The process of increasing the orb's size and mana input repeated itself, each time pushing Lian closer to his limit, until it reached its current unstable state. The orb pulsed with raw magical energy. Nearby, Lian reassured his companions that he could control it, nodding to emphasize his confidence. However, he thought to himself that he wouldn't be able to maintain it for long. The effort was giving Lian a massive headache just trying to control it, so he knew he had to act. He resolved to end things quickly. With a determined expression, Lian steeled himself, thinking, all right. He commanded the orb to go. Lian unleashed the orb's power. The magical energy surged forward. The orb's energy continued to accelerate. The orb of mana pulsed with raw power. It was aimed directly at the golem's shoulder. The implications of this did not escape the golem's creator, who realized he couldn't make another one. The orb continued its inexorable path. The orb struck its target. The mana surged. The golem's creator watched in disbelief. The students looked on in shock. Meanwhile, your golem watched the explosion. One of the students could only stammer in disbelief. The golem had exploded, even though the orb had barely grazed it. The implications of this were clear. Woodenaz shouted in disbelief. The half-demon girl exclaimed, reminding everyone that she had predicted this outcome. Lian, still holding his staff, seemed lost in thought. He couldn't believe the golem had been destroyed so easily, even with his poor aim. Lian wondered if the golem was weak, or if he was simply stronger than he realized. Lian realized that Professor Velati's class had been a great help. As Lian continued to ponder, Velati watched him from afar, thinking to himself that he had never taught him this. Lian's eyes narrowed, a sense of dizziness washing over him. He stumbled, catching himself on his staff. Lynch approached, concern etched on his face. Lynch offered to carry him, but Lian refused, insisting that he would carry Lynch instead. Lian continued to walk forward. The group continued through the forest. Lian gripped his staff tightly as he walked. As expected, Professor and Girdle had not yet returned. Elsewhere, someone realized that they had walked into a trap. Suddenly, a presence made itself known. The individual wondered why it was acting this way. He realized what the sound was. A massive stone golem lumbered into view, towering over the students. The golem roared, its voice echoing through the forest. Someone shouted for everyone to run if they didn't want to die, while another muttered about how useless some people were. One student exclaimed that now was not the time to be acting like this. Nilia ordered everyone to split up, declaring that they would distract it and buy time. Someone shouted that they would go this way. Woodenaz's name was called out. Gainando urged Nilia to use the Humidihis water bomb spell again. Nilia questioned why Gainando was asking about the Humidihis spell. She knew that Humidihis was a famous magician of the Empire, known for his water attribute spells. Nilia wondered why Humidihis was adding his name to the spell. She realized that the spell took too long to cast, and for now, they needed to evacuate. Nilia nodded in agreement. Lian prepared to conceal himself into the night. Lian thought it was a shame that he had to use them here. Lian shouted for the golem to take this. Lian prepared his spell. The spell struck the golem. The spell continued to strike the golem. Lian's spell continued to strike the golem. Lian, now glowing with a blue aura, prepares to strike with his sword. He planned to first steal its vision, then target its legs. The light around Lian intensifies as he focuses his power. The blade connects, sending a shockwave through the air. Energy explodes outward as the spell takes effect. The golem stone exterior cracks under the force of the attack. Dust and debris rain down as the golem begins to crumble. Lian stands his ground, watching as the spell takes its toll on the massive construct. His expression is grim, focused on the task at hand. Lian thinks to himself that the bigger they are, the harder they fall. The ground cracked under immense pressure. Dust and debris rained down. Hourlong stood amidst the destruction, recalling the old saying, "The bigger they are, the harder they fall." The words echoed in his mind as he prepared for what was to come. A surge of energy crackled in the air. The force sent Hourlong flying backwards. He was shocked by the sudden attack. Hourlong struggled to regain his footing. He saw a figure emerge from the dust cloud. The figure lunged, a sword raised high. Hourlong was confused by the sudden turn of events. The scene focuses on a student's uniform, specifically the tie and upper part of the jacket. The title card for the series, Magical M. The title card for the series, Academy Survival Guide. The sword wielder, Woodenaz, holds Hourlong, who looks shocked and scared. The focus shifts to Woodenaz's uniform. Hourlong demands to know if Woodenaz plans on staying like this and questions where they are. A voice echoes, its origin unknown. The scene shows someone's feet stepping forward. Hourlong, still in shock, refuses to believe it's Woodenaz. Woodenaz thinks to himself that he is still invisible. Hourlong realizes that Woodenaz of the Blue Dragon Tower is the only person who could do something like this. As the dust settled, Hourlong expressed his gratitude for the assistance he received. A massive golem began to stir. The golem slammed its fist down. The golem's attack was swift and powerful. The ground shattered under the golem's immense strength. The golem scanned the area. The other student questioned how Hourlong had managed to get there, doubting that the golem had simply cleared a path for him. Hourlong explained that they had used a mud-dissolving potion. Hourlong recalled that Sister Sienna knew how to make one. The other student expressed disbelief that she had such a thing, realizing that if they played their cards right, they could disable the golem too. The other student asked where the potion was, and Hourlong admitted that they had used it all. The other student thought to himself that Hourlong was absolutely useless. Even with the dire situation, Hourlong wondered why the golem wasn't retaliating. The golem continued its advance. In desperation, Hour-Long realized the golem was moving away from him. He wondered why. A student cried out, begging for help. Hour-Long realized the golem was targeting the injured student. Cursing, Hour-Long knew he had to act fast, but he was unsure of what to do. He knew he needed to stop the golem immediately. Desperate, Hour-Long wondered what he could do. Meanwhile, Lian spoke to someone, but it was unclear who. The other person told Lian that he had too much mana and shouldn't use it. The other person continued, stating that the fire element was quite destructive. A staff crackled with energy. Hour-Long shouts for the golem to burn. The staff glows with intense heat. Raising the staff high, Hour-Long prepares to strike. His eyes are focused on his target. The staff is raised, ready to unleash its power. The golem is struck by a burst of flames. The flames engulf the golem. The force of the flames is immense. The flames spread outwards. The flames continue to burn. The fire rages. The flames illuminate the surrounding area. The flames continue to engulf the golem. The golem's core glowed intensely within the inferno. The golem began to crumble. Nearby, Nillia watched the destruction of the golem. Ganando was astonished by the display of power. He exclaimed that Hour-Long had torn the golem to pieces and that it was incredible. The narrator explained that while most people believe clay hardens when baked in fire, that is only true for properly prepared clay. If it isn't prepared, it simply crumbles away. Ganando could not believe that Hour-Long was aiming for this. Ganando continued to marvel at Hour-Long's power, declaring him incredible. The older student was engulfed in a blue aura. He touched his lips with his finger. He was surprised by the strength of the magic. Garcia realized why Professor Garcia had prevented him from using this in the classroom. Thankfully, the situation had settled. A hand landed on Hour-Long's shoulder. The students praised Hour-Long, calling him incredible. The crowd cheered that he had defeated it. Ganando told Hour-Long that it was all thanks to him and that he did good work. Hour-Long asked who Ganando was. Hour-Long wondered if they had eaten something wrong, questioning the Blue Dragon Tower. Woodenaz was shocked that it was Hour-Long. Woodenaz screamed. Woodenaz demanded to know why Hour-Long was there. Woodenaz asked Hour-Long what he was plotting and if he was trying to show off by killing the golem. Something fell off to Hour-Long. Meanwhile, some students acknowledged that Woodenaz had helped them. One student emphasized that he had saved both him and another. Elsewhere, someone noticed that Betrek was limping and asked if he was all right. Betrek dismissed it as a slight sprain, telling them not to make such a fuss. Another student asked Betrek if he could smooth things out. Betrek simply agreed. The injured were being tended to. Healing potions were being prepared. One student asked if anyone was missing, but was assured that a head count had been done. It was noted that there were a lot of injured students from the Tiger Tower, but the students from the Phoenix Tower were great at first aid. One student exclaimed that Sister Sienna was exceptionally amazing. It was said that she made healing potions for pain and bruising so well. Someone else wondered what would happen if someone that incredible disappeared, thinking that they would be in first place. Hour-Long is confronted by Woodenaz, who demands to know if he did something to him. Even though he solved one problem, Hour-Long realizes there are more to solve. Meanwhile, Woodenaz introduces himself as Lian of House Woodenaz. Elsewhere, someone mentions that Hour-Long fought directly with the mud golem and offers him something. It's a healing potion. Hour-Long gasps. Someone exclaims that they are starting already. Even though he had solved one problem, Toner realized there was only one more left to solve. Lian of House Woodenaz appeared, her expression unreadable. She stated that she had heard that Toner fought directly with the mud golem and offered him something. It was a healing potion. Toner was surprised. He gasped. The healing was starting already. Lian insisted that Toner have some, saying it was something she made herself. Toner was still surprised. Lian considered that this could be an opportunity. Instead, it was just an opportunity. Meanwhile, Yona reassured herself that Lian wasn't hurt. Toner uncorked the potion. He drank it down. The effects were immediate. Toner declared that this was the best potion he had ever drunk. Yona thought it was simply incredible, wondering why he was acting like that. Toner asked if Lian had made it herself, stating there was no way someone as talented as her should be in a place like this. Lian replied that it was flattering skills trained from graduate school. Lian smiled. From a low angle, Lian's face is seen, a gentle smile gracing their lips. The smile widens, framed by the collar of their uniform. The individual before them demurs, claiming they are still lacking, but more importantly, Lian can take all of the potions. The individual gestures to a tray filled with blue potions, offering them to Lian. Lian thinks that this should be enough, and the individual before them says to let them know if they need more. In the distance, several figures walk through a sun-dappled forest, while in the foreground, Lian and another individual stand talking. The individual with dark hair remarks that it was rough. Even so, the individual thinks. Lian's companion thinks that they are well-mannered and have an eye for things, as expected from someone from a great family. The individual with dark hair thinks that it was effective, as Lian waves goodbye. The individual with dark hair thinks that it looks like they've not only become favorable with Sienna, but also some of the Phoenix Tower. A hand rests on Leon's shoulder. Leon is confronted by Yoner, who questions if she owes her money or anything else. Toner laughs, asking what she is talking about. Elsewhere, a voice declares that it is time to go down the mountain. The mountain is covered in lush green trees. A group of students stands together, ready to descend. Meanwhile, Garcia Kim spots the returning group. Yurgolm and Vladi Vagrek walk through the forest. Yurgolm exclaims that they are finally back. A figure rushes forward, asking if everyone is all right. Garcia Kim is addressed as professor by an unseen student. Garcia Kim and Nilia are confronted by an unseen character who angrily asks if they're only back now. Yoner is enraged. The elf ranted, declaring that he would crush them both when he became a high-ranking magician. He continued his tirade, adding that he would become the greatest swordsman of the Empire and stomp on them, or become a high-ranking official. Nearby, Professor Yurgolm seemed concerned by the outburst, calling out to the students. The elf, however, seemed pleased with the students' progress, noting that one could tell they had learned properly from the look in their eyes. Yurgolm laughed, seemingly amused by the situation. The students acknowledged Yurgolm, confirming that they had learned very well. Yurgolm warned them that it would be best if they continued to keep their guard up, as disaster could strike at any moment. Elsewhere, Moradi wondered if he should create a disaster now, resolving to get them back for this. Morada then apologized to everyone. The elf admitted that he really wanted to go with them, but Morada scoffed, thinking that they were all the same. The other student looked on in surprise. The professor declared that he was serious, but Morada stated that it was too late to trust him. Another student agreed, saying that they would never trust anyone again. Ingerdal appeared to be in distress. Meanwhile, the professor reflected on his dear pupils who had crossed blades with one another. Garcia Kim observed that the students no longer trusted the professors, noting how much they had grown. But judging by Ingerdal's reaction, it made him wonder if the professor was telling the truth. Garcia Kim considered that getting kidnapped by the headmaster was a ridiculous excuse, but wondered how that could even make sense. It was definitely possible if it was that damned skull. It was also worth noting how Yurgolm was minding Ingerdal's mood. Garcia Kim approached Ingerdal, calling out to him. Garcia Kim told him that he believed him, stating that Ingerdal had been through so much. Woodenaz was in shock. Another student thought that Ingerdal was definitely good. The trial continued, with the students watching intently. One of the students thought the display was incredible. The text stated that Woodenaz used a water bomb to destroy a mud golem. The text continued, stating that he burned the other golem with fire. Meanwhile, Yurgolm was confused, wondering where the bull went. Yurgolm paused, waiting for an answer. Yurgolm demanded to know why they were talking about mud golems and not the bull. Yurgolm continued to ask where the bull went. The students looked on, unsure of what to say. Nilia told the professor to stop, asking if he thought they were children. Yurgolm insisted that he was being serious, while another student remarked that it was definitely a coincidence. The students expressed their distrust, believing the golem appeared by sheer chance, and sarcastically agreeing to trust him. A sense of distrust hung in the air as someone wondered when the students had become so skeptical. Meanwhile, Yurgolm confronted Woodenaz, demanding to know if the students were telling the truth. Garcia Kim questioned if there were really mud golems and not a bull, to which Nilia confirmed that there were. Vladi Vagrek asked why there was a problem, adjusting his glove. Lynch told him to hold it. Someone wondered what they had just said, their expression one of concern. Professor Ingerdal laughed, claiming there seemed to be a misunderstanding as Yurgolm stood before him. Yurgolm recalled that he had prepared both a bull and a golem, but it seemed the bull had disappeared. He demanded that Woodenaz say it himself, noting that the mud golem looked. Vladi Vagrek stood with Yurgolm in the forest. Someone suggested they continue the conversation. He begins to say something, but is cut off. Meanwhile, Garcia attempts to calm everyone down. The mud golem looked on as Woodenaz was prompted to speak. Elsewhere, someone asked if they were prepared. In the distance, a group of figures could be seen walking toward the building. A voice proposed that they continue their conversation. Someone called out for them to wait. A voice urged everyone to calm down for now. Someone made a disgusted sound. The same day they came. Down from the mountains Saturday evening. Various books and documents lay scattered across a desk. The students were hard at work, but one couldn't help but feel frustrated. One of the students, overwhelmed by the complexity of the material, admitted he had no idea what any of it meant. Another student, equally exasperated, questioned why someone of their status needed to decipher such things, lamenting the difficulty of estimating the cost of a magic circle. The student decided that they could just use their house's money, finding the whole situation incredibly stressful. Elsewhere, another student declared that they needed something sweet. In times like these, a sweet treat was the only solution. A sign detailed the offerings at Leon's unmanned stand: apple-flavored candy, apricot jam cookies, and sweet black tea, each priced at 1 silver coin. Students eagerly made their deals, purchasing the sweets with silver coins. The sign clearly marked it as Leon's unmanned stand. The narrator noted that Leon had created the stand because he was too lazy to sell the items himself, but it was currently doing much better than he had expected. Another student asked if the homework was hard. The student seemed confident, declaring the task at hand to be a piece of cake. Meanwhile, in another part of the academy, Garcia recounted a recent event describing how a giant golem had appeared in the forest. His companion, Genando, remarked that Garcia and the others were acting as if they had slain a dragon. Nilia chimed in, suggesting that Woodenaz had done everything. Elsewhere, Leon seemed lost in thought. He mused that they were under the delusion that something like that wouldn't happen to them. Yoner, noticing Leon's distraction, told him to concentrate on the task at hand. Leon simply responded with a casual, "Ah, yeah." The alchemy homework pots bubbled ominously. The students continued their work on the alchemy homework pots. One of the students narrated the process, explaining that they had added the orc bellflower and small feather mushroom. The student grimaced, commenting on how bad the mixture reeked. Suddenly, the mixture began to bubble violently. The student screamed in alarm as the concoction exploded. As expected, many students were failing. The pressure mounted as the students struggled with their alchemy assignments. But something wasn't adding up. Something was definitely off, as alchemy was a delicate practice. Even the smallest difference could result in failure. Even so, everyone was failing. It might be a difficult potion to produce, but maybe the recipe was wrong instead. The realization struck him. Someone asked what was the matter. He realized that this was just a small doubt at first. But what if? Was this to try to teach them a lesson in finding how to make potions themselves? The tension was palpable as the students considered the implications. The students continued their alchemy work. One student with pink hair stood near a large cauldron, seemingly frustrated. Meanwhile, another student couldn't believe what was happening. Yoner voiced her disagreement. Another student, however, thought it made complete sense. Another student wondered if the professor was toying with them, given how much they had suffered to adapt to the academy. Another student thought the situation had gone too far. The student with red hair reminded himself that this wasn't the time to get mad, and that he needed to finish the assignment first, even if he wanted to choke his professor. The student with dark hair asked Yoner what she thought about the strange materials. The student with dark hair noted that the materials were definitely strange, and that, as expected, there were traps. He thought they should consider every combination. The student with red hair stated that the problem was doing that would leave them with too few materials. The student with red hair considered using other texts, but realized he didn't have the time for that. Hourlong realized he would have to use his exit pass the following day. He quickly made his way down the stairs. Meanwhile, Garcia Kim called out to the students, asking them to stop what they were doing and gather around. The students turned to face Garcia. The students seemed confused, wondering why Garcia had called them. Garcia admitted that they had fallen for the professor's tricks again. He explained that they wouldn't be able to finish their assignment unless they worked together. Therefore, Garcia suggested that they should gather all of their resources. Garcia announced that he was going to visit the other towers as well and asked them to work with him. The students seemed surprised by Garcia's suggestion. Yoner stated that it made sense, as they all had too much of one material and too little of another, and they would all have the proper amount if they split all up together. Nilia added that it would be a huge help if the students from the other towers participated as well. Garcia suggested that they could pool their knowledge, after all. In response, the students agreed to work together. Determined, Hourlong vowed to succeed no matter what. He was determined to get his precious exit pass and vacation. Hourlong walked with purpose. Things moved quickly after that. The students began to work together. They collaborated on the alchemy assignment. Calculations were made again and again. After going through brain-melting hardships, they began distributing the materials. They survived the backbreaking process of distributing the materials. The calculations were complete. The students had finally completed the calculations. With the calculations done, one of the students declared that all they had to do now was make it with the recipe. The students were glad that they finished in time and that it was nice to do it together, even though it was tough. One of the students complimented everyone on their good work. One of the students never thought they would band together for Professor Yurgolm's traps again, but at least they were able to find a solution. Quick thanks were given to Woodenaz. It made sense that the group finished ahead of time, as Woodenaz had business to take care of the next day. Someone asked if the other towers had not heard about the business. The student wondered if they knew about it yet. It was announced that Woodenaz was leaving the campus for all of tomorrow using his exit pass. The student asked if they knew. Woodenaz continued to walk with the other students. They were all unaware of the business he had to take care of. Suddenly, the students overheard something that shocked them. They could only utter he's. The students were shocked to hear that Woodenaz was leaving the campus. A student wonders if the other towers have heard the news. The news is that Woodenaz is leaving the campus for all of tomorrow, using his exit pass. Another student asks if that's right. Elsewhere, two students walk together, seemingly unaware of the commotion. Back in the hallway, the students are shocked. They exclaim that Woodenaz is leaving the campus. The students express that it is expected of Woodenaz and ask how he got his hands on the exit pass. Another student asks if Woodenaz got his hands on the exit pass. One of the students says that the students from the other towers wouldn't have heard of it yet and asks if it was from him killing a golem. The tension was palpable. It was clear that things were about to escalate. Meanwhile, two students discussed what Woodenaz might purchase outside the academy. One of them insisted that Woodenaz would buy as many delicacies as possible. Elsewhere, another student wondered about the possibility of buying clothes. Another student, overhearing the conversation, exclaimed that they needed textbooks and stationery, like a quill and new ink. The first student questioned what they were talking about, asking if one could eat books or drink ink. Another student chimed in, stating that they would also want food. Another student insisted that they needed books. It was said that the Academy's library, before the current state, was unlike most ordinary libraries that clearly organized their books. At Sindocard, the goal was to create a good reading environment. At Linkward, no such order existed. The library was in disarray. Someone was clearly frustrated by the mess. At least one student felt that at the current rate, exhaustion would set in long before they found the books they needed. They insisted that they prepare the books ahead of time. Another student suggested that they needed magazines and novels to help with the boredom, as well as playing cards or even a chess set. He wondered why everyone was so worried. Gainando was told that his suggestions were not important right now. He retorted that it was important to him and questioned why everyone was allowed to talk about what they wanted except for him. Another student, Lian, was asked for their opinion. Someone announced that he had already left to go to sleep. The group began to disperse. The students walked away from the library. Meanwhile, Hourlong tossed and turned in his bed. He continued to toss and turn, unable to find rest. Hourlong thought to himself that tomorrow was an important day and he could finally leave. He knew he needed to be in top condition to accomplish everything he planned. His eyes darted open, a sudden alertness washing over him. He found himself unable to sleep, his nerves on edge. Tossing and turning, he struggled to find rest. Meanwhile, Liam made sure everything fit in his pouch, wondering about the weight and size limits for items he could bring back. He considered preparing a spell to move quickly. He wondered how close the nearest town was. He hoped it wouldn't take more than a day to reach it. He was certain there had to be a trap somewhere, possibly set by the headmaster. He cursed, realizing he should have. He looked over at a book on the bedside table. He realized it was the book he received from the headmaster, and wondered why it was suddenly. Lian, surrounded by arcane energy emanating from the book, is startled by the sudden surge of power. The energy intensifies, and he realizes he's being pulled back into the illusion. The sensation becomes overwhelming as the magical forces tighten their grip. He cries out as the illusion fully envelopes him. The world dissolves into a blinding light. Then, Lian finds himself standing in a sun-drenched landscape, the sky ablaze with color. Before him stretches a vast, sunlit canyon. He stands at the edge of a cliff, the drop a dizzying distance. Lian drops a handful of sand, realizing the book has once again created an illusion. The book floats before him, glowing with the same arcane energy. He examines the open book, its pages filled with strange symbols, and wonders if this is the Tinadalites' deceptive steps. He considered the spell, recognizing it as one he had only learned the theory for previously. Lian wondered if the book was trying to guide him, prompting him to learn how to cast it. Lian thought that perhaps the book was recommending this spell after seeing how worried he was. He admitted that it was more commendable than he initially thought. Lian paused, wondering if the book was trying to make a serious face. He realized he didn't have time to learn the spell right now, as he needed to leave tomorrow, and told the book to send him back out. The book began to shake. The shaking intensified. Lian wondered if the book's personality was supposed to be like the headmaster's. He took back what he said about it being commendable. Lian resigned himself to his fate, realizing he had no choice then. He sighed. Lian knew he had to learn it as quickly as he could, so he could escape. Suddenly, the words, "Prisoner 24601, appeared. A glowing skull-like figure emanates an eerie light. The skull-like figure insisted that he was not a prisoner. The skull-like figure apologized, explaining that he was at an age where he forgot things from time to time. Lian yawned, covering his mouth with his hand. Lian couldn't believe he was learning the new spell in his dreams. Lian thought that there really were all sorts of ways to train. The skull-like figure loomed over Lian. The skull-like figure told Lian that it was a reward for what he had accomplished, so he should feel free to feel proud, to which Lian thanked him. The skull-like figure stated that the rules were simple. The skull-like figure told Woodenaz that he wanted him to return back to campus before the sun was at its peak tomorrow. The skull-like figure warned that if he didn't, they would send pursuers after him. Woodenaz knew he was expecting this, but he didn't think it would actually be the case. The disembodied voice explained that the only things he was allowed to bring back were the things he could carry, and that he was not allowed to use a carriage, horse, or anything else that could be ridden. This was also within Woodenaz's expectations. Then, the voice told him to try his best. With that, Woodenaz walked through the doorway. Woodenaz wondered if that was it. The light streamed through the doorway. He thought the rules were laxer than he thought. Woodenaz also expected there to be a weight limit. He smirked. The world outside the academy was lush and green. Woodenaz realized he was finally outside of the academy. He took a step forward. Woodenaz wondered if he should head out now. The town closest to Einrogard was called Phylon. Phylon. So what they were saying was, all of the nobles around the academy had been transported to distant manors at the academy's request, and the closest manor from there would take days on horseback to reach. He understood it perfectly. He understood why the rules were so loose now. It was because he blocked off all of the ways they could get money. It was explained that all the nobles in the area had been transported to distant manors at the academy's request. The speaker continued, adding that the closest manor would still take days to reach on horseback. The reason the rules were so loose finally became clear. It was because Hourlong had blocked off all the ways they could get money. The flow of wealth and supplies had been cut off. There was no reason for a high-ranking noble of the empire to borrow money. After all, there was an endless stream of merchants who would freely give commodities for just a chance to build a connection with them. So a young noble was born into such an environment. They wouldn't even understand the concept of borrowing. And so, Hourlong sat across from another student, discussing the concept of borrowing money. Hourlong's conversation with the other student had sparked an idea. Another student wondered if he could borrow some money, but Hourlong thought he knew better. Meanwhile, Arian, the branch manager of the Kako merchants, was surprised to hear that the request had come from House Woodenass. Phylon was quite a prosperous town for its size. The reason for that prosperity was the nearby Magic Academy. Not only was the area's wildlife flowing with mana, but the academy required all sorts of ingredients and materials for its experiments. The academy's demand fueled the need for ingredients and materials for its experiments. The Magic Academy offered a handsome reward to adventurers to acquire ingredients, which resulted in excited magicians experimenting a lot. This, in turn, resulted in them hiring even more adventurers. This resulted in the treasurer becoming furious when he saw the detailed accounts. The treasurer demanded that OSU grown adults be called immediately. As such, a loop which makes everyone happy, excluding a few specific people, had been formed in this town. However, this was also fortunate for Lian. Having the money meant he could acquire anything he wanted. Therefore, he requested that they lend him money. The request hung in the air between them. It would obviously be good to lend him money. They would be able to establish rapport with the great House Woodenaz, after all, but he was worried about how much money was being requested. The money he would request, would it really be possible with just the amount they currently had on hand? The man across the table asked how much he desired. There was a pause. How much was he trying to squeeze out of them to have difficulty saying it? Fine. Even if he had to use his own personal funds, he would use this opportunity to create a connection. He asked if 20 silver coins would be possible. Of course, no matter how large the amount. What? Lian was blushing, as even 15 silver coins would be enough for him. He simply needed enough to buy groceries. Arian asked if that amount was also too hard to provide. Lian quickly responded that he didn't need to decrease it. Arian stated that he would get the coins right away, assuming that Lian needed a guide. Lian gratefully accepted the offer, saying that he would appreciate it if Arian could guide him around the town. Arian stood silently as Lian and another student walked away. He noticed that all of the snacks were gone. Arian thought it was strange, as he didn't think he saw Lian eat anything. Arian watched them leave. Meanwhile, the inside of Lian's bag was stuffed. Arian remained silent. Arian realized that Lian was a child of a high-ranking noble family, and that couldn't be right. He set up a plan in order to deal with the young noble. Even if Lian was a student from the Magic Academy, he was still just a freshman. It was clear that he would spend recklessly, having been unable to shop for so long. And whenever the young noble would do something, Garcia Kim would coolly guide the young man. The young noble spoke to the white-haired man with horns. The white-haired man thought to himself, "Operation, catch the young master's eyes." However, Lian waved his hand, declining the baker's offer. Lian told the white-haired man that he would like to skip looking at clothes and instead look at some thicker, sturdier fabrics. Lian requested that the shopkeeper give him as many cheap, sturdy papers as they could. He wondered if they perhaps had any grimoires with illusion spells that could even fool a professor. The sun began to set. The white-haired man carried a large sack on his back. Lian wrote in his notebook. The white-haired man realized that the operation was a complete failure and that he would only be remembered as a cool porter at this rate. Hourlong's companion remarked on his incredible bargaining skills. Despite being the son of a noble, Hourlong was clearly skilled in bargaining for goods, so much so that his companion considered bringing him into the merchant group. Meanwhile, Lian believed he had bought all the things he needed and wondered if there were any stables around. Hourlong's companion reminded him that he wasn't allowed to ride anything back. It was another matter entirely. Lian made notes with a quill. An eagle soared through the sky. Inside a stable, a worker tended to the horses. The group approached the Amour stable. Lian observed that this was the biggest horse stable in town. Someone greeted the group with a hello. The sound of footsteps echoed through the stable. Amor, the stable owner, greeted them, recognizing Hourlong's uniform. He inquired what a student from the Magic Academy was looking for. Hourlong remarked that, as expected from the biggest stable in the area, there were a variety of things he could ride. Amor wondered if Hourlong perhaps knew something. Hourlong confirmed that he did. Amor was surprised that Hourlong knew about the people who head to the academy from this town. Amor questioned how a student like Hourlong knew that. It was true, Amor explained, that not only merchants and adventurers contracted with the academy used these stables, but also messengers that relay His Imperial Majesty's orders. He added that they come flying straight here whenever there's an incident with a student in the school. Amor then asked why Hourlong was asking and offered him a seat. Hourlong paused. He offered Amor money. Hourlong looked at Amor. Hourlong requested that Amor set up a date and help him escape. Amor listened intently. There was only one reason Lian came here. It was to prepare the method for his next escape. Amor doubted Hourlong, saying that he seemed like a freshman and that he couldn't believe he was plotting something this bold. Hourlong's words made Amor want to help him. Then, however, Amor knew that would be difficult. Hourlong was shocked. To be continued. Hourlong declared that he wanted to help. Then, the older man responded that it would be difficult. Hourlong seemed to be thinking. The older man explained that he had guided customers into the academy a few times in the past. It seemed to Hourlong that they kept their guard up because they were outsiders. Hourlong thought to himself that nothing was going well, as expected. Slogan, must you really go this far? However, that didn't mean. The older man's words hung heavy in the air as he declared it was hopeless. With a firm hand on Hourlong's shoulder, the older man offered a glimmer of hope. He explained that it might be possible to escape if Hourlong could find a mount within the academy capable of flight. Hourlong considered the information. He recalled learning through happenstance that the academy was strict when outsiders attempted to leave campus. However, they were more lenient toward people from within the academy itself, a policy that likely arose after campus members caused a fuss. Elsewhere, a gruff dwarf was being asked to fill out many documents just to buy groceries, much to his annoyance. Hourlong was struck by a sudden realization. He thought back to when he found out that the professor had joined them much later. The older man warned that Hourlong would obviously be caught if he tried to leave on his own. The older man suggested that he could disguise Hourlong as an errand boy or professor. Hourlong is asked what he thinks of the proposal. It was a good proposal, but he wondered how he was supposed to acquire an ownerless mount capable of flight. He imagined people riding on large eagles. He considered stealing one, but told himself not to even think about it. Meanwhile, Amor poured tea for Hourlong. Hourlong insisted that he would never steal a mount, but he knew there was a 100% chance that there were traps in the stables. Stealing an animal from its master was a heinous crime. Amor waited for Hourlong's decision. Amor told him it would still be difficult, but asked if he had made a decision, offering him corn tea. Hourlong stared into the tea. There were a lot of things that worried him. He wanted to escape, but the sound of a cup hitting a table echoed in the room. Frustration evident, the man holding the cup admitted to himself that he had no other options. He set the cup down. The man's hand rested on the table. Another man, with a confident smile, told him that he would leave it to him. Then, the man on the flying mount declared that he would head to the academy at midnight every other Saturday. Someone, cloaked in white, was asked to prepare a. The cloaked figure was told to find a mount capable of flight and wait for him at the stables at the academy tower's peak, and that they would leave together when they were ready. The cloaked figure looked up. Someone shouted to wait. Sir Woodenaz was called out too. A voice called out, telling someone to hold on. The speaker understood that they wanted to take as many things as they could back with them. The speaker insisted that none of the stores would help. Another voice declared that they still had to go. The first speaker told the other that if the luggage was too heavy, they should just wait at the town entrance. The second speaker responded with surprise. Someone noted that he had already left. From a lower vantage point, the first speaker looked on. He admitted that he didn't understand this. He wondered why a student from the Magic Academy would want to go to that store. The student appeared concerned. He excused himself. He wondered if this was illusion magician Balderorn's workshop. The student stood outside the workshop. Hourlong found himself in a dimly lit room, facing a woman seated behind a table. A glowing orb rested between them, casting an eerie light. He approached the table, the woman's gaze fixed upon him. The woman, cloaked in a hooded garment, regarded him with a piercing stare. She gestured toward a seat, inviting him to sit. As he settled into the chair, the woman inquired what brought him to her. She encouraged him to speak freely. The woman thought to herself that this was bad. She wondered why a student from the Magic Academy would seek her out. She considered herself a third-circle magician at best, and compared to a student from Einrogard, she would be a sophomore or a junior. She questioned why he would come to her when there were amazing archmages in the academy. The woman asked him to be honest. Hourlong explained that there was a tower he wished to enter, one protected by a magic spell. It seemed extremely similar to illusion magic, so he was hoping for her assistance. The magician overheard Hourlong mentioning a tower within the Magic Academy. She thought that he still looked like a freshman, despite having already escaped the academy. But she also knew that he was looking for ways to break through their security. She clenched her fist. She knew that Hourlong would definitely become a splendid magician. Magicians, she mused, all had a similar way of thinking. There were endless amounts of spell variations that could block intruders. She continued, noting that there were so many variations that not even an expert knew them all. Skilled magicians, like experienced safecrackers, could figure out the structure of a protective spell. And even more talented magicians could use that information to inversely dispel them, but that required a lot of experience and knowledge. The magician stated that even if she taught him the method, it wouldn't be easy to do properly. Hourlong thought to himself that he never expected it to be easy. Hourlong wondered if there was a trick to breaking the protective spell. He considered if he could break the spell itself. The magician scoffed at the idea of breaking it, dismissing it as a joke. The magician asked if Hourlong was being serious, then confirmed that he was. The magician clasped his hands together. The magician stated that breaking the spell was impossible. Even if one understood the structure of such protection spells, they were difficult to dispel. To attempt to ignore all of that and forcibly break through it, it would require overpowering it with an incredible amount of mana, power capable of shaking the foundations of the structure itself. Hourlong thought it was impossible. The magician placed his hand on the protective spell. Hourlong wondered if the magician could. His curiosity piqued. Hourlong urged the magician to elaborate. Even if one understands the structure of protection spells, they are still difficult to dispel. To ignore all of that and forcibly break through it would require an incredible amount of mana. It would require power, capable of shaking the foundations of the structure itself. Hourlong realizes it's impossible. Hourlong's hand slams against the barrier. The woman wonders if he could. She urges him to tell her. Hourlong asks for more. Hourlong declares that he won't. The woman warns him that, in the worst case, he could lose his life. Hourlong promises not to push himself too far, so he asks her to teach him. The woman states that she has already prepared his counseling fee. Hourlong relented, stating that he understood. The woman explained that he would first need an incredible amount of mana. She continued, advising him to use magic circles and mana stones. She then asked if he had learned how to draw a magic circle yet. Hourlong admitted that he was still in the process of learning it. The woman then instructed him to stand in the center of the magic circle's point of release and gather mana. She warned that it would be incredibly difficult to handle that much mana, but what's even more difficult was something else entirely. The woman stated that he would have to attack a single point all at once. She cautioned him not to release the mana like a slow, steady stream of water. Instead, she said it should be like a strong burst created by a broken dam. The woman thought to herself that Hourlong wouldn't understand even if she explained it like this, so she asked if it sounded difficult. Hourlong responded that it was okay and didn't sound too hard. The woman internally noted that he wasn't listening to her warnings as expected. She mused that it made sense, though. If Hourlong was talented enough to be accepted in Einrogard, he would have been the most talented youth in his area. However, she reminded herself, there are no such things as geniuses. She concluded that arrogance is poison for young talents, as she held Moonlit Night stone powder. With a wave of her hand, the woman initiated the spell. She called upon the moon to draw out the water. The spell was a third circle incantation. The magic circle activated, enveloping Hourlong. Suddenly, a title appeared, Linalian's Moonlit Maze. Hourlong realized he had been pushed back in an instant. He cried out, realizing he was still present. He felt separated from the original location. Hourlong wondered if it was a spell. He felt a strange sensation beneath his feet. He realized that even taking a step would be dangerous, and that this might be an illusion spell prepared for intruders, serving as a warning. The woman warned him not to move hastily, as it might look the same, but he would fall into a maze the moment he took a step. Was this all a test? Hourlong wondered. The woman in the hood observed him, thinking that he had good instincts for a freshman. She wondered if he was trying to show that there was meaning behind his confidence. She considered that this may be a low-level spell, but it should be plenty as a threat, and asked if he still wished to continue. Hourlong stated that he understood. Regardless, she was kindly and patiently teaching him things. He thought that she was much better than the professors at the academy, and that he needed to learn by preparing a suitable goal and explaining the reason she said it. Hourlong thought about the times he got beat up by Professor Velati, and that being taught like this almost made him want to cry. The woman wondered why he was looking at her like that. Hourlong responded that, of course, he would try to do it as she had taught him. Hourlong held his wand at the ready. The woman stood in the center of the room. Hourlong prepared to cast the spell. He thought that it was not like a stream. The spell was building like water pressure behind a dam. The magical energy intensified, swirling with a bright, ethereal glow. As the energy reached its peak, Hourlong stood firm, his focus unwavering as he channeled the power. The air crackled with raw magical force, the energy manifesting in visible waves. The magical waves intensified, becoming almost tangible. Meanwhile, The woman watched intently, her expression a mixture of anticipation and concern. The energy continued to build, focusing on a central point. Though it should have been silent, a distinct sound resonated within her mind. Below, the spell reached its critical mass, the energy about to be unleashed. The concentrated energy erupted outwards in a blinding flash. The resulting explosion created a deafening boom. The woman felt the force of the spell wash over her. The words materialized in a shimmering blue, declaring the consequences of a broken spell. The magical energy dissipated, the air crackling with residual power. The building groaned under the strain, the magical backlash evident in the very structure. From the outside, the building stood silhouetted against the night sky, a beacon of arcane energy. Below, a man turned, his expression unreadable as he faced the aftermath of the spell. A woman gasped, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Nearby, Wudinaz stumbled, catching himself on a nearby surface. He exclaimed in disbelief, asking if she was all right. She responded weakly, confirming that she was. As Wudinaz helped her to stand, she muttered in disbelief that they really existed. The skies swirled with arcane energy, a testament to the power that had been unleashed. Geniuses. The mountains stood tall and imposing, their peaks shrouded in mist and snow. Before a large, ornate door, the headmaster stood with a floating, spectral skull. The headmaster insisted that he would be fine alone, as he was responsible for the situation. The skull shook, wondering how it could allow him to stay there alone. The skull mused that something fun might happen soon. Meanwhile, the woman with braided hair prayed for Lian to be late. She sighed, seemingly burdened by her thoughts. The skull remarked that it might be best not to hold such expectations, questioning if Lian was different from the normal students. The woman agreed. Elsewhere, Lian was surrounded by gold and chains. It was noted that this was completely unrelated to one's talents, and that he shouldn't have any money, has little time, and has a set limit of things that he can bring back. The skull hoped the time would come soon, while a voice stated that his feet would get tied. The woman was told that she should keep that to herself. The woman looked surprised. In the distance, a figure stood on a path overlooking a mountainous landscape, seemingly lost in thought. Far away, someone wonders what the giant silhouette is. The blue-skinned individual wonders if it is a giant or a troll. They then question if it is a porter. The individual realizes that it is not a porter. Elsewhere, someone recognizes Lian. Lian, relieved, thinks to himself that he is safe. Boxes fall around him. The boxes are surrounded by a blue aura. Elsewhere, the blue-skinned individual walks towards a large door, accompanied by a floating skull. More boxes fall around Lian. The blue-skinned individual continues to walk, the skull floating beside them. Someone observes that Lian is not only carrying a mountain of things, but he's also manipulating the boxes with low-level manipulation, and it should be difficult to carry all of those with just low-level manipulation. A large, glowing mass of energy materializes. Nearby, a floating skull with a green aura speaks, mentioning that Professor Velati taught him a great deal. Startled, the blue-skinned woman wonders who taught him a physical enhancement spell. The skull flinches. She recalls that freshmen were forbidden from learning it. The woman wonders if he learned it on his own in the library, thinking she should warn him. A voice interjects, telling her not to be so harsh. The skull thinks that a magician can never grow if you place so many restrictions on them. The woman realizes that this damn skull was the one behind it. The woman looks on with a stern expression. The book displayed an odd spell, one called Gonadalt's Agile Steps, which was described as very unique. The text explained that most physical enhancement spells clearly differentiated the area being enhanced, and this was even more common for low-level physical enhancement spells. The text continued, noting that due to the fact that this spell required the user to enhance 4 different areas, despite being a first circle spell, it was something that beginners learned. It was as difficult as what should be expected of a spell with that name. Meanwhile, Lian thought he had figured out why the spell included the headmaster's name. This was something that happened last night in Lian's dreams. Lian wondered if the spell's name should at least be related to its effects, noting that the confusion was making the already challenging spell even harder to get right. Lian had forgotten the number of times he'd failed by now. Lian realized he was just wasting time at this rate. A strange sensation washed over Lian. Lian, unaware of his own subconscious thoughts, considered a different approach. His open-mindedness and flexible thinking were far more valuable than his mana pool. He wondered when the headmaster created the spell, and for what reason. He decided to try and recreate the feeling. After all, he realized this was just a dream. He mused that the person he was creating must have been young at the time, and that their eyes should be burning with madness. And since his personality was awful, he thought the person should look aggressive with sharp features. He figured that the person must have liked fighting, so they should have an agile and trained body. This, he thought, must be what God felt when he molded humans out of dirt. Lian considered giving him some dark clothes and a staff that suited him. The figure began to stir. Lian watched as the figure sat up. Lian wondered if he could get up now that it was complete, noticing some dust on his nose. It might be possible, since it was a dream. The figure, still emerging from the dream, takes shape. The stone-like figure continues to materialize. An eerie green glow emanates from the figure's eyes. Meanwhile, Leon is surprised by the figure's awakening. The stone-like figure continues to rise. A strange energy permeates the air. The figure, now fully formed, stands tall, wielding a crude staff. The figure's glowing eyes fixate on something. Leon observes the figure and notes its strength, relieved that it doesn't move without his command. Leon realizes that having an image of the spell's creator allows him to better understand it. Leon deduces that if it's a physical enhancement spell, it was likely created by someone like the figure before him. The figure stood, a faint green glow emanating from him. Below, a voice echoed, a mantra for movement. Feet seized the ground with every step. The figure, surrounded by swirling green energy, seemed to heed the command. A soft sound filled the air as the figure's power grew. He rose into the air, the green energy intensifying around him. The energy coalesced around his fist, crackling with power. His eyes snapped open, a surge of energy visible within them. The figure's gaze intensified, his eyes now glowing with a vibrant green light. He marveled at the transformation, realizing how incredible it felt. Everything about his body felt completely different. Meanwhile, Leon stood before a floating screen, a flicker of surprise on his face. He wondered if someone was congratulating him. The air crackled with energy, the same green glow surrounding Leon. The open book glowed with an ethereal light, its pages filled with arcane symbols. Mystical energy swirled around the book, the air crackling with unseen power. The light intensified, obscuring the surroundings as a voice echoed, stating that it was time to return. Bathed in the radiant glow, Hourlong stood, seemingly unaffected by the surge of energy. The light began to fade, and Hourlong was heard wondering what was happening. He wondered if physical enhancement spells had side effects. Hourlong reasoned that a spell using multiple distinct regions would have. Suddenly, the book slammed shut. The light intensified once more, engulfing everything in a blinding white. Hourlong's eyes widened. He was back in his bed, the morning light filtering through the window. The sun rose over the castle, signaling the start of a new day. And now, the weight of his pack seemed to be the source of Hourlong's distress. Even if he was uncertain about it, Hourlong was also using low-level manipulation numerous times over. He thought he had to use it, as there were way too many things to carry. Meanwhile, a familiar face had returned. The skull noted that Leon was using his spell and circuit, but he wasn't just expelling the mana from his body. It was no fun when he had so much mana, as a normal mage would faint due to mana exhaustion. The skull clicked his tongue, wondering how Leon had so much mana, as it was common courtesy to faint the first time you cast a spell. Leon announced that he was back. The skull welcomed Leon back, judging by how upset he was. Leon was advised to drink a stamina potion and rest. She sincerely recommended that he get plenty of sleep. Having resolved himself to endure the side effects, Hourlong found the woman's words unsettling. Suddenly, a spectral skull appeared before a large, ornate door. The skull paused, seemingly waiting. Elsewhere, a figure wondered where Hourlong had acquired the money, while another pleaded not to be forgotten. The same day, in the afternoon, two figures stood talking. One of them gasped, exclaiming that the problem was that he felt too fine. Nearby, Woodenaz gestured to Hourlong, indicating that he was up. A woman expressed her worry for Hourlong, asking if he was hurt anywhere. Hourlong reassured them that he was fine and they shouldn't worry. He stood before two chairs, seemingly contemplating something. Hourlong reflected that he had expected the side effects to last 2 days, and the fact that his body was completely fine only made him worry more. A steaming mug of hot chocolate was offered. The offer came with a caveat. The giver wasn't expecting anything in return. Yoner insisted that he take it. Hourlong took the hot chocolate. The two sat together, each enjoying the warm drink. Yoner wondered if the horse she had been taking care of was all right, given its nasty personality. She recalled that the horse had been completely still the entire time she was taking care of it. Hourlong was shocked, realizing that someone had done something. The next morning, the red-haired woman thanked the dark-haired man for taking care of her horse while she was asleep. He simply replied with a polite, "Thank you." The woman wondered if the horse was all right, considering it should have had a nasty personality. The man seemed confused by her statement. He thought to himself that the horse was actually well-behaved. She recalled how the horse was completely still the entire time she was taking care of him. She thought about him. The man, however, was furious, realizing that someone had done something. He thought to himself that he would deal with him soon. Regardless, she stated that it was the beginning of a new week. She asked what schoolwork they had left now. Since they finished the homework that Professor Yurgom handed out, all that was left is a banner with a dragon emblem is shown. It was taking the white Tiger Tower's flag. Under the soft glow of a chandelier, Hourlong stood, his gaze fixed upward as if contemplating the task ahead. The challenge was laid out in the Magic Academy Survival Guide. The White Tiger Tower's flag lay on the ground, its distinctive emblem a clear sign of its importance. The headmaster had assigned this task as part of his basic magic character education course. The assignment was to take a flag from another tower, though the purpose of this exercise remained unclear. Inside, one of the students asked if anyone had attempted the task, but another student responded that nothing had worked. One of them lamented that their attempt to lure the others out with candy had failed. Two students were seen running away from a building, realizing they couldn't sneak in or bribe their way through. Another student stated that they couldn't create a counterfeit either, as one of them was drawing a tiger on a piece of paper. Two other students were glad that they at least tried some things. One student suggested that they just agree to swap flags with each other. Another student was shocked by the suggestion, exclaiming how could someone say something as ridiculous as that. An unseen person questioned if they had forgotten how much they mistreated Wooden-ass. Lian told everyone to calm down, reminding them that the only way to do it was to ambush them, as they had agreed upon earlier. The others expressed their belief in Wooden-ass. No matter how much Ganando thought about it, he wondered if exchanging flags wasn't easier. They seemed trustworthy. It was rare for Ganando to share his opinion this much, which made Lian wonder what he was thinking. Ganando recalled that they were friendly with him and shared delicious bread and milk. Lian was shocked. He thought back to them sharing bread and milk in a place like this. Lian realized this had to be a trap, wondering if they were trying to bribe him. Ganando asked if Lian agreed, but Lian thought that it wasn't that bad of an attempt when you take into account their lack of information. Lian's eye twitched. He was confused. Lian considered his options, a thoughtful expression on his face. Meanwhile, Ganando was summoned. He tilted his head, curious about what was about to happen. A hushed conversation took place, the details obscured by whispers. The other student declared that Lian was the only one who understood him, and that he would be done. The student turned away. His fist clenched tightly. A smirk played on the student's lips. In the distance, a tall tower stood against the sky. The student explained that all they needed to do was exchange the item with the guy from the imperial family. Ganando observed that the item looked real, no matter how closely he scrutinized it, and that it was worth giving those guys from the Turtle Tower rabbit meat to get it. It was revealed that Morati, the imperial prince, fell for it. Ganando walked away, a determined look on his face. Ganando declared that they had agreed to meet the next afternoon at the main gate. Meanwhile, one of the students expressed that he had given Morati so much expensive food, so he should at least do this much for him. Morati remained silent, lost in thought. One of the students asked Morati what was wrong and if something was on his mind. Morati admitted that he still didn't know if they could use that prince. Elsewhere, Hourlong wondered if Wooden-as would really fall for such a simple trap, noting that it was strange that they listened to him and agreed to swap flags. One of the students asked what they thought about trusting Enrego this time, but Dukamis stated that he believed in the man. One of the students sighed, stating that they had to hold themselves back and that they couldn't always give them the stick, as giving the carrot was important as well. Another student agreed, stating that he was positive that Enrego handled things excellently. After all, the plan was set in motion. They were using a fake flag, so even if the plan failed, they wouldn't be losing anything. Suddenly, they arrived at their destination. Hourlong gasped, recognizing the location. It was the Tiger Tower. Startled, the girl with red hair flinched. Meanwhile, the mouse-like creature spoke to Wooden-as, expressing that he couldn't believe Wooden-as had called him personally for something like this, stating that it was an honor. Elsewhere, someone wanted the perspective of a professional thief, after all. The red-haired girl gasped, and the other student asked what was wrong. She exclaimed that they should have called Nilia too. The other student was shocked by this revelation. In Lian's simulation, someone wondered why they weren't called, questioning if they weren't worth being a part of the group. The person then stated that they understood now, thanking them for being friends with them thus far. Someone shouted for them to wait. It was a pain even just thinking about it, so they decided to explain it to her later. But for now, they needed to concentrate on what was in front of them. Someone confirmed that no one had forgotten the plan, reminding everyone that the guards were currently subdued thanks to Gainando. The speaker announced that they would now proceed with their plan. It was noted that this was their first time setting up an ambush, especially considering their noble status. It was thought that nothing about this really counted as a plan, as it was revealed that Lian and Ratford would sneak into the tower first. It was stated that everyone else would wait and only enter once Lian gave the signal. One of the nobles wondered if he should be biting onto a branch like someone he read about in a novel. Another noble suggested that it was better to cover their shoes in cloth so that they wouldn't make any sounds. Someone declared that they should go. Another person agreed. The Tiger Tower loomed in the distance. Lian and Ratford approached the tower's entrance. Lian placed his hand on the door. Lian decided to first try to see what spells were cast onto the door. Lian's eye is magnified, revealing the intricate magical circle surrounding it. The magical energy intensifies, the symbols glowing brighter. The glow emanates from the door as Lian approaches, his figure silhouetted against the light. He grunts, seemingly affected by the magic. Someone asks if he is all right, and Lian replies that he is fine, just a little shocked. In his mind, he hears encouragement from his friends. Another voice notes that it will be difficult and wonders if it is too difficult. A hand reaches out, and a voice insists that they proceed. The speaker declares that they must move forward, after all. It is revealed that the only thing in their way is the spell protecting the entrance. Leon stands ready, a surge of magical energy emanating from him. The magical energy intensifies around him. The greenhouse stretched out before them, a long building filled with rows of plants. Inside, Woodenaz meticulously recorded data on a clipboard. Suddenly, Hourlong was startled awake by Woodenaz. Woodenaz questioned what Hourlong would do if a summon escaped. Hourlong yawned, assuring him that he would be careful. Woodenaz sighed, still writing on his clipboard. Nearby, a large, green plant writhed inside a glass container. The plant continued to twist and turn. Then the glass shattered. Elsewhere, Hourlong stood ready, staff in hand, as a figure with mouse ears floated nearby. The mouse-eared figure looked on in shock. Woodenaz had gathered so much mana that it could be sensed without even concentrating. Someone then addressed him as Sir Woodenaz. The mana was truly incredible. The power continued to build. The energy crackled. The mana surged towards a distant tower. The White Tiger Tower stood tall. Meanwhile, a spectral figure stood in a room, reading a document. The figure was shocked by a sudden realization. The spectral figure felt something. The protective ward cast on the White Tiger Tower had been dispelled. The figure was told to calm down. The spectral figure realized that freshmen were responsible, and that they were just doing the assignment he gave them. Woodenaz knew that the only person who could even temporarily stop him would be him. Meanwhile, someone wondered if Woodenaz had just blasted the ward away with his mana pool, and how crude that was. Elsewhere, the spectral figure considered that there were other wards protecting the tower besides the one at the entrance, and wondered what happened to them. The spectral figure then realized that the majority of the wards had stopped as well. It was then that the spectral figure realized that Woodenaz had stopped the majority of the wards when he cast so many. The spectral figure thought that Woodenaz was a crude bastard. The spectral figure wondered how hard Woodenaz had hit it. Elsewhere, Leon shouted that the door was taken care of and for everyone to get inside. Leon realized that the wards were recovering on their own. Leon thought that they really were powerful spells and wondered what would happen if all of them ended up recovering. Footsteps echoed as Ganando and another student ran down a hallway. Ahead, a wall sconce flickered. The sconce flared brightly. Energy crackled in the air. Glowing restraints shot out. The restraints took the form of a massive tiger. The tiger's eyes glowed with power. Ganando looked up, startled. The tiger slammed into Ganando, who could only utter a confused, "Huh." The other student screamed as Ganando was ensnared. The student shouted that Ganando was flying away, realizing he had been caught in a trap. Ganando was sent hurtling through the air. As Hourlong was sent flying, one of his companions urged the others to hurry, explaining that the traps were restoring themselves. He warned that it would be a mess if they all recovered fully. Another student acknowledged the warning. The heavy doors to the White Tiger Tower's break room swung open. The students announced their arrival. One of the students declared that this was the place. They had arrived at the White Tiger Tower's break room. Woodenaz noted that this was his first time here, and that it was different than he expected. Another student remarked that it was interesting coming from their break room. However, he urged them not to worry about it. The first student agreed with Woodenaz, stating that they should find whatever was valuable, meaning the flag. He then cheered. The student ordered everyone to fan out and find it. Another student looked around. Leon thought to himself that luckily, there was no one in the break room. Leon paused, noting that it would have been troublesome if someone had been present. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Below, Leon saw a figure moving. The green-skinned figure made a strange noise. Leon questioned what the figure was doing, stating that he had come to investigate because the dorm was getting noisy and wondered what was going on. From above, someone shouted for Durjiu to hold on. The green-skinned figure was told to look behind them, and they questioned what was happening. The figure was struck. The attack sent the figure flying. The green-skinned figure crashed to the ground. Another student laughed, remarking on the price the tiger bastard paid for acting so high and mighty in front of Woodenaz. Leon's companion questioned if what they were doing was truly all right. The other man insisted that this was better for Durjiu, explaining that he would have been in a troublesome spot if he had gotten involved. He continued, stating that the other students from the Tiger Tower wouldn't suspect Durjiu if he looked like this, and that Durjiu didn't need to become a loner in his tower like Nilia. Leon seemed shocked by what he was hearing. She wondered if he really had to compare it to Nilia, though. Elsewhere, a voice announced that they had found it, addressing someone as Sir Woodenaz. The scene showed Durjiu lying unconscious on the floor, while Woodenaz and another individual stood over him. Back in the room, Hourlong seemed to be in disbelief. Hourlong realized that there weren't just one or two of them. The man with blue hair scoffed, guessing that they were fakes and that they couldn't tell them apart because it was so dark. The man with blue hair decided that there was no other option then and ordered them to grab them all. The other man agreed. The sound of shattering glass echoed through the room. Nearby, A man looked down in surprise at the commotion below. Another man realized that something was already happening. A tiger roared in anger. The tigers continued their assault. A woman screamed for help, while another voice declared that all the flags had been grabbed. Radford was congratulated for a job well done. Footsteps hurried away from the chaos. Hourlong urged everyone to run. The man who grabbed the flags was seen running. Elsewhere, Radford proudly announced that he had grabbed all of the flags. His companion congratulated him on a job well done. Suddenly, a footstep echoed through the halls. A voice boomed, ordering everyone to run. The students looked on in shock and fear. The sound of something approaching grew louder. Elsewhere, someone stated that they had heard something and that they didn't need to keep repeating it. Another person responded that they were telling him they heard something from inside the tower, but they doubted it. The first person wondered what could possibly happen, stating that no one was allowed into the White Tiger Tower other than its students. Suddenly, a footstep echoed. Two figures descend the stairs, seemingly unaware of the chaos unfolding elsewhere. Meanwhile, a group of students flee in a panic, their expressions reflecting the urgency of the situation. Two other students react with shock and confusion, their faces etched with disbelief. One of them exclaims in disbelief, recognizing the attire of the fleeing students. They are wearing clothes from the Blue Dragon Tower. Elsewhere, a figure laments that they have been discovered. Another figure reacts with surprise, realizing that the person they are with is of imperial status. Two massive, glowing tigers stand guard as one of the students wonders what is happening. Suddenly, someone cries out, stating that they have been caught and pleading for help. The glowing tigers stand tall, their presence imposing. Another student looks up in shock, questioning what is happening. The White Tiger Tower looms in the background, the source of the unfolding chaos. Inside the tower, Hourlong stands firm, ready to face whatever comes next. The students scrambled to escape, their footsteps echoing through the halls as they fled the scene. Meanwhile, Hourlong stood firm, the image of the White Tiger Tower and the looming threat fueling his resolve. The White Tiger spirit seemed to sense the impending danger, its presence growing stronger. The pressure mounted as the White Tiger's power manifested, its massive paw seemingly ready to strike. The force of the White Tiger's presence sent one of the students flying backwards, the impact shaking him to his core. The shockwave reverberated through the tower, a testament to the raw power being unleashed. Another student fell, overwhelmed by the sheer force of the White Tiger's energy. The imposing doors of the tower loomed ahead, a silent gateway to the unknown. One of the students, struggling to regain his composure, muttered about their survival, at least for the moment. Another student, caught off guard and feeling nauseous, urged everyone to get up. He realized they had to follow the students fleeing from the Blue Dragon Tower. He shouted at the others to focus, emphasizing the urgency of their situation. The students from the Tiger Tower were approaching, and the order was given to carry anyone who had been knocked down and to flee. Seeing the urgency of the situation, one of the students responded with a quick okay. Meanwhile, someone was trying to rouse Gainando, insisting that this was no time to be riding in a carriage. The coachman pleaded for a gentler ride. The coachman, clearly annoyed, requested that his passenger ride a bit gentler. The person trying to wake Gainando repeated that this wasn't a carriage and urged him to wake up. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed. Someone shouted at the perceived thieves. The person who was trying to wake Gainando cursed, realizing that they had already come out. As expected from Wodinez, he was still the fastest, even while carrying commando. Everyone was running as fast as they could. The group realized that at this rate they would get caught. One of the figures muttered that they might need some bait, and another asked if they were planning to use His Imperial Highness as bait. The person being carried exclaimed no, in response to the suggestion of using him as bait. Wudinaz, held from behind, is called a bastard. Elsewhere, someone runs through a forest toward a large tower. They think they understand why someone did what they did to Rowena, but Durgiu believe in their honor. The person running is shocked, wondering how they could betray him. Meanwhile, Wudinaz thinks to himself that the timing is nice. Wudinaz's feet shuffle on the ground. Wudinaz thinks that Durgiu was just an easy-to-use tool. Someone thinks to blame the idiot for being so simple to trick. That person shouts that Wudinaz is a bastard. Wudinaz is thrown forward. The person holding Wudinaz orders someone to surge forth. The person running through the forest cries out in pain. The person falls to the ground. Hourlong struggled against the binding magic, the glowing restraints feeling incredibly heavy. He could feel the magic pressing down on him. Wudinaz, restrained, called his captor a monster, then shouted Anrego's name. Elsewhere, a group of figures watched in disbelief at what had transpired. The group presented Anrego to Wudinaz, praising his honor. Meanwhile, someone told another to hold still, claiming that they would never beat Wudinaz. Anrego, in response, declared that he would take on all of them. The group of onlookers were shocked by Anrego's actions and told others not to chase after them. Wudinaz declared that he could cast as many spells as he wanted. Someone stated that while such attacks might be avoidable in the light of day, they doubted that would hold true in the dark of the night. Someone else thought that they should run before more people showed up, even if the threats worked now. Anrego reassured his friends that he was fine. Another person demanded that they get Durjiu's revenge, stating that they needed to make Woodenaz pay the price for using Durjiu like a tool. Woodenaz was being protected, but his savior lamented not simply knocking him unconscious. The group surrounding them seemed intent on causing harm. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed nearby. The footsteps grew closer. The group of enemies advanced, surrounding Woodenaz and his protector. From the perspective of one of the enemies, the situation looked dire. The protector hushed Woodenaz, trying to keep him calm. He told himself that he needed to think. He formulated a plan, blocked the left with a water orb and the right with his sword. Then, he would take their vision and run backward. Woodenaz seemed confused by the sudden change in tactics. The protector prepared to execute his plan. He shouted a warning that the enemies were behind them. The enemies scoffed, believing that they would not fall for such a shallow trick. The sound of something slithering through the air echoed through the space. The source of the sound was a large, green, serpent-like creature. The serpent continued to move through the air. The serpent wrapped itself around Hourlong, who held a staff. The sound of something cracking echoed. Hourlong questioned what was happening as he was being constricted. Meanwhile, the protector carried Woodenaz, who was covered by a cloak. Woodenaz questioned what was happening. Deep within the greenhouse, Woodenaz stood, seemingly unaware of the massive, serpentine creature coiling around him. The creature's grip tightened. Woodenaz, now realizing the danger, was caught completely off guard. The scene descended into chaos as the summon attacked. Another student screamed in terror, while a professor attempted to shield Lian from the danger. Lian, shielded from the immediate threat, looked on with concern. The other students' cries of alarm grew louder. A warning flashed, declaring that a summon had escaped the greenhouse. The warning repeated, emphasizing the severity of the situation. A summon had escaped the greenhouse. Nearby, the other students argued about who was to blame for the escaped summon. The professor and the student who failed the experiment were now in a dire situation, as the summon threatened them. The screams of the students echoed through the greenhouse as the escaped summon wreaked havoc. Amidst the chaos, Lian carried Ginando through the greenhouse, trying to escape the rampaging summon. Lian knew he couldn't afford to get caught up in his emotions. He wondered how he could fight a monster while carrying Ginando. Suddenly, the escaped summon attacked, its tentacles lashing out at Lian. Professor Garcia appeared, moving to intercept the summon. She prepared to defend against the creature. The professor moved to engage the summon. Lian watched the professor, surprised by her sudden appearance. The professor landed a blow on the summon. Professor Garcia ordered Lian to get behind her. She couldn't believe the summons had escaped again, remarking that it seemed like it was going to be a rough week for the freshman. Lian was also surprised that the summon had escaped again, but knew he shouldn't be worrying about that right now. The professor was alerted that the vine monster seemed intent on reclaiming its friend. He responded, stating that he needed a moment. The professor prepared to cast a spell. Energy crackled in the air. A beam of light shot into the sky. The ground trembled. Meanwhile, a student felt sick as they were constricted by the vines. Another student asked what had happened. Gainando simply responded with, well. She explained that while the academy had near-perfect defense against intruders and outsiders, it didn't necessarily work for internal attacks. She continued, stating that the accidents that happened while trying to practice magic, and this summon, were simply one of such things. Lian added that some students in higher year levels had probably just failed an experiment or something, and that things like this happen often. He wondered if the situation was truly something to laugh about, considering students had been attacked on campus. Still, he thanked the other person for their explanation. The other person mentioned hearing that the other summons had escaped as well, and asked if it would be handled soon. The blue-skinned woman told Lian not to worry, assuring him that they should be able to catch them all in about a month or so. She told him to just be careful until then. Lian questioned if it would really take a month. The woman told him to hold on, and that she would get him out of there. He thought that saying just be careful was all they were going to do, and that it seemed like that was how things would end up. He sighed, thinking that professors were still just professors. It was repeated that summons had escaped on campus, and that students must take caution on their own. Again, it was repeated that summons had escaped the campus. One student expressed that the situation was so ridiculous that they couldn't even begin to describe it. Another student stated that they bet the summons were released intentionally, questioning why else they wouldn't be able to catch them right away. Meanwhile, another student took a sip of their drink. Hourlong mused that the professors were probably just lazy. He then considered how many magicians there were at the school. He figured they could even take down a dragon if they tried, as they were the type to make their students take care of their mistakes. He wondered what they would do if the students themselves made some monsters. The answer, he realized, was obvious. Still, Hourlong thought it was probably better if he just kept that to himself. The sound of a cup being placed down echoed in the room. Someone suggested they forget about it and eat breakfast, offering to make something. Someone began to chop tomatoes and other ingredients. The ingredients were then added to a pot. The meal was prepared by the students. Lian mentioned that he put extra effort into the meal because they all worked so hard the previous night. The others were impressed, declaring that Lian was the best. The name Woodenaz echoed in the air. The academy stood tall against the bright sky. Despite the day's challenges, it wasn't all bad. The group seemed surprised by something. It was refreshing to see those from the White Tower look so foolish, and it was also fun to work together. It was also nice to eat something so delicious together. Sunlight streamed through a window. A woman smiled. It would be great if these days could last forever. Suddenly, an announcement blared. Summons had escaped the campus, and students must take caution on their own. Someone complained that it was making them lose their appetite and asked if they could eat what was in front of them. The woman threatened to challenge them to a duel if they didn't move their hand away right now, laughing as she did so. As the announcement faded, a student asked Lian if he would be all right during his morning classes. Lian offered a reassuring smile. He thought to himself that he would be fine, maybe. Elsewhere, two figures stood in a dimly lit room. One of them, a woman with pointed ears, looked on with concern. Meanwhile, Lian stood before a group, lost in thought. The woman from before watched him, realizing that he might not be fine after all. Lian's expression hardened. Someone called out to Lian. A hulking figure loomed nearby. The figure suggested that they have a talk. Lian was called out by someone. The individual was speaking to Lian. The individual suggested that they have a talk. The individual looked serious. The individual continued to speak. The individual stated that if Lian did that to confuse him, it was unnecessary. Last night, the individual was seen with Lian and another person. The individual was asked if he was okay, and he responded by saying that the assholes from the Blue Dragon Tower snuck in. The individual stated that Woodenaz used and threw him away, and another person said that they felt so bad for him. The individual stated that Lian should hang out with them now, and that they would protect him. He then realized it. A voice declared that he made himself the villain. The present was at hand. Nearby, Woodenaz was trying to trick Durjiu again. The green-skinned individual stated that one can't really call someone a friend if they abandon you because they're worried about what others would think and told them not to sully their honor like that. Durjiu nodded, thinking that he didn't know what's honorable about stealing, but it's better to stay silent in situations like these, and told them to look. Woodenaz was trying to trick Durjiu again. Someone stated that they shouldn't let him get close to Durjiu. Someone stated that was touching and told Durjiu to stay behind them, adding that he told him that he didn't have to do this. It turned out well for Durjiu. Elsewhere, Lian greeted everyone. Someone greeted the professor. The professor stated that he heard about the summons roaming the academy this morning as well, and that it was a nonsensical situation. The professor began to ponder about what the most effective way was, since the students were forced to stay on campus. Hourlong was worried, feeling that things were not flowing in the right direction. After careful consideration, a mechanical hand pointed upwards. Someone announced that they had captured one of the escaped summons. Elsewhere, Hourlong was told to use the situation as practice. He was told that was not what he should have done. Someone was told that they should have made procedures to keep the summons from escaping in the first place. Two people agreed that the professor was right. They knew that they would never be able to defeat the summons if they ran away in fear. Someone stated that a true knight must face fear and overcome it. Another person thought that they were going to reconsider if the other person didn't like it, but guessed talented swordsmen were different. Woodenaz was asked if he agreed, and he replied that it was an excellent idea, Professor. Hourlong's instincts kicked in. Someone thought that they had no choice if it was like this, and said all right. To begin, the instructor explained that they would be divided into groups of 3. He instructed everyone to draw a piece of paper from a box, explaining that those with the same number would be in the same group. Lian drew his number. An orc also drew the number 4, as did Giselle. Woodenaz drew his number. Lian, Durjiu, and Giselle were assigned to group 4. Lian thought his luck was awful. He wondered why it had to be this way. Woodenaz remarked that things were very pleasant back then, thanks to him. He clarified that he was talking about that day, of course. The others, lying on the ground, recalled that Woodenaz was talking about when he drugged them. Lian was surprised. Woodenaz suggested that since they were both at fault for acting like children, they should just move on and put it behind them. Giselle questioned what Woodenaz meant by moving on, scoffing at the suggestion. As the groups formed, Durjiu asked Lian if he was serious. The green-skinned student found the situation humorous. Meanwhile, Woodenaz reflected on the fact that Giselle and he were both from the north, and he knew what type of people the Murata House were. They never forgot a grudge. Durjiu told Lian that he was confident that Giselle was plotting something against him as they spoke, and warned him to be careful. He offered to help him out in the worst-case scenario. Lian realized that this group assignment was going to be difficult. Elsewhere, a student addressed everyone. He observed that it seemed like everyone was in their groups and announced that they should go on to the next step now. Another student declared that a party must always have a leader. Someone stated that they had already prepared a means for how to decide the leader. The person with red paint on their paper was to be the leader of their group, and the leader would issue commands. It was explained that while the rest of the group followed their orders to face the summon, the question remained. Who would be the leader? Lian held up his paper, noting that he had a bad feeling about this. Durjiu asked Lian to tell him that he had red paint on his paper, and then apologized. Lian looked on with a sigh. Hourlong stood tall, holding a card with a number 4 on it. He suggested that they start by calling him Captain. The word Captain echoed in the air, followed by the question, "Once more?" The request was repeated, as Hourlong stood with his arms crossed, facing another student. The other student smiled, but he thought to himself that Hourlong should make sure to give proper orders if he didn't want to be stabbed in the back. Hourlong smiled back, stating that he would be looking forward to it. Henchman 1. The green-skinned, orc-like character commented that they should see how amazing the strategies of the North really were, and that he didn't think he would be able to keep up. Sweat beaded on the orc's brow. It was said that there was a saying in the North. Knights who faced the blizzards beyond the mountains knew no fear, but Durjiu was one such person, and yet. Hourlong stood with Durjiu and another student. He was currently terrified. Hourlong is interrupted by someone shouting for the professor. The questioner wonders what kind of summon they will be facing. The professor states that he cannot tell them that, prompting one of the students to ask what. The professor responds, stating the answer is obvious. The professor explains that if they want to learn how to face the summons, they will come across them randomly, adding that they shouldn't know what they are like ahead of time. The student seems to be in disbelief. The student stood before their instructor, eager to learn what dangers lay ahead. One of them asked what kind of summon they would be facing. The instructor responded that he couldn't tell them that. One of the students questioned the answer. The student thought to himself that the answer was obvious. The instructor continued, stating that if they wanted to learn how to face the summons, they would come across them randomly, and that they shouldn't. Hourlong looked on with a frustrated expression. Hourlong thought to himself that it was the same irresponsible, professor-like statements as always. Another student wondered if there was anything the professor could tell them ahead of time. Another student exclaimed that he expected no less from the professor. The first student declared that they would overcome any hurdles the professor threw their way, and that they would show him a knight's pride. The blonde student questioned why they were at a magic academy. The dark-haired student dismissed them as idiots, prompting the blonde to ask what he was looking at. The dark-haired student remarked that it seemed like they had shared a thought for a second. The green-skinned student told them not to be ridiculous, and that the only thing they needed to do was follow his orders. The blonde student responded that he planned to do so as long as his orders made sense. The blonde student asked if he was sure he was the same guy who put them to sleep and handed them over to the professor, implying that he would pick a fight for no reason. The green-skinned student told Lian that it might be best for him to stop speaking, but the dark-haired student questioned if they weren't on the same side then. The green-skinned student stated that there were some misunderstandings that he couldn't clear up. The green-skinned student told someone that they had a talent for pissing people off, then told them to never mind. It was announced that each group would enter the annex one at a time, and that the summons was waiting for them inside. The professor instructed each group to use their own methods to escape through the exit on the other side. The students approached the building. The annex door swung open, revealing a stark contrast between the bright hallway and the darkness beyond. The doorway beckoned, promising an unknown challenge. Despite the time of day, the interior was shrouded in an unnatural darkness. Lian mused that the darkness was likely intentional, designed to simulate a nighttime encounter with a monster. He then noticed a light. A faint light pierced through the gloom. The light grew stronger, illuminating the path ahead. Wudinaz stood bathed in the light, a staff in his hand. He grudgingly admitted to himself that he had no choice but to acknowledge Wudinaz's skills, even though he found him irritating. The group stood together, ready to face whatever lay beyond the door. Suddenly, a massive hoof stomped down. The creature's face appeared, a monstrous visage emerging from the darkness. A monstrous bull with glowing blue eyes materialized, ready to charge. The monstrous bull stood, its form crackling with energy. The bull roared, its eyes glowing with an intense light. It seemed to be a fusion between a bull and a spirit. The creature looked unique, one of the students observed. Lian remained focused on the situation. The energy emanating from the bull felt familiar. It was the enhancement potion. Someone muttered that it couldn't be the bull from back then, sensing two different types of energy coming from it. Another student questioned if it was really the same bull, as Lian's companion laughed, asking what he was thinking about. Lian dismissed the question, stating it was nothing and that they should focus on the situation. Lian's gaze remained fixed on the bull. The bull stood, radiating a powerful aura. The bull's power was a combination of the enhancement potion and a spirit. The green-skinned student wondered aloud what they should do next. Meanwhile, Lian dismissed the comment as obvious, adding that regular attacks likely wouldn't work on the bull. He then asked if they could pour mana into their weapons. The blonde student declared that he could, and Lian stated that he should first say that he could. The blonde student questioned how Lian knew how to do that, since he wasn't from a family of knights. He then suggested that they all split up and take turns stabbing it. A voice from above suggested that they ask Choi who should be at the center and who should be in the most danger. The blonde student pointed out that facing the bull head-on meant being in the easiest place for it to attack, but then realized that Lian was right next to him. Lian looked back, seemingly betrayed. The green-skinned student gestured with his hand, sweat dripping down his face. The green-skinned student thought that he didn't know they were both so childish. An unseen character suggested settling the matter with rock, paper, scissors. A few seconds later, a foot stepped forward. A foot stomps down, initiating the plan. Another foot follows, solidifying the decision. Meanwhile, the bull stands in the center of the room, surrounded by the students. It was decided that this would be the strategy. The students would center themselves around the bull. The plan was to split up into 3 different points and slowly approach the bull until it reacted to one of them. The student that ended up being targeted would focus on dodging, while the other 2 students focused on damaging it. The problem, however, was that the person acting as bait had to avoid the bull's attacks, making it exhausting, while it was relatively easy for the people who were attacking. The bull's hooves stomp the ground. The bull's eyes glow with an eerie light. The bull charges forward. Someone cries out. The sudden charge of the bull startled both Lian and the green-skinned man. Lian felt a strange sensation wash over him, leaving him disoriented. The bull, however, seemed unfazed, determined to continue its assault. Focusing his mind, Lian realized that if he couldn't approach the bull directly, he would have to command it from afar, willing his power to surge forth. With renewed resolve, Lian channeled his energy. The air crackled with magical energy. Lian stood firm, his staff glowing with power as he prepared to unleash his command. The magical energy intensified. The bull, now completely enveloped in a blue aura, charged forward. Its eyes glowed with an eerie light. The green-skinned man watched in astonishment, admitting to himself that he should have expected no less from Lian. His expression was a mix of awe and concern. The direction Hourlong is firing those orbs of water seems to be drawing something in. They seem to be flocking to one side. The orbs of water converge, revealing the bull that Lian is trying to control. The water orbs gather in Hourlong's hand. Hourlong watches the scene unfold. Woodenaz grits his teeth in frustration. He curses under his breath. The direction Hourlong was firing those orbs of water seemed familiar. The students noticed that the water orbs were all flocking to one side. The water orbs were indeed heading towards the bull. The water crashed against the bull. The force of the water was enough to push the bull back. Someone observed the situation with growing anger. That someone was furious. A while ago, Giselle had been thinking of something while she was. Her plan was to intentionally lure the bull toward Woodenaz. As always, birds of a feather flock together. Meanwhile, Hourlong wondered if Woodenaz had seriously come up with the same plan as him, resolving that there was no way he was going down without a fight. With a burst of speed, Hourlong moved. He gripped his staff tightly. His expression hardened. Hourlong declared that he would conceal himself into the night. Suddenly, Woodenaz disappeared. Hourlong wondered when Woodenaz had gotten so close. The bull charged forward. The attack continued. The ground cracked. Hourlong was caught in the blast. Despite the attack, Hourlong noted that the cut was too shallow. The bull's wound instantly healed. Realizing he had no other choice, Hourlong prepared for another attack. He began to glow with power. The energy around Hourlong intensified. The bull taunted Hourlong, demanding that he come at him. Hourlong's sword began to glow with a blue light. The energy intensified around the blade. The bull charged forward. The bull seemed surprised. The bull continued its charge. The attack landed. The bull lay still on the ground, defeated. Amor stood nearby, watching Hourlong, who held the wooden sword. Suddenly, Woodenaz looked shocked, wondering what was happening. Amor was equally surprised, questioning what had just happened. A voice echoed, declaring that it would reveal itself in the day. Lian, looking shocked, called out Hourlong's name. Hourlong held the wooden sword, which glowed with a faint light. Lian realized that he should have expected this to happen when he poured so much mana into a wooden sword. Amor was astonished, asking Lian how he had managed to defeat the bull in one hit. Hourlong noticed the bull stirring and thought it looked like it was going to wake up. Woodenaz urged Durjiu to use this chance to escape. Durjiu agreed, and they both ran towards a nearby door. Durjiu, terrified, said it was too scary back there and that he didn't even want to look. Hourlong, enraged, couldn't believe he had been used again and warned someone to watch their back. Meanwhile, Woodenaz questioned if their escape was truly all right, but Durjiu assured him that it was. From a distance, a student remarked that it was unlikely they would reuse this group again after this class. The scene showed the exterior of the building. The students continued to flee the building. Screaming, the students announced that they were out. Several students sat exhausted on the ground. Another student remarked that they were the last group, seemingly relieved. Elsewhere, a man with white hair told everyone to gather around, stating that something was bothering him. One student recalled that their group managed to defeat the bull after imbuing their swords with mana, and wondered how the other groups had defeated it. The white-haired man complimented everyone for escaping splendidly, but noted that just escaping the bull itself should be praised, and that there was also a group that managed to defeat it. Someone realized that they only had to escape. The student admitted that he didn't recall any specific instructions to defeat the monster. Another student wondered who could have defeated the bull, immediately guessing it was Giselle. Another student asked what everyone thought of the monster. One of them responded that it was stronger and faster than he had anticipated. One of the students expressed surprise, admitting that they had imagined they would be immune to the monster's attacks. The green-skinned man listened intently. The green-skinned man's companion stated that he was sure everyone came to the same realization after they escaped. A disembodied voice declared that one must face their fear if they wish to overcome it. The voice continued, stating that this also holds true for swordsmanship. The voice added that one must always calmly analyze their foes, and if they can't think of how to win, they must think of how to escape. The green-skinned man's companion expressed his gladness that they all learned a lesson that couldn't be taught through words alone. The green-skinned man nodded, adding, "All right." Also, the green-skinned man continued, stating that they would remain in the same groups for the rest of the semester, and that they were much more balanced than he initially thought. The green-skinned man is taken aback by something. Elsewhere, a student looks concerned. The students are seen from the chest down. The green-skinned man is escorted by two students. The green-skinned man thinks it might be better to just use him as a middleman like before. At the Sleepy Horn building, in the alchemy classroom, the green-skinned man is escorted by the two students. A student announces that they are ready for class now. Another student remarks that it is about time for Lian to arrive. The student looks concerned. Someone calls out Lian's name. One of the students wonders why they are escorting him as if he were a criminal, but another student says it is all a misunderstanding and that they came for him the moment his class ended. One of the students says that they have to treat everything outside of the Blue Dragon Tower as a battlefield, and that they must protect Lian. The students were concerned, knowing that monsters and those from the Tiger Tower were out to harm Lian. The students felt it was their duty to protect Lian. One student remarked that Lian seemed stronger than all of them combined, but another dismissed this idea. Another student declared that they were in a very dangerous predicament. The peerless genius of the Church of Free Ming, Sister Sienna, Master of Alchemy, noted that it had been a while. Sienna presented a potion she had made for taking down monsters, encouraging them to try it. One of the students expressed awe at her magnificent gift. One student wondered if Lian was indebted to Sienna, while another admitted to wondering the same thing. Everyone was. A professor asked why they were standing in front of the door, and the students confirmed that they would take their seats. The professor asked how everyone's weekend was. Footsteps echoed. The professor asked if they had all made the potion. The voice echoed with a sarcastic agreement, dripping with resentment. Their weekend had been ruined, and they were placing the blame squarely on someone else's shoulders. In response, another voice chimed in with false agreement, but the underlying threat was palpable. They suggested that someone should sleep with their eyes open, a clear warning of impending danger. Meanwhile, Hour-Long stood in what appeared to be a courtroom, a puzzled expression on his face. He wondered why he felt like he could hear what others were thinking. The professor questioned if they had all made the potion. The students confirmed that they had, adding that their weekend was horrible because of him. One of the students stated, "Of course," before warning the professor to sleep with his eyes open. Elsewhere, Lian wondered why it felt like he could hear what others were thinking. Below, someone asked if they had all made them. The professor was told that they had worked together to find a way. The professor clicked his tongue, but admitted it was good work regardless. The professor thought that now that they had made the low-grade spirit friendship potion, they could finally say they had taken their first step as a beginner alchemist. The professor added that he was still sure that their results weren't yet perfect. Bubbles floated around the plants. The leaves of a plant rustled gently. The professor explained that when the potion was weak, it created a small ember. One of the students found the demonstration interesting, while another expressed disbelief that the professor had caught on. The professor suggested they test the next potion. The professor's eyes widened as he noticed something. The potion in his hand began to glow intensely. He wondered what was causing the potion's potency and who was responsible. The label on the potion bottle read, "Lian Wudenaz." The professor exclaimed Wudenaz's name, questioning why he was glowing at him. The professor admitted that there were some well-made potions, but it was still too early to be proud. The professor declared that the real deal was about to start. It was announced that today's lesson would be about spirits. If one wants to succeed as an alchemist, they must focus on the potion's performance. The easiest way to improve that performance is with a spirit. Meanwhile, one of the students exclaims that it's their first time seeing a spirit, wondering if most spirits look like that. The student is amazed. The spirit is powerful. Someone observes that they now understand why black magic is unpopular. The student clicks their tongue. The professor explains that this is a cold spirit he uses often, referring to it as Mr. Rabbit. He adds that it may be small, but they mustn't look down on him. The spirit declares that he's more than powerful enough to take on all of them at once. The professor suggests that since it's a bit too early for them to make a contract with him now, they should try with low-ranked spirits first. It is explained that one cannot immediately contract with a high-rank spirit. One needs to start with low-rank spirits and build up trust. A pool of shimmering, turquoise liquid forms on the floor. Filled with the energy of spirits, the professor explains that the easier it is to enter the spirit realm. The professor states that what he is doing right now is increasing those energies, and that the first step is to plan. Meanwhile, a student reflects on the professor's words, understanding that the only way is through truth and sincerity. The professor warns that if one approaches a spirit with ill intent or arrogance, the spirit will realize that and run away immediately, so one must be careful. Leon thinks that this seems like the most useful lecture from his classes so far. A student prepares a potion. He is instructed to drink that potion now. The student prepares to drink the potion. Another student watches with anticipation. As the student drinks the potion, another student calls out to everyone. The student finishes the potion. The professor wishes the student a pleasant trip. The world dissolved into a blinding, golden light. The light intensified, blurring everything. The light faded, leaving only a soft, ethereal glow. His eyes fluttered open, adjusting to the new surroundings. The world was a hazy mix of blues and whites, like a dreamscape. He found himself standing on a precipice, a landscape of fire and ice stretching before him. Hour-Long realized he had fallen near the fire spirit and ice spirit biomes. To one side, a fiery landscape roared with heat. Hour-Long thought the place felt similar to the headmaster's black book. He mused that this was how it would feel if he wasn't forced inside of it. Hour-Long decided that both biomes weren't bad at all. He steeled himself, declaring that it was time to get started. With newfound resolve, Hour-Long began his journey into the fiery unknown. The symbol of the spirit realm glowed faintly against a backdrop of swirling energy. The landscape was a blur of light and color. Meanwhile, back in the classroom, the sounds of students chattering filled the air. The classroom buzzed with excited voices. One student exclaimed how cool it was. She told another student that she couldn't believe only a few seconds had passed in the real world, as it felt like she was in the spirit realm for so long. Another student chimed in, saying that they had talked with a carp spirit and thought they got along. The professor overheard the students and told them that they could talk all they wanted at their towers. He thought to himself that all of them realized just how hard it was to commune with a spirit. The professor then told the students to try to get closer to the spirits whenever they had free time. The class was then dismissed, and the students thanked the professor. The students began to leave the classroom. Hour-Long called out, trying to get the attention of the spirits. He continued to explore the spirit realm. One of the spirits asked Hour-Long how it was going, and another spirit hoped that Hour-Long didn't contract a spirit right away. Back in the real world, Woodenaz realized he had a big problem. Woodenaz was in distress. One of the spirits was excited. The excited spirit exclaimed that this was how a beginner alchemist should be, while another spirit asked what happened and if they didn't listen to Hour-Long. The spirits just ran. Hour-Long recalled the moment they saw him. He thought about how he met a variety of spirits, but Hour-Long tried to stop the spirits, calling out to a fire dog and a fire pigeon. He realized their reactions were all the same. Hour-Long seemed confused by the spirit's reaction. Meanwhile, Woodenaz asked how the spirits could have run away. Amor confirmed it. Amor paused, recalling that he had heard of something similar before. It was a story of a magician who returned to the spirit realm after becoming an archmage. He had an easier time entering the realm thanks to his skills, but it was probably due to his mana pool. But the spirits didn't like him. It was because the aura that his soul emitted terrified them all. Woodenaz wondered why they were acting like that around Hour-Long. Amor stated that, luckily, there was a solution. In the end, the archmage succeeded in getting closer with his spirit too. Woodenaz asked what he did. He restrained them with spells and forced them to become his friends, using imagination. Woodenaz seemed to be thinking about this information. He began to speak, but his words trailed off. The question hung in the air. Force them? The archmage, Leon learned, had succeeded in getting closer with his spirit. He wondered what he had done to achieve this. It was said that he restrained them with spells and forced them to become his friends. The idea of forcing spirits to become friends was just an imagination. The spirits remained silent. Leon considered this. He questioned if the archmage had truly forced them. Woodenaz wondered if spirits weren't normally stronger in the spirit realm. Amor guessed there was a small problem like that. Amor told him to do his best, regardless. Leon was annoyed by Amor's comment, wondering how he could say something like that. Leon thought he should steal more food next time he visited Amor's cabin. Leon realized that this was a big problem. The students continued to walk down the hallway. Hour-Long explained that spirits often feared humans due to misunderstandings. One student remarked that they thought she was from their tower for a second, wondering when she had arrived. Hour-Long added that such a thing had happened within his church as well. Someone asked how to avoid that. Hour-Long explained that the church used potions, and that the potions he was speaking of were similar to the ones they used. It was class today. One of the students was surprised that Hour-Long could do that. Hourlong mentioned that there was a secret potion recipe handed down in the Church of Freemans that was specialized for spirits, adding that he had even assisted in producing them before. Hourlong stated that if he could get his hands on the ingredients, he would make it for them, and that anyone who wanted one could ask. He noted that the recipe required a considerably large amount of ingredients, though. Hourlong was writing on a piece of paper. He asked them to look. Hourlong showed them a long scroll. The mention of the ingredients seemed to overwhelm one of the students. The student wondered if there was even a way to obtain all of the ingredients, but Sienna assured him that there was. Sienna explained that Professor Yurgolm's research room was somewhere on the building's upper floors, and all of the materials listed should be there. She added that she would even accompany them all in secretly taking those materials, as long as they had the resolve. The word ingredients hung in the air. The students seemed to be having second thoughts. Another student praised Sienna, but the first student wondered if a priestess was even allowed to do that. The first student asked Sienna to hold on a second, stating that he was thankful for the offer, but wondered if it wasn't a bit dangerous. Sienna stated that Lian of House Wudinaz knew that the Academy promoted these sorts of methods. She continued, stating that this was undeniably a lesson their professors were trying to teach them. Someone thought to themselves that they didn't know how she came to that conclusion, but they couldn't deny it. Lian looked on as Nilia stood before him, a faint glow surrounding her. Meanwhile, Hourlong considered the potential uses of the ingredients beyond their immediate purpose, thinking that if they procured the ingredients, they could also use them for other things in the future. Elsewhere, a hand rested on Wudinaz's shoulder as they spoke of acquiring a large haul. Back with Lian and Nilia, she wondered if she was being too transparent. Nilia then asked to be taken along. Hourlong thought that Nilia was not like this in the beginning. A disembodied voice wondered just what this school's issue was. The academy loomed in the distance. A voice declared that no matter how much things change, there are some things that remain the same. A magical object flew through the air. Hourlong was struck by an unseen force. Hourlong cried out as he was struck by an unseen force. The force sent him staggering back. Meanwhile, Professor Velati continued his lesson. Velati commented that Lian wasn't concentrating. Lian apologized, thinking to himself how he was supposed to react when the difficulty kept increasing as soon as he adjusted. Lian wondered where the Star Spirit stone spinning lesson had gone. Only one feeling confused, Velati was also puzzled, wondering why Lian was having such a hard time. Velati thought that a professor being able to break through a student's defenses should have been obvious. But Velati didn't even consider it. Instead, he pondered it for a long time and came to a different conclusion. Velati realized that Lian wasn't the... Lian stopped, wondering if they were taking a break. The man understood why the student was having difficulty concentrating. He accused the student of trying to add a spin, just like when he defeated the golem. The student thought to himself what fresh nonsense this was, and that it was just difficult. Below, Velati thought to himself that he was trying to do too much and shouldn't rush things. For the first time ever, Professor Velati put himself in a student's shoes, a question mark hanging over his head. Velati wondered what he would do if he were the student. Even if he was told not to, Velati would still do it. The text declared that those who are unable to take a step when the path is right in front of them lack the qualifications to become magicians. Velati stated that he sees. Velati wondered why, asking if he was saying I see. The man welcomed Velati's impatience, as the text asked what a professor should do to stop a student headed down a treacherous path. Hourlong's eyes narrowed, a dark determination hardening his gaze. He resolved to force his concentration, whatever the cost. Below him, the professor's expression remained unreadable. Meanwhile, another student approached the professor, questioning him. The professor calmly stated that the answer was simple. He continued, stating that they must be taught that the moment they step down that path. Hourlong's power began to surge, the air crackling with energy. The surge intensified, a crimson aura enveloping him. A dark premonition filled his mind. They could die. The energy around him crackled violently. The professor stood firm, staff in hand, as the crimson energy swirled around Hourlong. Hourlong's face contorted in a grimace of effort and pain. Suddenly, a strangled cry escaped his lips. The crimson energy reached a fever pitch. The crimson energy continued to emanate from Hourlong. Nearby, the professor watched the display of power. The professor remained still. Barely avoiding the attack, Hourlong realized that he had only dodged by sheer luck. He barely managed to dodge the attack. The professor, surprised, watched as Hourlong dodged the attack. The professor exclaimed in disbelief at Hourlong's ability to dodge. The attack continued to come. The attacks intensified. The attacks continued to rain down. The attacks came faster and faster. The attacks continued to bombard the area. The barrage of attacks continued to rain down on Hourlong. Meanwhile, Wudinaz was visibly shaken, tears streaming down his face. The professor watched the unfolding events with a mixture of shock and disbelief. He wondered aloud what was happening. As the attacks persisted, Wudinaz questioned if the professor intended to continue the assault. He also noted that the orb felt heavier. A chilling thought crossed Woodenaz's mind. Was the professor seriously trying to kill him? Elsewhere, a figure with piercing red eyes watched with a sinister gaze. The figure's hand glowed with a menacing red energy. Lian was shocked by the sudden surge of power. He wondered what was happening. He wondered if the professor intended to keep firing those orbs. In fact, the orb felt heavier than before. Meanwhile, Woodenaz wondered if his professor was seriously trying to kill him. The orb pulsed with power. There was definitely a possibility that Woodenaz would have to fight back, since it had come to this. This was it. Woodenaz wondered if he had to kill a professor. He thought he had considered doing that before. Since it had come to this, Woodenaz steeled himself. The orb hurtled towards Woodenaz. With a burst of speed, Woodenaz struck the orb. Woodenaz realizes that stopping Lian is likely impossible, but he needs to find a way to do it first. The attack leaves Woodenaz bleeding. That means Woodenaz should. Woodenaz is surrounded by orbs of energy. Amor is shocked by what he sees. Amor wonders if Lian is trying to increase the number of orbs he's controlling, realizing it's a good idea, but in the wrong direction. Lian knows that this direction just makes it harder for him to control them and pleads for it to work. Lian focuses. Lian commands the shield to spread out. The shield expands. The shield continues to expand. The shield has spread out. Lian casts a water shield, a second circle spell. Meanwhile, Velati watches him. Velati was thoroughly impressed, as Woodenaz had never learned water shield. He thinks to himself that it's a good sign of Lian's latent talents. Lian thinks that the flimsy shield is pointless once he pierces through it. The shield shatters. Lian grunts as the shield breaks. The sound of the shield breaking echoes. The shield explodes. The orb is revealed. Lian notices something. He realizes something. Since there was no need to move around the shield like an orb, Lian was able to solely focus on compressing and strengthening it. A sinister smile crept across his face. It was now Woodenaz's turn, and he made sure to let the professor know. The professor remained stoic. He unleashed a blast of energy. But the attack didn't work, and Woodenaz cursed. He commanded something to bite him. A skeletal hand reached down. Lian realized that his shield wasn't going to be enough. The skeletal hand crashed down. Woodenaz was determined to take him down, no matter what. The shield shattered. As the skeletal hand reached for him, Lian could only watch, defenseless. Meanwhile, the man with the dark hair watched with a slight smirk. Woodenaz looked on, his expression one of shock. Elsewhere, Hourlong stood his ground, facing an opponent. Back in the room, the pink orb pulsed with energy. The energy intensified, the room growing darker. A dark red energy lashed out. The dark-haired man was struck by the energy. The red energy continued to surge. The skeletal hand was engulfed in the red energy. The energy intensified further. The red energy reached a fever pitch. Red energy crackles intensely. The dark-haired man's eyes glow with a crimson light as the energy surges around him. The scene fades to black. Meanwhile, Hourlong's expression is grim. Red energy continues to surge. Hourlong throws a punch, surrounded by a burst of blue energy. Elsewhere, a hand grips a staff tightly. The staff glows with a brilliant blue light as the figure prepares to strike. The air crackles with energy. Hourlong está na chuva, olhando para baixo. Rain falls heavily, obscuring the scene. Two figures stand in the rain, one with their back turned, the other watching them. The sound of a footstep echoed in the dimly lit room. Above, Hourlong stood over another figure, the rain still falling. His face was shadowed, but his expression seemed intense. Elsewhere, Woodenaz was shocked by the speed of the events that had just transpired. He couldn't believe Hourlong had dealt with everything so quickly. He realized that everything he had done was actually self-defense. Hourlong was told, "Good work." Woodenaz remained silent. Below, someone questioned what was happening, calling out "Professor." A few moments later, after countless, Woodenaz began to speak. "So you're telling me..." He wondered if Hourlong liked his floundering at the end, because he had pulled out every last option that he had. As Woodenaz was speaking, Hourlong considered that maybe he should light a fire next time. He mused that it was natural to enjoy the charm behind adding spin to increase. Sometimes, going backwards can be the shortcut. That way, the other student said, as he and Hourlong ran. "But don't feel too down," Woodenaz said. He told Hourlong that their next lesson would be what he showed just now. Hourlong was confused. Hourlong wondered what Woodenaz was saying, and if he was going to skip the details again, as he does whatever he wants. Suddenly, Hourlong was struck from behind. The force of the blow sent Hourlong sprawling. Hourlong cried out, wondering what was happening. Hourlong looked up, shocked. The scene around Hourlong was bathed in a red glow. Hourlong could see Woodenaz standing over him. Woodenaz stated that from now on, they would be concentrating on chaotic situations. Woodenaz stated that Hourlong was free to repeat his past actions, adding that he would increase the difficulty as necessary. Meanwhile, Hourlong pleaded for him to stop. Elsewhere, A man in a vest and tie addressed someone, stating that from now on, they would be working on concentrating in chaotic situations. The man stood with his back to the viewer, his dark hair neatly combed. He declared that he would raise the difficulty as needed. Someone shouted for them to stop. The camera zoomed in on the man's vest and tie. The scene shifted to a house under a full moon. Elsewhere, Wooden-as suggested that they go check out the field. Someone wondered if someone was there. Leon wondered aloud, greeting the professor before screaming in terror. Wooden-as asked why Leon looked like he was about to die, but Leon dismissed it as nothing much. Having just finished Professor Velati's class, Leon seemed to have learned quite a bit. Wooden-as questioned why Leon would even consider such a thing. The professor seemed to notice the conversation, but quickly dismissed it as nothing. The professor asked if there were any questions. Leon wondered if it was possible to acquire. He then asked why he was even asking about a flying mount in the academy. The professor stated that it was purely for his own academic interest, so Leon wouldn't realize the truth. The professor explained that the white horse he was assigned was a griffin. He continued, stating that the academy had everything, and if he looked hard enough, he could find one. Leon asked if the professor thought he would be able to tame one if he found one. The professor responded that it might be difficult, as wild monsters were a challenge. Then, Leon asked the professor if he could please receive additional lessons. Leon pressed the professor, stating that he didn't just want to succeed in class, but to be exceptional, even in his free time. The thought that drove him was to escape. The professor was surprised by Leon's initiative, especially when it came to monster taming. The professor agreed, stating that he would teach him as much as he wanted. Leon affirmed that he understood, but was warned not to regret it later, as it would be more than just hard. The next day, Leon and another student walked together. The other student asked Leon if he didn't sleep well the previous night, commenting that he seemed tired. Leon admitted that he had a nightmare. Leon recalled that professors showed up in his dreams and that it was horrible. The other student stated that she wouldn't pry any further. Professor Garcia greeted the class with a warm, "Good morning, everyone." A student called out to the professor. At least seeing Professor Garcia eased his heart. Meanwhile, in another classroom, a student lamented that Professor Mortem had visited the previous week to teach them black magic. He hoped it wasn't black magic again. The students collectively voiced their displeasure. Garcia announced that this week. Footsteps echoed through the halls. A figure walked past the classroom. A new professor introduced herself as Mil-Lei, the summoning professor, stating that she had been invited to teach them about summoning magic. The students reacted with excitement. They were clearly pleased with the change of pace. Mil-Lei began to thank them. The warm welcome was appreciated. Professor Mil-Lei explained that the reason she had been invited was because it seemed like it would be helpful to the students. The air crackled with anticipation. Mil-Lei smiled, pleased with the response, as Professor Garcia stood behind her. A student whispered that they only really had Garcia. Professor Mil-Lei asked the class to raise their hands if they were interested in summoning, and many students eagerly responded. As expected, everyone raised their hands. Summoning was quite helpful, after all. There were a plethora of different forms of summoning, and the field was so vast that new forms were still being discovered. Additionally, fairy tales often depicted summoning. Such depictions included the unknown magician who struggled his entire life. But in a stroke of luck, he contracted with a strong summon and lived a long, lazy, happy life. In other words, summoning was the type of field where you could hit the jackpot if you got lucky, Garcia mused. It was encouraging for the professor to see so many students interested in the summoning arts. However, she cautioned that only a select few would possess the necessary qualifications to truly master it. The professor emphasized that summoning was difficult, warning that taking her class out of mere curiosity would lead to disappointment. She warned them that they would find it very hard. One of the students listened intently. He thought to himself that she was a professor, and he bet that none of the others realized how valuable her warning was. Elsewhere, a figure questioned why they couldn't learn summoning, stating that they needed to use it to save their own life or die. Someone else thought that the figure was not a professor, but a thug. Professor Mil-Lei continued, explaining that the art of summoning was interwoven with various other studies, and that to intentionally summon something specific, one needed a variety of knowledge. She added that even the relatively simple process to summon inanimate objects was difficult. In the classroom, the students discussed the professor's words, with one recommending that they think twice if they were only interested in the summoning aspect. Another student thought that they would never know until they tried, and that maybe they would have the talent for it. Professor Mil-Lei watched the students. The professor is asked to give the students a chance, as they are all quite talented. With a sharp tap, the professor places a scroll on the podium. The scroll unfurls, revealing a complex design. It is a scroll. Two students observe that it is not the kind of scroll that can be torn up after one use, but rather a fixed scroll with a magic circle on it. The professor confirms that all the students are taking basic imperial geometry and arithmetic. The students respond in the affirmative. One student thinks to himself that everyone is so down after hearing the name of that class, and it makes sense that they don't like math. Another student exclaims that it is too hard. The professor states that this means they do not have the potential for summoning. The professor continues to observe the students. A student groans, while another reminds them to pay close attention during that class, as writing and Hourlong considered the professor's words, understanding that calculating magic circles was essential for summoning. He resolved to try drawing the magic circle from the scroll in his mind. He retrieved the scroll, its complex circle design now the focus of his attention. Magic circles, it was said, could be considered a type of circuit. Like electrical circuits that have electricity flow through them, magic circles have mana flow through them. And magic circles existed to help with that. They allowed for amplification, reduction, detours, blocking, and more. By circulating the mana in various ways, it lessened the burden on the magician. Hourlong realized that he needed to make the mana flow in a specific way. He began to visualize the flow. For some reason, this reminded him of something. Quills. Suddenly, Hourlong was struck by a strange thought. He wondered why he was thinking of quills. This magic circle. Meanwhile, a woman with gray hair declares that it is a magic circle for summoning quills. Elsewhere, Hourlong seems to be in deep thought. At a desk, a student wondered why they were thinking of quills, noticing the magic circle. The student realized that the circle was for summoning quills. Elsewhere, a woman held a quill. Back in the classroom, Woodenaz swallowed nervously. The student from before realized that was why they were thinking of them. Someone declared that it was time to begin. Students called for a magic quill to appear, wondering what was even happening. Suddenly, a quill appeared. The students were shocked by the sudden appearance of the quill. Two students observed the magical quill. One remarked that even fixed scrolls could break if mistreated, while the other noted that she had provided them with a new one. Suddenly, a student exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention to something happening elsewhere in the room. A surge of magical energy erupted. It was noted that Her Imperial Highness had managed to summon something similar, and another student observed that his own attempt looked similar as well. Other students watched with varying degrees of success. One sighed, thinking that they shouldn't be satisfied with just something similar. It was explained that the reason why summoning was so difficult was because of the details. Summoning something similar was no different from failure. Unless it was perfect, it was pointless. Furthermore, it was expected that something required the magician's will to form. Suddenly, a student realized that the quill had a chance to attack the magician who summoned it. The quill struck. A student exclaimed, outraged that he was attacked with a quill, but another student insisted it was a misunderstanding and that it moved on its own. Another student shouted that it was attempted murder and that someone was trying to murder the prince, begging Lian for help. Gainando told him to quiet down. The student's hand trembled as he attempted to summon a quill. Elsewhere in the academy, Woodenaz stood at his desk, observing the other students. He amused himself whether Woodenaz had managed to summon a quill yet. He thought to himself that he had already made a perfect quill. The quill rested on the desk, ready for use. Woodenaz glanced around, a smug look on his face. He thought that none of the other students had made a quill better than his. He considered using this opportunity to brag to those arrogant blue dragons. Woodenaz confronted another student, asking if he still hadn't summoned one yet. The other student remained silent, his eyes closed. Woodenaz demanded that the student stop ignoring him and look at his quill, but the other student asked why he was shouting, questioning if he didn't have a quill at home. Hourlong was trying to get his summon to see what he was summoning. With a deep breath, he called out, urging the quill to come to him. He focused, thinking of the quill. A scroll appeared. Energy crackled around Hourlong. The energy intensified as he continued to focus. The scroll floated in the air, surrounded by swirling energy. The scroll remained suspended. Hourlong wondered if he had failed. The energy continued to surge. A bright light emanated from the summoning circle. The energy swirled intensely. The room was filled with a soft, ethereal light. Hourlong, still lying on the floor, looked up in surprise at the scroll he had summoned. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, startling the students. It sounded like an explosion, and Hourlong could only manage a soft. The room shimmered with light as feathers began to fall. The feathers rained down, filling the space. The students looked around in astonishment as the feathers continued to fall around them. The students watched as the feathers fell. One of the students exclaimed in surprise, wondering if Woodenaz had summoned them all. Another student responded in disbelief. A hand tapped a feather. Hourlong, holding the feather, realized it was difficult to put in the appropriate amount of mana. Hourlong, still at his desk, thought to himself that the scroll must be broken as well. However, upon closer inspection, he was surprised to find that the scroll was perfectly fine. Confused, Hourlong wondered how this could even make sense. It was then that he realized Lian's mana control was at a much higher level than he had initially thought. Meanwhile, the feathers continued to fall. The blue-skinned woman held one of the feathers in her hand. She thought to herself that even summoning one feather was difficult, let alone this many. Elsewhere, an older woman with white hair looked on with a stern expression. She was clearly surprised by what she was witnessing. The older woman shook her head, declaring that this was no mistake. The blue-skinned woman questioned what she meant. The older woman stated that the student was talented, but the white-haired professor's statement hung in the air. He was arrogant. The professor adjusted his glasses, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, the blue-skinned woman defended the professor, stating that he wasn't like that. She wondered what else one would call summoning so many quills, if not arrogance. The older woman's eyes narrowed, a sharp glint in her gaze. The blue-skinned woman seemed to shrink under the weight of the older woman's gaze. It was a fact that there were hierarchies to professors as well. The blue-skinned woman recalled that this was especially true when one professor used to be the student of another professor, and she nervously muttered, "Ah, professor." The older woman stated that showing them affection were both good things, but they also needed to learn to be mindful of their actions, and the blue-skinned woman agreed. The older woman continued to stare at the blue-skinned woman, who seemed to be at a loss for words. The blue-skinned woman reassured the older woman that there was no need to worry. The older woman thought to herself that there were countless ways to curb arrogance. A chaotic scene unfolds as one student, seemingly possessed, levitates a glowing object while another shouts in alarm. A third student watches with a mix of concern and apprehension. Suddenly, a commanding voice booms out, demanding an immediate halt to the disturbance. The blue-skinned woman urgently calls for everyone to protect Anrego. The room is silent. A plea echoes, urging everyone to calm down amidst the turmoil. The scene shifts to an exterior view of the academy. Inside a lecture hall, Woodenaz stands with another figure before class. The older woman states that things are as easy as one believes them to be. A student reflects on the difficulty of the lesson, noting that it should be basic enough to perform without a scroll. The older woman extends an invitation to those who still wish to learn, beckoning them to her class. One of the students thinks that many believe talent is the most important thing when learning magic, but the student concludes that the most important things are tenacity and patience. Once again, the professor reiterated the most important things. He emphasized that tenacity and patience were key. Many believe that talent is the most important thing when learning magic, but the man in the classroom couldn't help but feel as though he was being watched. The most important things, however, are tenacity and patience. Once again, the most important things are tenacity and patience. The gem on the uniform glinted. Elsewhere, the black shadow building loomed. Someone thought that the place was as gloomy as always, and that they should at least try to make the place look more appealing. When you aren't a popular major, things like that are essential, especially when you consider the fact that the only people who are interested in it are us too. The pair paused. Before a massive, ornate doorway, two figures knelt in supplication. Nearby, two other students watched the scene unfold. One of them was surprised by the number of students present. The student exclaimed that there were two more students than he expected. The other student wondered why those bastards were there to learn black magic, questioning if he hated it that much. The first student retorted that the professor had told him that he had talent. The second student questioned why he was learning black magic, considering he thought he hated it. The first student responded that the blue dragon bastards were too loud. Elsewhere, Woodenaz was preparing to cast a spell. Someone realized that it was the notorious Woodenaz. Woodenaz focused intently, his eyes glowing. The first student realized that Woodenaz must be from the White Tiger Tower. The graduate student noticed the golden eyes and strange aura emanating from someone nearby. He wondered if the individual was perhaps of the Nephilim? A figure with long, silver hair and a confident smile stated that the glorious progenitor's blood flowed through his veins, adding that he guessed even evil individuals could recognize nobility. The figure continued, suggesting that evil individuals like himself could recognize nobility. The graduate student considered that even if his angel blood wasn't as pure as Taizieling's, and even though he seemed hostile to him, the graduate student thought that maybe he should take this opportunity to shake up the White Tiger Tower, wondering why someone with glorious blood would be working. A voice warned Woodenaz not to get it twisted, asking if he was under Moradi. The graduate student stood with another student. Laftel stated that he did not follow Morada's orders, asking if the graduate student was trying to insult him. The graduate student wondered why Laftel would be working if he wasn't following Morada's orders. Laftel's companion seemed to be holding back, stopping him from continuing his thought. The graduate student seemed to be trying to be polite, but he was clearly struggling. He thought to himself that Laftel was really trying his best, before asking why he was being so hostile. Laftel questioned if he really didn't know, as his companion stated that he obviously didn't. Laftel's companion asked if he was referring to him, before Laftel stated that it was the name of his honorable friend whose honor he had sullied. Laftel was clearly upset that the graduate student had sullied the honor of his friend. The graduate student realized that was the reason for Laftel's hostility, and that he couldn't help it. Laftel paused, and now that he thought about it, he questioned the graduate student. It was said that House Growl was a house of knights in the south. House Growl was prideful of their angelic blood, and was one of the strictest houses when it came to justice, even amongst other knight houses. Laftel declared that he was a vile bastard, before stating that what he was trying to say was that he was a member of House Growl, trying to learn black magic. It was questioned why a member of House Growl was trying to learn black magic, as their house was known for producing paladins. In a vision, a figure with long white hair and a white suit watches as a winged woman battles a cloaked figure with a skull-like head. The figure in the suit thinks that killing black magicians is faster. Meanwhile, back in the classroom, the graduate student's companion is shocked, thinking that the professor is going to cry. As the professor and his companion stand together, Laftel asks why he wants to learn black magic. The graduate student's companion is visibly shaken. He peeks out from behind the professor's back. The professor looms over his companion, a stark contrast in size. The graduate student's companion is shocked that they were sitting down. The companion thinks that they are so tall. He realizes that they must be half-giant. A man with green hair introduces himself as Immerg, stating that it is nice to meet them. Immerg explains that he came because he was interested in black magic and wants to get along with everyone. Laftel states that will not be happening, but Immerg says that they should get along. The handshake was met with a question of disbelief. The other party responded with a confident affirmation. The force of the handshake intensified. The surge of power was visible. The individual receiving the power trembled. He realized that he would have been broken if he hadn't poured mana into his body. The assessment was made that she was incredibly strong. Meanwhile, Gainando was asked to wait as someone else stated that they too wanted to get along. The sound of something snapping echoed. The scene shifted to a distant view of a grand building. Inside, a voice coughed and welcomed everyone. The speaker admitted that he didn't expect to see so many students interested in black magic. Hourlong declared himself to be a professor. The declaration surprised the other student, Woodenaz, who felt bad for him. Hourlong offered Lian's first aid. The professor gestured to a prepared table, inviting the students to gather around it and asking them to take care of it. Woodenaz coughed, then asked if they had found more of the bone summons, but the professor admitted that he had not. The professor suggested trying to go around eerier and darker places, winking as he did so. Lian responded to the professor, affirming his statement. The professor asked if they still remember the lessons from last time, a question hanging in the air. He suggested that they not rush through the lessons, but instead increase their understanding of curses. Woodenaz agreed. The professor stated that curses are much more fun than summoning. Woodenaz was surprised and told the professor to hold on. Woodenaz asked if the professor had just said that he learned summoning magic, and Hourlong confirmed that he had. The professor coughed. Hourlong inquired about the reactions of the others. Gainando responded that everyone except them had gone to the summoning workshop that day. Elsewhere, a man stood before another, silent. A hand reached out grabbing a book. Hourlong declared that they would not be learning curses. Instead, he would teach Woodenaz how to summon the undead. The book was placed on the table. Gainando's companion wondered if it was really okay for him to do this, and how much of the curriculum they had just skipped. The sound of something heavy being placed down echoed in the room. Meanwhile, a professor explained that they would not be learning curses. Instead, he would teach them how to summon the undead. The sound of books slamming onto a desk reverberated through the room. Elsewhere, a group of students reacted with surprise, one of them questioning if it was really okay for someone to be doing this. The students wondered how much of the curriculum they had skipped. The academy loomed against the night sky. Someone coughed, stating that they doubted the students knew this, but the professor explained that summoning the undead could be considered the highlight of summoning magic, as a student raised their hand to ask a question. Another student waited to speak. The students questioned the need for bones when summoning the undead, but the instructor corrected them, stating that while cemeteries were used in the past, they now use something else. Meanwhile, one of the students wondered if there were still black magicians illegally using cemeteries. Another student confirmed that there were cases of that, but he wondered if the instructor could not hear their words. The instructor's words seemed to be coming out of his own mouth. The instructor stated that he would not be asking them to summon a full undead. After all, mishandling an undead could lead to dire consequences. It could even lead to the magician's death. The instructor suggested that they end that topic there. One of the students wondered why he was saying that now, remembering that he almost died to a magic quill too. The instructor announced that they would be starting with the easiest one first, summoning a bone hand. The summoning began. The air crackled with magical energy. The student watched with anticipation. The air crackled with arcane energy. The summoning ritual continued, the students watching intently as the magic swirled around them. The energy intensified, focusing on the tables before each student. From the swirling energy, a skeletal hand began to materialize. The bone hand burst forth from the table. The newly summoned bone hand clicked into existence. Hourlong watched as the bone hand floated before him. The bone hand tapped against the table. One of the students exclaimed how cool it was. The instructor explained that everyone wants to summon undead because of their beautiful, amazing, grand appearances, but it is not easy. He continued, saying that there are many factors to consider when summoning a monster with its own conscience, and many more aspects about undead monsters that are difficult to control. The instructor concluded that this is why they also need methods to get closer with the living dead. Following the instructor's advice, the students were encouraged to approach the undead without fixating on a specific method. Nearby, the other students looked on, concern etched on their faces. One student, seemingly eager to experiment, declared that he would try petting the undead first. Another student inquired if there were any undead that were easily scared. The professor responded in the negative. He explained that since they were not alive, the majority of them did not experience fear. Suddenly, a skeletal hand trembled violently. The professor's eyes widened in shock. The skeletal hand continued to tremble uncontrollably. The trembling intensified. The student who had been standing at the podium looked on in surprise. The professor wondered why it was acting like that, questioning if there was something wrong with today's ingredients. The professor watches as the skeletal hand trembles violently in front of the student. Then, the professor wonders if he should try something himself. Lian is called. The professor suggests that Lian try summoning one himself. Lian asks if the professor is sure it's fine, and the professor replies, of course. The professor begins to prepare the summoning circle. Adjusting to the student's level is one of the benefits of black magic, Lian thinks. The professor tells Lian to come this way. The professor walks towards the summoning circle. The professor instructs Lian to chant the spell. Lian thinks that he has no choice. Lian stood within the summoning circle, ready to begin. He began to chant the spell. As Lian chanted, he commanded the bone hand to appear. Magic began to manifest around his hand. Elsewhere, the professor and his students watched the summoning. They observed as the magic began to take hold. The magic coalesced into the shape of a hand. The professor watched with a keen eye. The bone hand began to materialize. The magic continued to swirl around it. The summoning neared completion. The bone hand fully materialized. With the summoning circle complete, a dark energy coalesced around Lian's outstretched hand, forming the bone hand. The sudden surge of power caused Hourlong to gasp, his eyes widening in shock at the sight before him. The bone hand pulsed with dark energy, its skeletal fingers crackling with power. A faint sound accompanied the manifestation of the bone hand, a subtle whisper in the air. The bone hand descended further, its presence dominating the space. Lian maintained his focus, holding the staff steady as the bone hand materialized fully. He wondered if the summoning had worked as intended. Nearby, Woodenaz remained silent, and Lian wondered why the professor wasn't saying anything. The bone hand now hung, suspended, a macabre creation beneath the watchful gaze of Woodenaz. Woodenaz's expression was grim as he observed the bone hand, his eyes narrowed with concern. The bone hand was now fully formed, bound by chains that seemed to restrain its power. Woodenaz knew that beginner magicians were incapable of properly handling those chains, and he resolved that if it tried to attack the students, he would have to send it back. Lian, surrounded by a swirling vortex of purple energy, maintained his focus on the newly summoned bone hand. Suddenly, the skeletal hand twitched, an unexpected movement that caused a stir. Woodenaz realized that the hand had moved on its own, even without Lian's command. Seeing the movement, Woodenaz warned that if it moved again, he would cancel the summoning. Ignoring the warning, the bone hand continued to move. The students watched in shock as the hand moved closer. The bone hand scraped against the floor, drawing closer to the students. The students felt a growing sense of dread as the hand approached. The students remained silent, unsure of what to do. Woodenaz, observing the hand's movements, muttered about the flow of mana. Lian wondered if there was a way to lower his power, but the man he was speaking with questioned why he would want to, reminding him that he was blessed with this talent. The man continued, stating that Lian didn't need to get close to the undead at all, and that he should just rule over them with his power. Lian replied that he understood and thanked him, though he thought to himself that the man was so unhelpful. Meanwhile, someone shouted that they would break a bastard. Another person yelled for someone to get over there. Hourlong was clearly frustrated. Someone wondered if the others were like that, and recalled that Gainando was also on the talented side. It was stated that having talent doesn't necessarily mean that you will have an easy time getting close to the undead, after all. Fueled by anger, Hourlong vowed to break his opponent. Meanwhile, another student yelled for someone to get over to their location. The student's face was contorted in anger. Elsewhere, someone considered that even if the others were like that, Lian and Amour discussed Kainando, with Amour noting that Kainando was on the talented side as well. Someone mused that having talent doesn't necessarily mean that one will have an easy time getting close to the undead, after all. From above, the group of students could be seen walking through stone archway. Hourlong thought to himself that the undead had no sense of nobility. Hourlong looked displeased. Lian urged his companion to hurry to the summoning class, confident that as long as they avoided summoning the undead, everything would be fine. Meanwhile, Hourlong wondered if it would truly come to pass. Back in the classroom, the instructor explained that most summoned creatures, excluding spirits, tended to be ferocious because they were either monsters or demons. Upset, the student thought about the black magician and vowed to remember this. The student demanded to be slapped. It was a mistake. The student exclaimed that it was right. A moment ago, during class, beyond just summoning, Leon experimented with what commands he could give and to what extent. The student realized that he had successfully commanded it to self-destruct. The student called the other a wicked bastard. The student's bones began to crack. The student exclaimed in shock as he observed the skeletal hand in front of him. Elsewhere, Woodenaz stood over a similar skeletal hand, a look of contemplation on his face. The hand disintegrated into nothingness. The remains of the hand fell to the ground. The student's face contorted in pain as the bones continued to crack. The sound of bones cracking echoed. In the distance, a large, ominous structure loomed. Back in the present, Hourlong reflected on the unfortunate mistake caused by the summoned creature acting on its own. Leon's name was spoken. Two figures noted that he was already gone, one commenting that it was unfortunate. The sky glowed with the fading light of day. Below, the stone path leading to their destination was bathed in the same warm light. The sign above the entrance read, Spirit Ritual Hall. The building was Professor Miliai's workshop and tower. As they approached, the shorter of the two admitted he was nervous. He noted that it was quite different from the Black Shadow building, recalling the poisonous pond there. A knock echoed through the halls. The taller of the two apologized for being late, explaining that he had prior arrangements to take care of. Inside, the room was dimly lit. An older woman sat at a desk, seemingly waiting for them. She responded that it couldn't be helped if they had prior arrangements, adding that there was no need to be. The taller man seemed surprised by her response. Professor Millay sat at her desk, seemingly unconcerned by the arrival of her late students. Meanwhile, Woodenaz wondered what had caused the professor's reaction. He thought that she seemed surprised to see him. Elsewhere, a voice echoed, hoping that Professor Mortem hadn't told the other professors about something. The voice continued, suggesting that something like that had happened. Right? Back in the Spirit Ritual Hall, Leon looked around, confused. Leon asked the professor where his friends were, the ones who had arrived before them. Professor Millay responded that they had already had their lesson and returned with their assignment. Leon seemed to understand. Woodenaz, however, was taken aback by the mention of an assignment. He thought to himself that he already had enough assignments from other classes. Professor Millay snapped her fingers. Leon and Woodenaz were shocked. Professor Millay presented them with a book titled, The Theoretical Basis and Applications of Summoning Magic. Professor Millay gestured for Leon and Woodenaz to take a seat. From below the desk, Millay watched them. Leon was instructed to read the book, annotate it, and then solve the questions. The book contained questions on principles and practical applications of summoning inanimate objects. Leon began to read. The book was described as an excellent textbook. Leon thought that he had seen his fair share of textbooks from his major, but this one seemed friendlier. Most textbooks, however, had the goal of making him meaninglessly waste his time. But this book was different. Leon thought that Millay was a great professor, as he expected. Millai's gaze made Leon feel that this was unexpected. Millay continued to observe them. Usually, this style of teaching would invite complaints from the students, especially from the youngsters. However, the student whom the professor expected to be the most arrogant was proving to be anything but. He was most quietly following the instructions. Someone observed that Leon wasn't like that. The observer realized they would have to keep their eyes on him a little longer. The academy stood tall against the night sky. Rows of books lined the shelves. The professor announced that was all for today. The professor instructed them to make sure to read all of the assigned material and study it well by next week. The students were given a stack of books. One of the students acknowledged that they understood Professor. Leon smiled, the light catching the gold trim of his uniform. Elsewhere, an older woman with silver hair stood with two students. She thought to herself that someone would not be attending and would never return. The woman turned to leave, telling the students that she would see them next week. She apologized for misunderstanding them. Meanwhile, Hourlong stood outside, looking up at the sky. The older woman walked through a doorway. She apologized for misunderstanding them and said that she would see them next week. Hourlong stood in front of a large door, holding a stack of books. He looked back over his shoulder. Hourlong's eyes widened in disbelief, sweat trickling down his face as he questioned what he had just heard. He wondered what she could have possibly misunderstood him for. Now the lesson would begin. At a table, two students sat, awaiting further instruction. It was time for another round of character education for them all. A monstrous mouth appeared, ready to speak. The entity asked if they remembered the assignment it had given everyone. It proposed that they see it. The students waited with bated breath. One student thought that it was impossible not to remember, as the assignment required them to bring a flag from a different tower. The entity stated that they would begin with the Phoenix and Black Turtle Towers. Two students nodded in response. One student reached out to touch another's hand. The students proudly displayed the flags they had peacefully traded. The completion of the Black Turtle and Phoenix Tower assignments was announced. A spectral skull observed the students. Meanwhile, one student thought it was obvious that someone wasn't interested, and wondered about the blue dragon. The flag had been acquired through peaceful means. The Blue Dragon Tower assignment was also complete. The announcement declared the assignment complete. The Spectral Skull praised the students, calling their work excellent. The Skull continued to observe the students. The Spectral Skull referred to them as honorable knight students. The Skull asked if they had also brought the flag, but one student seemed less than enthusiastic. Now one student could feel their gazes from the back. Lian is questioned as to why he didn't bring it out where it could be seen. The student apologizes, explaining that they did not manage to bring it. The scene shifts to the White Tiger Tower, where the assignment has been marked as failed. Frustration mounts as someone realizes that at this rate, their tower's grade will suffer. A Spectral Skull mocks the student, suggesting that they failed to negotiate, but is quickly silenced. The Skull is reminded that the purpose of the class is to get to know each other in order to promote harmony, but it seems to be lying. However, it seems that the message was not conveyed well enough. Therefore, the task will be assigned in an easily understandable manner. The instructions state that heading west from a main building, one will come across a lake. They will know it when they see it, but it is as vast as the sea, and there's an island on that lake. And something has been hidden there. A dark void declared itself as an exit. From the shadows, the Spectral Skull watched. Meanwhile, the students seemed to be in shock. The students continued to express their disbelief. The Spectral Skull observed that their eyes had changed. The Skull declared that this time things would be different. The Skull commanded them to cooperate to bring it to him. The students continued to react with shock and disbelief. From behind, Hourlong muttered his annoyance with the skull-faced principal. Hourlong declared that there was no way he could cooperate with those fools, echoing the sentiment of another student. The story then shifted to what happened next, revealing that the phoenixes and black turtles would form one team. Images of a phoenix, a turtle, a dragon, and a tiger were shown. The Spectral Skull declared that the blue dragons and tigers would form the other, stating that it was up to the students to follow his format, but they would also bear the responsibility following that decision. Before the students, the Spectral Skull floated, its glowing hands outstretched. A surge of energy crackled outwards. The energy intensified. The Spectral Skull's eyes glowed brighter as it continued to speak. A surge of power emanated from the skull's mouth. The energy swirled around them. Elsewhere, the students were gathered. One of the students observed that the atmosphere wasn't good at all, adding that nothing was going to happen at this rate. Another student addressed his comrades of the brave White Lion's Tower. He asked if they should put aside their differences and cooperate with one another. Another student scoffed, declaring that the school would fall to ruin before they cooperated with the likes of him. The student in the brown cloak considered the terms of the task. It didn't sound so bad, but... Meanwhile, another student was furious. He believed their grades were in shambles because of someone else's actions, though he wondered if they were ever truly concerned about their grades to begin with. Another student tried to mediate, suggesting there seemed to be a misunderstanding. He urged the others to think about it. Elsewhere, two students discussed the principal's lecture. One questioned if the other truly believed the principal would fail them for a simple mistake, given the lecture was for their education. Another student scoffed, stating that giving up so quickly would guarantee failure. One student loudly demanded agreement. The student paused, considering the situation. He took a step forward. Another student stood with his arms crossed, observing the unfolding events. Someone warned the others not to be deluded by his sly words. A student rhetorically asked if there had ever been a time when things went smoothly with Woodenaz. Another student recalled being sent to the punishment room because of Woodenaz, not to mention being raided not too long ago. The students continued to bicker amongst themselves. The tension between them was palpable. The red-haired student looked on with concern as the argument escalated. Lian thought to himself that he didn't want to use this method, but Lian called out for Durjiu to come to him, and the Orcish student responded, wondering what he wanted. Durjiu approached Lian. Durjiu was surprised by Lian's next move. Lian threatened Durjiu, saying that if he didn't cooperate, he would recreate that disaster again. Lian thought to himself that this time, he would throw him into the lake. The other students looked on in shock. Durjiu was taken aback by Lian's threat. One of the students observed that Lian was willing to go through much dishonor to obtain cooperation from their tower. Durjiu's name was called out as Lian's threat hung in the air. Immediately, others shouted for Durjiu to be released, promising cooperation. The students insisted that they understood and would let Durjiu go. They promised on their honor. The students looked on with concern. Lian relented, stating that he would let it slide this time. He warned them to be careful from then on. The tension remained palpable. One of the students muttered about how evil Lian was, while another asked Durjiu if he was all right. The scene shifted to a view of the academy. A question arose about what kind of human Lian was. A difficult task had been assigned for the basic magic character education class. But Lian couldn't focus on that, not because of the issues with asking for the tiger's cooperation. So, meanwhile, the white-haired student wondered when Lian would begin. But robbing Professor Urgolm's laboratory was the utmost priority. The timing is essential. Elsewhere, a student wondered why Lian was suddenly speaking so politely to pre-science. Lian thought to himself that he was placing himself at the wrong time. He peered through a crack in the door. The timing was essential, the figure thought. If he robbed the place, he'd have nightmares about it for a month, Lian thought. It would have been beneficial to know his schedule. The instructor announced that the basic writing training class was over for the day, thanking the students. The students began to disperse. One of the students spoke to the professor. The student inquired what was the matter, and the professor responded that he did not need to go to the hut today. The professor explained that he was going on a trip to the market with his nephew. The professor assured the student that they would be back around tomorrow, adding that he would get the student some beer candy or something on his way back. The student wished the professor a safe trip and thanked him. The student thought to himself that this evening was a little sudden. He then realized that opportunity gives no warnings. Lian clenched his fist, a surge of determination coursing through him. Elsewhere, a group of students stood together, one of them asking Lian what was the matter. The group waited for his response. Nearby, another student declared that he had settled on the date for the event. Suddenly, a voice declared that they would strike tonight. The declaration was met with surprise. One student remarked that it was sudden, but it was better this way, as he should be able to rest well for the weekend. Another stated that he had been waiting for this. Someone clenched their fist tightly. The group toasted to their comfy semester with no assignments. One of the students seemed to question the toast. Someone asked when the other had come up with a slogan. The question hung in the air. The students were divided into two distinct groups. Those who had ventured out at night multiple times before stood in one category, and those who had not stood in another. Lian's name was spoken. He was obviously the former. A voice told them to follow quietly. It seemed everyone who wanted to be involved in the event had gathered, and someone wondered if there was a way to open the door to the Sleepy Horn building. The speaker gestured. Hour-Long had already had someone confirm that. He told everyone that they would see what they had prepared. The question of how to open the door to the Sleepy Horn building lingered. The air crackled with anticipation. The group approached the entrance to the Sleepy Horn building, the source of so much mystery. They stood before a gaping hole in the structure. The sight of the entrance caused a stir among the group. Lian's name was called out, followed by the comment that he was a scary guy. One of the students expressed disbelief at how much Lian had prepared. The scene shifted to a close-up of Lian's face. Lian wondered what was happening. Woodenaz was asked if he was the one who had done this. Lian wondered what the others thought of him. Lian explained that Ratford was originally supposed to handle the physical lock, while he was to take care of the magical one. He realized that something was wrong. Someone asked what was the matter, pointing out the debris inside the building. The breached entrance to the Sleepy Horn building suggested a forced entry from an external source. The students realized that something that should have remained outside had invaded the building. The students murmured, unsure of what to do next. One of the students wondered if they should turn back. Lian refused to retreat. He told everyone to listen closely, explaining that they were no longer infiltrating the Sleepy Horn building. From that moment forward, they had all volunteered. One of the students declared that they would protect the Sleepy Horn building from the summoned creature that broke into it, and to protect the professor's valuable possessions. The students realized the change in plans. Another student agreed, stating that it was indeed the right course of action. The students decided to go in. The students were determined to protect the professor's valuables. With their resolve firm, they prepared to conduct a thorough search, hoping to navigate the building with ease. However, Hour-Long noted that it was a little dark. The air hung heavy with an eerie feeling. An unsettling atmosphere permeated the air. Suddenly, Hour-Long cast a light. Woodenaz urged everyone not to stand around idly. One of the students stated that the darkness was not the problem, but something else was. They observed that they had only seen the first floor. Hour-Long acknowledged that from the second floor onward, the territory was uncharted for them. Woodenaz declared that they should go. The sound of footsteps echoed. The sound of footsteps echoed. A sense of unease settled over Hour-Long. Meanwhile, the others seemed to share the same sentiment, their nervousness palpable. Despite their apprehension, there was no turning back now. The narrator's voice echoed, stating that the second floor lay at the top of the staircase. It seemed normal at a glance, but he couldn't let his guard down. Taking a deep breath, Hour-Long steeled himself. He focused, readying himself for whatever lay ahead. Hour-Long's gaze intensified as he peered into the unknown. A question hung in the air, just what was in here? He stepped forward, enveloped by an otherworldly aura. The group followed, their path illuminated by an ethereal glow. To be continued. The situation seemed normal at first glance, but Hour-Long couldn't let his guard down. He focused his mana. The mana flowed. He manipulated the mana with his hand. Hour-Long wondered what was inside. He stepped forward, mana swirling around him. The mana continued to swirl. Suddenly, the mana reacted. Nearby, Woodenaz asked Lian what was wrong, as he could feel mana strongly radiating from the area. Lian realized there was mana contained in the space itself. He wondered if this could be the place. Below, the space continued to expand. Elsewhere, Hourlong wiped his brow, seemingly exhausted. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy of the botanical garden. Meanwhile, Lian walked deeper into the garden. The word space expansion appeared as Hourlong stood with his classmates. One of the students remarked that an exceptional alchemist should also be an exceptional gardener. Another student observed that the scale of this botanical garden was truly remarkable. One of the students commented that there were more plants they didn't recognize here than ones they did. Hourlong noted that there seemed to be a lot of dangerous plants, but fortunately, this place was a workshop building and not a dormitory. A voice declared that they shouldn't have to worry about traps like last time. Lian and Wudinaz stood before a large stone archway. The students were told to remain calm and search for the professor's trail. They nodded in agreement, trying to keep their composure amidst the strange surroundings. Suddenly, the sound of something tapping against armor echoed through the garden. The source of the sound was a skeletal hand emerging from the foliage. A strange sound reverberated through the air. Footprints were visible on the ground, leading deeper into the botanical garden. Hourlong noticed the tracks and identified them as belonging to a monster, causing concern among his classmates. One of the students questioned whether they should really be venturing further into the garden, suggesting they turn back. Nilia interrupted, declaring that she had an idea. Nilia suggested to Lian that they follow the monster's footsteps. It was explained that Nilia had keen senses and should be able to lead them down a safe path. Someone praised Nilia for her suggestion. Nilia dismissed the praise, stating that it was nothing. The group continued to follow the monster's footsteps through the botanical garden. They ventured deeper into the lush greenery. As expected, the students were not attacked on their journey, or at least not for most of it. The sound of heavy hooves echoed through the garden. The ground trembled as the creature approached. A massive, glowing bull appeared before them. One of the students questioned if that was a bull, to which another responded that it was, but not an ordinary one. The student with the mouse ears muttered about this damn school. One of the students asked what they should do, noting that it was blocking the stairs to the next floor. The bull stood its ground, adorned with vines around its horns. It seemed that to use the stairs, they would need to take action. One of the students observed that there was no reason for them to fight it, adding that it seemed hungry and would likely go away after it was full. Lian seemed to have a different idea. Lian stood with the other students, the massive bull before them. The bull pawed at the ground, kicking up dust and debris. With a snort, the bull lowered its head and charged. The creature's hooves tore through the earth as it barreled forward. Plants were crushed under the bull's immense weight. One of the students worried that the bull was recklessly destroying the plants in the workshop and what the professor would say if they were to see that. Yoner agreed, stating that at this rate, they could end up being held responsible. Someone declared that they had to stop it before that happened. Hourlong began to cast a spell, calling on the earth to bind his enemy's feet. The bull continued its charge, unaware of the magic being woven around it. Lian shouted, casting a spell to paralyze the creature. The bull's eyes glowed as the paralysis spell took hold. The binding spell struck the bull, but it dodged the attack. The magic crackled in the air. The professor and another student watched as the bull dodged the spell. From the forest, Wudinaz heard someone shout that they would help. The professor yelled at the students not to use fire magic around the precious plants, and to use spells that wouldn't harm the surroundings. The professor seemed unsure of what to do next. Lian cast his paralysis spell. The magic crackled around the bull. The bull seemed unaffected by the paralysis spell. It didn't seem to be affected at all. Another student wondered what the professor had fed the creature. He told everyone to throw the potions at it. The potions were potions of weakness. The students continued their assault, one shouting for the bull to take their attack. The bull, however, remained defiant. Suddenly, a student cried out, warning that the bull was charging towards them. Another student exclaimed that they had angered it, urging everyone to calm down and assuring them that their spells would now work. One of the students pointed out that they had weakened its magic resistance, urging the others to use their curses one more time. Another student cast a spell, shouting for the bull to be paralyzed. The student repeated the command, demanding that it be paralyzed. The bull, however, continued its charge. One of the students wondered if they had succeeded. But the bull continued to move forward. The students screamed as they realized the bull was moving again. The students were told to run. The bull's hooves crashed down, narrowly missing Hourlong. Amidst the chaos, desperate cries for help rang out, including Wudinaz's plea for Lian. Seeing his companions in danger, Lian called out to them. He realized that, at this rate, someone was going to get seriously hurt. Lian knew he had to make the spell stronger and faster than before. In that moment, crisis became opportunity, becoming the driving force for his growth. His spell activated before he could even finish chanting, and he commanded the bull to be paralyzed. Lian focused his energy, the spell taking form. This small but peculiar change was a miracle that would astonish everyone in the future. To be continued.